So we're off and running on a Wednesday, everybody. What's going on? Hope you're having a great morning. I'm Sean Pendergast. He's Seth Payne. How you doing this morning, my friend?
I'm good. I'm psyched about this. I'm psyched about a lot of things right now. Most of all, I'm psyched about the fact that as I was just scrolling through Twitter yesterday, it's so easy to find interesting sound bites about the Texans right now from various interesting people because everybody's intrigued by C.J. Stroud. A lot of people are increasingly intrigued by Tank Dell, which it's hard not to be. And but then also I hadn't even thought about this, Sean. The fact that C.J. Stroud is shooting the first shot for the Rockets tonight in their game versus the Lakers. Yeah. And that C.J. has admitted to being a Lakers fan. I like saying he's admitted to it, even though it wasn't like a confession or anything, but whenever you say somebody admitted to something, it sounds like they've admitted to something that they know is evil. And
a little more gravitas in admitting to something, yeah.
So this is interesting because when Mike Evans, the receiver for the Bucs, who's from Galveston, of course, came to NRG Stadium on Sunday, he walked into the stadium wearing an Astros jersey, and a lot of people thought that was really, really cool. I tweeted out a picture of it, but one of my followers did make the point. So what if CJ walked out wearing a Lakers jersey? Or what if CJ, I think he meant like if the Texans played the Rams or the Chargers and he walked out wearing a Lakers jersey in L.A.? Mm-hmm. I'd be cool with that because, obviously he's from L.A., it's not like there have been some athletes that have come here. I want to say David Carr was wearing a Yankees cap at one point, and like David Carr is from California, so that annoys me. But for CJ to be a Lakers fan, that's no big deal. But him actually going out and shooting the first shot at a Lakers game in Houston, I'm conflicted about that.
Okay, I am too. I think the Mike Evans thing, as you were laying that out, Seth, I'm thinking, okay, well, Mike Evans is at a different stage in the relationship that he has with Tampa Bay fans. He's been there for nearly a decade now. For example.
And people in Tampa notoriously don't care all that much about the baseball team either, no matter how good they are.
There's that too. No, there's that too. But purely on, hey, he's wearing the jersey of some other city in a different sport thing. Probably early on when I was dating Amy, if one of our first conversations at a date or something like that was about how hot I thought Susanna Hoffs of the Bengals was, she's my fantasy girl and things like that, she'd have been like,
yeah.
We're on the first month dating and you're telling me all these other people you think are hot. Whereas I could probably get away with wearing a Bengals concert T-shirt to bed or something like that now if I wanted to,
Yeah.
So it's not that I have a Bengals concert T-shirt nor ever been to a Bengals concert, but merely for the sake of comparison. I think Evans is at that stage in the marriage with the Buccaneers where you can get away with expressing a lot more of your feelings on the attractiveness or how much you like others.
He could fart and they wouldn't think it's that big a deal.
That's exactly right.
Oh my gosh.
Yes.
It's not like, he farted on the first at the first scrimmage. It's like, oh no, he's been here forever. He's
he can
done
fart
good
anytime
for
he
the
wants
team and
to.
everything.
Yeah.
Has CJ gotten to that point yet where we're cool with him farting?
He's getting close. I tell you what, he's making a run at getting some early fart immunity. I will tell you that right now.
I got an email from a listener of ours who's an older guy and who's kind of, I would say, I don't think he'd mind me saying that he's he's pretty conservative. He's a conservative older guy, and a lot of times he and I would have some interesting discussions or back and forth, or he would lecture me a lot during a lot of various when social issues start creeping into the sports conversation. But he sent me an email after CJ had talked about prison reform, and I was kind of like, oh boy, I know what's coming here, but he actually said, I really respected the way CJ talked about it and, made the point that, yes, prisoners need to serve their time, but they are still human beings. And it was interesting because this is not a guy who's swayed. He's a Texans fan, but he's not swayed one bit when it comes to those matters. When he's not going to disagree with an athlete because he likes him. CJ's he is very mature beyond his years, I think. And even when he kind of admits, sometimes when he gets out into topics beyond sports, he almost admits as he's talking about it that he's not an authority on it or anything. He's just giving his opinion on it. He'll say that when he's talking about religion or God too. So I just So I say all that to say I think he's earned a lot of leeway from me in terms of being a Lakers fan.
Yeah. yes. But he's being somewhat pushed to a decision tonight as to who he's rooting for.
I will listen to his opinions on prison reform and LeBron James.
Yep.
Yes.
Those two things. So yeah, if you missed that, yeah, CJ, the Rockets put out a pretty cool video where and you could see it coming too. Like, guess who's shooting the first shot tonight? I'm like, all right. At the very beginning of the video, they show like one of those presses like iron presses that they use to silk screen the number and the name onto the back of a customized jersey.
Yeah.
And I'm like, all right, well, this isn't C.J. Stroud. This is going to be a huge disappointment right now. And then they pick up the iron press there, and there it is, number 7 Stroud on the back of a Rockets jersey. So that'll be cool. I'm predicting he makes it. He makes the shot. CJ was a really good basketball player back in the day.
He's a really good basketball player, but you're going out there, not shooting a bunch of warm-up shots immediately beforehand. Maybe he'll do some suicides or something before he goes back up.
Do you think?
Do they call them suicides anymore, or did they change that?
They probably needed to change that.
They probably
imagine.
changed it.
Yeah.
They just call them moroses. I'm going to do some moroses.
Some sads.
I'm going to go
run some sads.
I'm going to go run some existential crises.
Yeah. Exactly. So that's tonight at the Rockets. And by the way, this big Rockets game tonight for early in the season. LeBron James coming to town. Rockets won 3 in a row.
Give me some.
Absolutely.
Rockets are looking plucky, playing defense, giving a damn. They're actually seeing the absolute much better version of all these young guys.
No, dude, I'm super excited for this Rockets game tonight. I'm very anxious for it. So that'll be cool. I'm very anxious in a different way for the injury report today. Just the slew of bodies that we had to drag back to Houston or drag back to. Well, they were in Houston for the game. You know what I mean. A bunch of bodies on the floor this weekend against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. They signed a kicker yesterday, Seth, so we know that Kaimi's going to be out for a little while. Matt Amendola, who was, I guess, training camp with the Texans back last year.
And I remember he's not related to Danny Amendola. It's a different spelling. That's the one thing I remember about Matt Amendola.
Yes.
And he's not from the Woodlands either, I don't think.
He's not. And that's about it. He's got a long career-long field goal, I believe, of 49 yards. I think that's
it.
That's the extent of my. That's all I got.
Your hot kicker talk today.
That's all I got.
I'll go the Wikipedia route on Matt Amendola. This is what I know about Matt Amendola. I'm sure he's a hell of a guy, but I hope that he's only. I hope he's only here for a week or two.
Yeah.
And that Fairbairn, look, they didn't put him on IR, so likely that means it's less than a 4-week injury. They expect it to be less than a 4-week injury. But in the meantime, maybe it will be. Maybe they'll be a little bit more aggressive. Maybe Matt Amendola, they just won't feel super comfortable with him on longer field goals, so they'll just go for it more often.
Yeah, that McLean and I got into this discussion yesterday on our podcast, on the Utopia podcast, and we got into a discussion of, okay, of all these injuries they just sustained in this win over the Buccaneers, which one are you most concerned about? McLean said Fairbairn, because he leads directly to points and he can win a game for you, and Fairbairn's been very, very good this year, no question. I said Jimmy Ward. We both agreed Ward and Fairbairn were the top two. I said Jimmy Ward, one, because I think the drop-off from Fairbairn to I guess now we know it's Amendola, given what this team is offensively, doesn't bother me too much because, you've got an offense now where, okay, if they're choosing to not kick field goals, you got C.J. Stroud as your quarterback. It's not last year with Davis Mills or Kyle Allen or Tyrod Taylor the year before. So if this is something where they might be kicking fewer field goals and trying to attack more, let's go for it. I'm cool with that. The other thing about Jimmy Ward and that injury that scares me, and I guess I'll cluster M.J. Stewart with it too. M.J. Stewart literally went on IR yesterday. They brought Graylin Arnold back. Is that these next 3 games, you got Joe Burrow, you've got presumably a returning Kyler Murray, and then you've got Trevor Lawrence. That's probably it's definitely your toughest stretch of quarterback play for the rest of the year and maybe for the year overall.
I'm excited about this next several weeks of Houston sports.
It's going to be fun.
For one, that the Lakers might indeed be relevant again. At the very least, they're relevant here, and you can see the promise of this young core right now. By the way, oh my gosh, I was listening to Zach Lowe's podcast last night, and they're talking about Why is there seemingly more pessimism around James Harden and this group with the Clippers than there was when James Harden went to Brooklyn? And it's so funny in the NBA because everybody in Houston knew. I thought I wasn't alone in realizing, okay, that team in Brooklyn will not be together for more than 3 years. 3 years max. And I guess in the NBA, people delude themselves into thinking that people are going to change all of a sudden.
Get along,
and like Kyrie Irving all of a sudden is going to be super happy, fun joy guy or something. But they're doing it again with the Clippers, and obviously it didn't look all that good. But as far as names go, we got LeBron James coming in tonight.
Yep.
You got Joe Burrow this weekend.
Yeah.
You got Kyler Murray most likely, who's still a big name. And I'm intrigued by exactly what's going to happen with him.
That game's got more juice now. Absolutely.
We'll have James Harden at some point here over the next month or so.
Yep.
And we also then have
Trevor Lawrence.
Trevor Lawrence again.
Yeah. It's going to be a fun few weeks, man. Coming up on the holidays, it's going to be good.
Thanksgiving, too.
Yes. We get to eat. It's going to be great.
Yeah.
It's going to be great.
All right. Testing my veganism. I'm going to have soy turkey or something. I've been intermittently veganing.
You have?
For I've done, I made it for 18 hours a couple days ago.
Okay. Is that your record?
No, I did it for a few weeks once.
I remember you did. I do. I remember we went to Garrett Heinrich's house.
Yeah.
And you mowed down about 8 cupcakes, I remember.
Well, his stepdaughter had made them, so I felt like I had to. So, there's eggs, obviously, in the cupcakes.
Yeah.
And that's just, what happened was, it was after that trip to the cardiologist that I decided, you know what, I'll just go for it. I'm going to be a vegan. And I stuck to it for as long as it took me to find another doctor with a different opinion. And I'm like, oh, okay. Now we're good. This guy thinks I'm just fine.
That's right.
As he said, he told me as he exhaled cigarette smoke from the Marlboro.
That's right. And pulled out a flask and took a swig of Jack.
I found a doctor in Uruguay that was cool with everything.
I went and ate a steak. All right. D'Amico Ryans was on the drive yesterday. He was on with the guys in the afternoon yesterday. What's the
good
time?
Stuff. They extracted some good stuff out of D'Amico.
They did.
I was really happy to. I had a good time listening to this interview.
It was a good conversation. So we have an update on Stingley, and I thought D'Amico was really, really good talking about C.J. Stroud and what might have surprised him and the best thing about Stroud so far as a Houston Texan. We'll have that for you next.
85.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Yeah, Derek has had some positive weeks. He's trending in the right direction. When the right time comes, when he's fully set and ready to go, we'd love to have Derek. We've definitely missed him, missed his ability to play out there on the perimeter. He's a very talented young player, and of course we'll be excited to have him back when that time comes. But he's been doing a great job of working on the side, getting himself ready to go.
So you do expect him to return at some point this season?
Yes, yeah, we expect him to be back at some point this season.
All right, good job, Show, on the follow-up. I like that. Get confirmation Stingley will be back. They sure could use him. Similarly, Seth, to what you and I were talking about, as we welcome you back in here on a Wednesday. Payne and Pendergast, Sports Radio 610. D'Amico Ryans, as you can tell, was on with the guys in the afternoon yesterday. Similar to losing Jimmy Ward. I'm assuming Jimmy Ward's going to be out for a little bit with a hamstring injury. This is a patch of quarterback play. It ain't Mahomes, Josh Allen, and Jalen Hurts back-to-back. But it is Joe Burrow, who is in that class of quarterback, Kyler Murray, who is very talented and returning from injury, and then Trevor Lawrence, who's ascending right now. It would be nice to have Derek Stingley Jr. back for this stretch of schedule right now.
It would be huge. And, honestly, and I understand people's conflicted or just downright negative feelings about Derek Stingley. I'm frustrated as anybody else is. But if he is healthy, it does. If you were somebody that wants Will Anderson to get more sacks, then you really want Derek Stingley to come back, because part of the issue with guys in general, including like Jonathan Grenard would have more sacks right now if the coverage was better on the back end. I mean, they're having to play softer coverages at times just to account for some of the weaknesses and some of the depth issues they've had, both in the defensive backfield, but also at linebacker and some of the coverage issues they have at linebacker. So, like Will Anderson, John Grenard, a lot of the defensive tackles, there's a lot of times where they're getting really nice pass rushes. You look at those ESPN pass rush win rates, and the Texans are in the top 3. Like the defensive linemen are winning their pass rush reps, but it's not resulting in sacks because quarterbacks are getting rid of the ball so fast. So the pass rush and the coverage complement each other. Part of it helps a lot if Derek Stingley's back in.
Hey, did you we'll get to D'Amico, CJ Stroud here in a second, but as long as we're talking about Will Anderson and sacks, did you see the angle on the all-22 of Khalil Davis's sack? Where Will Anderson murdered the right guard on that play.
It was, and that's actually, I'm going to do a video on that later for my YouTube.
Oh, good.
Yeah. The key there is, it's funny. Last year I did a video where I'd had a few drinks, and I kind of recorded a video because I got upset at a rookie defensive lineman. Let's call him Hurt Kynish. And when they were running a game like that, this Hurt Kynish fellow, that's a pseudonym, he was playing like a rookie. And like in that exact same game where it's an ET game where the defensive end comes down inside and then the tackle loops around. This is what happens to a lot of younger defensive tackles or like 10-year veterans. I shouldn't have gotten upset about this because a rookie was doing it, because this is what rookies do. So when you're the defensive tackle, you're supposed to occupy that guard and keep him convinced that he's blocking you. And then when Will Anderson comes down, he can earhole that guard, and it's awesome, just like it was in the game on Sunday. But like what Kurt Hinish was doing as a rookie, and he's changed this, he's gotten better, was like engaging with the guard and then looking and waiting to see when the defensive end was going to come. So like a savvy guard is like, oh, okay, I know the deal now. Where like Khalil Davis is a veteran who's been around and has learned how to do it the right way. He kept the guard completely occupied. And for a guard, it must be the most miserable thing in the world, because it's like you got... you know what? It's probably like being a deer, just minding your own business out in the woods, and all of a sudden you get shot in the chest. That's what happens. Will Anderson came in like buckshot and hit him right in the ribs and took him right out. But a big part of that was that Khalil Davis set it up really well, just made it look like he was rushing. But that video that I did with Kurt Hinish, I kind of got animated, and actually I sent it to J.J. Watt and be like, hey, does this make sense? And he's like, I got to be honest with you, man. Like, there's a lot of veteran guys that aren't very good at that either. I don't know if you should get that worked up about
down.
it. I'm like, you know what? That's a good point. That's a good point, JJ. I'm gonna back off a little bit. So it would have been messed up. Just like I didn't put that video of Titus Howard out the other day.
That's true.
It's just people see one video and they think that you got no merit anywhere else on the low light.
Yeah, don't be part of the problem. Absolutely.
And to be clear, Kurt Heinrich has gotten a lot better at it.
Yep. Good. So you're gonna do a video on the Khalil Davis sack?
Yeah.
Awesome.
But it also is instructive because if you look at Will Anderson's the sack that he was credited with, where they credit it late because Baker Mayfield had scrambled. He was down, but he kept running. And then when he got hit, the Texans got flagged because Baker Mayfield just couldn't stop being a jackass. Will Anderson is the guy that tripped him up on that.
Yeah.
He came inside so ferociously and just blew a double team up, just like kept going like there was nothing in his way.
Yeah.
Like he is really, really good at that part. And it's just he's got to figure out a way to be more of a threat on the outside, and then he'll just be unstoppable. And there's a few things he can do. It's really he's gonna come back next year. Like really, really scary because the things that he has to do to clean up his outside pass rush are just really a matter of getting reps and getting polish with it. He has the physical ability to do it. He just hasn't worked it as much because he never really had to in college.
That's exciting. All right, let's get back to D'Amico. D'Amico Ryans was on with the guys in the afternoon. D'Amico, are you surprised by what C.J. Stroud has done so far this season?
Not surprised what CJ has done because I think with all the players that come into our league, you see who they are in college. And for the most part, those guys were successful in college and get those guys that have the right mindset to continue to, get better. And that's what CJ has. He has that mindset to grow and get better each week. When you tie that with a guy who has a talent and an elite skill set, I think he has so much room to continue to grow and get better. So not surprised by what he's done, just watching him work each and every week, watching him get better each week. It's been really fun to see just such a young guy, right, develop right in front of our eyes and do some really cool things.
So, dude, I'm just listening to D'Amico talk about CJ. Like they're a perfect marriage, man. I feel like just personality-wise, just their demeanor, their view of, just kind of the worldview they each have, the degree of reality that they both approach this thing with. I think they're very simpatico as a head coach and quarterback.
I think I'm just so happy to hear somebody that's not constantly talking about being legendary. I got so tired. And that's not hindsight or anything. We would say that at the time. Like, all right, can we just back off on the legendary talk a little bit and maybe talk about the team? Or just maybe, maybe after a loss where you threw for 400 yards, don't talk about how legendary a performance it was. Maybe just talk about other things. CJ's a lot more like that. Yeah. If you look at the first things that we got excited about, that you and I got excited about with Nick and D'Amico working together was they really tried to not be concerned with the extraneous stuff. You try to really focus on the main thing. Mm-hmm. And CJ says that a lot, keep the main thing the main thing. That's a common saying in sports, but I always try to pay attention to the guys who really try to live it. And I think CJ is that guy.
Yeah.
So, that's simpatico is probably the right word. He's very much aligned with those two guys in how you try not to let the drama get to you. And that, especially with a quarterback, man, there's so much potential drama if you allow it to creep in, especially with receivers who might not be getting targeted or what have you. Like, it just helps to have a nice, steady hand on the rudder, and I think he is that guy.
Yep. One more from D'Amico on CJ. What's the best thing about CJ Stroud so far?
The best part about CJ and what I say for him is just, what he does and what he inspires amongst his teammates, right? Building that confidence in the guys around him. Guys believe in it. They believe he can make those plays to help us win games. And that that goes a long way. When you have the locker room behind you, that's everything for a quarterback. So proud of CJ, proud of what he's done, and he still has a lot to improve on, right? He's done some good things, but he still has a lot to improve on, and he's willing to put the work in to improve.
That cut there, and I hate doing this because Davis Mills is still in the building, and Davis Mills is a great dude and all that stuff, but for sake of comparison, this is going to be the easiest way to lay this out for Texan fans because we lived through the last couple of years, and last year in particular when Davis Mills got anointed the starting quarterback in 2022 way before C.J. Stroud did in 2023. C.J. didn't even really get named the starter until like the week of the first game on paper. He was first on the depth chart and so forth. But in listening to that cut, C.J. makes D'Amico's job a little bit easier probably, in that there's no selling D'Amico has to do to the veterans in the locker room about the chops of this guy. It always felt it always felt like with Lovey, like naming Davis a captain. It sounds like I'm picking on Davis. I'm not. Like Davis is CJ is he's like one of one. You know what I mean? Like he's unique. He's an outlier. Davis is like dozens and dozens of other quarterbacks in the league, which is that's not an insult. But Lovie Smith was having to sell Davis Mills last year to the fan base, probably in the locker room to some degree, as this is our guy, and that's not an easy thing to do.
Remember, Laramie was trying to sell him too.
Dog.
A dog.
Yeah.
It's become the
the
least impressive and flattering compliment you can receive is Laramie Tunsil calling you a dog.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what the best, without getting technical whatsoever, the best way I could describe the differences between Davis Mills and C.J. Stroud is this. Do you remember how Davis Mills supposedly runs a 4.6 40?
I do. I heard something about that, yes.
Yeah. Who has impressed you more running around with the football? The guy with the 4.6 40 or C.J. Stroud?
C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, like who has impressed you more with functional athleticism?
That would be C.J. Stroud.
C.J. Stroud. Like there was an element to Davis where everything just felt so mechanical, and very, very stiff. And it just, there were a lot of things, and he has good attributes, but the whole package just isn't put together nearly the same way it is with C.J. Stroud. So, and I'm like, there's a reason Davis Mills went in the third round. It's not. It wasn't. It would have been awesome if it had worked out. And I was telling Lamont this the other day because Lamont was accusing me of carrying water for Nick Caserio on something. I can't even remember what it was. But like when it comes to drafting quarterbacks, I was all for drafting Davis Mills in the third round. And I still approve the signing of Brock Osweiler because that same strategy of just constantly signing or drafting quarterbacks is what ultimately led you to Deshaun Watson the next year.
That's right.
Drafting C.J. Stroud with a number 2 pick overall when maybe a lot of people didn't have grades. Maybe Nick or D'Amico didn't feel all that comfortable with it. You never know. But you just have to keep taking swings at the plate. Like, it's so foolish to think that there's any general manager out there who doesn't whiff the majority of the time. So with quarterbacks, you just have to continually take your shot, and you might feel good about the positive attributes about a guy, but you just never know until they get into the NFL. So it's and that's where. So I'm. Like, I hope, hopefully, for Davis Mills' sake, I hope he develops into a guy that gets other shots and everything. But it just, he looks a lot like what you usually expect out of a third-round pick.
He's a solid backup. For being a third-round pick and he's in his third year, he's a solid backup quarterback. That's what he is. Yeah. And that's, and there's no crime in that. Last one from D'Amico here. I give the guys credit, Ron and Clint. They tried to get information on the future of Titus Howard along this offensive line. Do you envision Titus Howard returning to right tackle?
Yeah, I'm not going to discuss, our pieces up front and how we move guys around with our star players. We'll have the best 5 guys out there.
All right, D'Amico, is Michael Dieter going to be your center?
We'll see.
And then Clint went on to say, I'm just yanking your chain, D'Amico.
Was that hey, Ben, can you play just the first part where D'Amico is talking and see if you can hear a skeptical snort in there?
Yeah, I'm not going to discuss, our pieces up front and how we move guys around with our star players.
Is that show?
There it is. I don't know. Play it one more time. Can we isolate the
guys around with our.
Yeah, that's show for sure.
It sounds almost like it's like he's about to.
Show seems like more of a skeptical sneer guy. Clint, I think, would just exclaim something very Baytown at the time.
I think he's silly as hell.
Yeah,
the part I like this. If I were trying to repress a skeptical snort or just a snort of some sort, it would be when D'Amico said, "We're not going to discuss how we move guys around," and my thought would be like, When does that offensive line move guys around? Like they're pretty good at doing their pass set and not getting shoved into the quarterback. Yeah. But when it comes to the run game and actually moving guys around, not a whole lot of it.
Not
a whole lot of it.
Not happening. All right, let's get into some headlines next. The latest on the Astros managerial search. Rockets Lakers tonight at Toyota Center. We got some college football playoff rankings. Man, things are popping here on a Wednesday. Stay there. Headlines are next. It's Payne and Pendergast, Sports Radio 610.
It is.
professional.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, let's get into it. Today's headlines. Hey, let's start with the Astros. We haven't talked about the Stros yet. Dana Brown is at the general managers meetings. Chandler Rome has an article. Dana Brown did some media yesterday and talked about the managerial search. And Joe Espada is believed to be, I think, if you were doing an odds board on who the next Astros manager is going to be, Joe Espada, the Astros bench coach for the last handful of seasons, seems to be the favorite in the clubhouse. He's interviewed for the Astros opening. Espada has. There have been reports that Dana Brown really likes Joe Espada, may want to hire Joe Espada, but the team is going to continue to move deliberately, interviewing other candidates. Dana Brown said Tuesday that Espada would not be permitted to speak with the Milwaukee Brewers, who are a team that, or any other interested team, until Houston makes its final choice. Dana Brown said, quote, "We hold the keys to permission. We have to go through this process before we can allow Joe to go interview, because what if he goes there and gets the job? That's pulling from our guys. If we don't hire him and they're looking for a manager and they request permission, he would definitely be a guy we would say, hey, yeah, you can talk to him." That's a quote from Dana Brown. Chandler Rome clarifies here in this article. He says, Espada, however, does not need the Astros' permission. He coached this season in the final year of his contract. A person familiar with the situation told The Athletic on Tuesday the contract expired on October 31st, meaning Espada is free to speak with other teams. So that's an interesting disconnect right there.
Yeah, I really, really hope that there's some kind of maybe like a temporary non-compete or something that binds them. I would prefer that the case not be that you're just perhaps
oversight.
Maybe your favorite candidate. Let's say theoretically Espada is the favorite candidate, and you don't realize, oh wait, yeah, he's actually allowed to interview. God, I hope there's more to the story than that. I hope there's more to the picture than just what Chandler Rome reported right there.
Yeah, like that's one takeaway. It's like, okay, well, the GM said that they were going to prevent him from talking to other teams, but contractually there's belief that he could go do that if he wanted to. Independent of that, Chandler does point out, Seth, that Brown's quotes do accentuate the legitimacy of Espada's chances. You know, that he's openly talking about, yeah, we're not going to let him talk to these teams or that team. And so we'd seen, I think it was Bob Nightingale this weekend from USA Today say that Joe Espada is who Dana Brown would want right now to be the Astros manager.
Yeah, and I think for the most part it seems like players really, really like him. Not that I'm almost not interested in a coach that's too popular with the players, because then they seem to be prone to like, hey, pick your catcher. That's cool. No big deal. Oh, is that what makes you comfortable? Then let's go with that guy. But also I think Espada filling in the lineup decisions he made with the pinch hitting after Dusty was ejected in the ALCS. He did a very good job there, you know. I almost wonder if this is where I'm trying to paint everything with I'm looking at everything through rose-colored glasses. Mm-hmm. If Dana Brown says that they're not going to let him interview or what have you, and he's mistaken in whether he's allowed to do that or not, maybe he's just saying that because they're in the middle of just finalizing a contract.
Could be.
You know, it might be as simple as that he's just kind of treading water until they say what they're going to say. He did say that they probably won't sign anybody before Thanksgiving, and then he said not to quote him on that.
Right.
So that was referenced in the. I'm guessing this is as you're speaking at an open mic. So like he says, don't quote me on that, but it's in front of a bunch of reporters. So he's speaking casually. He's not saying, hey, that's off the record.
Right. So I don't know. Like this Astros managerial search compared to like other coaching searches we've gone through the last few years. Look, we've been through a litany of them with the Texans. We've been through a couple with the Rockets, you know, in replacing Mike D'Antoni and then replacing Steven Silas. This one with the Astros, like unless it were somebody that, like there's no candidate out there I'm like, they got to go get that guy. Boy, if they get that guy, it's a huge difference maker. I'm more like about, like if they were to have hired Osmus, that would have been concerning to me because of what it might have said about the power structure behind the scenes, Bagwell's influence and so forth. I just don't think this is a team that needs like a new message from somebody. You know what I mean? Like that needs somebody to. It's a professional team. It's a successful team. They made the ALCS again. They got to get over the hump. They just need somebody who can maybe make little decisions at times better than Dusty did last year, I think. Like with the Yiner Maldi situation and stuff like that.
I do wonder sometimes, and this is just impossible to quantify, I guess, but it's not like this is a 100% something that you don't worry about what the analytics people say. I think most of the analytics people would agree with you. It's hard to know exactly like how a guy motivates his players or how a guy keeps that edge with some of his players. And that's what I just wonder about with Dusty compared to somebody who perhaps is a little bit more energetic. I'm not like, obviously usually that coincides with being younger, but without making it about age, somebody that maybe could turn the screws a little bit, depending on the individual. With baseball, I feel like it's much more individual, and it's much more about knowing exactly which guys respond to what. But there might be room for that. I think when guys are underperforming, or when guys okay, what I'm talking about, Sean? I'm tiptoeing around this. Kyle freaking Tucker.
Yeah.
Because this is the thing with Kyle Tucker. Yes, people are going to slump. Sometimes it comes during the playoffs, and that sucks. But Kyle Tucker took a step back defensively this year, and you can save your Gold Glove talk. Like, if you watch the games, you know what the hell I'm talking about. He's not the same guy defensively now as he was earlier. And this is a guy who, remember, again, going back to managerial influence, when Kyle Tucker first came up, A.J. Hinch thought that he didn't have the requisite level of urgency that other Astros players did. And he had to talk to him about it. And Kyle Tucker got on board. And then slowly over time, Kyle Tucker seems to have lost some of that urgency. So if it can be a guy that can get a different performance out of Kyle Tucker, then so be it. I guess the only other question I'd have is, all right, Espada's been here. Is Espada going to do anything different with Kyle Tucker now that – there's nothing – what are you going to do with it? You can't bench him. It's just so it's got to be conversations and buttons to push.
Yep. Rockets-Lakers tonight at Toyota Center as we continue with headlines. C.J. Stroud shooting the first shot for charity, the foul shot. So that'll be happening tonight if you're headed out to the game. You should know if you're going to the game tonight, if it seems like the Lakers are getting an inordinate number of calls from the officials, probably two reasons. One, they normally get a lot of calls from the officials. They have LeBron James on their team. Two, LeBron wasn't getting nearly enough calls for his liking the other night on Monday night against Miami, so the Lakers sent the equivalent sternly worded letter to the commissioner's office about the officiating. What they thought LeBron, Seth, got fouled a whole bunch of times on the way to the rim, attacking the rim against the Miami Heat, and I think he only shot 4 free throws in the whole game. So they're very, very angry about the lack of free throws that LeBron was able to get on Monday night.
The other thing that I guess the big attention-grabbing matchup would be Dylan Brooks, notorious aspiring bear poker. He likes to poke bears, or he claims that he pokes bears.
Right.
He sometimes seems to more just like infuriate bears or get bears going. That's the problem. I don't think Dylan Brooks understands is that poking the bear is generally considered to be a bad thing.
It's dangerous.
And that it results in – so like Dylan Brooks said, I poke bears, and then, then his team got trounced.
Yeah.
Like, that's exactly – like, okay, no, like poking bears – nobody says like, wow, in that situation, that guy poked the bear, and then kicked the bear's ass. No, you just go kick the bear's ass. So how about no poking, no needling, and just winning?
Kick the bear in the face.
Poking the bear, getting fined, not talking to the media. He's talking about how he hates the media yesterday. Just fine, that's cool. But just if you're going to poke the bear, go ahead and do harm to the bear afterwards.
It's a big referendum on my fandom of Dylan Brooks tonight. It's the first chance to have Dylan Brooks on my team when he goes against LeBron James. So let's see how this goes. You're right, Seth. That's a good subplot to this game tonight. Last thing, headlines. College football playoff rankings are out. Top 8, same as last week. So the top 4 remains in order. Ohio State, Georgia, Michigan, Florida State. Washington and Oregon remain the first 2 out. Texas sitting at 7 right now. So Texas still very much in the hunt to get to the college football playoff. All right. You okay?
Sunshine. Oh, I just got sent a play-by-play from the game I was at on Saturday. Real quick, here's your 10-second synopsis of how my Cornell Penn game went.
You were at live.
Yeah, I was at, and this is what happened. 16-play drive by Cornell down to the 3-yard line. Scores 16-8. 16-play drive. Cornell decides to kick a field goal. Field goal blocked. Next play, University of Pennsylvania, 1 play, 96-yard touchdown. Next drive, Cornell. So now the score is 23-8. Cornell has a 12-play drive, gets down to 4th and goal at the Penn 1, turnover on downs. That's why.
That was how your day went on Saturday.
That was such a frustrating game, yeah.
Dude, that is
I
bad.
went full sports radio mode at the end of that.
I was going to say, can you imagine that happened with the Texans? My God.
I was telling all the tuba players in the band, we were sitting next to the band, exactly what was going on out there.
That's awesome. That's awesome. All right, 7 o'clock hour coming up. Let's circle back. C.J. Stroud, one of the silliest conspiracy theories that I've heard on how the Texans wound up with C.J. Stroud as their quarterback. You will not want to miss this. It is next. Men's T Clinic. It is the month of November.
presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. Just cruising along, 7 o'clock hour. Good to be with you. So the Pat McAfee show yesterday, I apologize. I don't know the specific names of his various minions on the set there, Seth.
They're all buddies of his from, I don't know, growing up or college or whatever. So it's one of his buddies. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't think you need to know their names.
Yeah. So, but if
this is what you need to know. There's not a chance in hell they'd be there if they weren't buddies with.
Right.
With Pat McAfee.
They're not conventional broadcasters. That said, we'll probably all end up
even
working.
if they weren't conventional broadcasters. There's plenty of non-conventional broadcasters. Like there's no talent of theirs got them to where they are right there. They're buddies with Pat.
Right.
Yeah.
And so Pat lets them dish on the show from time to time. Hell, he'll let them mix in a question for a guest from time to time. To wit, the dude with the mullet asking J.J. Watt last week about Johnny Greenard. So this was not Mullet Guy. This was the guy that sits next to Mullet Guy. But this was a conspiracy theory that this McAfee minion states with great confidence he thinks to be true about information leakage before the draft involving the S2 test. We had speculated maybe it was Bryce Young's camp that was leaking the S2 scores to people because Bryce did so well on it, and it made him look good, and it vaulted him to the number one pick in the draft potentially. McAfee minion dude goes completely 180 opposite as to who might have been leaking the S2, who, by the way, C.J. Stroud did not score well on it. He was among the lowest of the quarterbacks that were coming out in this draft.
Well, do you think, like, now it almost becomes more apparent, or it seems likely that Houston was the one leaking all that negative shit about C.J. Stroud?
Whoa.
Like,
Cereal would never.
Well, I mean,
you're right. Jack Eastby left the building, though.
If they knew that he was potentially going to do this, like, it just a masterful move by kind of handcuffing Carolina and being like, no, you guys got Steph Curry. Take Steph Curry. We'll take, Bogdan Bogdanović with the second pick and be okay with it, when they knew, like, hey, this is the best guy in this draft class.
All right, Seth, what do you think?
This is he said it seems likely now, right?
Yeah.
Like he wasn't just throwing out that it was like is a great. This is what, man, people are watching too much. There's too much good cable television. There's like all these conspiracy theories and everything. The problem with that kind of thinking is that I'm not saying that teams wouldn't or haven't tried things like that before, but like to say that that's the likely thing. The problem with that is that when you do stuff like that, word gets around, and like is that how most teams would want to start out the relationship with their actual their franchise quarterback or potential franchise quarterback? Hey, by the way, we robbed you of what could have been millions of dollars. So it's like a stupid thing you can throw out there with zero evidence, and because it makes sense on some level. But practically, it doesn't make any sense at all. It annoys me, though, that like now that dude is on ESPN giving opinions even dumber than the ones that are already on a lot of the ESPN shows and Fox Sports shows and all of those, like those intentionally attention-grabbing, clickbaity types of opinions. That's especially a dumb one to just throw out throw it out and say it's likely.
Yeah.
That's the part that annoys me. It's likely that that's what's happening. Wait a second. Likely? So you're saying the nefarious plot to sabotage somebody's draft status so you yourself can get him. That's the likely thing that happened. That means it's more. He thinks there's a greater percentage chance that happened than just that. Like the S2 cognition test, which was already out there, and teams already had that score. Let's remember this too. This is why this is especially stupid. Everybody knows what the S2 cognition scores are. Like only about a quarter of the teams subscribe to the S2 test, but generally people have ways of figuring out what they are and everything. So it's not like that. They didn't have to leak that to the media. And mind you, the Panthers are one of the teams that subscribe to the S2 cognition test. You idiot. You stupid fool. You moron. The Texans had to leak the S2 scores so the team that subscribes to the S2 cognition test would know what the S2 cognition scores are.
Yeah. It's likely it's likely that happens, Seth.
It's likely that the Texans tried to sabotage C.J. Stroud by informing the Panthers of a test score that the Panthers already knew about.
Right,
I got it.
Right.
I got it.
Right.
Says people are doing a job on my mental health, man. It's the only thing I get worked up about anymore is stupid people.
All right, well, let's shift gears.
There's only several of them in America.
There's only
it's really hard. Somehow they keep finding me.
There's only 27 in America, and they all find Seth Payne. Evan Washburn, sideline reporter for CBS. I'm guessing he was doing the game this weekend. I have only watched the condensed version of the replay. We don't watch the broadcast at the game because we're up in the press box. I'm assuming that he was part of Ian Eagle's team doing this game because he had a lot of intel on C.J. Stroud and his relationship with his fellow quarterbacks. He was video surfaced yesterday of Evan Washburn talking about the Texans, talking about C.J. Stroud and his relationship with Case Keenum and Davis Mills. And I think this circles back earlier in a way to what we heard D'Amico Ryans talk about, and we'll hear again on the show. But D'Amico was asked by the guys in the afternoon yesterday, Clint and Ron, about what's the thing that jumps out at you about C.J. Stroud. And D'Amico said the way he inspires his teammates, it's very clear there's a respect level with C.J. Stroud's teammates that transcends just your normal 22-year-old rookie quarterback. And it includes his fellow quarterbacks in that room. Here was Evan Washburn on C.J. Stroud's relationship with Case Keenum.
Case Keenum and C.J. Stroud have developed such a chemistry. Keenum is the negotiator in Houston, and specific to this role, it's supporting C.J. Stroud in the meeting room, in the quarterback room, as sometimes playing the bad cop in situations where they'll be in a meeting, something will come up, and all C.J. has to do is kind of give Case a look, and Case knows, okay, that means my quarterback doesn't necessarily like that. He wants something else. I'll step up. I'll make a point as the 35-year-old vet in the room and say, hey, why don't we run it this way? Why don't we do this way? So that CJ, as he put it to us, doesn't always have to be the guy asking for something to change.
Okay, Evan, I don't know if CJ wanted that out there necessarily.
I know.
It seems like you just kind of ruined the bad cop dynamic there.
I don't know if that's I don't know if that's a fawning story that maybe Evan Washburn thinks it is. Like, hey, CJ secretly plots against his offensive coordinator. But
I had to listen to it a couple times. It sounds like I could see where CJ might be pretty particular about certain things.
Yeah. No. But I could also see, you know what, given that, sorry, go ahead.
No. Just real quick. He didn't make it sound like CJ never taught. Like, he didn't make it sound like that's the way it always happens. You know.
Right. No, he doesn't always. Right, but he doesn't always want to be the guy that's shooting something down.
Yeah.
I do wonder though too, because CJ's talked about how was it during the press conference or maybe with Mark and John. He was talking about how on the sideline sometimes like Davis and Case will be like basically talking something over or discussing something and everything, and CJ's just kind of sitting there waiting for them to figure it out, like to basically give him the advice or whatever. He's like, yeah, it's like a committee effort. So they've got a really good rapport and relationship with each other. So I wonder if it's more like, like again, because it's like Evan Washburn's not trying to sell a salacious story or anything.
No.
I wonder if maybe he's misphrasing the story a little bit in that I think the more realistic scenario is that CJ might look at Case and be like, I don't know, what do you think about that? And then Case speaks up, like if he agrees that there's an issue or something.
Yeah.
Then, yeah.
I think, just if I'm thinking ahead to, and we're going to get to CJ's relationship with Davis, which to me is the more intriguing thing, just because Davis was here starting for this team the last 2 years. But I think the thing I thought of with Case, because we know Case is at a stage of his career where this feels like as much like an apprenticeship to become a coach as it does him being an emergency quarterback right now, Seth. And I could see where this is the first seeds of the progression plan coaching-wise in terms of keeping a group around C.J. Stroud for his formative years, where Bobby Slowick were to go somewhere else after a couple years and get a job, and Gerard's the next guy in line, and then it's Case Keenum, who's the quarterback's coach, that kind of thing, where it's, Case is sort of a de facto coach right now.
Yeah.
Is this sort of just his apprenticeship to eventually being part of the actual coaching staff that works with C.J. Stroud?
That's a good question. And it worked. I think that my recommendation from the very beginning was that D'Amico, as a defensive-minded head coach, just keep a constant pipeline of potential coaches. So it doesn't have to be, the idiotic master plan of having one day Josh McCown take over, and that's your plan from the get-go. But it can be keeping guys like, let's say, Josh McCown. It would have been an awesome idea to keep Josh McCown in the hopper as a potential future head coach. Maybe after he was a quarterback's coach or a professional head coach of any type.
Like he is now in Carolina, right?
Yeah. Oh, by the way, and I've got some numbers that are interesting about Carolina.
We'll get to them.
And what kind of magic Josh McCown is weaving out there in Charlotte. So, but yeah, I think right between Gerard Johnson, Bill Lazor on staff has been an offensive coordinator before and now is getting intimate experience with all of this. You have Case Keenum. So yeah, if you're gonna lose Bobby Slowick at some point, and listen, I know everybody wants to believe, like, no, nobody would ever get hired after just 1 year. It's happened a bunch already to people in the McVay and Shanahan tree. There's at least 3 head coaches who only had 1 year as a play caller before they became head coaches after being in the Shanahan system. So it's very possible. So then, yeah, you got to have multiple guys you feel good about elevating. And I feel, I do think they have those guys right now. The other part, the Bryce Young stats. Real quick.
Well, and you know what? Save them, Seth, because we got to get to Davis and CJ here, and we're going to talk about. We're going to talk about the Panthers in the next. Save those. Evan Washburn.
They'll be gone. But go ahead.
Talked about.
I'm not going to remember.
Save them. Here is Evan Washburn on CJ's relationship with Davis Mills.
And then you add in Davis Mills. And I thought CJ was really honest with us about this. He was concerned coming in as the top pick, and with Davis Mills still being on the roster, that there might be, I don't know about friction, but it could be a bit awkward. That hasn't been the case. Davis Mills is number 2. Case Keenum is emergency number 3 in the negotiator. And they have an unbelievable chemistry and bond to the point where every Friday night it's Case, his fiance, Davis, his wife, and C.J. Stroud going out for a nice dinner. C.J. Stroud joking that he's the 5th wheel.
Okay, he's the 5th. I think he said Case Keenum's fiance. Case is married.
He's been married for like 15 years.
Yeah. Just to be clear, that jumped out at me. I'm like, wait, whoa.
This is where I'm telling you. You can't I think Evan Washburn's getting the spirit of the story, but not necessarily the total story down. Yeah.
As I think I texted you a couple Fridays ago, I was witness to one of those 5th wheel dinners over at the original Carrabba's on Kirby.
Yeah.
CJ was out with the quarterbacks and the significant others.
I like the picture. It's just like 3 hours of Case's wife and Davis's fiance grilling CJ about his dating life.
Yes,
and either approving or disapproving of whichever young lady he might be dating.
That'll be a big day when he's no longer the 5th wheel and he's bringing someone with. That'll be bigger than
gonna be tough. That's a lot of pressure.
Family. Yeah,
that's a lot of pressure for some date of DJ's.
Yeah. Quarterback's wife, is that's a prominent position, as we know.
Yeah.
All right, so there you go. CJ doing a good job in the quarterback room, nurturing those relationships.
So Davis, do you remember? Did you see the story about Cam Newton said that. What's his name? Your guy,
Jimmy Clausen. I did see
Jimmy
this.
Clausen.
Cam smoking a cigar, driving a car, telling the story. Yeah.
When Cam Newton was drafted, Jimmy Clausen was the quarterback who had his number at Carolina, number 2, and he requested $1 million for the jersey number from Cam Newton.
Yeah.
To which Cam Newton said, "No way in hell."
Yeah, that's on brand for Jimmy Clausen.
What's his deal, man?
I don't know. He's got one of those faces, dude. He's got one of those
faces, and he backs it up.
Yeah.
I wonder, does the face? Okay, with guys like that have a face like that, just like Zach Wilson.
Yep.
Is it that because of their face, because they look like that guy, they end up getting treated a certain way, and then they act that way over time, or it's like a self-fulfilling prophecy, or is it just that? Is it that somehow in acting the way they do over time, they develop that face?
I don't know. I just know that if some scientist somewhere wanted to assemble a team of people to research this, where you had to literally leave your job and go help research, I would leave my job to go research this. The punchable face syndrome of these guys who have that kind of like smushed down face where all the features are within like 4 inches of the top of the eyebrows to the bottom of the chin. It's all kind
Is
of
what it is. It's almost
Yes.
like there's something about it where it looks like they should be good-looking guys. They're blonde, which is annoying because 80s movies have taught us to fear the blonde jock.
Yep.
But then also, there's something about there's a smirk or something to it.
Yes.
There's like a little cocky rich kid smirk,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
There's something
yes.
about it. They look like little rich kids. too.
Yes.
That's what really annoys
We're getting
you.
to the heart of this thing
And
right
he
now.
wasn't Jimmy Clausen a little rich kid?
Yes, he was. Oh, yeah. Southern California private school. Absolutely.
I want to punch him right now.
Oh,
Where is he?
where is
Bring
he?
him to me.
Clausen. Ben, bring us Clausen now. Stat.
I have a business proposal. You, me, I'm going to punch you.
That's it.
I'll give you some clout on social media.
All right. We talked earlier this week about how the Arizona matchup with the Texans has changed because of a quarterback decision or a quarterback transaction. Kyler Murray activated. We've got 2 games that got confirmed changed yesterday for the Texans with one decision. We'll get to that. And yes, Bryce Young's saga in Charlotte is so much fun to watch from afar. We will get to that next as well. You know what's not fun? Sleeping next to that right there. Sleeping next to that noise. Snoring. Horrible. That was me. It was me for a long, long time. I stopped doing that about
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. So the Tennessee Titans, it is coach press conference official. They've named Will Levis the starting quarterback. Ryan Tannehill, healthy enough to play. He will be Will Levis's backup. So, Seth, they have moved on officially to the Will Levis era in Tennessee. So it looks like, barring any change in health or a really, really poor performance between now and then by Will Levis, it looks like for those two games in December, Week 15 and Week 17, we're going to get Will Levis versus C.J. Stroud, which is a whole lot of fun.
Will Levis right now has completed 60.3% of his passes for 500 yards even, with 4 touchdowns, 1 interception. He had that very, very good first game, and he was fine enough in his second game. It wasn't, it was 0 touchdowns, 1 interception in a 20-16 loss versus Pittsburgh. I was happy that, that first, CJ picked a bad week to have his worst game, in that it was A, opposite of Bryce Young, and B, Will Levis went off.
Same week.
That was annoying. The city was in a little bit of a funk between that and losing the ALCS. I felt like the city of Houston was in the doldrums last week. So CJ lifted 6 million people out of the doldrums, minus however many stupid Cowboys fans
right.
out of the doldrums by having that incredible performance on Sunday.
Yeah. The 5-touchdown performance was a big middle finger to Will Levis. Like, yeah, nice 4 touchdowns, bro. I'm going to go get 5, including 1 with 6 seconds left to win the game. Yeah. Take that. So right now, once Anthony Richardson comes back next year, healthy for like 2 weeks till he gets hurt again, the quarterbacks in this division going into next season will be Trevor Lawrence, C.J. Stroud, Will Levis, and Anthony Richardson. You and I were saying that before the draft. Like, this has a chance. Now, I think this is when we all thought that the Titans would be using the 11th pick on a quarterback, not the 33rd pick or whatever it was. But who cares? All's well that ends well. Like, if Will Levis winds up being a guy who's a capable starting quarterback, if Anthony Richardson winds up being a guy who's a capable starting quarterback, then these division games have way more juice. Just way more juice. These are 4 quarterbacks who are all under the age of 25, and 3 of them are top 4 draft picks, and the other one was a guy who was, up until draft night, thought to be a top 5 guy until he fell to 33. If you had to buy stock in one or the other, Seth, Will Levis or Anthony Richardson?
Oh, boy. Oh, that's a good question. And here's the thing. They both might be injury prone. Mm-hmm. And Anthony Richardson, though, seems to have had more severe injuries than Will Levis. Will Levis was banged all the hell up, but last year, his final year, and that's where some people made excuses for him, which, it can be a valid excuse, except that with quarterbacks especially, there just tends to be a certain durability factor that some guys have and some guys don't. I guess I'm gonna have to say Will Levis. They both have these issues where they can make really nice throws, but they're just not consistent at it. And they'll both be like way off the mark at times. Gosh, it's a really good question. Long term, I feel like if Will Levis is going to make it, it's not going to be because of his athleticism, purely because of his athleticism, or it won't necessarily be the driving force behind it. Whereas with Anthony Richardson, the thing that makes him special is his athleticism. And I don't see how he can be as injury prone as he is while still using all of that athleticism. Like, I feel like RG3, RG3. Now, RG3 was a much more gifted passer. Yeah. Like, RG3 could assassinate you with his deep ball. Yep. But once he lost that athleticism because of injury, he just wasn't the same guy. And I would see Anthony Richardson being that same. I don't like either of them. Like, I'm not really. They're just both way too erratic. But I would go with Will Levis just based on that.
Unavailability. I'm with you on Levis. My only hesitation is, am I getting too clouded by the fact that he's looked good in his first 2 games? Looked really good in his first game. And, the stats weren't great in the second game, but it was against the Steelers. It was on the road. It was on Thursday night, and he did make some good throws in that game. He had him right at the doorstep at the end of the game.
Yeah, he had a nice drive, and it just, he couldn't finish it, right?
Yeah.
You don't give him, bonus points for effort or anything, but he didn't look out of place,
right?
So you could see it going either way at this point. We all know, I would still say it, even though it's increasingly less and less of a factor, but. Like most rookie quarterbacks or young quarterbacks, until you have 16 games, you don't know for sure. With CJ, defenses have thrown a lot at him already, and the way he's crossed some of those barriers makes me feel very, very optimistic about him. But certainly just after 2 or 3 games, you have no way. Like even with Bryce Young is struggling in a lot of ways, but there's no way I would sit here and say, well, yeah, that's it for him. He's not going to make it.
Right, same thing. That said, speaking of Bryce Young, I was listening in on WFNZ in Charlotte yesterday, as I like to do for 10 or 15 minutes every day, just to revel in the fact that we have C.J. Stroud and they don't. And I say this as somebody who wanted the Texans to get Bryce Young, so this is not me sitting here telling everybody, yeah, I've been saying this all along. I have done the 180 that is necessary to do, but yesterday afternoon, Seth, it was so nice to hear another city doing this segment. The Is This Rock Bottom? Not even a segment. They spent the whole show. Is this rock bottom for the Panthers? And if it's not, what would rock bottom be? And they were taking phone calls from people about what rock bottom would have to look like for the Carolina Panthers. And I sat there and I listened. I said, oh, God, it is so glad to be. I'm so glad. It is so nice to be out of this. Frank Reich did his press conference yesterday and was asked, they play Chicago tomorrow night on Thursday Night Football. A game that you can hear at your own risk here on Sports Radio 610. Chicago versus Carolina. Here was Frank Reich. If you recall, part of the trade, these are the 2 teams that made the deal to allow Carolina to move up and draft Bryce Young. And part of that deal was they just threw in DJ Moore into the deal to get it done. All that draft capital. Oh, and here you go. Here's DJ Moore, Chicago. You can have him too. And he's been great this year. He's a top 10 receiver this year. Here was Frank Reich yesterday, Carolina coach, on did he have any say in mixing DJ Moore into that trade?
Knew he was a great player, but when you find your quarterback, you got to go all in. You can't look back, and those are really hard decisions. And especially what makes it harder is with a guy like even though I didn't know him, I know that'd even be harder for everybody else here that did know him. But when you find the quarterback that you want, you have to be willing to make that. You have to be willing to make that deal, and that's just part of the business that stinks, but. You're taking steps to build a championship franchise, and getting your quarterback is a big deal. And so that's the move we made.
Okay. You still got those Bryce Young stats up that you had the last segment?
Yeah, I do. It's funny because I know I was led to believe that CJ was in a much better situation, that Bryce Young was in a much better situation than CJ. And the loss of DJ Moore wasn't nearly as big a deal as CJ going to the worst team that's ever existed in pro sports ever. Because let's see. So the NFL Next Gen stats, these are always interesting, like without getting too overly complicated about it. Okay, aggressiveness percentage. So this is the percentage of time that a quarterback throws into tight windows. How often does he need to or choose to throw into a tight window? The least aggressive quarterback in all of NFL football this year so far is Bryce Young.
What's up, guys? How we doing? Everyone good?
Yeah. He's just ahead of Daniel Jones. And then this is always a curious one, is Pat Mahomes, who still, as much as people want to cry a river for Pat Mahomes and how awful it is for him there, he gets a lot of wide open receivers too. So, Bryce Young, least aggressive. The other part, though, too, so that's partly, the receivers that he has versus how aggressive is he actually choosing to throw the ball? The air yards to the sticks. So, how often is he throwing short of the sticks? Bryce Young is the least aggressive quarterback when it comes to throwing short of the sticks in all of professional football.
He's got to be. Yeah, no, dude. Yeah. When we were doing the prep that week for that game between the Texans and the Panthers, I was stunned at the yards per catch numbers for their receiving core.
They are terrified to throw it at or beyond the sticks. The most aggressive is Ryan Tannehill. C.J. Stroud is the 5th most aggressive in terms of how close to or beyond or the sticks that he throws.
5th most.
Yeah.
Okay, that passes the eye test.
Yeah,
I would say.
So, he puts a lot of when it comes to a lot of the aggressive stats, like that day that CJ said after the Panthers game that we got to push it downfield more. It wasn't like a season-long trend that they hadn't been pushing the ball downfield. They've been very aggressive throwing the ball downfield. Like he's intended air yards, so like how far is the thing supposed to travel in the air, whether it's caught or not. CJ Stroud is 4th in the league in that. Like his average yards per attempt is really high. They've been very aggressive.
Dude, do you think Dave Tepper could whack everybody in Carolina, that whole staff? Do you think could he be a one and done?
Yeah, he's Dan Snyder. He's going to be – I think Dave Tepper is the next Dan Snyder. I think there's a part of him that thinks he's smarter than everybody else, and but yet at the same time has no follow-through whatsoever. So he's just going to he's going to continue to either push for, advocate, or allow super aggressive decisions and then immediately blame everybody else as soon as it happens. The only thing that can save him from becoming Daniel Snyder – I suppose at this point is just if they somehow have some success of some sort.
Yeah.
But like other than that, I see it headed that way.
That's scary. If you're a fan of that team, and I don't lose any sleep over this. It's not my team. I don't care. But that's the worst. Like that, because you can't fire that guy. The
only thing I guess, you can't fire him. I guess the one thing that maybe he'll get bored. He'll either figure it out and he'll back off a little bit, or he'll get bored. The thing about Dan Snyder was that, Washington was his boyhood. That was his team growing up, and that was his dream. And also, Washington as a franchise is just such a machine. Their fan base is so huge and loyal, even through a lot of the really, really bad decades recently. They're like, that's just a machine of a business. I wonder if Tepper loses the joy in running that thing.
Yeah,
I don't know.
We'll see. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Top of the hour, we will do the top 8 stories at 8 o'clock. John McClain joins us at 8:23 today, so we'll get thoughts from the Hall of Famer, John McClain. He will join us for his weekly visit. Up next, Boomer Sports Minute earlier in the show. Little disrespect, I think, for one of the more prominent Houston Texans from this past Sunday. Yeah.
Boomer is disrespecting a Houston Texan?
I don't think he meant to, but maybe he did. Who knows? Maybe he's got beef.
He's sneaky that way.
Yep. We'll see. We'll let you hear it, and we'll get to headlines at the top of the hour next. But first, West Point Lincoln. Chris Poulos and the crew over at West Point Lincoln. Chris owns the place now. He was the VP GM for a number of years.
for this month.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Kind of fun when Boomer Esiason does his sports minute and it mentions something Houston. Always perks my ears up to see what people outside of Houston are thinking about different things. Here's Boomer Esiason about an hour or so ago, handing out some game balls to some Houston Texans.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Houston's rookie quarterback, wide receiver combo of C.J. Stroud and Tank Dell, along with vet tight end Dalton Schultz, lead off the parade of game balls. What a performance by that Texans trio. Speaking of rookies, Baltimore running back Keaton Mitchell made a statement. Max Crosby, Dalvin Tomlinson, and Kenny Moore were defensive studs. And Vegas's Antonio Pierce won his head coaching debut. Congratulations to all on Boomer Esiason.
Okay, the other guys are there, whatever. They can have their game balls. Good job, guys. C.J. Stroud, Tank Dell, Dalton Schultz, got no issue with any of those guys getting a game ball. Somewhere, Noah Brown driving into the building maybe right now, got his coffee, he's driving in, and he heard that, and he just took his coffee and he threw it at the radio. Don't shoot the messenger. I mean, it's just Noah Brown was the leading receiver amongst all Texans pass catchers in that game.
Yeah, that's messed up, man.
Yeah.
That's messed up, bro. I would want to, if Tank Dell, if you wanted to give him, props for the 2 touchdowns over somebody else, then so be it. But Noah Brown, okay. This was obviously blatant disrespect by Boomer and very, very intentional. Very intentional.
Yes. We're here for you,
Brown. I doubt it was intentional, but I do wonder. Remember Noah Brown, when asked a question somebody specifically said, "Hey, Noah Brown, you played for Dak Prescott. How is CJ similar to Dak Prescott?" And this was during mini camps. So Noah Brown said, "Well, they're similar in this regard, that regard. And yeah, I could see CJ being as good as Dak Prescott." That got taken and blown up. And honestly, people nationally were talking smack about Noah Brown, and some idiots in Dallas were offended that Noah Brown was talking trash about Dak Prescott. It was the dumbest thing ever. So I feel like I don't think Boomer is one of these people, but I do feel like there are probably some people that are like, well, he's still not that good, hey. We're not talking about whether he's going to the Hall of Fame or not. Acknowledge one good performance, damn it.
Absolutely. 6 catches, 153 yards for Noah Brown yesterday.
Seems like a pretty good performance.
It's pretty solid.
It was Sunday, but yeah.
Pretty solid performance. Landry posted these numbers yesterday, and it's funny. For whatever reason, I got thinking about Brandon Cooks the last couple days. Just, oh, yeah, that's right. He got traded up to Dallas. He wanted out of here because this was just such a horrible place to be with no Jack Easterby around. So be careful what you wish for. Brandon Cooks, in 7 games, has 17 catches for 165 yards. He's averaging under 9 yards or under 10 yards per catch, 9.7 yards per catch. Noah Brown, who was basically doing the Brandon Cooks role for the Cowboys last year, but they just let him walk to the Texans for a few $1 million. 14 catches, 267 yards, 19 yards per catch, including that 75-yard touchdown he had on Sunday in just 4 games. He's missed a few games.
This was the whole thing with Brandon Cooks, is that obviously he had some kind of an axe to grind with Nick Caserio because Caserio paid him too much, which made him hard to trade. So he was mad that the Texans wouldn't trade him. But one of the biggest barriers to him getting traded was that he had a huge contract that Nick Caserio had given. And for that, he would never forgive Nick Caserio. And obviously there was a whole lot more to it, but it was pretty damn funny given the circumstances. But then I did wonder, I was always surprised that maybe there wasn't more of an effort, and who knows what exactly went on behind the scenes, but I felt like if D'Amico had sat and talked to Brandon Cooks and maybe given it some time, that maybe fences could have been mended. Who knows? I don't know. Maybe it was impossible. But that's what I was hoping for. I wasn't 100%. I didn't absolutely have to have Brandon Cooks back. I was kind of tired of his dour face, his constant looking like he was smelling somebody's fart. But other than that, yeah, it's I shed no tears for him being underutilized, supposedly, in Dallas.
None. Well, and Mike McCarthy even had to address it yesterday in his press conference because I guess Cooks in the game on 2 things. Cooks in the game on Sunday against the Eagles only had 1 catch for 7 yards or something like that. And two, he was open at the very end of the game on the play where Prescott tried to hit the tight end. Cooks was wide open in the end zone, and Dak just didn't see him or whatever. But
shame.
McCarthy's quote was, "Hey, I don't play fantasy football." Like
fantasy football, the goals of a lot of fantasy players and the goals of a head football coach, they do coincide in some regards.
Yeah, no kidding.
Like scoring touchdowns, generally a good thing in both fantasy football and in reality. It'd be one thing if the Cowboys were just torching the league and you asked a question about Brandon Cooks, then you could be like, listen, we're not playing fantasy football. Sometimes Brandon's going to have opportunities and what have you. But like Mike McCarthy, you're not torching the league, okay? No. People are wondering what the hell Dak Prescott even is, okay? So fantasy football or not, he's not killing it. Yeah. He's not killing it in any type of football right now. And you, as the offensive coordinator, you're not killing it in any type of football right now either.
No.
Damn it.
I'm enjoying Brandon Cook's failure for sure. Speaking of guys who played for Dallas last year and they're on the Texans now, I have not heard the audio. I didn't get to hear Dalton Schultz's interview on Texans All Access last night, but I did see some of the Twitter about how much he loves blocking. Like he just savors the opportunity to get physical and block people, and I haven't heard it yet. I'm assuming this is something that you might hear on In the Loop today. I don't know. This feels like audio Landry would have gotten by now. I'm going to go try to find it maybe later, but apparently, Dalton Schultz on Texans All Access talked about how much he loves blocking, which there's footage out there that appears to be to the contrary. Maybe
I told you this week I was going to try to back off a little bit on Dalton Schultz because he had a really good There's plenty of receivers in the league that are just really good pass catchers, or excuse me, plenty of tight ends. Travis Kelce being one of them, who don't seem all that interested in blocking much at all. Like, if people don't care as much as they used to. I find it curious in this scheme, though, that there are times where, Dalton Schultz might indeed theoretically love blocking, but it's in the same way that sometimes you theoretically love your girlfriend when you're horny, but not all the time. Like, love her. Like, do you love her when you're tired? Do you love her when you're, when you're broke? All those things. I don't know if he loves blocking that way, but he does it at times passably well. And there's just other times where it's the worst thing you've ever seen in your life, and those are the ones that stick out in your mind. So, but he does do it passably well at times.
Okay, fair enough. As somebody points out on the text page, 5109, 5 catches for 78 yards for Noah Brown if he doesn't get that Tank Dell block. That's why.
Well, no, that's not right.
Would have been 6 catches for 78 yards. Yeah, he's saying he's saying the Tank Dell block sprung Noah Brown for 60 of those yards or whatever.
Was it how many yards did he end up having?
153. 153, yeah.
That block was on the opponent's 40.
Yeah, their numbers are wrong, but the spirit of the text is, hey man, that's why Tank Dell got the game ball.
Listen, let me tell you something. That Boomer wasn't looking at that play when he made
No, he was not. He was looking at the box score.
Down for this. Jordan is now I hate you. Listen, it's not you, Sean. What the hell are you talking about? We're sitting here, Boomer, all he was doing was looking at a damn box score, reading what his producer gave him. You think Boomer was like, well, hey, wait a second here. Wait a second. Noah Brown's on this list. Hold on. Hey, somebody pull up that touchdown. I got to see exactly what happened.
I need the Noah Brown touchdown stat. Give it to me, Mackie.
Another thing. Let me tell you another thing, damn it. Who the hell? Go ahead and show me the great wide receiver performance where there isn't some blocking involved, by the offensive line or others of some sort. So somebody who was supposed to block downfield blocked downfield, and then he ran, and then but plus he wouldn't have gotten the touchdown if he hadn't stiff-armed, if Carlton Davis hadn't allowed himself to be stiff-armed. My God. What is this anyway? Well, I don't really count any of Noah Brown's stats because those 5 offensive linemen had to block first before the ball could be thrown.
Right. Somebody texted in earlier too, Seth, that Derek Stingley Jr. posted a picture of himself in a football uniform on social media, and that should be the indicator that Derek Stingley Jr. is coming back soon.
Yeah.
I'm yet to get fluent in what all these things mean on social media when guys do certain things. I don't know.
Nobody knows.
Yeah.
Nobody knows.
I will say this: the way it works,
Sean, it's all about being cryptic these days.
Yeah, I know.
It's all ball bearings and crypticism.
I know.
Okay?
I come from an era where clarity is king. I'm sorry, the crypticism is a problem for me. I'm trying to adapt. The way the injured reserve works in bringing guys back is that they activate a practice window for 3 weeks where they're allowed to practice, but they're not on the roster. They're allowed to kind of knock off the rust and get back into game shape. We're in week 10 right now. We are getting to a point. We'll hear from D'Amico Ryans in the top 8 at 8 here in just a second and what he said about Derek Stingley Jr. to the guys on the drive yesterday. But I will say calendar-wise, Seth, we are getting to a point where we at least need to get Derek Stingley Jr. practicing again. It's week 10.
Yeah, I know. He hasn't played in a while. Did you guys watch James Harden? Do you see what happens when a finely tuned athlete doesn't practice for a while?
Right.
He was rusty.
Mm-hmm.
He was right. He looked good, but he was rusty. And likewise, I bet Derek Stingley looks just fine, but he's going to have to practice. He's going to have to work his way back in.
Yeah, man.
So there are 9 games remaining in the season.
Yeah.
It's math that I still have to think about.
I know, dude.
Simple. How many games left in the season?
Yeah.
And he's going to need at least a couple of weeks. I'm sure in his rehab and everything, he's doing a lot. But yeah, getting out and actually practicing with the team, covering guys full speed, doing all that. I would say we should hopefully, best case scenario, he would be back for the Jacksonville game.
Yeah, I was going to say, unless we get a surprise today, Jacksonville feels about right. That feels about right. D'Amico, you guys are going to hear it in about 3 minutes here. He sounds very optimistic about where Stingley is. But I don't know. We'll find out soon enough.
One more text to address. Somebody says, as I was discussing, it doesn't always look like Dalton Schultz really loves blocking. Yeah. Somebody said, Seth, you can love something you're not good at. Yeah, I would say, though, if you love it, though, there's a level of passion for it that would be obvious, where Dalton Schultz will kind of block somebody and then just stand around. He's not if you love it, you're going and then you're trying to block somebody else, or you're trying to grind people in. George Kittle. Watch George Kittle. Even on his plays where he doesn't. So as an example, maybe George Kittle has a play where he doesn't successfully block somebody. You would still never look at that play and be like, his heart's just not in it.
Yeah.
Where other guys, other tight ends, many other tight ends, I would say, oh, yeah, that guy's heart's just not in it.
Yep. The odds on CJ, you and I speculated yesterday that CJ might show up on the radar for MVP. Not that he's going to be a favorite or anything like that, but among the lower level, 100-to-1 shot, something like that. He was not on the board that Jimmy Shapiro of betonline.ag sent to us yesterday. There's only 12 players on the board. 10 of them are quarterbacks. The 2 non-quarterbacks are Christian McCaffrey and Tyreek Hill are the 2 non-quarterbacks. So there's 10 quarterbacks on the board. CJ is not one of them. But they're 4-4. You got to be on one of the elite teams to be in strong consideration for the MVP.
I wonder if does Tyreek Hill have to overcome for him to actually get for him to actually get MVP votes? I feel like he'd have to overcome a little bit of a media maybe side eye of just all right, Tyreek. You had another off-field incident this offseason, and
that's right,
I don't know, man.
I forgot about that.
You allegedly assaulted a poor boat worker.
A boat captain or something. Yeah. For what it's worth, Tyreek is at the bottom of those 12 names, so he's not really in contention. His quarterback is very much in contention, too, at Tagovailoa. Now, CJ is a virtual lock for Offensive Rookie of the Year. He's minus 500 right now. You got to risk $500 to win $100 on C.J. Stroud to win Offensive Rookie of the Year.
Where's Puka Nacua right now? Is he?
He's second, 8-1. So C.J.'s minus 500. Puka is plus 800. So there's a big gap, major gap.
I was thinking of various scenarios how CJ might lose it, but I don't want to poison the well like that.
Yeah.
I guess the other Puka Nacua is 5th in total receptions right now.
Yeah.
Is so like that. He's 4th in total yardage. He's only got 2 touchdowns, which is interesting. So just maybe the Rams in general and their offensive woes. Matt, boy, I was looking at touchdown interception ratio. That's another thing that Bryce Young is one of the worst in the league at, but so is one Matthew Stafford, too. Of guys who haven't been benched yet, I think it's Matt Stafford and Bryce Young at the top, and one other. Oh, Garoppolo is one of them.
Okay.
Garoppolo is atrocious, too.
Yeah, and he's sitting now. All right, you're listening to KLT and KLT HD2 on Odyssey Station. Let's get to the top 8 stories at 8 o'clock here. We start with?
One.
Start with the Texans. We teased this a moment ago. Here was D'Amico Ryans. He was on with Clint Stoerner and Ron Hughley yesterday afternoon on The Drive. Really good conversation. Encourage you to go back and listen to it on the Odyssey app. They asked D'Amico Ryans about the status of cornerback Derek Stingley Jr.
Yeah, Derek has had some positive weeks. He's trending in the right direction. When the right time comes, when he's fully set and ready to go, we'd love to have Derek. We've definitely missed him, missed his ability to play out there on the perimeter. He's a very talented young player, and of course we'll be excited to have him back when that time comes. But he's been doing a great job of working on the side, getting himself ready to go.
So you do expect him to return at some point this season?
Yes, yeah, we expect him to be back at some point this season.
Okay, sooner rather than later would be good.
Yeah, and like with D'Amico, I've realized I don't really try to read his tone into anything. I don't like O'Brien would kind of give things away sometimes with his tone. I'll give this, and honestly, with O'Brien, I think that to his credit, I don't think he was really good at disguising that stuff. Now sometimes it hurt him because when he would just tell you bald-faced lies. That was also very obvious, too. But sometimes he would, he tried not to give something up, but you could tell by his emotion. With D'Amico, I don't think you get that necessarily.
No.
I think he's just playing it close to the vest there. Yep. Doesn't want to give anything away. And but he did say that he will be back at some point this season.
Yep. So, yeah, good poker face by D'Amico. I would expect...
It wasn't I didn't sense he's coming back this week.
Right, he's going to get activated today. Or something like that. So we'll see. They do practice today. We'll see who's back. Juice Scruggs will be another one to keep an eye. There's a ton of guys to keep an eye on from this game this past Sunday where the Texans had about a half dozen guys leave that game because of injury. So today will be a very interesting practice, an interesting injury report. I would say the other thing we're keeping an eye on the injury report, Seth, given the opponent this Sunday, is Jamar Chase of the Bengals because the injury report will include both teams. Chase with the back.
Right, because Collinsworth, when seeing Jamar Chase take a nasty fall on Sunday Night Football, Collinsworth said he's going to be sore tomorrow. And then Adam Schefter confirmed that he was indeed sore the day after playing a professional football game, and that there was a chance that he might possibly not be available. To which, Schefter has earned that spot where, all right, you also said the Texans might not take a quarterback. Yeah. Are you giving me an opinion, or are you just some stater of mathematical facts? Yeah. Where it's yes, anything is possible. Yeah. Hey, there's an infinitesimal chance that the sun doesn't rise tomorrow. Mm-hmm. Okay, mm-hmm. It's possible. It might happen.
Could happen.
So I have no idea whether I expect Jamar Chase to play.
Okay.
2.
Let's go to the Astros. The Astros GM Dana Brown is at the GM meetings, and Chandler Rome has some good nuggets from a conversation with Dana Brown. Not sure if this was a media scrum or a one-on-one, but the big topic from Chandler's article that dropped last night was that Joe Espada, who is believed to be one of the favorites, if not the favorite, to get the Astros managerial job. He's been their bench coach the last several years. In the article, Dana Brown is quoted as saying, with respect to Espada, we hold the keys to permission for other teams to talk to Espada is what he's talking about. Because there's a belief that Milwaukee, who now has a managerial opening, would want to talk to Espada. Brown says, we have to go through this process before we can allow Joe to go interview, because what if he goes there and gets the job? That's pulling from our guys. If we don't hire him and they're looking for a manager still, they can request permission, and he would be definitely a guy we would say, yeah, you can talk to him. Chandler Rome then unearths this, that Espada, however, does not need the Astros' permission. He coached this season in the final year of his contract. A person familiar with the situation told The Athletic on Tuesday the contract expired on October 31st, meaning Espada is free to speak with other teams. So at the very least, there appears to be a disconnect between what Espada's situation is contractually and what Dana Brown might think it is contractually.
I don't like that if that's the case.
No,
that seems like
a little sloppy.
That seems like a significant detail That, okay, when is this guy that I might be hiring, when do I actually lose control of him? What I'm hoping is that there's some kind of right of first refusal or something, perhaps, that they are aware of, that this person, this unnamed source, was unaware of. Other than that, I feel like if you're Espada, now Espada has interviewed multiple times with other teams.
Mm-hmm.
And so 2 questions. One is, okay, why was he not offered the job, or at least why did he not take a job there? And the second would be, was there a chance that Espada has always kind of felt like this was his job for the taking?
Eventually, yeah.
Obviously, it's going to be Crane's decision ultimately, and I don't think Crane would have made promises when at any given point, he's going to fire guys immediately after a World Series. So, I don't know.
3.
Rockets-Lakers tonight at Toyota Center. C.J. Stroud will be shooting the first shot, the charity free throw that celebrities come in and do before the game. Tonight's celeb is your Houston Texans rookie quarterback. The Lakers are the opponent. So this will be our first look at Dylan Brooks versus LeBron James in a Rockets uniform, with Dylan Brooks in a Rockets uniform. There was a graphic they put up last night on TV, Seth, on SportsCenter. They were talking about this matchup tonight. And it was a Dylan Brooks versus LeBron James graphic. Like, what's the record between the two teams when they face each other? Points per game. I mean, it's just silly. Like, James's team is 9-2. Dylan Brooks is 2-9. James is averaging 25 points a game. Dylan Brooks is averaging 11 per game. Like, It is the silliest graphic because they're literally putting up LeBron James and Dylan Brooks like it's LeBron James versus James Harden or something like that. Like field goal percentage, rebounds, assists. And I looked at it, and I looked at Amy, and I said, you know what? Like, the mere existence, forget about the lopsided nature of the numbers, the mere existence of this graphic on ESPN is a win for Dylan Brooks.
This is, so to refresh everybody's memories, last year, or this year, but during in the last postseason, the playoff series, after the Grizzlies won Game 2 of the Grizzlies-Lakers series, he said, "I don't care. He's old." Talking about LeBron James. "I poke bears. I don't respect no one until they come and give me 40 points." The Lakers, of course, ultimately won the series in 6 games. Afterwards, Brooks said he did not regret the comments. Just to be clear, yesterday, he said, when asked about his matchup with LeBron, he said, "I'm ready to lock him up, just there to make him tired, make him get into that fourth quarter early."
Okay.
So we gotta lock him up. We gotta lock him up. Okay. So we'll do. He's there to lock him up tonight. We'll see. We'll do LeBron start to do that old, like, "Oh, I'm so big, I'm overheating, my hamstrings." Oh.
So that's so nothing like super. Bear poking from Dylan Brooks.
He said he's ready to lock him up.
Okay, I mean that's but he didn't call him old this time.
If I were the bear that is LeBron, notorious bear, I would look at it as like, that guy's poking me.
Yeah,
don't poke this bear.
Saw a video
without my consent.
A video popped up on my Twitter feed the other day, or no, it was my Instagram feed. No, it was my Twitter feed. Anyways, it was a video of a guy poking a panda bear in a zoo over somewhere, like in China or something like that. Yeah. And, boy, that panda bear went to work, man.
What was he poking it with?
Just himself. He snuck into like
his finger?
Yeah, like it was at a zoo. And the guy was like, somehow he got into the panda bear exhibit there, like one of those big like outdoor exhibits where he probably had to like
he traversed the ravine or whatever.
Yes, that's exactly what he did. He traversed the ravine, and he walked up to the bear. And he's like kind of like getting right in the bear's face, and boy, that bear went to town. Yeah.
Oh. Drugs are a hell of a thing.
Yeah, man. It was wild, man.
Wow. What country was he in?
I don't know. Some non-American country over in Asia.
So he didn't physically poke him. He just danced in front of him.
Yeah. Like he metaphorically poked him.
And what'd the panda do to him? Like, how did they attack?
Panda wrapped himself around the dude's legs and started trying to maul the guy. And the guy was struggling to get out. Like, this panda bear had the jaws of life on this guy's lower extremities, man.
Phew, man. Yeah. Did he? But he didn't. Oh, did he? Did he have his mouth wrapped around his legs?
I couldn't tell. The video was a little bit grainy. I couldn't tell exactly what type of mauling with the mouth was going on. The guy ultimately was able to to get out of there, but his clothes were all torn up.
The thing that saves you there is that they're pretty generally well fed in zoos, at least.
Yeah.
And they haven't recognized humans as food.
Yeah.
But, depending on like if I owned a zoo, I'd be making money on all kinds of side gigs.
Yes, absolutely.
You got a body you need disappeared right quick? Mm-hmm. Bring it on in.
That's right.
We got bears here.
We close at 9. We'll see you at 9:15. Yes.
4.
All right. Hey, Carson Wentz is back in our lives. You mentioned Matthew Stafford being terrible a few minutes ago, Seth?
I heard about that.
Yeah, Carson Wentz is a Los Angeles Ram. He got signed by the Rams yesterday. Carson Wentz has been sort of sitting off to the side after 2 failed experiments in Indianapolis and in Washington again last year. What a weird circle of life. He's now a backup in Los Angeles. If we recall, Jared Goff went number 1 to the Rams in 2016. The number 2 pick was Carson Wentz. Now in 2023, Wentz signs with the Rams to back up Matthew Stafford, who they traded for in shipping out Jared Goff. It's just a strange circle of life, but Carson Wentz gets an opportunity to back up Matthew Stafford.
Carson Wentz is one guy that I wonder if he's ever seen a sports psychologist, because he is a guy that sometimes is his own worst enemy. He's like the classic. He's just like Jameis Winston used to be, in that he'll sometimes like too much tenacity for his own good. He'll try to throw the ball when he's got no business trying to throw the ball. So all of that some of that decision making comes from somewhere.
Yeah.
And sometimes there's nothing you can do about it. Guys are just going to be like that no matter what. But I feel like a lot of times it's like whatever judgment issues you have, it comes from somewhere. And talking to the right person might help you fix it.
Maybe.
LA's got a psychologist or two out there in that city.
Yes, they do, you would think.
Yeah.
No, you're right. He's usually done in by leadership issues, not physical issues, Carson Wentz. So.
Then there's the whole, there's a lot of reports that maybe he wasn't the most popular guy either.
Right.
There's that.
Yep,
yeah.
Absolutely.
5.
College football playoff rankings are out. Same top 8 as last week, so nothing super noteworthy here. The top 4 are Ohio State, Georgia, Michigan, Florida State. Next 2 are Washington and Oregon. Texas is ranked 7th, in case you're wondering. But the Michigan story that I want to get to.
6.
I don't know if you heard this one, Seth, but apparently we know that Michigan is being investigated for sign stealing. That they parked a guy named Connor Stallions. They did a profile on him for the Wall Street Journal, which we need to get to a little later. They need to do a 30 for 30 on this guy.
Oh, yeah. Is there a paywall on that, or can I read it?
I read a synopsis of the article. I read a Florio aggregation of it. Yeah,
that's better than I'm going to get if I actually read the whole article. So,
Wall Street Journal, dude, that's like the New York Times trying to cancel a free trial. Like you need to take a day off to cancel these damn subscriptions. Sometimes it's ridiculous.
Yeah, when you sign just to read one article.
Yeah.
So what happened? What happened?
So this is what happened. We'll get to Stallions later, but apparently Michigan has information, like documentation, that Ohio State and Rutgers shared their research on Michigan's signs with Purdue prior to Purdue playing Michigan in the Big Ten Championship last year. So Ohio State and Rutgers were trying to help out Purdue to beat Michigan.
I guess, but is that legal?
I don't know. I think Michigan's probably flailing a little bit right now. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, because that's not, unless the signs were gotten illegally.
Yeah.
Then I don't know what the issue is. I mean, it's pretty common for people to call up their buddies about, if there's an opponent that your buddy isn't going to face again, and the guy might do them. Like I feel like that's very common. Maybe I should stop talking right now because it's illegal or something.
Yeah. I mean, I guess there's a text trail of stuff. There's a staffer from, it sounds like one of those schools involved, either Purdue, Ohio State, or Rutgers, who came to Michigan and said, "Hey, look, I was on these texts where all this was going on. In case you want this."
The only thing that I wonder about there is like this feels, and again, like it's unclear to me as to whether that's illegal or not.
Yeah.
Remember during the Astros sign stealing, it was like anytime anything came out about any kind of sign stealing, people reported it like, oh, we've unearthed another part of it.
Yeah.
So just the simply, having a tell from the pitcher, people would act, even like commentators that should have known better, would act like the Astros were up to something if they picked up a tell from a pitcher.
Yeah.
Oh, those Astros are at it again.
My sense on this is that generally speaking, Seth, that people observing this story feel the way you do about it.
Yeah.
I think what we got to know about Michigan is, look, they've been given notification by the Big Ten that a punishment is coming in all likelihood. So now they're probably trying to gather anything they can to help mitigate the damage of whatever that punishment is going to be. And if they can go, hey, look, we were victims of such and such, then it's up to the Big Ten to determine if such and such is something that violates the sportsmanship code.
Yeah, so here's what The Athletic wrote about this situation that you're talking about. It's not clear that such information sharing would constitute a violation of the Big Ten sportsmanship policy.
Right.
But, this is what they always say, it raises questions about the ethical gray areas involved in sign stealing. Yes, there are gray areas. I don't think that, unless the signs are illegally gotten signs, I don't think there's a gray area there.
Dude, if the NCAA is going to have to start, or even conferences, because this is a Big Ten thing now, are trying to administer this, good luck. Like coaches talking to each other about other teams and texting and things like that. Good luck.
Yeah.
Good luck.
7.
Sticking with college football for one quick bullet point here. Shedeur Sanders, the son of Deion Sanders, quarterback for Colorado. He's had a nice season. He certainly has shown well in some big games early in the year. He's believed to be a very good NFL prospect. According to his dad, Deion Sanders, that's going to have to wait for another year. Shedeur Sanders, as of right now, he's eligible to go into the 2024 draft. But Deion said yesterday that why would we, okay. He refers to we as him and Shedeur. Like when he was asked, is Shedeur going to go to the NFL? Deion says, why would we when we're having a great time here? When we appreciate and love where we are, it's hard to look at somewhere else, end quote. I do wonder if there's 10% of Shedeur that's like, okay, we might want to go to the NFL next year, you know?
Yeah, at some point does this oh, dang it, why am I blanking? Does this become a ball situation, a ball family situation?
Yeah.
Where hey, okay, it's time, Deion, to let Shedeur be his own person. You can't start a YouTube channel. Shadeur's going to have to tell Deion, all right, Dad, it's time for me to fly on my own.
Yeah.
No YouTube channel, no reality show, whatever. Just let me go be a quarterback by myself, please.
Yep. So Deion saying,
or does Shedeur? You think Shedeur just wants? Would Shedeur want Deion to come with him
to the NFL?
Yeah,
maybe. Deion said he's not. I'm told Deion just loves it in college, Seth. He's not going to the NFL.
Is it more likely that a team hires Deion to entice Shedeur, or drafts Shedeur to entice Deion?
Well, it would be draft Shedeur to entice Deion because Shedeur's in a draft situation.
Right. Well, but I know. But if look, if Deion doesn't want Shedeur to get drafted to certain teams, Deion can make it happen.
Yeah, it's true.
Deion could poison the well and be like, listen, I'm going to make it yeah. So I think I don't know. I think teams would be more interested in. I think there's teams out there would be more desperate to get Deion than Shedeur right now.
Maybe.
Yeah.
8.
All right, last one here, and we'll get to John McClane. Take this, children of the 80s. Remember the lawn boy from Can't Buy Me Love? Remember the movie Can't Buy Me Love? Late 80s movie, real cheesy.
The lawn
80s.
boy from Can't Buy Me Love?
The lawn boy, the guy, the main character in the movie, his name was Ronald Miller, was the name of the character. He drove a riding mower and mowed lawns in his neighborhood in Tucson, Arizona.
So Patrick Dempsey.
Yeah, I was getting to the name.
Okay.
Yeah. The lawn boy,
I don't know character's name. All right.
Yeah.
Patrick Dempsey. All right.
Patrick Dempsey was named yesterday the sexiest man alive for 2023 by People magazine. So yes, children of the 80s who remember Can't Buy Me Love, the guy who played the nerdy dork who had to pay $1,000 for a girl to date him in high school, is the sexiest man alive for 2023.
Yeah, okay. Wait a minute, though. Patrick Dempsey's gone on to do a lot of stuff.
I know. I'm just saying.
Right.
I know. Yes, I know. He's on Grey's Anatomy and things like that. I'm merely saying, if someone had told someone in our age bracket in 1987 that guy who just played a dorky lawn boy, in 2023, he will be named the sexiest man walking the face of the earth.
Yeah.
I would have taken those off. I would have said, probably not. I just think it's ironic.
Thought you were I thought it seemed to me, I thought you were acting hey, remember that guy from that movie?
No.
He's sexiest guy alive now.
Yeah.
I feel like this is how many times, has he had this already?
No, because the headline for people in the email that I get from them is, finally, Patrick Dempsey is named sexiest man alive. Yeah, so he has not.
I gotta tell you.
Yeah.
Looks pretty sexy.
Been a long time coming. No, he's very sexy right now. I just think it's ironic that...
57.
Yeah, he looks good. Looks good. Still got a shot.
Tell you what.
Yeah. Speaking of sexy, John McClain. He will join us next, and we'll get John's thoughts on the Texans. How much anxiety is John feeling right now over where the Texans are medically heading into this matchup against the Bengals on Sunday? We'll talk to John McClain next.
How much anxiety do you have?
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. It's Wednesday. It's headed towards the bottom of the 8 o'clock hour. Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne with you. And as always, this time, each week, we're joined by our good friend, the Hall of Famer. He's our senior columnist at SportsRadio610.com, John McClain. John, good morning. How are you?
I'm doing great, guys. How are you?
We're doing great. John, you, if I'm not mistaken, when you announced your retirement from the Chronicle, did you get to shoot the first free throw at a Rockets game?
I did.
Okay. Do you have any advice for C.J. Stroud tonight at the shooting a free throw for the Rockets-Lakers game?
I just wanted to hit the rim, and I did. I clanked it. I didn't want to shoot an air ball like they told me some other people had done, so I was happy with that. When I threw out the first pitch, I got a partially torn rotator cuff that affects things like that, and I bounced the ball in the batter's box when Seth Martinez caught it, so I was inhibited. If I'd have been CJ's age, I would have had a chance to make it when I was 22.
Oh, really? You could bring some heat back then, huh?
I could bring some heat when I was 22.
Where did you stand? Like right in front of the mound, or did you creep up a little bit further?
No, I went on the dirt, but just off the grass. No way I was going to throw from the rubber.
Yeah, but you know what? Even with your shoulder issue, I'll give you credit for even standing on the dirt. I think they let a lot of people creep up a little bit closer than that. So that's gutsy by you.
I was so nervous about it, to tell you the truth, I don't even remember it. If friends hadn't showed me pictures and videos, I wouldn't even remember I did it.
Which was more, okay, I promise we're going to get to the Texans here, but which was more nerve-wracking, the free throw or the first pitch?
I'll just say the first pitch, because I've been such an Astros fan since they were born, and I had a lot of friends that had come to watch, and they let them come down and sit in the first row of the seats and all, and it was very, very nerve-wracking, and especially because I thought I was going to bounce it. I knew there was no way I was going to overthrow it. And the Rockets, it was weird because I knew the first pitch was early in the game. I didn't realize it's right before tip-off, and players from both teams are standing there, okay, let's get this old guy off the court so we can go. It was the last game of the season, and it was fan appreciation night, so they had a great crowd. A lot of my friends from the Chronicles surprised me, and it was very nerve-wracking.
Yeah, that does sound – I didn't think of that element of it. Because there's something about throwing out the first pitch that's more of like Americana, and it's such a tradition that it's like a hollow tradition, and you think about it when you're a kid that it does seem like bigger. Well, with CJ shooting the free throw tonight as the Lakers are in town, I guess the question is, John, should fans feel at all conflicted about the fact that their burgeoning star quarterback is an admitted Lakers fan and might actually be, cheering for the Lakers tonight?
It's just like Mike Evans in Tampa, where the Rays won 99 games. He's wearing Astros jerseys because he's an Astro fan. I think people would be very understanding of anything Stroud wants to do right now because he is the toast of the town.
That's true.
What if he gets up, though? What if he's really demonstrative about it? Like if LeBron has like a game-winning dunk and CJ just starts running out on the court, waving a towel over his head, tears off his honorary Rockets jersey, throws it on the logo, stomps on the logo.
Could he get away with that?
They gave me a jersey, and I can't remember who it was. Somebody's long gone, and I'm thinking, you want me to get into that? So I handed it to somebody, said, just hold the jersey and the basketball, and let me concentrate on this. The thing about CJ, LeBron was one of the many athletes who tweeted about his performance. I saw it on SportsCenter, so I'm sure CJ, who grew up diehard Lakers fans, going to get love from some of those players like LeBron. And I think the Rockets fans are so giddy over being 500, just like the Texans are, that they will forgive him.
I'm going through the worst case scenario, which would be like Lakers lose and CJ goes into an emotional tailspin over this. Like it's just depressed in his presser the next day, or just
the more we lay this out,
a horrible game.
The more we lay this out, the more potential I'm feeling for some super awkward moments tonight.
He just needs to sit there stoic.
Yeah. Like I definitely think like the odds of a CJ LeBron picture winding up on social media tonight is like a lock, right? I mean, LeBron,
absolutely.
He tweeted about the guy.
Watching him like crazy.
But he's a guest of the Rockets, you know. Like,
if they end up happening and he's stoic, like you said, maybe they need to play a little Taylor Swift. Shake it off.
There you go. John McClain joining us here for his weekly visit. All right, let's shift over to the upcoming game against the Bengals this week. John, we know the Texans are dealing all of a sudden with a ton of injuries. Which of the injuries that they've sustained in the last week is the most concerning to you?
Well, first they've got to get back Dameon Pierce, Sheldon Rankins, and some of the guys who've been out. As long as Stroud is healthy, they've got a chance to beat anybody. And after Cincinnati, where they should lose, every other opponent, every game is winnable. Next 3 are at home. It's a really good schedule. But before the season, we're thinking the Jets with Aaron Rodgers competing for the playoffs. They're going to lose that one. But I would think of the ones that were lost, like you and I talked about on the Utopia Football Podcast. Mine's Fairbairn, 18 of 19 field goals, kicking really well. They bring in the guy, Amendola, who was here before. He's not very good. To me, that is, in games that are close, that is scarier than Jimmy Ward, who was your number one guy. And yes, Ward will be there, and he is a tough loss from a physical standpoint, from a leadership standpoint, but he can be doing a lot of that leading up to the start of the game. And they played at one point without Ward Petrie. I think they might have lost, but losing Ward and Stewart, the depth, and kind of taking guys off the street. I know they brought back Braylon Arnold, who plays safety, had to play some nickel for a while. That's going to be a big loss, too, to a defense that's coming off its worst game.
So yesterday when D'Amico Ryans was on with the afternoon show on The Drive, D'Amico said that they do expect Derek Stingley back at some point this season. This has been a really long layoff for an injury that didn't require surgery. Is there... how optimistic should I be about Derek Stingley, A, returning somewhat quickly, and B, being effective when he comes back?
I can't imagine, Seth. He's out of sight and out of mind. I mean, he's hurt last part of last year, he's hurt early part of this year. It's at this point, he's been so injury prone, all because of hamstrings. They were fired up about him before he got hurt again. Of course, they want him back. They can activate the 3-week window and let him play. I'm guessing when he's healthy and he gets practice time, it's going to be like the start of the season for him. And he played pretty well at the start of the season. Of course, they need those guys out there, and he's a great talent. But, man, I'm sure they're frustrated about the fact that he's had so much inactivity, but that's what you get when you draft a player who's been hurt every year since his freshman year of college.
John McClain joining us for his weekly visit. John, you do radio up in Nashville. You're in communication with folks up there. Will Levis named the starter by Mike Vrabel yesterday. Ryan Tannehill will be the backup. Can you give us some insight as to how they're feeling about Will Levis, and how does this change the, excitement level for those two games in Week 15 and 17 with the Houston Texans?
Well, they're really excited about Levis after that debut in which he had 4 touchdowns and no interceptions. And then he ran into the Steelers, who have a great defense, and the game was winnable. He threw an interception on the last series. But in that game, and I watched it under a fierce pass rush, he stood in and took some hits and threw 2 or 3 really good passes. So you got to figure he's going to continue to get better. Their offensive line, the Texans' offensive line is so much better at pass protection. Their offensive line is not good at pass protection. It hasn't been since the start of the season. But as far as confidence, I don't know. They're just glad that Vrabel announced Levis. And then there was a story in the Boston Globe, number one, that if the Patriots lose in Germany, there's a chance that Belichick will be fired. I just find it so hard to believe, but they made a big deal about it, a great reporter. And then there's talk that they're going to try to get Mike Vrabel and work out a trade and all that. And I don't know that Vrabel would even want to go there. To me, I wouldn't want to replace Bill Belichick, and they love him in Nashville. And so they got a lot going on. But as far as Levis, they want to see their rookie quarterback the rest of the season, and barring injury, he and Stroud will be playing against each other twice.
John, we've spent the last couple days and a good chunk of this show this morning talking about C.J. Stroud, the receivers, just the performance that they had. They do face the Bengals this weekend, and I'm just looking at the schedule as we're laying everything out. And the one thing that keeps catching my eye every time I look at the schedule is, oh yeah, the Texans did allow 37 points to the Bucs not too long ago, and they got a bunch of defensive players injured coming in. Like, what do you anticipate happening versus the Bengals on Sunday?
You hope that performance against Baker Mayfield, who played very well, but that performance was an aberration and not what the defense is becoming. We'll find out because Joe Burrow's playing really well. If you look at the Bengals statistically, they're not impressive. But if you look at Burrow, think about his receivers. Texans got a hope Jamar Chase can't play, but they've won 4 in a row. It's by far the toughest game on the Texans schedule at this point. But, man, the defense did not look good, and that's the first time it's happened in a while since early in the season. And but it's a hiccup, and you hope that's all it is. But there's a good chance the offense is going to have to score a lot more points again for a chance to make a run at Cincinnati.
Yeah, going to be very, very interesting. John McClain. John, what do you got going on the website this week?
I was all Stroud all the time because he's so popular. I've got 2 columns up. I'm writing another one comparing Deshaun Watson's first 7 games till he blew out his knee, and C.J. Stroud's first 8, looking at them statistically and the team and everything. And so it'll all be on SportsRadio610.com.
Good stuff, John. We appreciate it, and we will talk to you soon. I'll talk to you tomorrow for our preview of the Bengals on the Utopia Football Podcast.
Sean and Seth, thank you guys very much as always.
All right, good stuff. Thanks, John. Hall of Famer John McClain joining us here on Sports Radio 610. All right, John mentioned something there about the Cincinnati Bengals, things they do well, things they don't do so well. I know there's one thing they don't do very well, but this is a question about the Texans that I refuse to entertain, maybe for the rest of the season, but definitely this week. I will tell you what it is next.
C.J. Stroud has arrived. 470 yards, 5 TDs, and the game-winning drive to beat the Buccaneers. That's what we call a breakout performance. We got ourselves a quarterback, Texans fans.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
From the Bell Furniture Unbeatable Prices Traffic Center, 2 center lanes still blocked. 45 Gulf Freeway northbound at Scarsdale. Good news, the problem in Dickinson is cleared. 45 southbound at 517. But the hazmat spill is still working. 90 alternate eastbound at Clinton. All main lanes affected. Bell Furniture's Veterans Day sale ends Monday. Take an extra 15% off store-wide, plus free delivery and setup. Plus get 60 months special financing with no down payment. Hurry this week only. Bell Furniture is unbeatable. And I'm Val. Sports Radio 610. Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Some of the biggest surprises over the first half of the season include the development of Washington signal caller Sam Howell and the recent turnaround of Sean Payton's Broncos. Baltimore's incredible balance and obvious dominance this past month have been a revelation, as has the sudden emergence of Houston's C.J. Stroud as a must-see QB these days. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Wendy's new breakfast 2 for $3 Biggie bundles let you create your own delicious combo. Choose from a sausage biscuit, egg and cheese biscuit, small seasoned potatoes, and a medium hot coffee. But it's obvious which combo's the best. Sausage biscuit and small seasoned potatoes. Well, maybe it's the fresh cracked egg and cheese biscuit with a medium hot coffee. Or 2 savory sausage biscuits. Whichever you pick, you can't go wrong. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's new 2 for $3 Biggie bundles.
Limited time only. U.S. price and participation may vary. Not all in the combo. Single item at regular price.
Shop Black Friday every day and get the best new deals all month long only at Lowe's. Right now, bring home your choice of a Craftsman V20 drill kit or Impact driver kit for just $59. And there's more. Get Holiday Living 100-count mini incandescent string lights at the everyday low price of $398. Because Lowe's knows deals. Valid through 11/8. While supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Clint Stoerner here for QC Kinetics. Look, chronic joint pain sucks, whether it's in your knees, your hips, or your back. The key is don't let it sideline you any longer, and don't let them tell you that surgery is your only option. Call QC Kinetics right now and check out the future in pain relief. QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in regenerative medicine, restoring and repairing damaged joint tissue the natural way. This is the science of using properties from your own body to bring you lasting relief with no drugs, no surgery, and no downtime. Patients all over America have trusted QC Kinetics. They have over 150 clinics nationwide, and they're right here in our beautiful city of Houston, available to you. Whether it's arthritic pain or pain from an old injury, QC Kinetics is the answer. Shake that chronic joint pain with no drugs, no downtime, and no surgery. The consultation's free. 713-913-5285. 713-913-5285. QC Kinetics, they're in Sugar Land, the Woodlands, the Heights, and now they're in Cypress. 713-913-5285.
Are you tired of slow, unreliable internet? It's time to make a change and experience the future of connectivity with Tachys Fiber Internet. At Tachys, we've invested in building the most reliable network around, one that's 100% fiber optic to your home. What does that mean for you? It means you can say goodbye to buffering, lag, and downtime. Rain or shine, day or night. Count on Tachys for unwavering connection. Learn more about Tachys Fiber Internet today and experience the future of connectivity. Visit our website at tachys.com/radio to get started. That's TACHUS.com/radio.
We researched numerous turf companies for our home project. Texans Turf won our business in a choice. It was really easy. It looks great. Had some kids love it. They customized it to your home. They handled the drainage, and they also had the best price. Turf is here to stay. Visit TexansTurf.com for more information. That's TexansTurf.com.
Did you know that Zadok Jewelers has a full in-house service center for both jewelry and watches? Anything that you might need to make sure you can wear and enjoy your watch, your jewelry. Things come up at different stages. Zadok is there for you. Check them out online at zadok.com.
Genetics, stress, hormones, aging. Look, these are all very natural factors that lead to hair loss. And if you're dealing with hair loss, you're struggling with hair loss, there's a proven way to reverse common and even rare patterns of balding, and that's with Advanced Hair. What's good, y'all? It's Clint Stoerner, and y'all got to check out this groundbreaking technology, man. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment regrows your own natural hair. Heck, it even regrows your own natural hair in places where it's been gone for years. Advanced Hair works for men and women across all ages. They've improved thousands of lives across our great country, and guess what? You can be next. Advanced Hair's treatments are available right here in Houston as I speak. Get your confidence back today. Get your swagger back today. Schedule your free consultation. Heck, you might qualify for $250 off, $250 free hair grafts. Go to advancedhair.com to check out the incredible before and afters. One-day treatment, life-changing results. With Advanced Hair, your new hair is guaranteed to grow. 832-688-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
As a roofer, I've got a million things to do, and that's a million things that need to be done right. That's why I partner with Beacon. The team at Beacon makes sure my materials are delivered accurately and on time. And the Beacon Pro Plus app makes ordering the brands I depend on, like CertainTeed Landmark Pro, easier than ever. I rely on Beacon because I never stop building, and neither do they. Now through November, purchase CertainTeed through Beacon Pro Plus and earn up to $750. Beacon, always building.
Wendy's new Breakfast 2 for $3 Biggie Bundles let you create your own delicious combo. Choose from a sausage biscuit, egg and cheese biscuit, small seasoned potatoes, and a medium hot coffee. But it's obvious which combo's the best. Sausage biscuit and small seasoned potatoes. Well, maybe it's the fresh cracked egg and cheese biscuit with a medium hot coffee. Or 2 savory sausage biscuits. Yeah, whichever you pick, you can't go wrong. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's new 2 for $3 Biggie Bundles.
Limited time only. U.S. price and participation may vary. $1 in the combo. Single item at regular price.
This hour is brought to you by Bayway Chevrolet. Bear Chevrolet. Find
it was after they beat the Steelers, actually. They won those 2 games in a row, and they scored 30 points or more in both those games. I think he got up as high as like 8 or 9 in this thing. Most of the season, he's been hovering in the low teens, somewhere, like somewhere between 12 and 15 or 16. QB power rankings. And again, this is for the season. Where do you think he is on the QB power rankings on CBSSports.com, Seth?
Do you have where he was last week?
Let me look and see. I do. Yep.
Okay, where did he say he was last week?
13th last week.
13th?
He was 13th.
I already don't like this Cody Benjamin character.
Well, you might like him.
Although
you might like him more in a minute.
All right, so he put him at 13th, and that was after a really, like, CJ's worst performance of the year.
As a pro,
versus the Panthers, yeah. By QBR right now, CJ Stroud is 12th.
Okay.
If you still care, QBR has been a little funky and weird the last few the last couple years. Like, it seems like the formula needs to be tweaked. But he is 13th by expected points added, all of those things.
Yeah.
I look at some of the guys above him in EPA, and I would say, well, he's definitely better than Kirk Cousins is right this moment. I actually trust him in a lot of it. I feel like if you swapped Brock Purdy and CJ Stroud, Brock Purdy would be doing better in San Francisco.
Yeah.
Or CJ would be doing better in San Francisco than Brock Purdy. He's better than Baker Mayfield. So I'd say CJ is probably going to be up there at 8th.
8th. You go with 8th.
No, wait, no. Oh, I saw Dak Prescott. I would say 7th.
7th. All right.
Yes.
He is. Hey, what do we give Seth a ding for if he's within how many, Ben? I'm going to let you decide. If he's within how many? How many, Ben? I can't see you. Wait,
3.
3, thank you. If he's within 3, he gets a ding. CJ Stroud is 4th on the QB power rankings. How about that? Give it to him, Ben. Give me a thank you. Lamar Jackson. Here we go. Lamar Jackson 1. Jalen Hurts 2. Josh Allen 3. CJ Stroud 4. And this is the commentary. We've gone beyond Offensive Rookie of the Year now. Let's start discussing MVP.
Let's do it, baby. Let's do it.
At 22.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
At 22, the rookie is slinging it to every level with both precision and authority. With 14 touchdowns and just 1 pick, he single-handedly made Houston relevant. What's crazy is some of the names he's ahead of. Like those 3 names that are ahead of him, you're like, all right, well, that all sounds right at this stage of his career. 5th, Patrick Mahomes. 6th, Joe Burrow. 7th, Tua Tagovailoa. 8th, Dak Prescott. 9, Brock Purdy. 10, Justin Herbert. 11, Trevor Lawrence. My God. Trevor Lawrence can't hold C.J. Stroud's jock, according to Cody Benjamin. So, there you go. 4th. That surprises me.
Now, people have pointed out that, C.J. should start being talked about for MVP, league MVP. If you look at, for one, like usually the league MVP is also on a really good football team. Every now and then it's not. But when it comes to some of the total yardage, let's see. So CJ right now is 7th in total yardage. Not that I should do yards per game. 3rd in yards per game. Mm-hmm. So is he in a top 3 in one of the big major categories? Yes. Touchdowns, he's 7th at. He's got 14. I'm sorry, he's tied for 7th. Yeah, okay. Tied for 7th in touchdowns with 14. But he's within striking distance of, the tied for 2nd with Kirk Cousins, who's gone. Josh Allen has 18 right now, so he's 4 behind Josh Allen in total touchdowns. They've got the same number of games played. He could work up into the top 3 of a few of these. And mind you, he only has 1 interception. If you look at, just the touchdown leaders of the guys, there isn't a single person in the top 10 that's got fewer than 4 interceptions other than CJ, who's only got 1 interception. Yep. So, you look at you start looking at a lot of the stats. Can he get himself up into the top 3 over these next few weeks? Very, very possible. Old school passer rating. I know people don't follow it much anymore, but for whatever it's worth, 4th in overall passer rating. Yeah. And that's with Kirk Cousins, so he's 3rd. Yeah. He's 3rd in overall passer rating.
Of guys who are still healthy. Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So the 2 that are big ones for me, and I don't have the stats in front of me here, Cody Stutes put up a tweet yesterday that showed where CJ was on 8 different stats. Some of them are more important to me than others. The ones you just highlighted are the ones that are important to people voting for awards because those are easy stats to consume. The two that to me are the most important, and I know CJ is number one in one of them, and he's top 3 or 4 in the other. You just highlighted it. Interception percentage, nobody's close right now to CJ. Yeah. He's thrown an interception in less than 1% of his pass attempts. He's number one in that. Yards per attempt. That to me is that is the counterpunch to people who point at his completion percentage, who say, well, he's barely completing 60% of his passes. Yeah, that's because he doesn't take sacks. He's not afraid to throw the ball away. He doesn't give a damn about your uninformed statistical opinion. And oh, by the way, when he is completing passes, he is chunk playing you to death. He's averaging like 8.1 yards per attempt. Yeah. Anything over 8 is elite.
He's third highest yards per attempt right now. And again, like, that's with one interception. That's the freakish thing about that number. They are pushing the ball downfield, and he's thrown one interception. He'd be the first to tell you there's a little luck involved in that, but it's getting to the point now where it's stacked up over time. Even if he had bad luck on all the interception-worthy plays, he would still probably have a better touchdown-interception ratio than the 2 guys above him on that list, Brock Purdy and Tua Tagovailoa. Like, look, Brock Purdy's got 12 touchdowns, 5 interceptions. Tua's got 19 touchdowns, 7 interceptions. CJ's got 14 touchdowns to 1 interception.
It's crazy. It's a crazy ratio, man. No doubt.
So the second half of this season, we are almost definitively going to be on a CJ Stroud MVP and Rookie of the Year. When was the last time somebody won the MVP and Rookie of the Year?
I don't know. It's a good question.
The same year?
I don't know if that's been done before. I'm not sure. Got to win games, but yeah, statistically,
stop it with you and your details. You're stupid. Should they stop letting up 37 points to guys like Baker Mayfield too?
It would help.
Yeah. Right. You know what? I'm with. We've had a few people be like, if you came in on Monday and you were like, guys, why aren't you talking about how bad the defense were? I had no time or patience for you. Yesterday, I heard you. Today. Yes. Yeah, we do 100% need to start talking as we prepare for a very like a burgeoning Bengals team right now that looks like their old selves. Yeah, we got to talk about this defense.
All right, well, let's hear from D'Amico in the next segment. Let's do that. Let's take inventory about what things might look like today after we get an injury report on this defense. We'll do that next. Berkeley Eye Center, take inventory on your eyesight. Go see 2020.
comes, when he's fully set and ready to go, we'd love to have Derek. We've definitely missed him, missed his ability to play out there on the perimeter. He's a very talented young player, and of course we'll be excited to have him back when that time comes. But he's been doing a great job of working on the side, getting himself ready to go.
So you do expect him to return at some point this season?
Yes, yeah, we expect him to be back at some point this season.
We'll see. We'll see when that happens. That was D'Amico Ryans yesterday on The Drive with Clint Stoerner and Ron Hughley talking about Derek Stingley Jr. and where he sits injury-wise right now. As we welcome you back in, 9 o'clock hour here, Payne and Pendergast, Sports Radio 610. And, Seth, as we were going to break, you said that the people who are understandably concerned about the Texans' defense, we weren't listening to them on Monday because we were still busy celebrating the victory. Tuesday, the murmur became a little louder. Today is the day we address those people's concerns.
I think that there's some really good things happening with the defensive line. The pass rush is better than the sack numbers would suggest. If you look at the ESPN win rate and all that, I don't 100% trust some of those stats because they're kind of GPS based. So getting close to the quarterback isn't always the same as pressuring the quarterback, especially if it's a quarterback like Joe Burrow. And I think sometimes some of those ESPN win rate stats are based on a guy getting within a proximity of the quarterback. And if it's Derek Carr, then that affects Derek Carr. Derek Carr doesn't like a whole lot of, the compression of the pocket or what have you. Joe Burrow doesn't give a damn. So, you got to get actual hits on Joe Burrow. That part of it concerns me. And then the ability of just subpar quarterbacks to get rid of the ball quickly versus the Texans defense is that's been established. And so Joe Burrow looking like himself with his calf healthy, that's going to be an issue. They gotta get some turnovers. I don't think there's I don't think there's a scenario in which you win this game without winning the turnover battle. And I know that turnovers get over-discussed because it's such a huge factor in any given game. But this one, where the Texans are an underdog, and I think justifiably so, the defense has to be very opportunistic. And that's where getting close to the quarterback does help. Joe Burrow's better at dealing with it than a lot of other people. But two things about it. One is that you can still force him into mistakes. And two, he still has the tendency at times to take sacks that he doesn't need to take. That's the part that I'm really hoping is that in maybe trying to push it a little too far, I don't know if he'll look past the Texans because they're on everybody's radar, but maybe not quite taking them as seriously as the games that he's got sandwiched around this Texans game, then there is the potential to get him on the ground and maybe really have a coming out party for the defensive line in a way that they already did when they had a couple sacks a couple weeks ago, but that was in a loss. This could be a really good day for them.
Yeah. They had 6 against Carolina. So we'll see. Of all the things, I'm literally on a sheet of paper here, just jotting down by position on defense. How close to 100% are they at each of these positions purely from a personnel standpoint? The Sheldon Rankins injury update for this week is an important one because you lost Hassan Ridgeway and Rankins was out. So you were running a lot of that game with Khalil Davis and Kurt Heinisch playing major snaps in that game last week. But more so in the secondary. We just touched on Stingley, but you've been operating without Stingley for a long time. Safety is an interesting one because Jimmy Ward, I would expect with a hamstring that Jimmy Ward is going to be out for a while. MJ Stewart just went to injured reserve. You cut Graylin Arnold this weekend on Saturday, I think it was, and so you just signed him back because you need him back in the building. You need somebody who's played that position. And Graylin Arnold did some decent things for this team earlier in the season. And then Will Anderson's the other one I jotted down, Seth. There hasn't been a whole lot of buzz about Will Anderson and what his injury situation is, but he was out at the end of the game against Tampa Bay this weekend. He was, I'm assuming Will Anderson's somebody, if you're the Texans, you want him on the field at the end of the game, and he was not. He left the field with what looked like some sort of ding or injury.
And had number 41 there, Houston Carson?
No. That Majai Sanders. DeAndre Houston Carson is the safety.
Thank you. Majai Sanders. Majai Sanders playing for him like a good chunk during that game. It was kind of eye-rattling when I saw the number 41 there playing left defensive end. So, if he was struggling with it during the game and then looked visibly agitated by it at the end of the game, he is genuinely a really, really good run defender already. Will Anderson is, and he affects the quarterback. And I know, I don't care too much about trying to convince people one way or the other whether his sack numbers matter or not at this point. He is a factor in the passing game. Mm-hmm. Suffice it to say, yes, he can be better, but he gets very close and gets a lot of hits on and pressure on the quarterback. Just hasn't wound up with a whole bunch of sacks. So it's a loss going against Joe Burrow for sure if you don't have him out there.
Yeah.
And especially versus the run.
Yeah.
By the way, the Texans are tied for second in run defense on yards per attempt.
They've been good, man.
That's an alarmingly big difference between this year and last year, and it makes me feel better about how many missed tackles they have, except that I guess a lot of the missed tackles seem to come on either big chunk plays in the run game or run after the catch. And those are especially damaging when it's on run after the catch.
Jim Brown, by the way, is the answer to the question that you asked in the previous segment. Has anybody...
Who's the MVP and Rookie of the Year?
Yeah, in the same season. Yeah, Jim Brown did it in 1957. So
CJ is...
that would be 66 years ago.
I wonder how many people are there in Cleveland that can even still get really angry about you. I was going to think trolling Cleveland fans by talking about how C.J. Stroud is better than Jim Brown. Would Cleveland fans even get that worked up over it anymore?
Oh, I think so. Yeah, I think that, yes, they can get worked up about a lot. I dealt with a summer of Cleveland people coming at me because I said Freddie Kitchens was not going to be a good NFL head coach. You know what I mean? They were defending Freddie Kitchens like he was Papa
Bear.
But
Freddie Kitchens is here. He's popping. Not like old man Jim Brown.
He was
R.I.P. So if Freddie, I always got to remember this. I learned this back when. Remember when Will Fork and Ted had a little bit of a misunderstanding?
I do. Yeah.
And people in New England just pounced on Ted like crazy, whereas Ted had won 3 Super Bowls for the Patriots, and Will Fork at that point hadn't won any. I don't think had he? Am I messing up my timelines?
You're messing up your time because Will Fork.
Okay.
Will Fork.
Will Fork was there for all 3 of the first ones.
No, Will Fork was on the 3rd Super Bowl team of that first little run there in 2004. He was a rookie on the 2004 team with Ted.
Yeah. So, they sided with the current guy. They got no time or use for the old guys.
Yep. Just kick him to the curb. That's right.
Freddie Kitchens greater than Jim Brown in a lot of Browns fans' eyes. 87% of Browns fans that given year would have said, "Hell yeah, give me Freddie Kitchens over Jim Brown."
Hey, that summer they would have. It was crazy. By the way, Cody Benjamin, who we just said ranked C.J. Stroud 4th in his QB power rankings for the season so far, appropriately so. C.J. Stroud is amazing. He also very same Cody Benjamin has a predictions for the second half of the season column that he posted, and one of his predictions is that Will Levis challenges for Offensive Rookie of the Year. How can that be? How can you have C.J. Stroud as the 4th best quarterback in football, unless you think he's going to suck the second half of the year? Here's what he says. C.J. Stroud has one of the best passer ratings in the NFL. Jordan Addison has 7 touchdowns. Puka Nacua has 800 receiving yards. Levis, meanwhile, only made his debut in Week 8, but 2 games into his career, he looks the part as the Titans signal caller. Even with a subpar line and receiving core, you simply can't teach his talent, which is evident every time he flicks the ball down the field, and that alone should put him in position for splash games that keep the Titans far more competitive than they ought to be. I will say this. If Will Levis is good enough over these next, they play the Texans in Week 15, if he's good enough over this next month or so, that there's a little there's some vibes around that Week 15 game. That's when they're wearing the Oiler uniforms.
Mm-hmm.
I'm here for it. That'd be cool. I just don't think I think the Will Levis debut was a bit of an outlier. Okay.
Look. I mean, dude, you throw you throw 13 interceptions in 2021. You throw 10 interceptions in 2022.
They're coming.
I think Will Levis is going to have some big games, and then he's going to have other games where you think, okay, well, he's just got to iron out all these interceptions that he's throwing. Right. It's, that's all it is.
That's it.
He's just got to get rid of some of this youthful exuberance, just the same way you did for Jameis Winston for years and years and years.
Yes, good example.
I feel like there's some Jameis Winston in him.
Okay, boy, it's like they play the same exact schedule. They play at Tampa Bay. Tennessee does. They're at Tampa Bay this weekend. At Jacksonville the week after that. Then they host Carolina, host Indianapolis, at Miami. Those are their 5 games before they play the Texans in Nashville. Okay. So,
I mean, it makes sense. They've got their NFC South opponents. They've got their AFC South opponents, and then the one is the Miami Dolphins.
That's right. Yeah, that's their equivalent of the Texans game against the Jets. They're one little outlier.
I know people are upset with Derek Stingley. And you should be. You should be upset, not necessarily with him personally, but with his lack of availability. Even if you feel that way, I would encourage you to still emotionally pull for him. This is a classic instance where you really, really, really should want to be wrong about Derek Stingley. You should really, really, really hope that, 2 years from now, I'm going to be kicking myself because I thought he was injury prone. And I'm one of these people. I'm hoping 100% that I'm wrong. Yeah. But I'm looking at a guy that hasn't had a really genuinely impressive season since 2019. 2019.
Yeah.
That includes 2 years of college after 2019.
Right. It's his only good season since high school.
Good is I guess it depends on what your scale is. But in terms of being, he didn't have a season in 2001 or 2022 that got him drafted as high as he did.
Yeah. Yeah.
He got drafted. If he had never had that 2019 season and he only played in 2020 and 2021, he wouldn't have gotten drafted that high. Correct. So, yeah, these last few years have been a disappointment, and a lot of it's because of injury and illness. I'm very pessimistic about it, but God, I hope I'm wrong.
Yeah, I'd love to be wrong.
Because he does have ability. He does work his butt off. It's just he's got to tie it all together and stay healthy. And I really genuinely 100% hope that I can eat crow on this a couple years from now.
Yep.
Because and if he can come back this year, it could make a big difference because the kid can cover. And right now, the Texans a lot of times are playing softer coverages than I think D'Amico would like to because they're a little hamstrung. No pun intended.
Nick Caserio caught a lot of heat for how much he gave up in the Will Anderson trade. That'll play out over time. Maybe it ends up being worth it. There's another GM that just made a trade. I don't know. This one might be even riskier than the Will Anderson trade, and he's catching heat over it, and we'll tell you who that was. We'll let you hear some of the heat if you'd like next. But first, West Point Lincoln, Sugarland. West Point Lincoln of Sugar.
presents Payne and Pendergast.
Good to be with you, Payne and Pendergast, on a Wednesday. So the trade deadline was interesting. A couple interesting deals, and one of them was the Chicago Bears. Ryan Poles, who if he makes a deal that people universally love, he'll do any interview you want about it. He loves talking about the trade he made with Carolina to let the Panthers go get Bryce Young, which I will admit looks like a very, very good trade right now for the Bears. It looks like they're gonna wind up, in all likelihood, with a top 2 or 3 pick or both. Even if even if they win a few games, they have Carolina's pick. They have their own pick. They're going to wind up with a couple high picks, and they got DJ Moore out of that trade as well. So that was a good job by Ryan Poles, the Bears GM. However, probably one of the more highly criticized moves, especially in retrospect now. That we've seen it play out contractually. Ryan Poles traded a second-round pick to Washington for defensive end Montez Sweat, who's a good player. I mean, he's solid. He's a former first-round pick.
For a second, I thought you were going to talk about Chase Claypool, who he also traded a second-round pick for last year.
He did. Yeah, he did not.
MIA. Yeah.
You can't. Hard to find interviews with Poles about that deal. But Montez Sweat, he traded with the Bears. Traded with Washington. Traded them the Bears' second-round pick, which again is going to be like the second rounder they traded for Claypool last year. Is going to be a high second-round pick. And the difference with Montez Sweat is that he only had about 8 or 9 games left under this contract. He's going to be a free agent at the end of the year. So he traded this second-round pick for a guy who didn't have a contract extension. And I know that we've seen deals like that before. Most famously here, Laramie Tunsil. Bill O'Brien traded for Laramie Tunsil, a lot of draft capital without a contract extension. Jalen Ramsey traded the Rams without a contract extension. The difference with those two versus Montez Sweat is that Tunsil and Ramsey were both guys that I think the league generally thought, well, they're going to get top-of-market contracts regardless of who they're playing for or where they're going to go. It's just find whoever the highest-paid guy is, tack 2% onto it, and there's your new contract. And that's what they got, and I don't think anybody blinked at either of those deals saying those are bad contracts. Montez Sweat is not Laramie Tunsil nor Jalen Ramsey at his position. He's never made a Pro Bowl. He's never had double-digit sacks. And he just got 4 years, $98 million with $72 million guaranteed from the Bears.
Yeah.
He got a huge contract.
And honestly, almost made it, when the Texans traded for Laramie Tunsil, a lot of people criticized them for trading for Tunsil when he didn't have a contract yet. And I defended them at the time, and this was at a time when I think most Texans fans were actually mad about it too. But it didn't make sense to me for all the reasons you just cited to get that worked up about it, especially because the Rams would do the same thing with Jalen Ramsey, and nobody batted an eyelash. They traded for Jalen Ramsey, didn't have a contract yet. Now, the difference was obviously that the Rams, were at the cusp of winning a Super Bowl and used Jalen Ramsey to help do that. I think the Texans felt like they were, and I would have much preferred that they would have spent nothing and gotten Trent Williams when he was available and living right down the street. But whatever, bygones are bygones. I think that in both those instances, though, the Texans at least. And remember, this is the Texans when it was Jack Easterby and Bill O'Brien running the show.
Yes.
They at least played a little bit of the negotiating game. Tunsil didn't get his contract until after the season. Jalen Ramsey didn't get his contract immediately. This feels a whole lot like Ryan Poles realizing, oh boy, all right, I got to get something done. Yeah, okay, here you go. Here, will you be happy if I give you all this money?
Yeah.
Can I give all you this money to keep you happy? Okay, good. Here we go.
Yep.
It just, I've never seen a guy pat himself on the back so much for sucking. And just and acting like, oh, this is all part of the plan. This is the thing. It hasn't been all part of the plan. They haven't cleared the deck for young talent. They cleared the deck and used part of some of their draft capital for Chase Claypool. They haven't necessarily. This isn't as as thought out a process as it was with the Astros, for instance.
No, and they've been in this. You're right. This is a good way to put it, Seth, because the Astros had a process in place. Like they were going to make.
Sucked. Don't get me wrong. Yeah.
No, it sucked to experience it, but the plan, the plan was the plan was a solid one in that they were going to put a core together and everything was going to be ascending at the same time. They're in this in-between thing where they're coming into the year with Justin Fields and maybe he's the quarterback, and they're over here they're trading second-round picks for Chase Claypool and Montez Sweat, but over here they're trading the first overall pick. In a draft where, by the way, they could have had C.J. Stroud, just saying, for all this draft capital and DJ Moore. Okay, and that's good, and that's like, and dude, they spent like crazy in free agency this year too. That's the other thing. Like, what are you, like, what are you right now?
I don't know, but oh my God, I just, and I've seen people talk about it, and it just hadn't really registered until you just said it right now, that if they don't get Caleb Williams from whoever they end up drafting, or if they don't nail it with their draft pick at quarterback, that dynamic that both the Panthers and the Bears, who just were taking victory laps all over the place. Oh, yeah. And now, I would say the Panthers were not necessarily patting themselves on the back in that regard. Ryan Poles was taking victory laps all over the place about what a brilliant move they pulled off in being worse than the Texans last year. And somehow making out like bandits. My God, if they don't end up with a really good quarterback out of all of this, it's just it'll be one of the worst stretches a GM's ever had in the history of. This would be, even with not drafting Jordan, like the Rockets, nobody ever talks about it because they got Hakeem.
They got Hakeem. Yeah, you're talking about Portland drafted Sam Bowie. Yeah,
the Sam Bowie part of it. Like, this would be even worse than the Sam Bowie thing because at least they passed up Jordan at a time when people didn't value guards as much, et cetera, et cetera. But like Ryan Poles actively maneuvered away from a guy that might end up being one of the best quarterbacks in recent memory.
Yeah.
And if he doesn't nail it on the quarterback somehow in this next year, it's going to be really, really bad.
Dude,
he'll go down in history with don't be a Ryan Poles. He'll be as bad as Grigson. I still talk about Griggo and just how atrocious he was in so many ways. You bring up the name Ryan Grigson and people are like, oh, freaking Grigson. Just way too clever for his own good. That'll be Ryan Poles.
Well, I think, too, if we bring this back to Houston here, if we localize this and just talking about the quarterbacks, is that, Justin Fields going and rushing for 1,200 yards last year was a good enough season to where it duped them into saying, okay, well, we can pass on a quarterback this year. Daniel Jones, having the season he did with Brian Daboll last year, duped them into giving him $80 million guaranteed. And so that's, to me, the two biggest dangers in the NFL are when you overinvest in a quarterback just so you don't bottom out. It's what the Bengals did with Andy Dalton for years and years and years. They kept paying him and paying him and paying him so they could be average every year. That's a huge danger. I think the other huge danger, and maybe Poles is a little guilty of this, O'Brien was certainly guilty of it with the Laramie Tunsil trade, is making those big swings with your draft capital to go get established players before your window begins, before you're in that window to win a championship. The Texans were at least a year early on doing things like trading 2 first-round picks and a second-round pick for a left tackle. They just were. They just were. You got to make those deals when you're in that window and you've already got kind of an established roster, and it's a finishing move. The Texans had way too many holes, as it turns out. But I think that's the thing with CJ, Seth, is, and I know it's only 8 games in, but I feel comfortable he's at least one of those quarterbacks where he's not going to get a big extension because you're scared of what life looks like without an average quarterback. He's going to get an extension someday, and it's going to be because he is one of the really, really, really good quarterbacks in the league. It's not going to be something where you're just trying to stay in purgatory and this is the going rate. We got to give Daniel Jones $40 million a year because this is the going rate to make sure we win 9 games again this year. You do know.
No, I know.
You're pondering something right
now.
No,
I know. I'm just thinking about the Nick Caserio dynamic of just Kenyon Green and Derek Stingley, and if those guys never work out, how much does CJ
Won't matter if they're
amazing
winning.
What's that?
Won't matter if they're winning.
Right? No, yeah, of course it won't matter. No. I know. I'm just thinking about like how much getting the right quarterback matters.
Yeah.
If like Ryan Poles, we can say all this stuff. If they end up getting a quarterback that ends up being awesome, then it just doesn't matter. Like it just, I mean, you look at the entire New England experience, and I do think that right now people are going a little overboard. I think I was always a bit of a Belichick skeptic. Like in terms of just, I feel like it was always a package deal. If Belichick and Brady were just perfect for each other, I think there are a lot of situations where where Brady might not have made it 3 years in the league if he had gotten drafted to a different team. So it just ended up being the perfect marriage. But at the same time, like Belichick is painted, I think, in some ways, almost like his weaknesses are somehow painted as strengths. Just because he also happened to have Tom Brady.
Yes.
You know, like it makes such a difference.
Yeah.
And again, I don't think Tom Brady would have become who he is without Bill Belichick. It was a good symbiotic or a good mutually beneficial relationship there. So Ryan Poles will be remembered as a genius if they end up with Caleb Williams, and Caleb Williams is awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he probably will. Maybe genius might be stretching it, but yeah, he'll keep his job. That's probably the most important thing right now.
Hey, Sean, I say a question. Somebody says, Seth, I'm one of those people who annoy you, but as a listener every day, why do you use big words when there are other ways to say it? I feel like I don't really use big words all that often.
I think you do.
I try to use the words that are most accurate, but I do like, I censor myself probably 15 times a show and like use and swap out a multi-syllable word for one that's more relatable. So I guess I got to work on that a little bit more. I don't know. This is one person who's talking about it here. Yeah, but I don't know if one person's saying it, then it might. I don't want to be that. I don't want to be an annoying person. You know what annoyed me about the way he said it was. We know you went to Cornell, because that implies that like I'm trying to do it to sound fancy or something. I don't think like that's that insults me. I'll take the advice if you think I need to use different vocabulary or whatever. That's fine. I can agree or disagree with that opinion. But the fact that he would think that I'm somebody that's trying to put on airs or something, that annoys me.
Okay.
I think most listeners would say, yeah. Yeah, okay, now Ben's on my S list. Weigh in on the text line. Am I somebody that's trying to sound I'm a pompous smartass?
Can I weigh in on this?
Yes.
I, as somebody who works with you 4 hours on the air every day, and then obviously off the air we work together, and we've been friends for a long time, I think you're probably of people who attended an Ivy League school. You probably, more than anybody else, try to hide the fact that you went to an Ivy League school more than anybody I've met that attended an Ivy League school. Like Ross Tucker wears his Princeton on his sleeve on his social media and everything. I know there's been times where he's come on this show and he kind of collectively refers to both of you as Ivy Leaguers, and I can see the discomfort in your face when he does those types of things.
Very uncomfortable.
Yes. So I'm sticking up for you here against this texter. Like we know you went to Cornell. Like Seth uses big words because he's trying to be descriptive. He's not using them to show off his. What are you guys?
I gotta dumb it down a little bit more. I don't want to mean like I gotta. It is true. It's annoying though if somebody's using it. I try not to do it that much. Now thanks, buddy. You ruined my day. Damn it!
Don't let him ruin your day.
It's ruined. Go die, everybody. My day.
That was me. That was me, Seth. That was me at the end of what's the movie that Killers of the Flower Moon. That movie that I went and saw last Friday with Amy, that 3.5-hour Scorsese movie.
Yeah.
I wanted everybody to die in that movie. That was me. That was me. I leaned over to Amy and said, I literally want all the, we got to the 3-hour mark, I'm like, I just want all these people to die. I want them all to go away so that we can go get a drink somewhere, please. It was such a good movie for 2 hours, too. Man.
My day is extirpated. I don't know. I honestly don't know what that means. I looked that one up that's a synonym for ruined of some sort.
Extirpated?
So, extirpated, yeah. That's a good word.
That is a good word.
I'll never use it again. I'll never use it again.
Yeah. Will Anderson, pocket extirpator. Yeah.
No, you know what's funny? That guy, Andy from The Office, it's made doubly worse because I look a lot like Andy from The Office, and I went to Cornell. I was talking to my friend Scott that I played football with. He said somebody had asked him the other day. He was like, "Are there actually people like that at Cornell?" I'm like, oh God,
dude,
yes,
yeah.
It's awful. That's why it's so awful. That's why I hate it so. That's why I didn't watch The Office forever. Like, there are a lot of people like that. Yep. It's annoying as hell, and I look like him. It's awful.
It's a cruel God. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday here. Boomer Esiason dished out some disrespect earlier in a Sports Minute. He made up for it later in the show. We'll get to that. And C.J. Stroud, his relationships with his fellow quarterbacks on the team. Some interesting anecdotes we'll get to in the next segment. Stay there.
Car's good.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
A lot of people weighing in on the text page as to whether or not Seth's vocabulary is a little too highbrow for listeners. We'll get to those texts in just a minute. Tiny little signs of progress for the Texans. Boomer Esiason in the Sports Minute today won't shut up about him, which is good. We're cool with that. I'm being sarcastic. But the Texans have gotten 3 shout-outs today from Boomer Esiason in Sports Minutes. Here was the one back in the 7 o'clock hour, which we actually viewed as a sign of disrespect to one particular Houston Texan.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Houston's rookie quarterback, wide receiver combo of C.J. Stroud and Tank Dell, along with vet tight end Dalton Schultz, lead off the parade of game balls. What a performance by that Texans trio.
Speaking of rookies, we don't need to hear the rest of them. Yeah, that's so. Kind of left out Noah Brown, no?
He just left him right out.
Left him out.
It would have been easy to look at the box score,
right,
and see that 150 yards.
Yep.
And how many receptions?
6.
Six receptions for 150 yards, touchdown.
Yep.
And come on, Boomer. Disrespect to Noah Brown.
Disrespect to Noah Brown. Now, he did give CJ his flowers. That would not be the last time he did that today. In the 8:35 Sports Minute, here comes Boomer Esiason again.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Some of the biggest surprises over the first half of the season include the development of Washington signal caller Sam Howell and the recent turnaround of Sean Payton's Broncos. Baltimore's incredible balance and obvious dominance this past month have been a revelation, as has the sudden emergence of Houston's C.J. Stroud as a must-see QB these days. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Must-see? When was the last time somebody from the Texans was must-see TV?
Must see. To me, that sounds like must flex, Sean.
We.
I don't know that felt funny. Your last,
oh yeah.
It doesn't seem like a Sean Pendergast.
No,
yeah.
It was not. But C.J. Stroud is no normal quarterback.
No, yeah, he's got you all twisted up inside.
He's got me sounding different. Absolutely. We're going to have to plan ahead next year, Seth. We have the convenience this year of having all of our games be noon Sunday games, all except the Denver game coming up in a few weeks, which is like 3:05. But so it's been very easy to plan this year, but it's the result of the team sucking the last 2 years. The Texans are going to be in prime time. I'm going to put the over-under at 2.5 next year for primetime games for C.J. Stroud.
Okay, this is what I'm wondering. We gotta get one of your fancy television producer folks that you know on the horn. I'm interested off air to talk about this. I'm wondering, even with Bill O'Brien, there was always a feeling, and look, and the team did studies on this. It was feedback that they got that there was almost there was a dislike for Bill O'Brien that almost was that came before any of the difficulties of his last couple of years, but there just felt like there was a distance between Bill O'Brien and the fans. And O'Brien was a pretty gruff guy, and I think there was a lot, especially when he first got here, there was a whole lot of I'm going to teach these hicks how to. It felt like he was saying, I'm going to teach these hicks how football is played because I'm from New England. That type of feel to it. With D'Amico, it's the exact opposite. And I was thinking about primetime game, I was actually thinking about okay, you've got C.J. Stroud obviously, but what else? And honestly, D'Amico Ryans being as active on the sidelines as he is, as excited as he gets, and doing it pretty athletically too, jumping up and down and everything. And then you add Frank Ross into the mix, which going back to, remember the old special teams coach for the Cowboys? Was it Avizano?
Yeah.
Yeah. He was kind of that same way. The camera loved Joe Avizano.
Yeah.
I apologize if I'm messing up his name. And I think D'Amico and Frank Ross and C.J. Stroud, there's a little bit of that element to it. It's it's a photogenic team.
It is.
Not in that they're good looking, but that they're fun to watch. They're animated on the sideline, and I think they're very likable.
They're likable, but I think the thing I would say too about D'Amico is that, and I'm not saying you're saying this, Seth, but he's animated on the sidelines, but he's not rah-rah. I don't view him as that's what his secret sauce is. He's just super energetic and really excited about everything. And you watch.
It's not like a shtick or anything.
No, I don't think it is either. Yeah. I think it's genuine. B, I think he is super smart. And C, I think he's energetic like that at the appropriate times. I think somebody who's a rah-rah jump up and down all the time guy, would have been jumping up and down after Tank Dell scored that touchdown to go ahead with 6 seconds left. They flash over to D'Amico, and D'Amico, you would think it's 2nd and 12 in the middle of the second quarter. He's got his hand over the microphone. He's planning on what the next thing is.
Yeah, that was very much there were a few times. The other more understated celebration by D'Amico was when Ogunbowale hit that field goal. And D'Amico was trying real hard to be stoic or stone-faced. And damn it, it's all in my head now. He was trying to be kind of stone-faced, not show a lot of emotion. And then after the field goal was in, he kind of let that smile creep in a little bit. But no, I'm thinking about after defensive plays especially. That's when he gets super animated and he's jumping up and down and everything. And there's a lot of fit NFL coaches. I feel like D'Amico is still the most explosively athletic-looking NFL coach.
Yes.
Like Robert Saleh is he's built really big, but he wasn't an NFL player or anything, and I don't think he doesn't like jump as high in the air or squat low and do like a fist pump the way D'Amico does. You don't see that out of a lot of NFL teams. And like you hear the players talk about it. I know this sounds stupid and silly, everybody, but we're talking about television here and what producers want on air. I feel like D'Amico is actually like a big part of making a good broadcast. As far as how that energy transfers over to the players, we hear players all the time talk about how, it still looks like he could play and maybe wants to still play. Mm-hmm. And I think they respect him for that.
Yes.
It's not something you're looking for necessarily, but when you see it, it's exceptional. There's a certain youthfulness to it that you don't necessarily expect to see out of an NFL head coach.
One more Boomer Esiason Sports Minute that I didn't even know about. Ben heard this one. I was off maybe going to the bathroom during this break or something, but I guess at 8:55, he talked about C.J. Stroud again.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. At the midway mark in the NFL, here are my half-season awards. Houston's C.J. Stroud and Philly's Jalen Carter are my offensive and defensive rookies of the first half, while Christian McCaffrey and Myles Garrett are my overall offensive.
No, I actually wanted to hear who he had as his MVP, Ben, believe it or not.
Houston's C.J. Stroud and Philly's Jalen Carter are my offensive and defensive rookies of the first half, while Christian McCaffrey and Myles Garrett are my overall offensive and defensive players of the half season. Baltimore's success is a testament to head coach John Harbaugh, and my first half MVP, well, that would be his quarterback, Lamar Jackson. I'm Boomer Esiason.
I can get with those. Those are good choices, especially C.J. Stroud for Offensive Rookie of the Year.
Yeah. So you did the research, or at least somebody sent it into you, that Jim Brown was the last rookie to win rookie, only rookie to win Rookie of the Year and NFL MVP in the same season. That makes sense. You know what? It makes sense that back then running backs were more important than quarterbacks. Now it would make sense that if it were to happen, it would be a quarterback over a running back.
Why do I think I feel like Earl Campbell. For whatever reason, I thought Earl Campbell might be another guy who did it, but obviously I'm wrong. I looked it up, and so did several listeners, but because Earl Campbell burst on the scene, to your point, Seth, back when running backs were viewed almost more like a linchpin to success than quarterbacks were back in the 70s and early 80s, you know?
So Earl Campbell had 1,450 yards his rookie year.
In 14 games, I think. It was a shorter
15
season.
Games.
15 games. Okay. So he came in.
He started 14. So maybe his first one, maybe the first game, they were like, "Listen, rookie, no, we don't start rookies, but it's second down. Get in there."
Starting Jenkins over here. We promised him in the offseason he'd start the first game. Yeah.
So he had 1,450 yards his rookie year. His second year, he had 1,697 yards. His third year, he had 1,900.
He was crazy. I think that was the year he was the MVP. The year he had almost 2,000 yards.
He led the league in rushing 3 years in a row.
Yeah.
His first 3 years in the NFL. My God.
Yeah. Dude, can you imagine the think pieces that would be written about that these days, though? Like the way the Oilers rode him into the ground. The stuff they'd be saying on Get Up and on the First Take about how Bum Phillips is just irresponsibly driving Earl Campbell into the ground with all these carries and things like that.
Yeah.
The conversation there'd be over what his second contract would look like with all that traffic, with all that usage. Nobody thought about it back then. We didn't have any of the science back then. It was crazy.
No science. Walter Payton, he had like 310 to 300. Boy, he was durable, man.
Yeah, he was freaky.
But Walter Payton didn't hit until his second year. Now we're going down a rabbit.
Yeah.
Now, hey, everybody, you want to know what it's like to live a glamorous radio host life? Sean and I basically go home and do stuff like this.
All day. Yep, that's it. That's it.
Be in my rookie running back's production rabbit hole for the next 90 minutes.
That's right. Hey, real quick, just to pay off because we talked about it. Here is Evan Washburn of CBS talking about C.J. Stroud's relationship. We'll do Case Keenum here, Ben, with Case Keenum.
Case Keenum and C.J. Stroud have developed such a chemistry. Keenum is the negotiator in Houston, and specific to this role, it's supporting C.J. Stroud in the meeting room, in the quarterback room, as sometimes playing the bad cop in situation where they'll be in a meeting, something will come up, and all CJ has to do is kind of give Case a look, and Case knows, okay, that means my quarterback doesn't necessarily like that. He wants something else. I'll step up. I'll make a point as the 35-year-old vet in the room and say, hey, why don't we run it this way? Why don't we do this way? So that CJ, as he put it to us, doesn't always have to be the guy asking for something to change.
Okay. Well, now Bobby Slowick and Gerard Johnson both know that, Evan. What the hell?
I feel like he was trying to tell a nice, positive story about CJ and in the meeting room. And may have, that's kind of messed up, Evan Washburn.
Yeah, a little bit.
These
I
guys
think you cracked under
against
questioning, Evan Washburn.
Coach.
Yeah. By the way,
I gotta tell you, honey, hey Sally, I gotta tell you, your husband was so polite to the strippers last night. He was what's that, Joe? What's that? Oh, sorry, I didn't know that. Okay.
Yeah, damn, Evan, loose lips sink ships, man. By the way, the consensus on the text page seems to be that your vocabulary is right in the sweet spot for our audience. They told
I'm not trying to. I don't sound like a pompous, try-hard jerk. Okay.
No. Generally speaking, in fact, there's more criticism from me and my Connecticut and Notre Dame background than there is for you on here. Stop making lobster rolls with mayo and pretending that you're God's team, Sean. LOL.
Wait, is lobster rolls with mayo a thing in Connecticut or Notre Dame?
I think Connecticut for sure. Like up in New England,
okay.
Yeah, the lobster rolls they're heavy on mayo up there. They're very good. They're very, very good.
Wait, what's a lobster roll? Is it like an egg roll with?
No. It's a sandwich. It's like a sub, but with it's all lobster meat, but mixed in with like the lobster meat's mixed in like mayo. It's like chicken salad, but it's with lobster instead of chicken kind of thing.
Oh,
yeah.
So it's a sub. With like lobster salad.
Lobster salad,
okay.
That's exactly right. Hey, speaking
Put
of
paprika on that,
you could if you want to. Speaking of food,
I know you wouldn't.
The fellas are out at Texas Star Grill Shop over on 59, right there at Shepherd for a fun show from 10 to 2. What's up, boys?
Hey, how you living?
We're good. You guys are about to get fed, man.
Oh my gosh, this is a candy store.
Yeah,
this is awesome.
Yeah. That's I'll be there in a little bit. I'm gonna stop by and say hello to you guys.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Good. They're actually cooking pulled pork, brisket. They got some fire pits going.
Oh, good.
And
it's popping already.
Now, I thought barbecue was better than candy. Why can't it just be a barbecue store?
I said it's like a candy store.
Yeah, but
you know what? It is a barbecue store.
Barbecue's better than candy. Like you say,
right.
Candy store if something's not as good as candy.
You're
but
right.
to you, barbecue's better. So you kind of just like punch down there, buddy.
Hey,
I stand corrected.
You know what's weird is that beef jerky store. Have you seen that on I-45 South?
Oh boy. No, it's good stuff.
I heard you guys killing McLean yesterday over his barbecue in Cincinnati take.
Yeah, and if we went and looked at the actual pictures, Vanessa Richardson of the Rockets, Space City Network, she actually said the place wasn't that good. She worked in Ohio for a while. She said it's like okay, but it's not great. So I don't know what McLean was talking about yesterday.
Yeah, that's crazy that John is from here and he had that take. What is it, Montgomery Inn or something like that?
Montgomery. They don't even have potato salad. Beans,
it looks like the McRib. No lie, looks like the McRib.
Yeah.
The ribs look like the McRib.
Landry, I apologize. We're going to cut into your time a little bit, but I was curious when we came in today. We saw on the text line from they were playing the best of must have been last night. A bunch of one person adamantly saying that you should be ashamed of yourself for complaining about your voice from screaming at the game or something. What was this all about?
That didn't happen.
That could have been me.
Yeah, that didn't happen.
That must have been. They said my name. I have no idea.
Yeah.
Okay, so he
thought
my
voice from screaming.
He
at
must
the
have
game?
heard somebody else talking, and this person thought you were him. Okay.
Yeah,
right.
He's listening to CBS Sports Radio or John Harris or somebody like that. That was Landry.
I was complaining about my voice screaming at the game.
Something. There was 7 texts, man. This guy was adamant. He hated you.
Check the text from late last night if you feel like it. Now I really apologize for
No, I have no idea what he. There's a lot of things he could have been talking about, but I don't know anything about screaming at a game or anything like that.
All right, the fellas are out at Texas Star Grill Shop, 59 and Shepherd, out there from 10 to 2. Stop in and see them. It's a whole lot of fun out there. I'll be over there in just a little bit. This is Crosstalk, brought to you by D&M Leasing. You're listening to KILT and KILT HD2 on Odyssey Station. Seth, antibodies to you?
Stuff that kills stuff in your bloodstream to you.
Antibodies is too big a word for our audience. Okay. All right, we're done.
Not our audience. Just
that guy.
Just the one guy.
That guy.
He apologized. We made nice.
Okay,
we made
good.
nice.
I like that. All right, we're done. We're out of time. We were out of time a minute ago. Here's In the Loop, and they start now.
All right, here we go. So, Lopez, I don't think that this is like a hot take, but I am calling today the most anticipated injury report ever. There are a lot of possibilities as to which way this could go. We did get some clues yesterday for the Texans and what they could or could not have in Cincinnati. But from Jimmy Ward to Ka'imi Fairbairn to John Mechie, there are all kinds of possibilities on this injury report. And we're going to get the context clues as practice begins. And then we're going to get a grasp of what exactly the Texans will have in Cincinnati, as well as if Jamar Chase doesn't play, which I think could be the great equalizer.
Yes, it is. I think it is. It's certainly in recent memory. I mean, what have injury reports meant in the last 3 years? Okay. I mean, this one matters, and it matters on a number of levels. It matters in the backfield, Dameon Pierce. It matters in the secondary, big time, and I know we're going to dig deeper into that later. It matters at the wide receiver position, even though they're strong at the wide receiver position. And hell, man, I mean, it may matter on the offensive line. We don't know. I mean, we don't know who's getting better, who's not getting better. But regardless, those first three, it matters a lot, and it is very anticipated.
Yeah, and I think you brought this up in pre-show. And by the way, coming up in 8 minutes, there's something that we need to kind of accept when it comes to the best team in town. There's some dialogue going on, and there's something that we need to accept, I think. And there's also kind of a double standard.
Yes.
I'll get to that in 8 minutes. Baseball Spo going to join us as well out here at Texas Star Grill Shop on Shepherd. But this is a stat. Could I interest you in a stat?
Always.
So the Texans are 4-4 on the season.
Correct.
Okay?
Correct.
They have not won a game without Jimmy Ward. They are 4-2 with Jimmy Ward. They are 0-2 without. Now, one of those games was against, you kind of had him banged up against Baltimore.
Yeah.
So that I'll put that aside. But when we're looking at stuff that is the most important, I think the value of Jimmy Ward is really, really high, to the point where if he's 65, 70% in a game in which you're not expected to win, and then when the schedule softens up, I almost look at this like I do Robert Woods, although I think you could argue that Jimmy's value is higher than Robert Woods just because of what he has behind him. I would almost err on the side of caution with Jimmy Ward because I think he is that important. They have not won a game without Jimmy Ward.
I see your point, but Jimmy Ward to me is the number one name I'm going to be watching today. And there's a good reason for that. You can survive without Robert Woods. You did.
Yeah.
You can survive without Dameon Pierce. You did.
Mm-hmm.
You can even survive without Ka'imi Fairbairn. I mean, extra point. I mean,
I mean, they did though.
Yeah,
you could go back to say they did.
You can say they did on that.
You could say that. I don't want to get used to it, but you can say it.
I don't know if you can survive against Joe Burrow without Jimmy Ward. Man.
Now, Jamar Chase being out would be a nice equalizer.
It would be, but keep in mind that MJ Stewart's already out, and he's out. Like, he's out for a while.
Yeah, he's on IR. Hassan Ridgeway's probably done for the season.
Yeah.
You had that happen. That they elevated a safety to the practice squad. They also brought Graylin Arnold up, who they like to do some of the nickel stuff that Jimmy can do. So you do have those contexts.
And, by the way, you're facing Joe Burrow.
He's all right.
You're facing a guy getting to be at his peak against a secondary, which, if we're being honest, has had some struggles already in the last couple of games anyway, and certainly in the fourth quarter of games throughout the season. You need Jimmy Ward. Jimmy Ward, to me, is the most important player, not just his play, But like he's the equivalent of Robert Woods in terms of how everybody looks at him on.
I think he's even more than Robert Woods because I think his play is such to where you can't replace it. Like without Robert Woods, you can have Noah Brown, you can have Tank Dell, you can have Dalton Schultz, you can have guys fill voids. And oh, by the way, your best player is the one that's in control. With Jimmy, I think that's something to keep an eye on. And we'll get that update throughout the show. The most anticipated injury report ever. I got to tell you, man, I know a lot of people are betting on C.J. Stroud right now. Mm-hmm. I'm going to have to bet against him, man.
You talking about
I'm going to stick my hand out right now, and I'm going to offer you a bet right now. I'm betting against C.J. Stroud.
On the Rockets, the first shot?
I don't think he's going to make the shot today. I've seen C.J. Stroud play. He doesn't strike me as someone who's shot a lot of free throws. Now, if it were a three-pointer, I think he makes it. But I'm going to bet against C.J. Stroud. I'm going to bet you. I'll bet you $10 that C.J. misses the free throw.
I'll bet you $10.
Okay, we got everyone wanting to make the bet right now. I'm betting he misses the free throw.
I bet you $10 he makes it.
And it keeps him grounded. By the way, Lakers fan C.J. Stroud.
And I'll put a kicker on it. I'm betting you $10 that he makes it. I'm going to add $5 that it's a swish. And Figgy's going to determine whether it's a swish or not. And here's the thing.
I'm saying he misses the free throw, but I'm starting to lean towards him potentially winning on Sunday. I'm starting to lean towards him potentially winning on Sunday. I'm leaning that way.
Let's get to that in a second, but let me finish on the free throw thing. Don't you remember when during the draft, hey, man, let's go play basketball. Who was it? It was
Josh McCown.
Josh McCown, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I've seen the CJ highlights. He's got a stroke.
He's got a stroke.
Pause.
So why are you betting against him?
I just, he's kind of there's got to be something that he does wrong, and I think basketball is what he's going to do wrong. And I don't think he probably shot a lot of free throws.
For sure he did.
Nah, he's shooting threes.
No, well,
he's shooting
does.
threes, mid-range.
But I'm sure he gets
betting
fouled.
Against
got
him.
fouled a lot.
Betting against him. I think C.J. Stroud misses the free throw. Not as bad as John McClain did, but I'm betting C.J. Stroud misses the free throw.
Yes or no, 713-572-4610. I'm betting on C.J. Stroud, and I'm going to put the kicker that it's going to be a swish. Why are you leaning? Because I've been kind of not leaning, but I've been saying,
I just think he needs to be grounded, and I'm rooting for him.
No, I'm talking about the game.
The game? I'm starting to feel like Jamar Chase isn't going to play.
Yeah.
And I think that if they had Jamar Chase and Higgins, I wouldn't feel good about it. But I'm starting to feel like Jamar Chase isn't going to play. And I also, walking in that locker room the other day, and by the way, I think they just need to win one of the next two to be in great position.
Yeah.
I'm just starting to kind of drink the Kool-Aid. Walking in that locker room, it didn't feel like they were overwhelmingly ecstatic about that win. It felt like they were relatively confident that it happened. So when I see that and I see the mindset and I see that Cincinnati has lost some games, I know Joe Burrow was nicked up. They got thumped by Tennessee. I think they're gettable, and I think without Jamar Chase, I think that is as significant of an injury as the Texans can possibly have. And as soon as I saw D'Amico go hardo on Monday and say on to Cincinnati, I'm leaning that way. I'm leaning in the direction of perhaps even putting money on it.
Oh, there we go. That's how you know. That's how.
But I mean, I'm a crappy gambler, so if you piggyback me, that's at your own risk. But it's going to be like a low risk, high reward type of bet.
Yeah, and here's the other part of that. I mentioned it yesterday. Not only are they hot, and Joe Burrow, is coming off a big win against Buffalo. Their next two games after the Texans are the Ravens. Big time game for them and leading the division, and then the Steelers. And
they still got the Browns too, and the Browns thumped them.
But their next two are the Ravens and the Steelers. So the Texans, human nature says, yeah, C.J. Stroud's having a great game, but kind of overlooking this, they're certainly going to rest players like Chase for the Ravens and the Steelers. So I'm with you on that.
Yeah, it's going to be really, really interesting. I want to give Caserio some flowers. He got some yesterday on Pro Football Talk with Chris Sims and Mike Florio. They were doing what everyone else has been doing, talking about C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
Also want to talk about a potential double standard and something that maybe shouldn't surprise us when it comes to the best team in town. In the Loop live from Texas Star Grill Shop out here on Shepherd. Come by, say hi. Lopez acts like he owns the place when he walks in here. Let's be serious.
These are my people.
Here was Chris Sims and Mike Florio talking about C.J. Stroud, and they want to give Nick Caserio his credit.
I give Nick Caserio a ton of credit. because somebody was trying to put the Jedi mind trick on him. Somebody was trying to get Stroud to drop.
Yeah.
With all that crap about processing, whatever that test is, C2, CS3, SUX, whatever it is.
Kiss my ass test.
Yeah, and they were trying their damnedest. And it's the ultimate Machiavellian approach to the draft. We love this guy so much that we want him, and we're going to spread all this crap about him in the hopes that we can draft him. And it didn't work. Caserio held firm, D'Amico Ryans held firm, and they got something now. They got something special in C.J. Stroud, and it's great. And he's past the point where there's enough film for the defenses to game plan against
It's not like it's
not some fluke.
Now.
Yeah,
right, exactly.
Whatever they're trying to stop, they can't stop.
I give it to him. Absolutely give it to Nick Caserio. You do have to, understand that this was an altogether team effort too. So
D'Amico.
It was D'Amico, it was Slowick, etc. So I think what he deserves credit for is the flexibility, and he's shown a lot of flexibility in terms of changing. I mean, he signed off on Bobby Slowick, which is a completely different offense than he's been accustomed to and that he's ever been around. Like even with David Culley and Lovie Smith, it was the Patriots' offense. So you got to give him credit for flexibility more than anything, because he is certainly adjusting and adapting to what D'Amico Ryans is wanting.
Yeah. Now, meanwhile, best team in town. We're used to Astros having success.
Mm-hmm.
We're used to the Astros traveling deep into the postseason. They're looking for a manager.
They are.
There's a story from Chandler Rome that had to be corrected. He was talking to Dana Brown.
Mm-hmm.
When he was talking to Dana Brown originally, Dana Brown was asked about Joe Espada potentially being the manager and interviewing with other teams, and Dana Brown said that basically the Astros held the keys to.
He totally said that.
To what went on there. He said that Espada has to ask us permission to interview in places, and that's taking one of our guys, and apparently we hold the keys. Well, the story had to be updated because Espada's contract with the Astros expired last month, so the Astros do not hold the keys. Joe Espada can apparently do whatever the hell he wants. Now, there's a lot of ways to look at this, and we can do this in a sec, but I do want to say this, and I do want to be very fair and address maybe something that we might have done that is unfair.
Okay.
If Nick Caserio would have said this, we would have killed him. I would have ripped up this run sheet, and Nick Caserio would have gotten killed.
Yeah.
Let's say that Bobby Slowick was going to interview somewhere or something, and Nick Caserio came out and said, well, Bobby can't do that. He's under contract. And we found out he wasn't under contract, and like Jonathan Alexander of the Chronicle or DJ Bieniemy of ESPN had to make a change. Nick Caserio would get killed. I think there's a number of ways, though, to look at this. I want to get your thoughts on it, though.
I'm going to kill him. I mean, I don't think there's from he did. He shouldn't be treated any differently than for what he did than what Nick Caserio would be treated like. No way. Because here's the thing. What's the most important thing on their plate right now? And that is hiring a manager. Yes. Nothing else. Nothing else is prioritized over hiring a manager. And your general manager didn't know that the contract ran out?
There's another way to look at it, though. Maybe they just don't want Joe Espada.
Well, that's my other point.
Like, the other thing is, like, maybe they just don't want Joe Espada and they don't really care.
Yeah.
I think that's possible. And by the way, I don't think Joe Espada would be the right hire. I want to go outside the organization, but maybe they just don't want to hire Joe Espada. The other thing is this, and I know this is weird, and I know that this is not something that we're used to, but the Astros functioning like a bleep show during the offseason really shouldn't surprise us.
Yeah.
I know that this is the best array of talent I've ever seen, but they let Jeff Bagwell play GM last year, and they let Jeff Bagwell spend the majority of the money that they had.
Yeah.
And that was kind of a bleep show. So maybe we're kind of transitioning to where the Astros doing stuff like this should not surprise us as much. You gave Montero a 3-year deal. You gave Abreu the 3-year $60 whatever million deal, close to $60 million. So maybe this just shouldn't surprise us too much either, that They don't know what's going on. And the other thing is, maybe Dana Brown's not really calling the shots. Maybe it is Jim Crane and Jeff Bagwell
I've got
still.
4 points on this.
And I didn't even see them from you.
I've got 4 points on this, and let me go through them because they tie in with exactly what you're saying. Number one, this is your job right now. This is the number one priority. I said that earlier. Number two, it's humiliating, but beyond that, Dana Brown is already being questioned as being the guy. The last thing he needs is to look like he's got his thumb up as you know what, because he does. And then the third thing I said is kind of ties in with what you said. Is he really running the show, or is it Jeff Bagwell and some combination of others? And then the last thing that jumped into mind, you just hit on that one as well. Maybe Espada isn't even really a candidate.
I mean, I would hope not. That to me would be the
no
most.
matter what you hope, maybe he's just not.
No, I'm just saying, like, if you're looking at what Dana Brown said, and you're trying to make it the least worst thing for the Astros.
Yeah,
Joe Espada just not being a candidate would be the best thing.
Yeah, but this is really, really a bad.
Yeah,
look
Casario would be getting
for Dana.
Getting killed right now.
Oh my gosh,
yeah,
it's just awful.
He'd be getting absolutely slaughtered right now. We're going to talk to Baseball Spo about this. I am intrigued what he has to say. C.J. Stroud versus Houston tonight. He is a Lakers fan, diehard Lakers fan. So he's going to be on the opposite end of things. You got the Dylan Brooks, LeBron pillow fight. So we'll get into all that. We'll also get into the injury report, most anticipated injury report of all time. But coming up, John Lopez. He has some concerns. There's some excitement about this game on Sunday, but John Lopez has concerns. Plus, D'Amico, he answers 3 important questions during his exclusive Sports Radio 610 visit. We'll tell you what he had to say about a mystery man, what he had to say about perhaps one of the most viral struggling Texans right now, and Lopez's fear. We'll get into that next. But first, I want to talk about Orchard's win-win program. A lot of Sports Radio 610 listeners, a lot of loopholes have taken advantage of the win-win program. You're selling your home. It's stressful. It sucks. You've put a lot into it. You want to at least reap the benefits of it while transitioning into a new home. So you want to minimize stress. You want to maximize profit. That's what the win-win program does. Step 1, Orchard makes you a solid, guaranteed cash offer for your home, a legit, serious cash offer, not some home buying company trying to lowball you. And this is where it gets even better. Orchard handles the upgrades of your home, including listing and showing. And when your home sells for more than that original offer, you get to keep the extra. So you win twice. You minimize stress, you maximize profit. The next phase of your life starts off in the right foot. If you want to figure out what Orchard would offer you for your home, get a no-cost, no-obligation offer at Orchard.com. That's ORCHARD.com, Orchard.com.
C.J. Stroud has arrived. 470 yards, 5 TDs, and the game-winning drive to beat the Buccaneers. That's what we call a breakout performance. We got ourselves a quarterback, Texans fans.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The Arizona Cardinals are planning to play Kyler Murray this weekend in a move that I don't understand. Murray is coming off a torn ACL to join the worst team in the NFL, where you're in the driver's seat for the #1 overall pick. Also, if he gets hurt again, his massive salary for 2025 becomes fully guaranteed. The Cardinals clean house. The GM who drafted and paid Murray is gone. Isn't it logical that Murray would be next? I'm Maggie Gray.
Gas, groceries, utilities, you name it, the price of everything is going up, and if you're stuck in a bad timeshare with rising maintenance fees, the financial burden can be crushing. It is time to get your finances in order and get the real facts about that timeshare that you are stuck in and your options to get rid of it. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has been helping families out of horrible timeshares for over 10 years and has put together a complete timeshare exit information kit that he will send you absolutely free. To date, over 30,000 families have trusted Wesley Financial Group to help them out of financial hardship by getting them out of bad timeshares. Get the facts about how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation. Simply call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit and see how you can become timeshare free. Call 800-462-3333. That's 800-462-3333. Once again, 800-462-3333.
Right now at Suit Mart, when you buy one promotional suit, you get the second suit for $25 and the third suit for $10. Choose from one of the large selections of suits in the city in slim fit, modern, and classic fits in sizes up to 60 regulars. 2 suits for $35 when you purchase a promotional suit at the ticketed price on select styles. Suit Mart Murphy Road is temporarily closed, but there are 2 locations to shop Suit Mart: South Main or Suit Mart North Freeway.
Reggie was a nurse for 16 years.
I had become very burnt out. I wasn't making good money.
Then it happened.
There was an ad for My Computer Career, and it just spoke to me.
My Computer Career was the best decision he ever made.
I could study anywhere from my laptop, and I was working in the first couple weeks of me being in class.
Reggie hit a home run.
The field is teeming with jobs.
Become an IT pro in just months with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu.
The school is amazing.
It's not rocket science. It's mycomputercareer.edu. This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
There's nothing more frightening than suffering an accident at work or on the road. You're left not knowing what to do next, not knowing who's going to help you, not knowing how you can obtain just compensation. At Mokaram Law, they're available 24/7, nights and weekends at 281-222-2222. Serving the Houston community for over 25 years, they believe in supporting the community as well as their clients. After all, they're not only lawyers, they're part of the community. They attend local baseball games, eat at local restaurants, and shop at the same grocery stores. This community is woven into who they are as a law firm, taking all the problems that an accident brings to you and treating them as though it was happening to their very own family. You can rely on Mokaram Law to help you navigate the legal process, making sure you understand your legal options to seek just compensation. If the need arises, they're ready to partner with you. Don't fight the insurance companies alone. Call Mokaram Law, 281-222-2222. That's 281-222-2222. That's Mokaram Law.
Mokaram Law, principal office in Houston, Texas.
Imagine if you could charge your electric vehicle at the places you already love to eat, shop, and play. Whether you're at the movies, on your weekly grocery trip, or running errands at your local mall, Volta EV charging stations are built around your day-to-day and located in your community and nationwide. All you have to do is check in, plug in, and go about your day. It's EV charging made convenient. Download the Volta app to find your new favorite place to charge.
Let's head out. The theater's about to close.
Wait, what does that sign say?
Warning, watch your step?
No, next to it.
If you are 60 or older, you may be at increased risk of serious consequences from RSV, respiratory syncytial virus, compared to adults younger than 60. I didn't know that.
Not all dangers come with warning labels. Talk to your pharmacist or doctor about getting vaccinated against RSV today. RSV vaccines, including Pfizer's, are available. Learn more at bewareofrsv.com. Brought to you by Pfizer.
Look around. You can find cars like these on AutoTrader, like that car riding your tail. Or if you're tailgating right now, all those cars doubling as kitchens and living rooms are on AutoTrader too. Are you working out and listening to this ad at the same time? Well, multitasking pro, cars like the ones in the gym parking lot are for sale on AutoTrader. New cars, used cars, electric cars, maybe even flying cars. Okay, no flying cars, but as soon as they get invented, they'll be on AutoTrader. Just you wait. AutoTrader.
Save on stuff you really need and stuff you bought for fun. Stuff you've always really wanted this holiday at Amazon. Stuff that is discounted if you're naughty or you're nice. Stuff to buy your grandma who drinks her Chardonnay with ice. Stuff to make you big and strong. Stuff we can't name in this song. Stuff for lawns and decking halls. Save big on stuff at Amazon. Stuff.
At Grainger, we're for the ones who specialize in saving the day and for the ones who've mastered the art of keeping business moving. We offer industrial-grade supplies for every industry with same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders, all backed by real people ready to help. So you can get the right answers and products right when you need them. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Looking for a quick recap of everything you missed in the NFL this week? The best football show with Brian Baldinger is just what you need. Baldy breaks down the most exciting moments and biggest performances around the league, all in the time it takes you to drive to the office. Just follow the best football show in the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast. In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker is presented by La Michoacana Meat Market.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
Oh, the jokes are coming fast and furious every time y'all talk about this guy.
With Landry Locker.
Landry, I mean, you're going to be in midday forever now.
And John Lopez.
On occasion, Lopez makes a statement that's so ludicrous, it makes me pick my phone up and call you guys.
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader.
Your champ, 610.
Sports Radio 610.
All right, so I'm excited for Sunday. I'm leaning towards believing in this squad big time.
Oh,
Lopez, on the other hand, is scared.
See, now here we go.
Lopez is scared, and Lopez, why don't you just skip the game and go to church? Because if you're scared, you need to go to church. So you need to.
I haven't been in a while, if I'm being honest.
Take Lopez to go to early and late service and take your scared ass to church. I'm going to watch the game.
The only bad thing about that is
believe in my quarterback.
Some of the old people are going to be like smart asses. Oh, nice to see you.
Oh, well, how you been?
Yeah.
Where you been?
I haven't seen you since Easter.
I'm going to judge you.
Like, I hate that so much. You know, one of the reasons
the pastor's going to go up there and look at it and say, if anyone wants to rededicate their life to the Lord,
looking staring right at me. I go to church, but it's been a while.
All right.
Okay, so I believe in this team. I think it's kind of hard not to. But one thing does worry me about this game.
Okay.
And I think I can convince you, if not you, some of the loopholes in Figgy for sure.
Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one.
Fight the temptation, Bobby Slowick. You got to fight the temptation. I'm out here looking at all kind of stuff about the Texans like everybody else and social media and everything. And one kind of set me off today, and it was a really good dude. But he was just talking about, well, this run defense, blah, blah, blah. And then McClain talking about how weak, the Bengals run defense is. Don't go back to what you were doing before. I'm worried that they are.
I want to run the rock.
I want to run the rock.
I think you can run the rock against Cincinnati. They need some balance. You can't be too one-dimensional.
Of course.
Now you do got to have a feel to know when it's not working, and I think they did that very well last week. Now the kicker being out might have added to it, but I don't think you just completely abandon the run. I think you got to feel it out, and I think against Cincinnati you actually might be able to run the rock.
You know who else was really bad against the run? Against the when
Carolina.
They faced the Texans. Carolina, Pittsburgh, and Indianapolis. They're all in about the same place on the very bottom of the NFL rushing defense stats with the Bengals. How did two of those three games work out?
They didn't go well.
They didn't go
run the
well.
rock well.
Fight the temptation, man.
So you don't trust Bobby is what you're saying?
No, I trust Bobby.
Why doesn't Lopez trust Bobby? 713-572-4610. Why don't you trust Bobby Slowick?
I trust Bobby. I'm giving Bobby.
Does this sound like trust to you?
I'm giving Bobby just a word of advice here, because it's a group thing there. And early on in the season, you remember I did this, and it's not a shot at D'Amico. But I think it's something that maybe Bobby Slowick is kind of battling inside those meeting rooms. D'Amico he came in saying we want to run the ball, like first press conference. We want to be a running team. We want to pound the rock. We want to run the ball, establish the run, et cetera. And then early on, Bobby Slowick was trying to do that to their own detriment. So now you're facing a team that is near the bottom in rushing defensive stats. I'm worried that they're going to say, you know what, let's get this done. Let's pound the rock. No, man. You got to go 2-to-1 ratio in the early downs, first and second down, passing toward running. And here's the other part about this. The Bengals are not only a bad rushing defense, they're really prone to giving up big pass plays. In fact, they're 27th in the NFL in yards per attempt, and they've allowed more passing plays of more than 20 yards than all but 5 teams in the NFL. They give up big passing plays. What won the game against last week? Big passing plays. Big passing plays did it against Tampa Bay. So just stay with what you're doing, man. 2-to-1 ratio. Run the rock as a secondary thing. Maybe you'll get over 100 yards, but you got to fight the temptation. That's the one thing that worries me.
Well, D'Amico was on the drive yesterday with Stoerner and Hughley, and he was asked about, running the ball and the balance of running the ball. I thought it was a really good interview. If you missed it, fire up the Odyssey app. But here was what D'Amico had to say about establishing the run versus not stubbornly trying to commit to something that you don't do well.
It's no secret. I mean, you guys have talked about it in post-game pressers. You guys have talked about it during the week when you talk to us. How do you guys address that with the inability to consistently generate a run game along with what you said of, hey, man, we're going to do whatever we got to do to win this week versus said opponent?
I mean, again, we attack everything the same way. Again, we'll have our run plan together, and whatever the best run plan is for that week, again, we'll try to establish a run. I think our backs have done a good job of making some explosive runs happen for us, and we've mixed it up when it comes to our schemes with our run game. And, we try to do different things in the run game to generate some movement there. And I think as it continue to go along, we'll continue to get better in our run game, and it's just a collective approach from O-line, tight ends, the running backs, everybody being involved. It comes to a mentality of moving people off the line of scrimmage, playing with a physical mindset.
Yeah, left guards too. That's D'Amico Ryans talking about the run game. I hope that it gets better because it has to. You can't.
No, it does.
It can't be non-existent, and I hope that it does get better. And one of the big things is Titus Howard at guard. Now, the pass blocking on the left side's been fine. There's a few exceptions there, but it's been fine. A near dagger with the strip sack that ended up getting recovered. But Titus Howard at guard is an interesting topic. And if let me put it this way, if there were a Shaq and a Fool in the NFL, like where Shaq goes through bloopers, Titus Howard would win this week with some of his run blocking display yesterday. He would win. Now, is he going to stay at left guard or not? Here's D'Amico Ryans talking about that yesterday with the drive. I think knew where this was going to go.
Oh, yeah. D'Amico, with that, real quick on the run game and that part of it with the physicality, do you sense that Titus Howard will remain at left guard, or is there any thought that he may jump back out to right tackle, his more natural position?
Yeah, I'm not going to discuss, our pieces up front and how we move guys around with our star players. We'll have the best 5 guys out there.
All right, D'Amico, is Michael Dieter going to be your center?
We'll see.
Oh, boy. He's got to be contemplating it at this point. It was that bad. I mean, when you see it not even in the all 11 or all 22 or whatever, you see it in the highlights just how bad he is. That's bad.
Yeah,
that's bad. When an offensive lineman stands out like that, it's either a penalty or a horrible block.
It was bad.
Yeah,
it was really, really bad. But hey, you still got to balance it. You got to do it. You got to balance it. You don't want to stubbornly commit to it, but we'll see how it works on Sunday and what it looks like.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's not.
You got to fight the temptation to be stubborn.
If Bobby Slowick looked at this game, and I don't think he did because he's a smart guy, and maybe think I'm smarter than I am, but if Bobby Slowick looked at that game with how everything went, and he goes, and he's thinking, man, you know what? We really need to figure out how to run the ball. That's a problem.
Yeah, that's a big problem.
Now, do you still think you need to run the ball? Yes, but maybe you realize that the balance needs to lean more towards CJ, and you still try to mix in the run in different ways. But I think there's some coaches who would look at that and say, oh, man, we only had 51 rushing yards. Man, we really got to commit to running the ball. No, you got to commit to doing more of what you did there with sprinkling in some run. Don't just completely abandon it.
Thank you. And here's the other reason. There's another reason I think you can't be stubborn. You got to fight the temptation. Do you honestly think that this is going to be a low-scoring game with Joe Burrow playing the way he's playing? I mean, no.
Without Chase, maybe.
But here's the thing.
Without Chase, maybe.
Burrow has thrown for 2, 3, 2, and 3 TDs his last 4 games. He's thrown for more than 280 yards in 3 of those games. He's completed 75% of his passes.
It was with Chase.
It was with Chase. But here's the thing. Gamblers tend to know these things. Texans and Bengals is the second highest over-under in the league this week. The only one higher is by a half a point, and that's the Lions and the Chargers. It's over-under is 48 points. This isn't a game where you're like, let's shorten the game, let's run the ball. Hell no. First of all, it's going to be a high-scoring game. And secondly, this isn't Air Force facing Notre Dame. C.J. Stroud can win you the game passing.
Damn, shots fired at Air Force and Notre Dame. That's gracious. Come out to Texas Star Grill Shop. Speaking of Notre Dame, Sean Pendergast is out here.
Yeah.
He's doing his thing. He's working the rim. Look at this guy.
Yeah, he knows how to do it.
He knows how to do it,
He knows how to do it.
He's not walking out empty-handed. Gracious. Look at this
I'm trying to get you to get one of those Traegers.
I am.
Yeah.
No, I am. I'm getting it before the end of the year. I am.
Yeah.
I told him, I said, I want to do as little as possible. I don't want any gas in the equation because I don't want to burn the house down.
Yeah.
And if it cooks itself, it cooks itself.
That's perfect.
The end.
That's the one to get.
The end.
You can walk away. You can go watch a football game.
Got Aaron over here frowning upon me. I'm not afraid to admit I'm not a grill master. I'm okay. I'm secure. I'm fine. I
Even
can
Landry could do it.
Yeah, that's the slogan. So easy, even Landry can handle it. That's what I'm looking for. Coming up, baseball SPO. Apparently, the Astros GM didn't even know the contract situation of one of their top candidates. What would we be saying if Nick Caserio did that? And what does baseball SPO make of it? That's next.
Let we go. Join the drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Live from O'Neill's Sports Bar in Baytown on a Takis Fiber Internet Football Friday. This Friday from 2 to 6, we'll be getting you ready for the battle with the Bengals. Stop by, hang out with the guys, and enter for your chance to win the ultimate tailgate prize pack. It's a Takis Fiber.
From the Bell Furniture and Beadbell Prices Traffic Center, this is brought to you by Harris County Toll Road Authority. Actually, pretty thin accident list, not bad out there. I-45 northbound at Airline Drive. Two-vehicle crash was in that right lane, now off to the right shoulder. Very, very brief delays, if any. It's 81 degrees. I'm Laura Houston, Sports Radio 610.
Hey, Harris County, this is Commissioner Rodney Ellis.
Commissioner Adrian Garcia.
Commissioner Ramsey.
Commissioner Briones, we're introducing a special 10% discount. Get your free Easy Tag. Get your discount. Visit hctra.org. The 10% discount only applies to 2-axle vehicles on Harris County toll roads.
I'm Taylor Bishotti with NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network. The Will Levis era has officially begun in Tennessee. Titans head coach Mike Vrabel announcing that Levis is the Titans starting quarterback moving forward. The rookie out of Kentucky filled in for Ryan Tannehill the last 2 games as he's been dealing with an ankle injury he suffered Week 6 against Baltimore. Vrabel says Tannehill will back up Levis going forward when he's healthy. The Rams are signing Carson Wentz, according to NFL Network insider Tom Pelissero. Matthew Stafford missed last week's game with a thumb injury. Pelissero also reports the Rams are waiving Brett Rippon, who started in Stafford's absence. And Bears quarterback Justin Fields was limited in practice Monday and Tuesday as he remains day-to-day with a thumb injury that's kept him out the last 3 games. The Bears host the Panthers tomorrow on Thursday Night Football. This has been NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network.
This year, Staples will not be celebrating the holidays. Instead, we're celebrating the holiday deals with amazing savings for the holiday season. Save 50% on custom holiday cards, save 50% on custom invitations, and save 50% on custom photo gifts like mugs and calendars. During Staples holiday deals, it's not about the ho-ho-ho, it's about saving do-do-do. Save 50% on custom cards, invitations, and photo gifts today at Staples. Ends 12/16. Visit staples.com/print for more details.
This Thanksgiving at Total Wine & More, find bourbons and Cabernets that you adore. Our helpful guides are so friendly and nice. So many bottles to try at the lowest price. So gather with friends as you sit down to eat. Grateful for all who made Thanksgiving complete.
With the lowest prices for over 30 years, you'll always find what you love and love what you find. Only at Total Wine & More.
Drink responsibly, B21.
This is no secret to anybody. The weather in Houston was brutal this summer, and your trees felt it. Lewis, Flory, and Ability Trees are seeing this all over Houston, the aftermath of the heat and the drought. Your trees are suffering, they're dry, they're defoliating, scorched, and in distress, and that makes them vulnerable to borers, beetles, and other infestations. Your trees are valuable assets, so if they're turning brown and losing leaves, call Ability Trees today. This is reminiscent of the drought of 2011. You remember how trees suffered then, but it seems seems to be worse in some respects now because of the pummeling they've taken as of late. This is the time to address your ailing trees. Let Louis Flory expertly diagnose the problem and feed your ailing trees. It's like giving an IV to your trees, and Louis has the best products on the market. Check them out online at abilitytrees.com or give him a call at 281-441-4179. Nobody does it better than Louis Flory and Ability Trees. AbilityTrees.com, Houston's leading tree care professionals.
If you wanted to build a better tomorrow for Texas, how would you do it? At Texas Mutual Insurance Company, we think you'd start by taking care of working families, making sure they're safe, healthy, and well-nourished. You'd provide access to childcare and job training to ensure those families have the opportunity to grow, thrive, and contribute in meaningful ways. And you'd lift up the next generation, supporting quality educational programs that prepare young Texans for the road ahead. In 2023, Texas Mutual contributed more than $8 million to organizations that help working families lead better, more fulfilling lives. As the leading workers' comp provider in Texas, we're committed to breaking the cycle of poverty and delivering real, lasting, generational change. It's the right thing to do for our neighbors, our communities, and the thousands of Texas businesses we're proud to serve. See how we're helping build a stronger, brighter future for Texas at texasmutual.com/families.
At Grainger, we're for the ones who specialize in saving the day and for the ones who've mastered the art of keeping business moving. We offer industrial-grade supplies for every industry with same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders, all backed by real people ready to help. So you can get the right answers and products right when you need them. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Provember is here at Lowe's. Right now, save $200 on a DeWalt sliding miter saw. Lowe's knows pros while supplies last. Selection varies by location. Valid through 11/22. Subject to change.
Hey, have you ever been ripped off? It sucks. Having a daily reminder of it is even worse. If you shave with a well-known big razor brand every morning, you might be thinking more about how much you paid for the blades than about how smooth your shave is. I'm Andy, the founder of Harry's. We give you a high-quality shave and an expert-engineered product for a fraction of the price that the big guys charge, with no compromises. They have 5 blades, Harry's has 5 blades. They have a lubricating strip, Harry's has a lubricating strip for extra glide. They have a trimmer blade, Harry's has a trimmer blade for the hard-to-reach areas. They charge up to $4 per blade. Our German-engineered blades cost as little as $2. Big brands charge higher prices because they can. Harry's keeps you in mind, focusing on high quality at a fair price. So stop rinsing cash down the drain every morning. Get a great shave for a fraction of the price with Harry's. Get a $13 trial set for just $3 at harrys.com/kickoff. That's harrys.com/kickoff.
We're making the stories from outside the loop matter to you. This is Localize It.
Don't you know I'm local?
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Who they want? Who they want?
Who they want? Who they want? Who they want? Who they want? Who they want? Baseball Spo. Baseball Spo.
So Adam Spillane joining us live at Texas Star Grill Shop right here on Shepherd, place that John Lopez acts like he owns.
Well, I mean...
So how does Dana Brown not know the Joe Espada contract situation? What are we doing here, Spo?
Maybe he did know, and he was just kind of saying stuff to scare
come
people.
on.
I don't know.
Come on.
You think this means Espada's not a candidate? Do you think this means that
is.
Dana Brown didn't know? Like, what are we supposed to make of this?
He is certainly a candidate, and one of the things that he said yesterday is that Espada is the only internal candidate that they have. So he's the only. So people floated Omar Lopez.
So no Gary Pettis?
No, Gary Pettis isn't.
I'm kidding.
I thought maybe somebody like Troy Stinker or Alex Cintrone could wind up getting an interview. No, it's going to be, if they do go internally, it would be Joe Espada. But the one interesting thing that Dana Brown said was, we are not going to let Espada interview if they had the right to do that. We're not going to let him interview for any of these other jobs, and because he's been floated for Milwaukee's job. So that kind of makes you think that, okay, they certainly, they don't want to lose him to another team, it seemed like, at least with that comment. But now, obviously, they aren't in control of that. Espada can go interview whenever he wants.
Tell me I'm not being irrational here, because I think this is one of the most humiliating things that could possibly be for a general manager.
Oh, wow.
No, it's humiliating.
Wow.
Listen, let me lay it out.
What if Caserio did it?
Absolutely. One of the most humiliating
ripped
things
up the run sheet.
Any general manager could do. You have one job right now. Yeah. Your one job is to find a manager, and you don't know that you have a guy that's not in contract, and you're saying that he is. Come on, man.
It's a really bad look. That whole thing was a really bad look. First of all, just saying that you're not going to let him interview for other jobs until your process is done. Yeah. That's not a great look either.
That's kind of messed up.
Yeah, because, this is a guy who's been trying to get a manager's job for a long time, and if you rob him of that, if you take 6 weeks to make your hire and don't let him interview for the Milwaukee job, and Milwaukee goes in another direction, and you don't hire him, that's a terrible look.
Yeah.
So, it's not great. I don't know how much of that this is. You would think Jim Crane would have told him no, he's not under contract at some point. But I don't know. You should probably know the contract situations of all your coaches.
That's your whole job right now.
Yeah. So not a great look by any stretch.
Adam Spillane with us live at Texas Star Grill Shop out here on Shepherd. The other thing that I'm looking at here is Dana Brown said we don't have any financial flexibility. We like Craig Counsell, but my God, he got paid a lot. Are the Astros broke? I know they're paying a lot of guys, but are we functioning with a very, very limited budget? And how much worse, if this is the case, does it make last offseason where you were handing out Montero and Abreu deals?
Well, so they are right around the CBT. They are. It kind of depends on which website you look at. One website has them, I think, $2 million short. The other one has $6 or $7 million.
Tell the people what that stands for, Adam.
Competitive balance tax. It's basically the luxury tax, and there are penalties. They aren't significant penalties, but there are penalties for going over. It's not as bad as the NBA luxury tax is, just in terms of financial penalties.
Oh, poor Jim Crane.
But. And what you say, though, that does loom large with what the offseason was, because they've got, more than $30 million invested in Montero and Abreu from last offseason. That's $30 million that you could use in other places. So, now they can always go over. There's no rule that says you can't go over the CBT. It's just a matter of will they. And they've only done it once. They did it basically because of the Zach Greinke trade, and that was in 2020. And again, there were actually no financial penalties that year. There were some other penalties just based on draft compensation for free agents that you lose. So, again, there's no salary cap in this sport. You can sign anybody you want.
Say it, Spo.
But, again, it's not my money. So.
Thank you.
But they don't have, if they aren't willing to go over the CBT, there aren't real ways for them to improve the roster.
I want to get back to the manager thing because it's Landry started the show if this was Nick Caserio, we'd be going nuts.
Nick Caserio came out and didn't know a contract situation of someone who's first of all, that would never happen.
It would never happen.
Let's give Nick Caserio, that would never happen.
And I said, I am going nuts on this. I think Astros fans should. There are two things that are going on simultaneously that I think are kind of, playing into why I think this is crazy. The first thing is, it makes me, and I think any reasonable person think, is he really running the show in terms of the hire? And running at the same, side by side to that, is I'm looking at, and I think you tweeted it too, Ray Montgomery is a candidate who is a lifelong friend of Jeff Bagwell's.
Who?
Ray Montgomery, he's the bench coach.
He played with them for a few years.
Played with the Astros a little bit in the late 90s, I believe.
Yeah.
Who?
Lifelong friend of Jeff Bagwell.
That would be hilarious, actually.
Bench coach of the Angels, right?
Yes.
So you've got Ray Montgomery all of a sudden is a candidate out of nowhere. And the question of, is he really running the show when it comes to the hire?
Well, the answer to that is probably not. And Jim Crane and Jeff Bagwell are going to be, and whoever else, within the organization, they are going to be very involved in this process, just like they've been involved in everything for the last couple of years. So, no, I don't know how much say, to me, I do think if Dana Brown had his choice, it would be Espada. I think Dana Brown would rather just hire Espada. But, again, it's not necessarily his call. And the guy who writes the checks, at the end of the day, he's the one who gets final say over this sort of stuff.
Talking to Basketball Spo here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. I bet, John, that CJ is going to miss the free throw tonight. I know he's a good basketball player. I just don't think he shoots a lot of free throws.
You're
Stroud
making bets on the first shot in a Rockets game?
Hey, you bet on WNBA, buddy.
Well, I mean, I go by the numbers, though.
Yeah.
This is the best marketing the Rockets have had in like 4 years.
And they put out the good little video for it yesterday.
But he's a Lakers fan.
Well, so?
He's a big Lakers fan.
I mean, I don't know if he's going to be wearing a Rockets jersey when he does the first shot.
For the first shot, he will.
Yeah,
sure? For the first shot.
That's all that matters. They get photos of him and videos of him wearing a Rockets jersey.
He's definitely got to get that LeBron jersey after that. That's easy.
He'll be wearing that. But it is.
No, he's going to get it from him.
Oh, from LeBron.
The jersey trade?
Straight after the game.
The jersey trade?
Not even a trade. Straight after the game, LeBron shouted him out after his performance last week. Straight after the game,
that's interesting.
LeBron jersey.
That's a possibility.
Give it to me.
I think it is.
It's an Ohio State guy, yeah.
Yeah. Well, is LeBron an Ohio State guy?
Oh, I think he gives money to Ohio State.
But he kind of goes back and forth.
And Bronny almost went there.
Almost.
Where'd he end up?
USC.
Well, he went to the Nike school in California.
What do you make of this Rockets 3-game win streak? For me, I think this team could easily win 60 games if they get to play the Kings without De'Aaron Fox every night.
It certainly helps. But I've seen many games from them the last couple of years where they would play a team without its best player and they would fall flat on their face.
Hey, they're looking to win 4 straight. The Astros only did that 4 times this year.
Yeah, and they also have a chance to get over 500 for the first time in almost 3 years tonight. So, but the fact that they took care of business the way that they did in the 2 games, and they had a little bit of a lull offensively on Saturday, but on Monday night they controlled that game from start to finish.
Yeah.
And I think what was most encouraging is that they knew Sabonis was going to be the focal point of that offense, and Sabonis absolutely torched them for 4 games last year, and they completely shut him down. And that's real big for Şengün. We've talked about his defense quite a bit over the last couple of years, and he has made serious strides in that area. He's trying hard, which matters, and that's been an issue for him his first 2 years in the NBA. So the fact that they are defending at a high level, they're not turning the ball over, which has also been huge for them. I mean, they're top 10 in turnover rate right now, which they've been at the bottom each of the last 3 years. So they are doing things better.
They won't get beat in transition anymore, or very little, because that was the most infuriating thing. They just didn't get back. I think they have pretty good transition defense right now.
They lead the league in opponent fast break points right now.
So I mean that alone is going to make them better.
Yeah. Well, again, when you don't turn the basketball over, you are limiting transition opportunities for your opponent, and they are not. I looked up on Monday in the third quarter, and they had 17 assists and 3 turnovers. I mean, that sort of stuff wins basketball games right there.
No doubt. Basketball Spo here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. You got any wagers for tonight? The Rockets, if we wanted to dip into that, over under anything? 223.
I do not. I do not.
None.
I mean, they're playing so well defensively, and they're playing at the league's slowest pace right now, which I don't think that they want, but that's just kind of how things have turned out so far. So, I mean, an under 223 it's not a bad play.
Okay.
Especially against the Lakers team.
I do not, but I would go under 223.
Against the Lakers team that has struggled offensively also. So, yeah.
Okay. There you go.
Yeah.
Spo, appreciate you.
I'm not like encouraging it, but just throwing it out there.
We're not discouraging it either.
We never do.
I mean, I would never discourage it.
There we go. Great basketball Spo here on In the Loop, live from Texas Star Grill Shop out here on Shepherd. Coming up, I'm going to make a case, okay? I'm going to make a case. First of all, we're going to hear from one of the biggest hardos on the Texans, a guy who is all business. There's some personality on this team. This guy is all business, and he's a friend of the show. We'll hear from him. And I want to talk about the biggest blessing the Texans got in 2023 and why it has nothing to do with what happened on draft day with C.J. Stroud. I'm going to lay out this case next.
It's Texans game week. C.J. Stroud and company are headed to Cincinnati to battle the Bengals. Texans countdown gets going at 9. Kickoffs at noon with Mark Vandermeer, Andre Ware, and John Harris on the call. Then Texans postgame as soon as the clock hits zeros.
Yeah! Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
From the Bell Furniture on Bell Prices Traffic Center, this is sponsored by Bell Furniture. Not too shabby out there, not a lot of issues. We do have a crash, I-45 northbound at Airline Drive. 2 vehicles involved there, was in the right lane, now off to the shoulder, and I would say very slight delays, if any. It's 82 degrees. It's the Black Friday preview sale at Bell Furniture. Hurry in and take an extra 15% off store-wide, plus get up to 60% off doorbusters throughout every department with free delivery and setup. Hurry in before it's gone. Bell Furniture, unbeatable prices. I'm Laura Houston, Sports Radio 610.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Fairfield by Marriott, official hotel partner of the NCAA. Everything seems fine with the College Football Playoff Committee right now. You can quibble with their rankings all you want. We know they like brand names in the Final Four. Look at 6 through 8, Oregon, Texas, Alabama. Imagine those teams on the outside looking in. We might have an all-timer when the committee has to name its Final Four teams in early December. I'm Andrew Perloff.
Get the home field advantage every time with Fairfield by Marriott, official hotel partner of the NCAA. Whether you're a student athlete working toward your championship dreams or your team's biggest fan, Fairfield by Marriott has everything you need to get ready for game day. From comfortable guest rooms to complimentary hot breakfast. Fairfield is part of the Marriott Bonvoy portfolio of hotels and official hotel partner of the NCAA. Visit fairfield.marriott.com to book your next game day stay.
For the ones who get it done, the most important part is the one you need now. And the best partner is the one who can deliver. That's why millions of maintenance and repair pros trust Grainger, because we have professional-grade supplies for every industry, even hard-to-find products. And we have same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders. But most importantly, we have unwavering commitment to help keep you up and running. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, John Lopez here, and I got a question for you. If you could see the future and you knew a stock that you had was going to drop significantly in the near future, you'd pull your money out, right? Of course. Well, you don't need a crystal ball to know that your vehicle is going to depreciate significantly, and you don't have to be a rocket scientist to know that inflation has hit the economy. My friends at D&M Auto Leasing want you to know that there is a better way, and there never has been a better time to save money for your family and yourself with a lease. Take a bite out of inflation and make that decision to upgrade your new vehicle with the latest, safest technology and lower your payment. That sounds good too, doesn't it? Just check out the 14,000 near-perfect reviews or ask any of the valued clients like myself. We leased our last vehicle through D&M and could not be happier. D&M wants to earn your business and start a relationship that's going to last a lifetime, and that starts with no down payment and no payments until 2024. Call 713-290-1000. That's 713-290-1000. No down payment, no payments until 2024 at dmautoleasing.com.
Right now at Suit Mart, when you buy one promotional suit, you get the second suit for $25 and the third suit for $10. Choose from one of the largest selections of suits in the city in slim fit, modern, and classic fits in sizes up to 60 regulars. 2 suits for $35 when you purchase a promotional suit at the ticketed price on select styles. Suit Mart Murphy Road is temporarily closed, but there are 2 locations to shop Suit Mart: South Main or Suit Mart North Freeway.
Today, we're all looking for ways to cut our monthly spending without cutting corners. When you become a Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas member, you get a partner who's by your side, helping you get more out of your coverage. See if you qualify for financial help, which could lower your monthly payments to $0. Enroll today at shopbluetx.com or call 1-888-672-BLUE. For over 90 years, Blue Cross and Blue Shield has been here with a variety of plans to fit your needs and budget. And as a member, you'll have access to quality health care and benefits like telehealth and emotional well-being programs. Enrollment is happening now. Go to shopbluetx.com or call 1-888-672-BLUE. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas will stand by you through it all. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas, a division of Healthcare Service Corporation, a mutual legal reserve company.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, your favorite drafts are poured at a frosty 29 degrees, and rare barrel-aged whiskeys are served just the way you want them. It's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch? Every day, from lunch to late night. Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Stick around after the sun sets. Twin Peaks is open really late. Wind down with bourbon and late-night bites.
I can't wait for what's next, even with higher stroke risk due to atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Eliquis, the Pixaban tablets, reduces stroke risk. It's the #1 cardiologist-prescribed blood thinner.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without talking to your doctor, as this may increase your risk of stroke.
Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or have antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or unusual bruising, or if you have tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. It may increase your bleeding risk if you take medicines such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Hey, it's Sean Pendergast, my friends at the Men's T Clinic. You guys know my story. I've been going to the Men's T Clinic for over 3.5 years now for my testosterone replacement therapy, and it's been one of the best decisions that I've ever made. But they want you to know that they've got a whole menu of treatments for male wellness. It doesn't matter if it's issues in the bedroom, issues with losing weight, with gaining muscle mass. They've got something for everybody at the Men's T Clinic. Make the appointment today. Make that consultation visit. Get your quality of life back. 5 locations around town. Find the one near you at mensteclinic.com.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Live from Texas Star Grill Shop at 59 and Shepherd, it's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Biggest blessing for the Houston Texans. There's one that's getting a lot of attention. I think it might get more tomorrow. I'll tell you why coming up in 18 minutes, why C.J. Stroud might be on primetime without being on primetime. We're going to hear from Noah Brown in the next 12 minutes, Hardo, Jersey style. But I want to talk about the biggest blessing for the Houston Texans and why it might not have anything to do with what happened on draft day. Now, C.J. Stroud falling to the Texans at 2. There's been a lot of talk about the blessings and how lucky they are and all that type of stuff. And I don't disagree with that. If C.J. Stroud continues to look the way he has, that's going to be the most significant thing to have happened to the Texans.
Yeah.
But that's kind of how the quarterback position works often. Like, the Chiefs lucked into Patrick Mahomes. The Bears passed on him, so they lucked into Patrick Mahomes. Joe Montana fell to the 5th, 6th round. Tom Brady fell to the 6th round. Sometimes that type of stuff just happens. And I think the quarterback surroundings are maybe not more important, but they're a very important part of the success of a quarterback, which brings me to perhaps one of the biggest blessings in disguise for the Texans. And you can connect it to C.J. Stroud because everything connects to C.J. Stroud, and that's Brandon Cooks requesting a trade and whining his way out of town.
Yeah.
Because if you look at what C.J. Stroud has done, what C.J. Stroud has been able to do is C.J. Stroud has been able to spread the ball out. One day it's Nico Collins. One day it's Tank Dell. Dalton Schultz. He's been able to give Dalton Schultz the ball. Before that, Robert Woods was the guy he threw to the most. We've seen Noah Brown do his thing. With Brandon Cooks, who was your best receiver for 3 years, he's also got he demands enough respect to where you might be kind of force-feeding him the rock. If Brandon Cooks is here, I don't know that C.J. Stroud is having this much success. And furthermore, I don't want that weasel in the locker room, especially knowing that the reason that he wanted to leave was because of Jack Easterby. I think Brandon Cooks demanding a trade is one of the best things to happen to the Houston Texans and one of the biggest blessings that maybe we don't talk about.
I think you're right. I mean, it's kind of like Noah Brown became expendable. I mean, that's fair, right?
Yeah, with the Cowboys, yes.
Yeah, he became expendable. Right now, Noah Brown is better than Brandon Cooks, like flat out. He's better than Brandon Cooks. He stretches the field more. I think he's really improved. Boy, we talk about like pixie dust with D'Amico Ryans. Look at what's happening to these receivers. I don't know if it's Bobby. Exactly. Like they're all just like completely exceeding expectations. Dalton Schultz, best season by far. I think he had 78 catches. Well, hell, he's got 33, 34. He's kind of on that pace. So, like Dalton Schultz, Noah Brown, obviously, who knew about Tank Dell, but he's playing really, really well. Robert Woods, Nico is having his best season. So, yeah, because of Brandon Cooks not being here and not wanting to be here and not,
and he's a weirdo.
And he's
like, I'm glad he's not here. He's a fraud. He's a weirdo. He's a Jim Jones Kool-Aid sipper.
That's why you said blessing, isn't it?
Yeah, and I'm glad he's not here. It's a huge blessing.
Yeah.
And could I interest you in some stats just to kind of show you this? Because the Cowboys wanted to get rid of Noah Brown because they wanted a deep threat like Brandon Cooks. Quite frankly, I thought Brandon Cooks was going to be good with the Cowboys.
Yeah.
I didn't know that maybe he was washed or didn't fit in. Brandon Cooks has 3 more catches than Noah Brown, 17-14 in 3 more games. He has 102 less yards in 3 more games. He averages 10 less yards per catch, 19-9 in 3 more games, which makes it even crazier because Noah Brown is doing this like the more that he plays, the higher his yards per catch goes up, and he also has 1 less touchdown. It's 2-1. Brandon Cooks leaving is one of the best things to happen to this organization and to where they are. And I'm just glad he's not lurking around the locker room because I like the whole vibe. I like that they're looking to guys like Noah Brown instead of, who we'll hear from in a sec, instead of Brandon Cooks, who, let's be honest, he's been traded 4 times. It's kind of weird for someone that
from
productive.
good teams, too.
Yeah, it's kind of weird to see, but it is good to see. And I also think there's a karma factor in it in that Brandon Cooks went completely fraudulent. He was going on Twitter. He was whining. And then he was passively saying he didn't want to talk about it. He was conveniently quoting scripture and stuff. I think it's good to have a leader like C.J. Stroud and not a veteran out there who young guys naturally gravitate towards, because it's not like he's like a total slime ball or anything like that. But I think he's a fraud. I don't think he's as good of a player as a lot of these guys, and I think it's a blessing in disguise. One of the best things to happen to the Texans was the last Jack disciple, Brandon Cooks, to be gone. So I'm counting my blessings on that.
I think he also wanted to be a number 1 wide receiver and made no secret about it. And he's not.
He's not even number 2.
Like if he were here.
I mean, he's a number 2, but not a number 2 receiver. Yeah. He's taking a dump every time he steps on a football field.
But had he stayed here, I mean, would he still be sort of behind the scenes kind of thinking that he's the man?
Yeah.
You know?
Probably.
Kind of
I mean, I don't think – and by the way, if you want to talk about money, Brandon Cooks makes $13 million more than Noah Brown.
Exactly.
So there you go. So I am very glad that things aren't going well for Brandon Cooks. I hope it continues to go that way. I wish nothing good for Brandon Cooks except health. Stay healthy. Just keep sucking. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig Wiggy.
Let's go with that.
You got to draw the line somewhere.
Let's go with that.
You got to draw the line somewhere. Let's hear from one of our buddies, Noah Brown, because I think this is interesting. We talk about the personality of this squad, and we talk about, CJ has the charisma. Tank Dell kind of has that natural innocence and all that. Nico's kind of a giddy guy. Laramie Tunsil, we see all the personality on this team. We talked to Noah Brown at training camp. Noah Brown is just a flat-out hard-ass.
Yeah.
He's from Jersey. He's tough. He's a grinder. The only reason he's in the NFL right now is because he's a grinder.
Yeah.
At Ohio State, Noah Brown had 33 career catches, I think. He had less than 40 career catches. He had 7 touchdowns. He came into the NFL with the Cowboys. He didn't produce much the first couple of years, got a little bit better in year 3. Year 4, he was called upon to start, and now here he is with the Texans. He's having the best year of his career. Every single year Noah Brown has been in the league, the receptions have gone up, the yards per catch has gone up, and the productions has gone up, and he made his way into the NFL because he was a good blocker and because he was good on special teams. Noah Brown is the type of grinder that you have to have the utmost respect for. We talk about guys not living up to expectations.
Yeah.
And a lot of times, I'll speak for myself, you tend to kind of harp on the negative of, oh, well, man, and you hear it with Will Anderson. You see it on the text, like, Will Anderson, they traded this for him and he's not written.
Yeah.
We don't need it. We'll throw that aside.
Yeah.
But Noah Brown is a guy who had little expectations, and he's grinded his way into the NFL, and he's kept grinding, and he is all business. Let's hear from Noah Brown. This is a few minutes of Noah Brown. This is the no-nonsense presence that the Texans have. Here is Noah Brown starting off by talking about his touchdown on Sunday, which was really the spark that the Texans needed in the second half before C.J. Stroud led them back to a 39-37 victory. Here's Noah Brown.
We got a look from Tampa that we were expecting, looking for throughout the week. We knew we had opportunity for a big play, which is why we wanted to come out of the half with it. So when we saw it, just tried to stay detailed on my route and execute. And we made the big play. Tank made a huge block to spring us. So it was a big play for us.
Career high for yards for you too. What did it mean to you to put up those kind of numbers?
It's big anytime I can help make an impact for my team. I feel like I had to do that Sunday, and I capitalized on them, and it's great to help us get a win.
Did you see Tank in that moment, or are you focused on him? end zone and ran straight to the end zone?
No, I saw Tank lay the block, and I knew once he did lay the block that we were getting to the end zone. So I definitely appreciate Tank for that.
CJ mentioned that on that last drive, y'all had a brief conversation about adjusting your route.
Right.
A little bit shorter.
Right.
First of all, how often does that happen with CJ, and how impressive is that, if at all? Like, what stands out to you about him being able to do that, such a young player?
That's huge. There's a lot of 6, 7, 8 year quarterbacks that you don't see take ownership of the offense in a situation like that, especially to go ahead and we both noticed that the linebackers were playing a little bit deeper, expecting us to sit down at a certain spot, and for him to take ownership of that and say, sit down here, I'm gonna put the ball on you, we're gonna get this thing rolling, and for us to execute, it just speaks to how special CJ is and how he sees the game.
Was there ever any doubt in your mind once you were going on that field for 46 seconds that you all were going to win that game?
No, I think we made a decision at halftime that we weren't coming out without a W. One play that stood out to me, I don't even think we got points on the drive. It was like 3rd and 14. We threw a screen to Nico, and we said in the huddle, like, we're getting this first down no matter what. And for us to get it, it kind of just gave us that confidence that, when we're focused and when we're on it, we can get our job done.
How much conversation are y'all having, or just in your own personal interactions with your teammates, how much conversation is being had about y'all's bigger picture goals and what could potentially come in the season with y'all bigger games?
I think we're constantly thinking about it. We got group chats talking football outside of the building. Just random texts at night. Just what do we see here? What do we see there? So I think we're all focused. We're all hungry, and we want to get this thing going in the right direction.
Through your first few years, the production wasn't there, but the past couple seasons, you've been able to really show the league what type of talent you have. What's been the biggest change from your first 4 years of your career to the last 2?
I think I came in. First I left college early, a little bit raw, talent-wise, but I had things that I could do as far as blocking the special teams that allowed me to stay around and until my game kind of transformed to where it is now. Along with that, losing a lot of weight. I came in the league about 225. I'm about 205 now. So, I'm moving better, more explosive, and I think it's paid off.
All right, there you go. It's Noah Brown here on In the Loop Sports Radio 610. Just no nonsense, man. It's nice to have a no nonsense guy.
He definitely is moving better. That's for dang sure. You can see it on that play. And just the improvement from year to year to year and the way he's fitting in with these guys. I mean, to have 4 guys that are averaging, that are in the top 10 in yards per reception, that doesn't happen, man. And he's at the top of that list. I think he's second right now, despite just playing those 2 games.
Who do you think is the most important member of this squad that to look at when it comes to this injury report? Like, what's the best news that you could possibly get? Realistically, obviously, you want everyone to be healthy.
Yeah, realistically, to me, it's Jimmy Ward, and it's not even close. You can survive without M.J. Stewart. You don't want to, but it kind of adds to the importance of Jimmy Ward coming back. You can survive without a lot of these guys. You can survive without Kaimi Fairbairn if you had to. Damian Pierce, they have. Robert Woods, they have. And so when it comes to the secondary, you need him. When it comes to the way people look toward him and the way that he's, kind of like not kind of. He's clearly the leader on that defense, and everybody, he's kind of the stabilizer, so to speak. To me, we're watching it. We're monitoring it. We have people over at Texans practice. We're going to find out who's on the field, who's not, and then, of course, then later today the injury report comes out. To me, it's Jimmy Ward. Jimmy Ward comes in, and what makes it even more important to me is Joe Burrow he's grooving right now. He could absolutely feast on this secondary. You need that stabilizer in the back.
Yeah, you need Jimmy Ward. The kicker you're going to be without, which we could. We missed the punter early on. I think you're going to be without Kaimi Fairbairn. He's not on IR, but I think you're going to be without it. So not ideal for sure. Definitely not ideal for the Texans. So we'll check that out. We'll see how that goes. The Brandon Cooks thing, though, complete blessing in disguise. Tomorrow, Panthers, Bears.
Mm-hmm.
Now, this is not really a game that I think most people would like to see on primetime.
Mm-hmm.
But I got a feeling that there's going to be a lot of mention of C.J. Stroud in this game.
Oh, absolutely.
I think C.J. Stroud might come up a few times in this game.
Why do you think that is?
Well, I mean, do you think, because we often talk about hindsight, do you think if both of these teams had time machines that either Chicago would stay and draft C.J. Stroud or Carolina, if they traded for him, would take C.J. Stroud? You think if both of them have time machines, that's what they do? Is that where we're at?
Both. And I know, you can say what you want, who knows, on Justin Fields still. It's kind of bizarre. Yeah.
I think they know.
I think they do. So that's why I'm saying I think both would go back in time and draft C.J. Stroud. Panthers for sure. See, I like no matter what they say over there, Frank Reich, the whole 9 yards. He's had like 2 good games, and he's had some really 2 pick sixes. I mean, he might end up being something, but you got a finished product. Like the numbers that C.J. Stroud is putting up right now, and we're going to have this discussion. I feel like I'm ahead of the curve. His numbers, especially if he has a Heisman moment, so to speak.
Heisman moment?
Yeah, against Cincinnati. Like, that
they don't have Heisman moments in the NFL.
Just work with me here. You know what I'm saying? Like, if he has a game like he did this one, or just a moment, and they beat Joe Burrow, get ready, buckle up for MVP discussion. Like his numbers are ridiculously close to some of the MVPs in the last since 2015 is what I was looking at. Like, so how can you pass on that guy for Bryce Young, even if you think Bryce Young might something? How can you pass on that guy and stick with Fields if you're still not even 100% sure on that? You got a guy that is already going to be like his numbers right now projected over just 16 games. Because a lot of those MVPs, I was comparing 16 games seasons because that 17 games didn't come in until 2021. 4,540 yards passing is what he's on pace for. 29 touchdowns, 2 interceptions, and a 62% completion rating. That's what the pace is that C.J. Stroud is on right now. Who wouldn't want that? 4,500 yards passing?
Yeah, I think everybody would.
I mean, come on.
But I nobody knew this.
No, I'm just saying. Like you said, time machine.
Oh yeah, time machine.
Time machine. It's like,
and I think it's going to come up. I mean, what else are you going to say with Carolina and the Bears?
It's I think, I know. I think Bryce Young, maybe they're saying that.
Yeah.
I think Fields, maybe, but on C.J. Stroud. Like I heard the boys this morning, Sean and Seth talking about. Well, I know it's only an 8-game sample size, but that's pretty healthy. Yeah, 8 games is not. Hey, let's tap the brakes. We're still not sure what we have. 8 games is enough to at least have a good gauge of what he's going to be.
Yeah, and I mean, there'll be inevitable growing pains,
and he'll improve.
Yeah, it can happen for sure. It's going to be really, really interesting to watch. It's going to be interesting to see him tonight. We'll tell you what he's going to be doing tonight coming up in 20 minutes when we play the hits. Also, more love from him, and we should start to get reports on who is and isn't on the practice field for the Texans. But coming up next, let's set the table for not just a big week for the Texans, but it's a big week for other teams that impact the Texans. Let's take a close look at the matchups that impact the Texans most, live from Texas Star Grill Shop on Shepherd next.
Right now, let's talk about where I am right now, and that is Texas Star Grill Shop, TexasStarGrillShop.com. This place is amazing. And, hey, man, I was just talking to Rick. Big event coming up on Saturday. Big event. How about cooking 14 turkeys and all the sides? Yeah, that's going to be on the menu. I think it starts at 11 a.m., goes till about 3. And it's a celebration of smoke. Who doesn't like the celebration of smoke? Right here where I'm sitting, we're going to be talking about that. I'm probably going to even bring one of my smoked meatloafs and show people how to do that. Why not with the OG sauce? They're going to have the turkeys. They're going to have specials on Traeger, Big Green Egg, Kevery, and real good friend, Diva Q. You've seen her on all the cooking shows, all the barbecue shows. She's going to be having a barbecue class right here. It's only $69. She is amazing. She's won national competitions. If you are ready to have the holidays better than they've ever had in terms of what you're cooking, what you're smoking, come on out. Come on out to Texas Star Grill Shop right here on 59 in Shepherd and take advantage. I'll be here. A lot of great folks will be here, and there's going to be some great deals. Texas Star Grill Shop, TexasStarGrillShop.com.
Let me go. Join the drive with Stoerner and Hughley, live from O'Neill's Sports Bar in Baytown on a Tachus Fiber Internet Football Friday. This Friday from 2 to 6, we'll be getting you ready for the battle with the Bengals. Stop by, hang out with the guys, and enter for your chance to win the ultimate tailgate prize pack. It's a Tachus Fiber Internet Football Friday. Presented by Academy Sports and Outdoors.
The holidays are always hectic, but with the BMW i5 and iX, you can make them 100% electric. Make every journey a thrill with the cutting-edge driver technology in the BMW iX. Or step into the first ever BMW i5 with its dynamic performance and iconic presence. Find your ultimate 100% electric BMW at the Electric BMW Road Home Sales event and turn the holidays from hectic to electric. BMW, the ultimate electric driving machine.
Lease a 2024 BMW iX for $799 per month. Visit HoustonBMWDealers.com today.
MD Anderson Cancer Center is again named #1 in the nation for cancer care by U.S. News & World Report's Best Hospitals rankings. Our physicians treat more types of cancers in a day than many see in their whole career. This unmatched depth of expertise, combined with our groundbreaking discoveries, gives our patients access to the most innovative treatment options. Learn more at mdanderson.org.
Looking for a quality rental?
Houston, you don't have a problem.
No, really. Realtor.com has oodles of great rentals. Whether it's a historic home in the Heights or a chic midtown apartment, we're here with trusted search tools to help you find the right rental listing. Want a pet-friendly rental with a gym and a pool? Check, check, and check. Get specific with custom filters, real-time alerts, 3D tours, and zoom in on just the right neighborhood. With our Real View Draw feature, make your rental search really easy. Start now at Realtor.com.
A lot of schools talk about training the cybersecurity workforce of the future, but do they really deliver? My Computer Career has been supplying the IT workforce with thousands of skilled, certified pros for 15 years. Train with the experts in support, networking, or cybersecurity and start your career in months, not years. Upskill even faster. On campus or live online, qualified students may get financial aid, including the GI Bill. My Computer Career. Accredited, acclaimed, effective. Take the free career evaluation at mycomputercareer.edu.
Fill your game day cooler with the refreshing taste of Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Smooth, real brewed tea with a 5% kick of alcohol. Look for the bright yellow cans. Twisted Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
The Chase Ink Business Premier Card is made for people who make things happen, like me. I'm Sam, founder and CEO of Manifest, a product design company that makes everyday products designed smarter. I get 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more, plus unlimited 2% cash back on all other purchases, which helps us make more smart ideas into a brilliant reality.
The Ink Business Premier Card. Learn more at chase.com/business premier. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Account subject to credit approval. Restrictions and limitations apply. Cards are issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank. Any member FDIC.
At Grainger, we're for the ones who specialize in saving the day and for the ones who've mastered the art of keeping business moving. We offer industrial-grade supplies for every industry with same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders, all backed by real people ready to help. So you can get the right answers and products right when you need them. Call, clickgrainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
From low 70s to sunny 87 this afternoon.
Weather brought to you by Total Wine & More. With so many bottles to choose from, it's easy to find your favorite and new ones. With the lowest prices for over 30 years, always find what you love and love what you find only at Total Wine & More. Drink responsibly. B21.
What's for dinner? Burgers?
After last week, no thanks.
Avoiding foods due to fear of diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools? It may not be just stomach issues. It could be EPI, or exocrine pancreatic insufficiency. EPI can cause uncomfortable symptoms because it's a condition where the pancreas doesn't release enough digestive enzymes to break down food. But EPI can be managed. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor about your symptoms. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Something big is happening on Sports Radio 610. Your favorite Houston radio personalities like you've never experienced them before. Every show, every day, live on Twitch and YouTube. Subscribe and follow, then join the Houston sports conversation in a brand new way.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker is presented by La Michoacana Meat Market. Live from Texas Star Grill Shop at 59 and Shepherd, it's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Landry Locker, John Lopez. We're live at Texas Star Grill Shop, and people are coming up and saying hello. Shout out to all the people
man.
coming through. John Lopez is signing sauce.
Right, man. It's flying off the
Boy,
shelf.
you need to put a little more thought into that signature, though. I'll say that.
I can't help my handwriting.
I don't know, man. It's kind of a cocky signature.
It's
I
cocky?
gotta say, Figgy, he's got it. I mean, me and Figgy saw it. You walked into the studio and signed a book and slapped it at it, threw it at our face. Like, it's kind of a cocky signature.
Hey, that stuff is flying off the shelf, man.
That we're seeing. Yes, it is. yes, it is. Shout out to all the people that have come through. We love mingling with the folks. Hopefully we get out around town a little bit more, but come by Texas Star Grill Shop. I'm already got my eye on the Traeger. I'm going to get it by the end of the year. I told them as little as possible. Don't give me lower the chances of me screwing things up and burning down the house. Okay,
Man, I was working like a salesman with you.
A grill master. Look at you.
Now this one does this and this one does that.
No doubt. So we know Texans and Bengals. The game speaks for itself. I think it's win one of the next two, and you're set up at 5-5. And the playoff push, I think, is alive and well.
Yes.
So I've made that very clear. I don't do that to minimize the impact, but I think that's where you're at. Now, around the league, though, this week, there's some really meaningful stuff going on. And let's kind of transition. I know that D'Amico said on to Cincinnati. Let's get on to Week 10 and look at some of the stuff that is going to be going on around the NFL that could impact the Houston Texans. 8:30 a.m., Indianapolis Colts versus New England Patriots. Now, I don't like rooting for Bill O'Brien. Shout out to B.O.B. I like him, but I think he's a football idiot, and I don't wish good things for him, quite frankly, at this point. But I am hoping that he beats the Indianapolis Colts.
Yeah.
Push the Colts in the rear view. So we are actually going to be rooting for Bill O'Brien this weekend, and you should be too if you're a Houston Texans fan, as hard as it is.
Absolutely, you should be rooting for Bill O'Brien. I mean, the division, last week was big. This week is just as big to me in terms of the division and where you stand.
Tennessee Titans at Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
There's
Texans coming off the dub over the Bucs. You're going to be rooting for the Bucs this week. Baker Mayfield and company. You want the Bucs to beat the Titans. By the way, Mike Vrabel made it officially official. Will Levis, the Mayo-eating quarterback, will be the starting quarterback. So you are rooting for the Bucs to recover from their heartbreaking loss to the Texans and beat the Titans.
I saw a post this morning with a very interesting question. So are the Titans tanking or not?
No, they're not.
It's hard to say, though.
No, they're the Steelers. The Titans are the Steelers. Like, Mike Vrabel is like Mike Tomlin. They're not going to tank. And that kind of stinks because you'd almost rather bottom out than you would just be in the middle. I think D'Amico Ryans might be a guy where you're never tanking either. Fortunately, you've already found the quarterback. But if you don't have a quarterback and you're kind of on that mediocre treadmill, it's cool for the fans because you can be like Tennessee last year and say, hey, we might win the division against the Jags. But you know what?
Yeah.
Then what? Your ceiling is really low. So that's the problem with the Titans and where they're at. But they're definitely not tanking.
But you just don't know what Will Levis is going to be for sure yet.
Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
You're D'Amico Ryans. You're chasing the Jacksonville Jaguars in the AFC South.
Yeah.
San Francisco is traveling to Jacksonville this weekend. You had success against the Jags. Matter of fact, you handed them the biggest beatdown that they've gotten this year.
You tell them everything.
Does D'Amico Ryans pick up the phone and tell his buddies what he did to keep the Jags in check?
You tell them everything they need to know. You send them film. You send them plays that worked. You send them everything. You even tell them where to stay. I mean, you even tell them what to have for the pregame meal. Absolutely, 100%.
Hey, by the way, the shower in the far left, did I notice it only pours cold water, so be careful about that.
It doesn't stream as hard as some of the other ones.
Yeah.
You tell them.
No, but do you think Shanahan? You think Kyle Shanahan calls D'Amico?
Absolutely.
And says, hey, what's up? We want to figure this out?
Absolutely, 100%. Like, why not?
Because things really do change. Like, we've talked about a win over Cincinnati and how, what that could mean, and could that propel you to where, like, playoffs is almost expected.
Yeah.
But if Jacksonville loses, and they're underdogs, they're home dogs. Mm-hmm. Now, betting experts seem to like Jacksonville because anytime a first-place ball club is getting points, you typically say, okay, I'm going to take those, even if it's a crappy team.
Yeah.
But San Francisco, 3 straight losses. They don't lose 4 straight very often. They're coming off their bye week. They just added Chase Young. If the Jags lose and the Texans win, it gets real interesting because you got Arizona and then you got the Jags. So you're going to be playing a game that you should expect. I'm not counting wins. I'm just saying that gets real interesting, and you got to think D'Amico Ryans is at least picking up the phone.
You don't have to be counting wins to look at the possibilities, and I've been saying it for a couple of weeks now. Week 12 could be for the division lead. So you give San Francisco everything you can.
Outside of the division, Cleveland Browns, Deshaun Watson. He's basically right now, the Browns are a really good football team. Deshaun Watson is basically the Carl Herrera of the Browns.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I mean, what's he doing? He's getting carried by the defense. Let's be honest. He's like, all Deshaun Watson needs to do right now is be Trent Dilfer for them to compete. I don't even know if he can be Trent Dilfer.
I was just going to say.
I don't even know if he can be Trent Dilfer at this point. Okay, we'll see what happens because last week you beat the Arizona Cardinals. Good job. I don't even know if they're trying to win. They're going to Baltimore to face the Ravens.
Yeah.
This is going to be one of those games where if Deshaun goes on the road, and he might not have to do much, and they beat a Ravens team that is on fire in Baltimore, then we got to look at this draft pick that the Browns have, that we have from the Browns, and say, it might be in the 20s.
That's all right. I don't care. I've said that at this point. You got the quarterback.
But it ain't happening.
No, it's not.
It ain't happening.
No, I could see a meltdown from Deshaun here. That is a really, really good Browns defense. Like, really, really good.
Yeah, it's elite. It's a championship caliber defense.
So that would be the only hesitance I have.
Yeah, it's now, I mean, who knows? Crazier things have happened. Yeah. But we need the Browns to lose that game. And, oh, by the way, the Texans, it's not only about the draft pick anymore. It's about the playoffs.
Of course.
You're a game out with the Browns. You got the Browns. So it's not even like the draft pick. We've kind of adjusted that mindset. It's the playoffs. Lions at Chargers. You're a big Dan Campbell guy.
I've become one. I was a little skeptical at first, but I've become a big Dan Campbell guy. I'm a big fan of that offense. I mentioned this earlier. One of the reasons I want the Texans to throw first, not run, is because this is going to be a high-scoring game with the Bengals. The over-under is 48. Only one game has a higher over-under, and that's 48.5. That's this game, Lions at Chargers. That's going to be a high-scoring game. We'll see how it plays out.
I'm going to be a Lions fan with you this week because the Chargers are sitting 4-4 with the Texans after the win over the Jets.
Yeah.
I know that the Chargers are flawed. I know Brandon Staley is one of the – I'm not even going to dig that deep in the vocabulary. He's one of the dumbest coaches I've ever seen in the NFL level. He's. You
didn't go to Cornell?
I did not. 4th and 1 from his own 20. He goes for it. Yeah. He gets bailed out by his defense. I still fear the Chargers, though, when it comes to the playoff teams in the mix with the Texans because Justin Herbert, Austin Eckler, Keenan Allen, all of that. Bosa on the – I mean, I still fear them. So Dan Campbell winning this game would be much appreciated.
It would. I don't believe in the Chargers. Every year I have.
No, and I mean, I don't – they can lose to anyone.
Yeah, the Chargers are my Brevin Jordan of teams. I mean, they're like, what is it? Is it good? Is it not good? They should be good. So we'll see. And then in the playoffs, they're gonna collapse anyway if they get there. So hopefully the Texans play them in the playoffs.
Packers at Steelers. Now this one's interesting. Green Bay not playing great. Pittsburgh, their record's better than they probably are as a ball club. Wouldn't shock me to see the Pack pull off this upset.
They're just not good. I mean, I think
the Steelers,
the Pack. What did they lose 3 in a row before last week?
Yeah, they won 23 of the Rams with Rippon at quarterback.
Yeah. I can't see that. I just can't. I think the Steelers, no matter who's at quarterback, no matter anything else, are going to win this game.
Raiders hosting the Jets. This is going to be a Sunday night football game. My goodness, appreciate the warning. The Raiders, if they beat the Jets, they're in that 4-4 cluster with the Texans. Let's just get them out of the picture.
What's the number on this? Do you remember? I don't have
the Raiders, I think, are favored by 2.
Ooh, I'd be all over that. I would be all over the Raiders. I may well be all over the Raiders. Give me something to want to watch this game for because they're a new team, man. They They went full Andre Ware.
Jets, 1.5.
Woo, I'm on the Raiders, guaranteed.
Jets, 1.5.
I am on the Raiders. Boy, that's they're just giving you money now.
Maybe there was just so much money that it shifted.
They've been revived.
I bet a lot of people were like you, and maybe it just kind of shifted back to the Jets.
It feels It feels a lot better around here when you're talking about the Raiders.
And then you have Broncos at Bills. Texans still got the Broncos on the schedule. Buffalo right now, I mean, they're sitting there at 5-4. Texans at 4-4. At what point do we just start wondering, the Bills had their 3-year window of elite and a play away from making the Super Bowl, and can they? Their defense is depleted, so I want to be fair to Buffalo. Like you've seen the Texans with the depleted defense. You saw what happened against the Falcons. Is the arrow though pointing down with the Buffalo Bills?
Just ask Buffalo fans. There's a lot of questions about Josh Allen and this Bills team right now. Inconsistencies. Maybe gotten beat up a little bit too much already, et cetera, et cetera. Going to make me pull for the Broncos, I think, just to make sure.
So just to reset, go Bill O'Brien, go Baker Mayfield, go DeMeco's former team in San Francisco, go Lamar Jackson and the Ravens, go Dan Campbell, the coffee drinker, go Pack,
coffee drinker,
go Raiders, go Broncos. That's your fan guide. From a Texans POV here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up, the anticipated injury report and the most important player, the death of silliness from the source himself. And as C.J. Stroud has united the city of Houston, tonight he's going against you. I'll explain next in the hits. First, though, I want to talk about Texans turf. It's one of the best things I did for my home. Texans turf. They came out. They installed the turf in the backyard. They customized the drainage. As soon as it rains, you can basically walk barefoot out there. The dog loves it. The baby loves it. It looks great. Whether it's a small job like mine, whether it's a big baller, and they've done some big ballers, including a Texans coach and one of the biggest ballers in town. Texans turf will come out. They'll get the job done. I shopped around before I did this. It wasn't like something where it was like endorsement. I shopped around, and then we developed this partnership, and a lot of people have already taken advantage of it. You see all the ads on Instagram. A lot of those, you don't want anything to do with them. You do want to use Texans turf. Go to TexansTurf.com. They'll give you an estimate. You will not regret it. I promise. It'll be one of the best things you do for your home. TexansTurf.com.
C.J. Stroud has arrived. 470 yards, 5 TDs, and the game-winning drive to beat the Buccaneers. That's what we call a breakout performance. We got ourselves a quarterback, Texans fans.
Insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Are you frequently tired or stressed? Need better sleep? Or maybe you lack confidence in the bedroom? It's time to discover OB Men, a medical clinic that utilizes the latest medical advancements for men who want to achieve peak performance in the gym, at work, or in the bedroom. OB Men is your go-to place for unique health therapies that optimize your life. Call us at 713-955-2696 or visit us at obmen.net. OB Men, empowering men to thrive.
Are you tired of slow, unreliable internet? It's time to make a change and experience the future of connectivity with Tachus Fiber Internet. At Tachus, we understand that your internet connection is the lifeline to your world. That's why we've invested in building the most reliable network around, one that's 100% fiber optic to your home. What does that mean for you? It means you can say goodbye to buffering, lag, and downtime. Streaming your favorite shows in HD? No problem. Hosting a video call? Crystal clear. And online gaming? You'll have the competitive edge with our fiber fast speeds. So why settle for less when you can have the best? Learn more about Tachus Fiber Internet today and experience the future of connectivity. Visit our website at tachus.com/radio to get started. That's TACHUS.com/radio. Tachus Fiber Internet, connecting you to a world of possibilities with the reliability you deserve.
For the ones who get it done, the most important part is the one you need now, and the best partner is the one who can deliver. That's why millions of maintenance and repair pros trust Grainger, because we have professional-grade supplies for every industry, even hard-to-find products. And we have same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders. But most importantly, we have an unwavering commitment to help keep you up and running. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Discover, this is Daniela.
Hi, it's Jennifer Coolidge. I just want to thank you for making me feel so special. I earned cash back on debit for my dinner party groceries.
That's great. With Discover Cashback Debit, we give everyone cash back on everyday purchases. Anything else I can help you with?
Do you like asparagus and mushroom sorbet? I've got leftovers.
Introducing Discover Cashback Debit, a checking account with cash back. It pays to Discover. Eligibility and terms at discover.com/cashback debit. Discover Bank, member FDIC.
With Black Friday appliance savings all month long at the Home Depot, we're making the holidays merrier by making holiday hosting easier with our lowest prices of the year on Whirlpool kitchen appliances. Get everything you need to store all your holiday favorites.
Dinner's ready.
And the leftovers. With top brand kitchen appliances at a great value. Save up to $2,300 on select kitchen packages, including top brands like Whirlpool with Black Friday savings at the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
With your choice of select sandwich, nugs, fries, and a drink, Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag is your go-to. Your nugget wingman. Your hot and crispy fry co-pilot.
Just like us. We're like the bag boys.
What?
Bag boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when we bring your food?
For a deal you can count on, bet on Biggie and choose wisely. Choose Wendy's.
Bag boys.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Includes choice of JVC or crispy chicken sandwich with 4-piece nugs, junior fry, and small soft drink. Third-party delivery pricing may be higher.
Live from Texas Star Grill Shop at 59 and Shepherd, it's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, so we got some big news.
Man,
John Lopez is ticked off.
I am mad.
He's absolutely ticked off.
I was talking to our guy Aaron out here. I was like, read me the comments.
All right. The hits are lit here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
Playing all the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, so we have the NFL Weekly Awards. Darius Davis, the Chargers wide receiver, is the Special Teams Player of the Week.
Who cares?
Your wish for Dare, first non-kicker to kick a field goal since 2004. Your wish for him to get the Special Teams Player of the Week, not happening, sir.
Not happening.
Now, C.J. Stroud is the Offensive Player of the Week, so you got that. That was a no-brainer.
Yeah.
But your wish is not happening.
Is it too strong to say that this is an atrocity?
I mean, you said it was going to be an atrocity if it didn't happen. Didn't happen, sir.
I said they should just cancel the award.
Well,
who's voting on this? What are you doing?
I don't know. Ask John. Does John McClain vote on this?
It's a good question.
I could see him doing something like that.
Well, Dare did all right.
It's a 29-yard field goal.
Anybody could do that.
There were 150 field goals over 29 yards this week.
Good gracious! How could they do this?
Is this fake outrage, or are you really upset?
No, I was serious the other day. Why do you even have an award? You got a running back in an emergency situation. Didn't really make any kicks in practice. Goes out there, 2 touchbacks on kickoffs, makes a field goal from 29 yards in a pressure situation to take the lead, and they don't even make him Special Teams Player of the Week. What did Darius Davis do?
I didn't even look. I don't care enough to look. I just know Dare didn't get it.
Yeah.
Speaking of C.J. Stroud, here's some love, and the Texans have made some moves, roster moves. Here was Chris Sims and Mike Florio doing something that I think was very nice of them. They gave Nick Caserio some flowers for landing C.J. Stroud. Here's what he had to say.
I give Nick Caserio a ton of credit because somebody was trying to put the Jedi mind trick on him. Somebody was trying to get Stroud to drop.
Yeah.
With all that crap about processing, whatever that test is, C2, CS3, SUX, whatever it is.
Kiss my ass test.
Yeah, And they were trying their damnedest. Yeah. And it's the ultimate Machiavellian approach to the draft. We love this guy so much that we want him, and we're going to spread all this crap about him in the hopes that we can draft him. And it didn't work. Caserio held firm, D'Amico Ryans held firm, and they got something now. They got something special in C.J. Stroud, and it's great. And he's past the point where there's enough film for the defenses to game plan against him.
It's not like it's
not some fluke.
Now.
Yeah.
Right, exactly.
Whatever they're trying to stop, they can't stop.
All right, so there you go. Flowers for Caserio.
Here's the thing. I totally agree with that, and I'm going to get to it in a second. But I can't get away from this Darius.
Come on, man. You're really this mad about a special teams player of the week?
You know what he did? You know why he got special teams player of the week?
Oh, you were looking up his stats?
Yeah.
What did he do? He had a kick return touchdown
or something?
He
had a punt return for a touchdown.
Yeah, that's a big play.
Yeah, we never see that. we never see someone return a punt for a touchdown. Oh, that's right. It's almost every week.
It was a close game, I'm sure, right?
It was the first touchdown of the game.
No, I know, but that was a close game, right? He's on the Chargers, right? It was 27-6.
He gave him a 7-0 lead.
3-touchdown game. Dare kicked a go-ahead field goal straight off the bench in high tops.
In high tops, yes.
In high tops.
And the regular face mask. Had a visor and everything.
And this guy had a punt return touchdown in a 3-touchdown game.
Oh, wow, we got to give it to him. He had a punt return for a touchdown. Get the hell out of here. I'm dead serious. What are you doing? Cancel the award, for sure. 100%. Now, Nick Caserio.
I wish we could see the votes.
I'm going to look that up in the next segment, who voted. If John McClain voted, I'm going to... Here's what Nick Caserio needs credit. Here's where Nick Caserio needs his flowers. Big time. Because this is really, really hard to do. It's hard for you to do. It's hard for me to do. It's hard for anyone to do. You're brought up in a certain environment, a certain situation, a certain philosophy for what, 22 years? Wasn't he involved with the Patriots for 22 years?
2 decades-ish.
Yeah. And then you come to Houston. You keep your Patriot way. You keep your Patriot offense. You keep all your philosophies and everything else that you've grown up with. But then D'Amico Ryans comes in. What do? You change everything. You adjust, you adapt, you compromise. That's where Nick Caserio deserves his credit. You and I have talked about this a little bit in the past, but that's where he deserves the most quote flowers.
No doubt.
I'm not so sure he wanted C.J. Stroud. Maybe he did. I'm not so sure he wanted to trade up and get the number 2 and 3 picks. That's very unlike Patriots.
Yeah.
And yet what did he do? He compromised.
30 minutes. You ready?
For what?
Practice starts.
Yeah.
So we're going to get an injury report from the Texans. Now, they did give us some context clues yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
They signed Graylin Arnold, who can play some safety/nickel. That makes you wonder about Jimmy Ward. They added Brady Breeze, a safety, to the practice squad. And they also added Matt Amendola to the practice squad, a kicker. Ridgeway out for the season. MJ Stewart to injured reserve. So there are some context clues that there's reason to keep a really close eye on Jimmy Ward, like a really close eye on Jimmy Ward. And I would bet against Kaimi Fairbairn playing. But at 12:30, we're going to get the context clues. Will Anderson, I think, is going to play. I don't think Will Anderson's showing up to the Rockets game smiling and stuff if he's not going to play. So I would bet on Will Anderson. As y'all know, I'm a crappy gambler, so my bets don't mean a lot. But I think Will Anderson plays. I don't think Jimmy Ward plays. They have not won a game.
You don't think Jimmy Ward plays?
I don't. They have not won a game without Jimmy Ward. They're 4-2 with him. They're 0-2 without him. I don't think he plays. But I think that gets canceled out if Jamar Chase doesn't play.
Yeah.
If Jamar Chase doesn't play, then that is an equalizer of all equalizers.
Definitely helps. I guess if I had to bet, first of all, Jimmy Ward's the most important player for me that you got to see out on the practice field. Even if it's not today, maybe tomorrow.
Because what's behind him you don't have either.
Like you don't have MJ Stewart.
Yeah.
Your secondary has struggled of late, and certainly has struggled in late game situations all year. He's the touchstone. He's the rock in the secondary, and there's no gauging really everything that he can do and has done for that defense. He's the most important one. That said, if I had to bet, is Jimmy Ward going to play, I think I'd be on your side on this because it's a soft tissue, man. And those are tough.
Yeah, they're hard. They're tough. You want to be careful. You don't want to make it worse.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we'll see what happens with Jimmy. Playing the hits here on In the Loop. Will Levis named the starter by Mike Vrabel. Dana Brown apparently did not know that Joe Espada's contract had expired. Chandler Rome had to fix it in the Houston Chronicle. Astros managerial search continues. College football top 4. I don't even know why people waste their breath arguing about it. It doesn't matter.
I do.
But I will say, with that said, if there is not a person with an ounce of sanity that if Ohio State played Georgia on a neutral site and your life was on the line, that would take Ohio State in that game. There is no one in the world that can convince me of that. And, oh, by the way, Ohio State struggled with Rutgers. You had this jamoke from the committee go up there. Yeah, they fought hard against a good Rutgers team. That's 1 and 2. Number 3 is Michigan. Number 4 is Florida State. And then 5 through 10, it's a cluster of Washington, Oregon, Texas, Bama, Ole Miss, and Penn State.
Yeah, look, I'm with you on the Ohio State-Georgia thing. But this thing sucks. It was one of my confessions last week. This show sucks me in every week. Every
Does
year.
it?
Yeah. I don't know why.
I saw people arguing for Texas over Oregon. Come on. Like, what are you watching? Like, I don't need to hear these, like, disguised strength of schedules. I want Texas to be as good as anyone. Come on. You're going to argue Texas over Oregon? Just cut it out. Let them play TCU this week and see what happens. They control their own destiny. Also, quit trying to make Deion Sanders coach in the NFL. This was Deion Sanders yesterday with Dan Patrick. I've heard people throw this out there. Deion Sanders coached in the NFL. Here's Deion himself talking about that silliness.
Is the NFL a goal eventually in your life?
Coaching?
Yeah.
No, not whatsoever. I don't think I'm built for the NFL. I appreciate the game so much, and I respect the game so much of what the game has consistently done for me for a multitude of years, that when I see a guy getting paid millions and millions of dollars and he has no respect for the game, does not want to excel and exceed expectations in the game, I'm going to have a true problem. So I'm the kind of coach that would go out there with 53 and come back after halftime with about 32. Because I can't do it. Like, I'm too brutally honest, and I want to win that much, and I need everybody that respects the game. And oftentimes, money clouds that judgment. That is happening in college football. Money clouds that love and that passion for the game.
What if it's a package deal with you and Shedeur?
Don't forget Shiloh. I don't know. I haven't thought, man, I'm trying to win a game. I'm not thinking down the street that far. I haven't thought like that.
Can we let Shedeur Sanders just do his thing? Like,
Just go,
he's not a guy who demands a coach. Like, let's let the young man play some ball, please.
Yeah.
Let him have 2 good D1 years. Quit setting him up for failure with silly stuff like that.
Yeah, I agree, and I've had this in the back of my mind for a while. The odds are I'm wrong, but it's just been something I've been thinking about. I still don't know if he's going to coach in college after Shedeur and Shiloh.
But you watch Deion Sanders. Like, I sometimes I don't even think these guys are watching Deion Sanders coach. Like, you can make a case, and he said so himself in the halftime interview to his credit. Like, he might have cost him the game last week because they decided to throw 3 times instead of just running and taking it to the house. Oregon State ended up scoring. Colorado ended up losing by 1 possession. Like, the appeal of Deion Sanders is college. Like, you make as much money. He's a good mentor for young men and stuff like that. Like, I don't understand. Like, what do you watch and what do you think Deion's great at? Rockets versus Lakers tonight. C.J. Stroud against the city of Houston. He's a Lakers fan. He's a Lakers fan. Here's C.J. Stroud himself talking about how he feels when the Lakers lose. Now, he was saying good things about Texans fans, but this is what he said. This is C.J. Stroud talking about his hometown squad. All right, that was C.J. Stroud on the Lakers. He says he gets really pissed when it happens.
He's a fan.
He's angry.
He's got that first shot, though.
So
going to be wearing that Rockets gear.
Here it is right here. Here's C.J. Stroud talking about the Lakers.
We find our tails off every day to make sure y'all walk around with Texan gear pride. Y'all walk around with that swag that we walk around with when we get a dub. And for me, I take that real personal because I don't like being bagged on by my teams. Like, when my Lakers lose, I'll be pissed. So, I'll take that stuff real serious, man.
He does. He's going to be wearing a Rockets jersey, though, for the first shot. You're betting against him. I'm betting for him. But, yeah, he's going to be cheering for the Lakers. There's nothing wrong with that. I respect that. he's
a squad.
Like,
I think he should be wearing. I think he should paint his body black and gold. Honestly,
I don't know if I'd go that far.
That's your squad, man. Go represent. Yeah. Nobody's going to be mad at you. It's okay.
Yeah.
At least he's picking a squad,
and at least he's honest about it.
Yeah, at least he's picking a squad. He's not doing a LeBron.
That's right.
Changing teams every week. A Drake.
Is it going to be, LeBron, whichever
for the
way.
Lakers. It's all good.
Whichever way the wind's blowing is where he goes.
It'll be fun. We'll see what happens. There you go. Those are the hits here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up, we're 15 minutes away. We're going to start getting practice reports here. We're going to start getting a grasp of the arsenal that the Texans may or may not have on Sunday against the Bengals. I'm excited for the game. That makes one of us. One of us is scared. It ain't me. Talk about that next as lunchtime begins. First, though, college football, baby. It's in the H. Cougs got a dub. Last play, Dana Holgorsen holds up 2 fingers. They go for 2. They beat Baylor. Could have easily beat Texas the week before that. And now, with all this new history beginning, Big 12 game against Cincinnati. Cincinnati Bearcats coming to town. Both teams, for the first time, going to have Big 12 logos on their jerseys. It was an electric atmosphere against Texas. There were actually more Cougs fans than Texas fans. Keep that tradition going. Keep the environment going. Next week, another big game against Oklahoma State. But we want you out there at TDECU Stadium. 713-GO-COUGS or uhcougars.net/tickets. uhcougars.com/tickets. Go there. Be early. Wear red. Go Cougs.
Let we go. Join the drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Live from O'Neill's Sports Bar in Baytown on a Takis Fiber Internet Football Friday. This Friday from 2 to 6, we'll be getting you ready for the battle with the Bengals. Stop by, hang out with the guys, and enter for your chance to win the ultimate tailgate prize pack. It's a Takis Fiber Internet Football Friday. Presented by La Michoacana Meat Market.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadok Jewelers.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Old Trapper Beef Jerky. Old Trapper, what's your beef? Unbeaten James Madison should be in contention for a New Year's Six Bowl, but the Dukes are ineligible for all bowls as they finish transitioning from FCS. They again asked the NCAA to change protocols on Monday, and they should get a yes. This setup protects nobody. It only hurts JMU players. I'm Andrew Bogish.
Gas, groceries, utilities, you name it, the price of everything is going up, and if you're stuck in a bad timeshare with rising maintenance fees, the financial burden can be crushing. It is time to get your finances in order and get the real facts about that timeshare that you are stuck in and your options to get rid of it. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has been helping families out of horrible timeshares for over 10 years and has put together a complete timeshare exit information kit that he will send you absolutely free. To date, over 30,000 families have trusted Wesley Financial Group to help them out of financial hardship by getting them out of bad timeshares. Get the facts about how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation. Simply call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit and see how you can become timeshare free. Call 800-462-3333. That's 800-462-3333. Once again, 800-462-3333.
If you wanted to build a better tomorrow for Texas, how would you do it? At Texas Mutual Insurance Company, we think you'd start by taking care of working families, making sure they're safe, healthy, and well-nourished. You'd provide access to childcare and job training to ensure those families have the opportunity to grow, thrive, and contribute in meaningful ways. And you'd lift up the next generation, supporting quality educational programs that prepare young Texans for the road ahead. In 2023, Texas Mutual contributed more than $8 million to organizations that help working families lead better, more fulfilling lives. As the leading workers' comp provider in Texas, we're committed to breaking the cycle of poverty and delivering real, lasting, generational change. It's the right thing to do for our neighbors, our communities, and the thousands of Texas businesses we're proud to serve. See how we're helping build a stronger, brighter future for Texas at texasmutual.com/families.
For the ones who get it done, the most important part is the one you need now. And the best partner is the one who can deliver. That's why millions of maintenance and repair pros trust Grainger, because we have professional-grade supplies for every industry, even hard-to-find products. And we have same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders. But most importantly, we have an unwavering commitment to help keep you up and running. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
My dad has a cold, but also has high blood pressure. That's why I got him Vicks DayQuil High Blood Pressure for max strength daytime relief. Unlike some ordinary cold medicines, it's specially formulated for people like my dad. DayQuil High Blood Pressure is sugar-free, alcohol-free, and decongestant-free.
Vicks DayQuil High Blood Pressure. The daytime, non-drowsy, coughing, aching, fever, sore throat, cold and flu for people with high blood pressure.
Like my dad.
Medicine. Use as directed.
The holidays are just around the corner, y'all. Shopping, family time, gift giving, festive parties, and unfortunately, people who choose to drink and then drive. It's not a fun topic. It's ugly, but it's serious. In our communities today, it's still a major problem. One person's poor decision to drink and drive can change someone else's life forever. It's not fair, and if a drunk driver should hit you, be sure and protect yourself. Call Mokaram Law at 281-222-2222 to fight for your rights. Mokaram Law has over 20 years' experience navigating the legal process to get you the justice and compensation that you deserve. Call Mokaram Law for a free, no-obligation consultation at 281-222-2222. You pay nothing unless they win your case. Call Mokaram Law at 281-222-2222. That's 281-222-2222. That's Mokaram Law.
Mokaram Law. Principal office in Houston, Texas.
Hey, it's Sean Pendergast, my friends at the Men's T Clinic. You guys know my story. I've been going to the Men's T Clinic for over 3.5 years now for my testosterone replacement therapy, and it's been one of the best decisions that I've ever made. But they want you to know that they've got a whole menu of treatments for male wellness. It doesn't matter if it's issues in the bedroom, issues with losing weight, with gaining muscle mass. They've got something for everybody at the Men's T Clinic. Make the appointment today. Make that consultation visit. Get your quality of life back. 5 locations around town. Find the one near you at menstclinic.com.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Live from Texas Star Grill Shop at 59 and Shepherd, it's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, we're 15 minutes away. Texans will be entering the practice field. Cody Stutes, DJ Bieneme, Jonathan Alexander, they're going to be giving practice updates, I'm sure. Aaron Wilson as well. It's going to be a race, and it's going to be really interesting. Now, the Wednesday practice report, sometimes you take with a grain of salt. There's veteran days off. We've seen Robert Woods get that consistently before he got hurt.
To die for it?
Yeah, Laramie Tunsil. I don't even know if he's there. But, yeah,
I'll see you all Thursday.
But some of the names that we're looking at, the Jimmy Wards, the Fairbairns, the Will Andersons, we're going to get our first context clues here in about 15 minutes. And then once the injury report drops, we'll be able to speculate. Also keeping an eye on what's going on in Cincinnati with Jamar Chase. Starting to sound like Jamar Chase may not play, may not push it, which would be the biggest break the Texans could get. Outside of Joe Burrow being out, that's significant. And that is a really, 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 really big deal. And a big break for the Texans that I think has me leaning more towards a potential upset. I'm excited for this game. I'm talking myself into maybe putting a little money on this, maybe like a low risk, high reward type of money, to where if you lose the bread, you lose the bread. I'll give you specifics on that in 20 minutes. But my excitement, my party that I'm having, enjoying this Texans football, is being completely buzzkilled by a fishing shirt wearing, barbecue sauce making,
kind of knows it down,
giggly OG, who apparently
the podcast.
Is scared leading into this Sunday.
I am.
What the hell is wrong with you?
I am, and I think it's a legitimate one that a lot of loopholes and listeners and other people will share when I lay it out for you. How do the Texans win? Simple
Score
question.
more points.
No. But what plan? What style of game do they play when they win? They throw the ball This last game was by far their best game of the year, just start to finish. 470 yards, AFC Player of the Week, if you didn't hear, for C.J. Stroud. 3 receivers? Four receivers averaging over 20 yards a catch.
Yeah, four had touchdowns.
4 had touchdowns. Tank Dell breaking out again. I mean, he already has once. Noah Brown looking like freaking Andre Johnson. And so how do they win? They win by throwing the ball. And I'm concerned. And this always sounds like I'm bashing on D'Amico Ryans, and I'm not. I just know the head coach has an idea of how he wants to play a game. He came into Houston, opening press conference, and regularly since then saying, we want to be a running team. I want to be a running team. I want to run the ball. We want that identity. We're going to run the ball. Don't do it, man. I mean, yes, you're going to need to run the ball. Don't get me wrong on that. But I want to see a 2-to-1 ratio on first and second down, throwing the ball. That's what it was on Sunday. That's what it is when they're successful offensively. They had one drive, in their one loss to Carolina, where they threw the ball on first and second down rather than ran the ball, and they scored a 92-yard drive, and they scored a touchdown. This is a passing team. I've been a broken record on that since about week 3. This is a pass-first team. Don't do it. Bobby Slowick has to fight the temptation. That's my worry. I think the temptation is...
But he can't go the other way and, completely abandon
Well, that's why I said 2-to-1.
That's just as ineffective.
2-to-1. And maybe use the passing game to run the ball on third down. If there's a 3rd and 4 and the defense is such where... No, wait a minute.
Run on 3rd and 4?
I'm just saying, the defense is such where there's only...
Service Academy?
There's only 5 guys in the box because you've had so much success passing the ball. Maybe that's where you get some yards, some hidden yards and stuff. Fight the temptation. Nothing worries me more about Sunday than them going back to their old style that, frankly, didn't work and doesn't work and most importantly, won't work. They're not going to get better after 8 games running the ball. Not with this offensive line. They're just not. I mean, they're not going to be a running team.
They got to get better. You can't do this. You can't do
How?
this. You got to block better.
Okay, how? Let's go, Titus. Let's go, Laramie.
I can't believe Titus is giving away tickets, man.
I said 100 yesterday. It's 10. He usually gives away 2 tickets. This week he's giving away 10.
If I were with the way that Titus Howard is playing, you know what I would be doing before the game? I'm dead serious. Which usually means I'm not dead serious when I say something. But I would what time do you think they have to get to the stadium?
What is it, 3 hours?
So you think he's got to get there about 9 a.m.?
Yeah.
I would be out there at 7:30 a.m. on Kirby, and I would bring a friend that has a pickup truck, and I would be sitting in the back of that pickup truck just throwing nails and thumbtacks down the road so people can't watch me play. I wouldn't want anyone to even watch me.
Don't look.
Hey, Mom, Dad, don't even come to the game. I would be slashing tires. I would be walking around slashing tires, thumbtacks all the way down Kirby, thumbtacks all the way down the freeway. I damn sure wouldn't be giving away tickets if I was doing what Titus Howard's been doing every Sunday.
That's like me in high school when I ran the 400. like for some reason the coaches put me in the 400 meter race. I was a discus thrower, and my mom and dad were like, well, we'll go watch you run the... No, we're good. Don't watch the 400. It's all good.
You want me to confess something real quick?
Yeah.
I'll confess this real quick, Figgy. This is pre-confessions. I'll just be honest. This is my mindset. Titus Howard, props to him for not worrying about it, but I'd be throwing thumbtacks out there up and down Kirby. In high school, kind of a late bloomer. I was actually 5'7" till sophomore year.
Really?
Yeah. So one time we had bench press max. Boy, I scheduled a doctor's appointment. I scheduled a doctor's appointment right there at 7 a.m. Locker, where were you at?
Doctor.
Oh, I was sick, man.
Yeah.
Had a doctor's appointment.
I was actually okay in everything, but the 400, they put me in there because I ran a decent 400 for a lineman.
Yeah.
And so they say, we need a 400, a third guy. Lopez. No, Mom, don't come watch. It's not going to be pretty. There's another reason why I think they have to fight the temptation on Sunday.
Running?
Yes.
Do you think there is temptation with Bobby, or do you think that could have been like a revelation?
I hope, but I do think there's still temptation Because they're on the record from the head coach down, man. They want to be a running team. But here's another reason why you have to fight the temptation. This is going to be a high-scoring game. The over-under is 48. 48's high. That means they're expecting Joe Burrow to slice and dice. That means they're expecting C.J. Stroud to come up with a performance, something like he did on Sunday. Don't run the ball, man. You don't want to be like, let's shorten the game. We're on the road. It's Joe Burrow.
I want to shorten the game.
I don't want to shorten the game. Your best weapon is your quarterback and those receivers that that all have been having career years. You've got to throw the ball.
But you can't. You're going to have to eventually run if you want to.
I've never said don't run, ever. Just don't do it early in downs and don't rely on it hard-headedly. And so, you've got to be true to what your best. It's your best player, man. Like what do you do in basketball when you really need to make a run in the fourth quarter?
You're a cross-sport mofo today.
Yeah, I am.
You went Heisman moment and all that type of stuff.
You got to go with your best player, man. That's C.J. Stroud.
Goodness gracious.
Joe Burrow's gonna light up this secondary.
He's not going to light him up without Chase. He's not going to light him up without Chase. He is not going to light him up. If Jamar Chase does not play, he ain't lighting anyone up. He's not.
He's in a groove, man.
He's not going to be. He is in a groove. So is Jamar Chase. He's not lighting him up.
He's completing 75% of his passes over the last 4 games. They're not all of Jamar Chase.
Now do Jamar Chase's numbers the last 4 games.
Yeah, no, I know.
Ever since he called them out, that's been like.
I'm always open.
Things.
Wasn't that him?
Yeah, he said 7-11.
I'm always open.
And then he broke a record.
Yeah.
So I'm telling you, man, like if Jamar Chase doesn't play, this ain't the same Cincinnati Bengals. Now I know they're still a 7-point favorite, they being the Cincinnati Bengals. This ain't the same, man. This ain't the same. If he doesn't play,
but
that's a big break right there.
You have to realize that the Bengals defense, as much as it's prone to give up yardage on the ground, and that's part of the temptation that worries me. I think they're looking at the stats, at all the advanced stats that we don't even have access to, and saying, man, that's not a good Cincinnati run defense. Maybe we should run more. We'll tap the brakes on that, and here's why. The Panthers had a bad run defense. The Steelers had a bad run defense. The Colts had a bad run defense. Like bad, as in even worse than the Bengals are right now. I think the Bengals are like 27th. They beat 2 of those 3 teams beat you. And they held your ground game to relatively nothing. And they had bad rush defenses. And the other thing about the Bengals, the Texans were just stretching the field like crazy on Sunday. The Bengals have given up more 20-yard pass plays than all but 5 teams in the NFL. So you can throw on them.
Before last week when Jamar Chase landed on his back and was clearly roughed up, the Bengals started out 0-2, and then Jamar Chase came out and said, "I'm 7-11. I'm always effing open." That was the clip. I'm always effing open. They had here's Jamar Chase's numbers. You ready for these? 12 for 141, 7 for 73, 15 for 192 and 3 touchdowns.
Lord.
6 for 80, 10 for 100 and a touchdown. I'm telling you, if Jamar Chase is out, I mean, I don't know what to tell you. Jamar Chase is out. I'm not going to say eat a W. I was about to, but look, keep an eye on that. That is massive. And then Steven Nelson just has to go guard T. Higgins.
Yeah, but you're not. You also have Joe Burrow pulling the trigger, and
pull the trigger,
and you may not have.
You ain't got the weapon. You ain't got the bullet,
and you may not have Jimmy Ward. And that's going to be a key cog in your secondary.
If you told me that I could...
Yeah, if you want to trade Jimmy Ward for Jamar Chase, I'm with you.
Yeah, if you told me I can sit Jimmy Ward out, but Jamar Chase has to sit out...
Yeah, no, I'm with you.
I'm doing that.
But it certainly makes it easier for him.
You talked about the Ohio connection with CJ.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, we're talking about Cincinnati. That ain't the same.
Got a lot of people that can drive there. A lot of friends, a lot of Ohio State fans in Cincinnati, even though it's right on the border of Kentucky. I think it's going to matter to him. In fact, he's probably going to be asked about it this week, but we'll see what he says. But
he speaks today.
Yeah. And the coordinators are speaking this week.
They speak tomorrow.
A little Frank Ross action.
Yes, they do.
Yeah. He got some run, too, man. That little low squat fist pump when Dare should have been AFC Special Teams Player of the Week. Kick that field goal. Who are we talking with tomorrow? Straight off the practice field.
I don't know.
I want either Frank Ross, Dario Ogunbowale, or...
Damn. Figgy, we're aiming low now.
Low? That's our guy.
Nah, I mean, he's our buddy, but damn, we talk to Frank all the time.
Yeah.
And Dare's not even special teams player of the week.
You're already hiking your leg on that?
I moved on from him. He didn't even win special teams player of the week. Get back there and take some handoffs.
All right, let's get
with the
CJ then.
Take some handoffs
Does
with the
CJ pass muster?
Yeah, at least shoot for the stars.
Let's get CJ then.
Don't need to get this Dare or Frank Ross. Goodness gracious. Mess around and give us, I don't know. How come no one ever talks to Cam Johnston?
We should.
I wouldn't know what to say about it. But
you usually give nicknames. I've been giving more nicknames lately.
Yeah, and they've been terrible.
The Savant is awesome.
The Savant's good. That's your only good one.
The Weapon. Cameron Johnston's a weapon. We know that by now. Who was bitching about the punter more than anybody when Cameron Johnston was not here? You were.
I think Figgy's taking selfies or something. I don't know what he's doing right now.
Nah, I'm chilling, man. Y'all doing your thing. Y'all need me for?
The Weapon, Cameron Johnston.
Figgy's taking selfies, man.
I'm chilling.
Cam Johnston. Nah, I don't want that.
Yeah, neither do I.
Yeah, I don't want that.
What are we going to talk about?
No, you know who I want to talk to tomorrow?
Who's that?
Tank Dell.
Ooh, that'd be sweet.
Come on.
Yeah. That'd be really sweet.
Tank Dell.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm in on Tank Dell.
Yeah, Tank.
Let's send that text.
Yeah. I get cussed out for that.
What are y'all asking? We don't take requests.
Yeah, Tank Dell.
I'm with you. One more thing on why I'm a little worried with how they're going to run the offense. I think Bobby Slowick knows what I've been saying. How could he not? I think Gerard Johnson, Bobby Slowick say, we've got a guy that is playing elite football.
This is true.
Why are we messing around with the run? Why can't we use run to complement the pass? I'm worried, though, because I just feel, again, not bashing D'Amico, I feel like D'Amico, it's in his DNA, gotta run the ball. Yes, if you can draft somebody next year, let's change the makeup of this thing a little bit. But not this year, not now. And I think the argument I want to make is, hey, if we were rebuilding, if we had no shot at the playoffs, we'd work on that running game. But we have a shot at the playoffs here. Why are we messing around with, trying to just ramrod the running game, at the beginning of all these drives when we've got a shot here to win games no matter who we play? Just go with CJ. Let's go 2-to-1 ratio. 2-to-1 ratio on first and second down, passing the ball versus running. That's what I want.
See, you don't go into a game with a set ratio, though.
Yeah, you do.
No.
Yes, you do.
No, you adjust.
You have game plans.
You adjust.
You have game plans?
Yeah, but you got to adjust.
No, you do adjust, but you have game plans. You have scripts. I don't even know if Bobby Slowick, we need to ask him about that. Does he have a 15, 20-play script or whatever?
At the beginning, everybody does.
I would think he does, but we've never asked him.
Bill O'Brien didn't.
He didn't, did he?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
I think they went play-by-play, and that's why they couldn't score on the first drive.
Yeah. And by the way, I talk about C.J. Stroud. I was looking at some MVP candidates. Yes, you heard me right, MVP candidates, MVP winners since 2015, so the last 7 years. C.J. Stroud's numbers project as good as every MVP candidate for the last 7 years except for Patrick Mahomes. Like he's projecting for 4,500 yards, 4,540 if we want to be exact, 29 touchdowns, just 2 interceptions, and a 62% completion percentage. Why would you not want to use that guy and exploit that guy? Just exploit his talents.
Gee, like Joe Jackson. Lord.
I didn't say abuse.
Damn.
I said exploit.
Jeez. Exploit. How are you, Kris Jenner? Oh, that might have worked out.
That might have.
Depending on who you ask. Coming up, little lunchtime confessions. I'm betting for and I'm betting against C.J. Stroud. We'll talk about that next.
It's Texans game week. C.J. Stroud and company are headed to Cincinnati to battle the Bengals. Texans countdown gets going at 9. Kickoffs at noon with Mark Vandermeer, Andre Ware, and John Harris on the call. Then Texans postgame as soon as the clock hits zeros.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Let's head out. The theater's about to close.
Wait, what does that sign say?
Warning, watch your step?
No, next to it.
If you are 60 or older, you may be at increased risk of serious consequences from RSV, respiratory syncytial virus, compared to adults younger than 60. I didn't know that.
Not all dangers come with warning labels. Talk to your pharmacist or doctor about getting vaccinated against RSV today. RSV vaccines, including Pfizer's, are available. Learn more at bewareofrsv.com. Brought to you by Pfizer.
Do you hear that? That's the sound of holiday joy at the Home Depot, where you can find everything you need to get ready for the holiday season, like all new festive outdoor decor. Spread more joy this season with holiday decor that is uniquely you, like our new 3.5-foot Santa and Elf inflatable, each just $19.98. Available in-store and online. Get holiday ready right now at the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
All right, John Lopez here, and you know the old saying, let's call a spade a spade. Everyone's disposable income is getting squeezed right now. Your subscriptions are more, gas is more, coffee is more. You name it, it's more. The car is no different. Not only have repairs and maintenance shot up more than 20% in the last year, but they are taking longer to get done. Don't make the mistake your friend did by signing an 84-month loan at a higher rate. You know better. That decision follows you for the next 3 cars as you roll negative equity from car to car. Trust your gut. Call D&M Auto Leasing and have them show you a responsible way to lower your payments without sacrificing your future. Don't sacrifice that future by signing a long-term contract that's going to follow you over the next 3 purchases. There are smart ways to save money in this market, and D&M has been doing just that as an industry leader for more than 47 years. For the smartest way to save money, call 713-290-1000. That's 713-290-1000. No down payment, no payments until 2024 at dmautoleasing.com.
Can't sleep with this cold.
Honey.
Honey?
Honey, you need NyQuil Severe Honey.
NyQuil Severe Honey gives you powerful cold and flu symptom relief with a dreamy honey taste.
Feeling better, honey? Honey? I'll take that as a yes.
Try NyQuil Severe Honey for powerful cold and flu symptom relief. NyQuil Severe with honey flavor. The nighttime sniffling, sneezing, coughing, aching, fever. Honeylicious, best sleep with a cold medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
With Black Friday appliance savings all month long at the Home Depot, we're making the holidays merrier by making holiday hosting easier with our lowest prices of the year on Whirlpool kitchen appliances. Get everything you need to store all your holiday favorites.
Dinner's ready.
And the leftovers. With top-brand kitchen appliances at a great value. Save up to $2,300 on select kitchen packages, including top brands like Whirlpool with Black Friday savings at the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with things I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of the disease called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, straight lines seem wavy, like when looking at a door frame. For others, blurry or missing spots can make it hard to read or see loved ones' faces. Many have trouble seeing in low light, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you've been diagnosed with AMD and notice vision changes, don't wait. Talk to your eye doctor about GA today. Learn more at GAWon'tWait.com. That's GAWon'tWait.com.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. 120,000 miles of night drives, daily commutes, and who knows how many.
Are we there yet?
Through countless fixes, elbow grease, and a new radiator, you kept your ride alive. With eBay Motors, you have over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Let's head out. The theater's about to close.
Wait, what does that sign say?
Warning, watch your step?
No, next to it.
If you are 60 or older, you may be at increased risk of serious consequences from RSV, respiratory syncytial virus, compared to adults younger than 60. I didn't know that.
Not all dangers come with warning labels. Talk to your pharmacist or doctor about getting vaccinated against RSV today. RSV vaccines, including Pfizer's, are available. Learn more at bewareofrsv.com. Brought to you by Pfizer.
Sports Radio 610. Not just the best sports talk in town, but the best looking guys in the game. And now, we can prove it. I'm 260 on my shirt. Don't believe us? Check out our brand new Twitch and YouTube live stream. Every show, every day. See your favorite 610 hosts like never before on YouTube and Twitch.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker is presented by La Michoacana Meat Market.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Sports Radio 610. Houston Texans breaking news.
All right, we got some breaking news, some pleasant, surprising news regarding the Texans before we get to lunchtime confessions. Cornerback Derek Stingley. We were wondering if he existed. He does. He's on the practice field. His 21-day window to be activated officially begins. So at the latest, he'll be back in 3 weeks. At the earliest, he'll be on the field on Sunday when the Texans take on the Bengals. So Derek Stingley's back, as is Charlie Heck.
Yeah, that's another one.
I don't know how that works. I don't know. Depth, I guess. But Charlie Heck is back. Stingley is back. On the practice field. Jimmy Ward, by the way, not practicing. He is not there. So that's where we're at right now. Derek Stingley, very, very nice, pleasant surprise for the Texans. Derek Stingley on the practice field, back on the practice field. It's been 60 days since he's been on the field. Derek Stingley, though, back at practice. So there you go. Good news.
No, especially this week. We've been talking about Burrow a lot. The lack of depth in the secondary all of a sudden. I mean, he is the number 3 overall pick. I mean, it's about time. Maybe make a play or two. Maybe make a play or two.
On the field?
Or just get on the field. Break up a couple of passes, something like that. But I think that's great news.
No, it's excellent. I mean, you can't have enough corners.
Yeah.
So Derek Stingley, we'll see what happens. I was told yesterday, and I always take this stuff with a grain of salt, that he had put on Instagram a picture of a practice jersey.
Oh, okay.
And I just kind of said, I don't know what that means. I mean, maybe don't know. But I guess now we know what it meant.
Yeah.
Derek Stingley back on the practice field, as is Charlie Heck. No word yet on Jamar Chase. Jimmy Ward not out there. Lunchtime confessions, though. We confess our sins to you, the Loopholes. Shout out to the Loopholes if you listen. You are one. Some of these confessions have to do with sports. Some have nothing to do with sports, but we're transparent with you 24/7. Let it hang a little bit lower during lunchtime confessions. It is time to confess.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I'm going to channel Mike Meltzer here.
Okay.
How does Dana Brown not know that Joe Espada's contract expired more than a week ago?
There's a lot of potential answers to your question.
How?
Maybe Dana Brown's not as important as we thought. Maybe Joe Espada's not a candidate. Maybe Jim Crane and Jeff Bagwell are in charge. Maybe he's just not very good at his job and doesn't pay as much attention to detail as he should. There's a lot of potential answers to the question you just asked.
And there's some context clues, too, in some of the candidates. One candidate that came to the forefront yesterday, according to some national baseball writers, Ray Montgomery. Tell me everything you know about Ray Montgomery, the bench coach from the Los Angeles
Isn't he buddies
Angels.
with Bagwell?
He is longtime friends anyway, with Jeff Bagwell. Played for the Astros in the late 90s when Bagwell was here. To me, that's kind of a clue, right? That maybe your general manager has one job. I mean, that job is to hire a manager. That's his main job right now. And he didn't even know that Espada had already expired on the contract. And then all of a sudden, Ray Montgomery comes up as a candidate. We've already heard about Brad Ausmus. I think it's really, really likely, to be honest, that Dana Brown's not going to have a lot of say in this managerial hire.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, so I'm willing to risk $40, and I'm going to bet on C.J. Stroud. So this is one of those long shot parlays where you throw it out there. If it happens, cool. If not, lost $40. It's $40 to win $467.
Oh, wow.
40 to win $467.
What's the bet?
3-team parlay.
In game or 3 different teams?
3 different teams.
Okay.
Michigan -5 against Penn State. Penn State has one of the worst. That performance against Ohio State was disgusting. So Michigan -5.
That's a dub.
Texas -5.5 at half against TCU.
That's a dub.
Texas has started out very well in the beginning of games. However, they kind of melt down a little bit. TCU, not very good. And Texans straight up. That's the long shot right there. That's the one, the reason that it goes up. So I'm going Michigan -5, Texas -5.5 at half, and then the Texans straight up. 40 to win 470.
Raiders going to run the Jets off.
I'm going to stay away from the Raiders.
I'm betting on the Raiders tomorrow.
40-470.
Little mini confession.
So there you go. That's my confession. I'm betting on C.J. Stroud. I'll be betting against C.J. Stroud as well. I'll tell you in what manner in my next confession.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I hesitate to even make this confession, but I'm going to, because we're always honest on these things. You know, one of the things that we never ever do, because like you say anything political and it becomes all hell breaks loose, right?
What are you about to do?
Look, I'm just being honest. So yesterday after the show, I went to vote.
Okay.
Right over there in the first ward. Went up to the voting table there, got my card, and they said, "Oh, do you still live in Humble?" I was like, "No, I changed that last year," which I did. I voted last year here.
Yeah.
I moved here in October. I voted here at the same place last year, and for some unknown reason, it reverted to my old address, so I couldn't really vote on the mayoral election or the city council. All I could vote on was all the bonds and stuff, which I did.
Yeah.
And so I just kind of shared that on Twitter. Like, this is kind of strange. I guess I have to do this again. I'm just completely nonpartisan.
Yeah.
This is strange. Dude.
You knew what's going to happen when you do that.
But
you know what's going to happen when you do that.
I was so, this has nothing to do with any candidates, any rigged elections.
Now, how'd you say it? Were you calling fraud and stuff?
No. I just said, this is strange. That's it. Man, my comment, what is going on? I mean, I'm not trying to, I'm just saying, nothing is more predictable than that. You can just whisper election, voting, just whisper the word voting and election.
Yeah.
And immediately, literally, you should see my tweet. I don't have it in front of me, but I just said, this is strange. I had to redo my address. Bro, you'd have thought I would.
Well, some people just like attention when they vote. You seem like a vote sticker guy. You get a sticker. Hey, look at me.
No.
I voted. Look at my selfie.
No.
I voted. Go vote.
She gave it to me, and it's still in the console of my truck.
You can't complain if you don't vote. Look at my sticker. By the way, small confession, I voted on the way to work yesterday.
Atta baby.
I voted on the way to work yesterday.
Now that is progress.
But I'm not a clout-chasing voter like you. I don't need attention on Twitter.
I am not a clout. I was just like, this is strange. You know what? Figure that made my day. You are the most I've never voted, I don't care, blah, 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 it doesn't matter.
Went down 10, so if you, I found the new place, so if you exit 10, past the Saltgrass, and you go to and you get on the service road past the McDonald's, that little Days Inn or whatever hotel it is, it has a voting center. You go in there, boom, done.
Dude, I've literally, I'm not exaggerating, never been more proud of you.
Yeah, well, I keep it to myself. I'm not a clout chaser like you, John.
I am not either. Not either.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I got to confess, I'm doubting C.J. Stroud.
Well, you just bet on him.
I bet on him, and I'm betting against him. I got a bet with John Lopez, $10. I'm betting C.J. misses the free throw tonight at the Rockets game.
No way.
I think things have been going too perfect for C.J. I know he's a good basketball player. He's missing the free throw tonight, just like John McClain.
No.
He is going to miss it.
He's going to miss it like that?
Now, if he shoots a three-pointer, it doesn't count, because I think if he shoots the three, he'll make it. But C.J. Stroud has not played organized hoops in a while. I don't think he practices free throws. I'm betting against C.J. Stroud making the free throw tonight.
I am not. I am betting that he does make. In fact, I think it's going to be a swish. I mean, it's like
I think it's going to be a little bit short.
Like
roll around.
athletes are going to athlete. It's like D'Amico.
Yeah, D'Amico made it. Tunsil made it.
Boom.
But CJ, I think this is going to be his motivation for Sunday.
Oh,
This is going to be his motivation for Sunday. He's going to take this and win that game Sunday
because he missed
a free throw at a Rockets game.
I don't know about that. No, he's going to make it.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
You know, on social media, mostly Facebook, people say it's complicated.
Like in their relationships?
Like they're talking about a relationship.
Yeah.
It's complicated. My thoughts on Dylan Brooks are very complicated.
He said he's ready to lock LeBron up, man.
Dude, what are you doing, man? When he does that, I'm like, you're going to get destroyed.
He doesn't have a great history with him.
75-year-old, LeBron.
I like Dylan Brooks, man.
But okay, that's where the complication comes in.
They need that.
But that's where the complication comes in, because I'm also like, this dude has been pretty good. It's early.
Good player.
He's been pretty good, and he does bring something to the squad.
I like Dylan Brooks.
That they don't have.
I like Dylan Brooks.
So my relationship with Dylan Brooks, it's complicated.
I'm a fan, man.
He shouldn't have done that.
I mean, they asked
He's
him.
been burned repeatedly by that.
Yeah, and he wants his revenge.
Yeah.
He's coming for his revenge
Victor
for LeBron.
Wembanyama, yeah. Well, he's tall. Boom, right in your face. LeBron James, boom, right in your face. I mean, come on. Curry, boom.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it'd be like that. Like even the best get dunked on. We saw Rudy Gobert get dunked on the other day. Who got him the other day?
Who, Gobert?
Someone got him bad, man.
I didn't see that.
Man, he got punched on. I don't remember it, but he got. I mean, he got from the dotted. Just
that stuff never bothers me.
Jaylen. I think it was Jaylen Brown.
Jaylen Brown.
Yeah, I think Jaylen Brown got him real bad, like real bad. Those are lunchtime confessions here on In the Loop. Coming up, did D'Amico Ryans? Let's go back. We tried to figure out how to crack D'Amico Ryans and figure out when he's perhaps fibbing to us with a purpose. The Drive asked him about Derek Stingley yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go back and reinvestigate what he sounded like. And maybe our relationship with D'Amico will never be the same, because we'll know when he knows something we don't. Next.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of reinvestigating and revisiting, that's what Crystal did when she put her home on the market, listed with someone other than the Loken Group at Keller Williams Platinum. Well, she fixed that mistake real quick, because that ended up being a big mistake for old Crystal. I get these emails and notes all the time. When she hired the Loken Group, it was a reset button. They have all the marketing that made the difference. The results spoke for themselves. They had more showings in 2 weeks than they had in 2 full months with the previous agent. And at the end of those 2 weeks, after all that negotiating and marketing and everything else, Lance and his team accomplished what their competition could not. Big surprise. They had that home sold. That's what happens when you go with Lance and Karina Loken. Like I did, we sold our last home with the Loken Group. Could not have been happier. Could not have been happier with the return on what we got, et cetera, et cetera. And you guys know what I say. You know, they can even guarantee to sell your home at a price and a deadline that you both agree to, or else they'll buy it. Call the only agent in Houston that I'm going to call the next time we need to buy or sell a home. That is the Loken Group. 281-861-4624. 281-861-4624. It's thelokengroup.com. Go with the Loken Group and start packing.
Let we go. Join the drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Live from O'Neill's Sports Bar in Baytown on a Tachus Fiber Internet Football Friday. This Friday from 2 to 6, we'll be getting you ready for the battle with the Bengals. Stop by, hang out with the guys, and enter for your chance to win the ultimate tailgate prize pack. It's a Tachus Fiber Internet Football Friday. Presented by Academy Sports and Outdoors.
Honey, can you swing by the post office and grab some stamps?
Done.
And drop off these packages?
Sure thing, honey.
Ooh, and get the tracking info.
Got it.
But you haven't moved.
I know. How great is that?
This holiday season, the Postal Service is closer than ever with convenient ship-from-home services like label printing, free package pickup, and delivery notifications. You can send more holiday joy from the comfort of home. The United States Postal Service, delivering for America. Ship from home at USPS.com/holidayjoy.
Reggie was a nurse for 16 years.
I had become very burnt out. I wasn't making good money.
Then it happened.
There was an ad for My Computer Career, and it just spoke to me.
My Computer Career was the best best decision he ever made.
I could study anywhere from my laptop, and I was working in the first couple weeks of me being in class.
Reggie hit a home run.
The field is teeming with jobs.
Become an IT pro in just months with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu.
The school is amazing.
It's not rocket science. It's mycomputercareer.edu. This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
Fellas, to all y'all out there with a full head of beautiful hair, congratulations, man. All the studies show that that's one of the most attractive physical features a man can have. You want to know the least attractive, the most aging? It's the opposite. It's hair loss. And the harsh reality is that no amount of car, house, or success can make up for that thinning, balding, or receding hairline. Good news is it doesn't have to be that way. Advanced Hair has the quick one-day solution to hair loss and can make you look 10 to 20 years younger. We're not talking peels, potions, lotions, or topicals. No, sir. With Advanced Hair, it's just your very own natural hair guaranteed to grow. They've improved thousands of lives, and you can be next. In fact, you can see all the before and afters at advancedhair.com. By the way, with Advanced Hair, your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day. The ball's in your court. Call now for a free consultation, 832-688-HAIR. If you qualify, you can get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. 832-688-HAIR or advancedhair.com. That's advancedhair.com.
For the ones who get it done, the most important part is the one you need now. And the best partner is the one who can deliver. That's why millions of maintenance and repair pros trust Grainger, because we have professional-grade supplies for every industry, even hard-to-find products. And we have same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders. But most importantly, we have an unwavering commitment to help keep you up and running. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When my daughter gets a cold, I have a secret weapon. Dayquil Kids Berry from Vicks. Dayquil Kids is specially formulated to treat kids' most bothersome cold and cough symptoms quickly. And the best part is that Dayquil Kids Berry tastes really great. Aren't you supposed to be resting? Maybe.
Dayquil Kids Berry. The kids' berrylicious daytime congestion, coughing, stuffy head, stuffy nose, just for kids. Medicine. Safe for kids 6 years plus.
Live from Texas Star Grill Shop at 59 and Shepherd, it's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, let's do a little investigative work. D'Amico's not going to give you a ton. He's going to give you substance, but when it comes to injuries, when it comes to like giving away game plan type of stuff, he's not going to tell you a ton. Let's just be serious.
Yeah, nobody is.
But we've got the big breaking news. Derek Stingley's on the practice field, as is Charlie Heck. 21-day window for Derek Stingley to be activated and back on the field in action for the Texans. It's upon us. 60 days after his last game. So what are we at? We're at 8 weeks?
Yeah.
Aaron Wilson said between 8 and 10, I think. So good for him. He hit that. Props to him. But let's go back to yesterday, because they asked about Derek Stingley, they being Clint Stoerner and Ron Hughley. I just want to hear if, now that we know what we know, and that 20 hours later Derek Stingley's on the practice field, if maybe we can now get something that we can use for the next 10, 15, 20, however long D'Amico Ryans is head coach of the Texans. If maybe now we can get a grasp of what it sounds like when D'Amico knows something that we don't know. I think this is going to be a very, very good study. Or maybe he just has the best poker face ever. Here was D'Amico Ryans yesterday when he was asked by Stoerner and Hughley about Derek Stingley.
We hadn't heard much of a report or an update on what's going on with Derek Stingley. Can you catch us up on his status and how he's doing and what you expect from him moving forward?
Yeah, Derek has had some positive weeks. He's trending in the right direction. When the right time comes, when he's fully set and ready to go, we'd love to have Derek. We've definitely missed him, missed his ability to play out there on the perimeter. He's a very talented young player, and of course we'll be excited to have him back when that time comes. But he's been doing a great job of working on the side, getting himself ready to go.
So you do expect him to return at some point this season?
Yes, yeah, we expect him to. We expect him to be back at some point this season.
Okay.
After the fact, you can kind of hear the hints.
Can you?
Yeah. Like
trending,
making
right
progress.
direction.
Yeah, making progress. We expect him back. After the fact, you can hear it. There was something else he said that maybe, I don't know because he plays tackle, but maybe he was kind of hinting about something with the offensive line too, because they asked him about the offensive line as well, Figgy, and I thought he's you clearly want Titus Howard to play tackle. The problem is Charlie Heck, who also got activated today, is just a tackle. So I don't know if that is.
Yeah, I don't think it means anything.
I don't know what it means.
Yeah, Charlie Heck's return means nothing to me. If your desire is for Titus Howard not to play guard, and with how he looks on some of those plays, I don't know how that wouldn't be your desire. I would think Juice Scruggs coming back would be what you want.
Juice would
to
be
where
one.
Maybe Juice could play that guard
But
spot.
he did say we're going to put our best 5 out there.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Is George Fant going to be looking over his shoulder?
No. We've seen Charlie Heck play.
He's played a lot of games, though.
Yeah, he's not good. I mean, that's not harsh. He's not that good. He's okay. But, I mean, they've tried to make that a thing. He's a good depth guy, but I think George Fant's done a fine job at right tackle.
Yeah, I think so, too.
Yeah, I think he's I don't – let me put it this way. If Charlie Heck were active and George Fant weren't, I don't know that Charlie Heck's a good enough right tackle to make
Fant
Titus Howard play guard.
Yeah, no.
But I think Fant has done a good enough job there. So, I don't think so. I mean, I don't know so, but who knows? They've liked Charlie Heck for a while. Hell, he started a game at left tackle last year.
Mm-hmm.
Had Titus Howard play guard against Kansas City. Here's my question. If you're just tuning in, Derek Stingley's back on the practice field. And who knows whether he plays on Sunday. Hopefully his college teammate, Jamar Chase, doesn't. What is Derek Stingley? Like, what is Derek Stingley? That's my question. Like, even when he's on the field, what is Derek Stingley?
He's an unknown.
He's a good quality corner?
How many actual games has he played? How many did he play?
Last year he missed, I think, 8 or 7 or 8. Yeah.
Okay. And he's played.
He's missed more than he's played in. Let's just put it that way.
2 this year?
He played 2 games this year.
That's an unknown.
The passing stats are misleading when you're giving up rushing yards like they were last year. Like the passing stats where people say, well, he didn't allow a touchdown. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, they put it in the chest of the running back, and the running back moonwalked into the end zone.
Yeah.
So, yeah, they're not gonna throw on him. I think he's solid, but how long – the thing is, like, even when he's playing good, how long can you rely on it? That's the thing with me on Derek Stingley. I like to ask the time machine question.
Mm-hmm.
And number 3 picks have been the most polarizing dialogue with the Texans this year. If I could give you a time machine and you could go back and not make the Will Anderson trade, would you do that? I would still do it. I'm still okay with it.
I thought you were talking about Sauce versus.
Yeah, we'll go back. We'll go back there in a minute. But with Will Anderson,
absolutely.
Yeah, I would still do it.
Yeah,
I still think Will Anderson's solid. I still think the jury's out on what he's going to be in the sacks and stuff like that. I do find it funny though. Like if Will Anderson went out against the Bengals and had 5 sacks. All of a sudden, it'd be like, man, he's having a really good rookie year. And like those 8 games that we talk about where he had 2 would all of a sudden not matter.
Yeah.
Because you would just look in the sack column. So I don't think they would do that with Will Anderson. If they could go back, they wouldn't have taken Stingley 3rd, right?
No, they would have taken Sauce.
Yeah, I mean, that's just kind of like you feel comfortable enough to say that.
Yes, because the injury thing has just been consistent since his freshman year in college. I mean, just consistently not able to stay on the field. Maybe it's just bad luck.
And Sauce has been good on the field.
Yeah, and Sauce kind of had like a dip in his production this year.
It's hard not to. It's one of the best rookie years of all time.
Have you seen him lately?
Yeah, he's playing well.
I mean, that Jets defense is not the reason they're losing.
It's a championship caliber defense.
Yeah, and so, absolutely, I would do the trade again. You're right. You know, nobody likes to talk too much about advanced stats, but they're real. And he's getting double-teamed all the time, Will Anderson.
4th most in the league.
Yeah, and he's getting, pressures and helping other guys get sacked. No one more than Jonathan Grenard. So I absolutely would do it again. I think the sacks he finally got another sack.
Yeah.
I think the sacks are going to come in a bundle. I would 100% do that, and I would 100% draft Sauce Gardner.
I asked the question before last week. I said one word to describe Will Anderson's start. And I actually put out a video of it today. There were literally like 100 different words to describe it, and it went anywhere from disappointment, flop, bust to awesome, phenomenal. Like it's kind of like a polarizing thing, but I think Will Anderson's going to be here for a long time. So I'm not concerned about Will Anderson. Derek Stingley, how long do we see Derek Stingley. How long is he going to be on the field?
Well, you're in on him. I mean, you have to be in on him.
You got a few more years for sure.
Yeah.
See what goes on. And the other thing is, cornerback's going to be one of those positions where it's going to be the most interesting thing. I don't want to skip this season. We got a lot of fun ahead of us, but Derek Stingley is the one guy that you have under contract for a long time. That's 3 years. Steven Nelson's on the final year of his deal. Shaq Griffin's on the final year of his deal. I think Tavierre Thomas is as well, although the drive guys get mad when you call him a corner. But it's going to be one of those really interesting positions where it might actually be. I think corner's above wide receiver right now, just because you don't know what you're going to get with Stingley, and Steven Nelson's in his 30s.
That's interesting. I would not disagree with that.
I would put corner at the top.
No, I think running back is at the top.
Yeah, cornerback, running back, and then, I don't know.
Running back's at the top. Cornerback, that's a good point. I think that's up there. But I will say this, just because maybe it's because he was drafted number 3, maybe it's because we've seen how good he can be. I was pretty damn excited when I saw that Stingley would be back. We don't know what he's going to be, but it's nice to have him back and find out.
Well, because the health factors in.
Yeah.
Even when, you don't know how long he's going to be there.
Yeah. But it's great to have that talent, big body, all that stuff. We've seen a few things from him.
Yeah, go out there, do your thing.
Yeah,
and we expect
just stay healthy.
Well, that's Don't get greedy.
Yeah,
don't get greedy. But I guess the Instagram post with Sting yesterday, the practice squad jersey, I guess that he was telling us something.
Yeah,
that we did not know. Derek Stingley back on the practice field. Jimmy Ward, by the way, not on the practice field. So. That's kind of where we're at. John McClain yesterday pissed off a lot of people, and I know that's not unusual. I know that happens quite often. But what he said yesterday about that Cincinnati barbecue joint that he said is one of the best that he's gone to.
We know people that are going.
I got a lot of messages.
Yeah,
and I don't just say 2 people. I think between the Facebook page, between DMs, between on the stream. Probably 14 people calling him out for what he had to say about that Cincinnati barbecue.
Yeah, and we know people that are going to Cincinnati. Some of them are cowards, like Aaron, that we've tried to get him to go with that and do a little.
We wanted him to do a taste test. we tried to get Aaron up here. He travels with the Texans to try it, get a taste test. Even said that we would pay for the food.
And he said, "No, I like good places."
And he has, but that's a man of integrity because he said, "I am not going to waste a food trip to a barbecue joint in Cincinnati that serves potato chips as a main side."
So Rick and Michelle and all the fine folks here at Texas Star Grill Shop, they're cooking up some pulled pork, some pizza, some brisket right now for any listeners that want to come by here at 59 and Shepherd. If I blindfolded you and put what they're cooking right now and brought a plate, and you haven't tasted it yet, from the Montgomery Inn in Cincinnati, how easy would it be to do?
Oh, it'd be easy. Basically, I'm telling you, it looks like the McRib. I'm not kidding. It looked like a McRib with bones. And the potato chips, bro.
Maybe it didn't have bones.
Those potato chips weren't even the HEB brand waves. Because if you told me that would be an upgrade.
Yeah.
You pour the HEB chips in there.
What kind of barbecue place has chips as their featured side instead of potato salad, beans, and coleslaw?
I don't know.
A bad one.
I just don't know. Have you ever heard the Shannon Sharp rant about meatloaf where he got mad at his date for ordering meatloaf?
Why? Meatloaf is awesome.
It's one of the funniest rants ever. But his whole point is they went to a restaurant and she ordered meatloaf, which was not what they were known for.
Oh.
And he was pissed off to where he was basically like, man, I should make you pay for it because they're not known for the meatloaf. And he's just going on a big rant about meatloaf. How are you going to go to Cincinnati and get ribs?
Come on now.
I mean, this is bad.
It's very bad. It's very, very bad.
This is bad.
They had onion sticks too as a side.
Yeah, not even onion strings.
Yeah.
Why did Chili's get rid of the Awesome Blossom? Was there a reason for that?
Maybe it killed too many people.
Oh, okay. As opposed to everything else on the menu. No, really. What was that about? Why would Chili's get rid of that?
Probably
of all things.
Probably calories.
Oh, Chili's got rid of something because of calories.
Yes.
Come on.
What was that one? The Australian
Bloomin' Onion.
Steak, yeah, the Bloomin' Onion.
That's at Outback. They still got that.
Yeah.
But Chili's got rid of the Awesome Blossom. I don't get why. What happened?
A lot of people died.
That is not true. As opposed to chicken crispers and fries? Someone tell us on the text line, because I know you that we possess a lot of useless information on this show and with our listeners. Why the hell did Chili's get rid of the Awesome Blossom? I need to know this. No, I'm dead serious. I need to know this. And also, while you're at it, there's another mystery I want solved.
Hey, we got an answer.
All right, tell me.
There was a lawsuit between Outback and Chili's about the Bloomin' Onions. It had to be
Outback has the rights to it.
I guess they said it was what is it? What's that term? Where you have the idea
patent?
No, not patent. The idea they steal your idea. What's the term?
Brother, how many times does that happen in the restaurant business though?
All the time.
Like, come on.
Yeah.
Okay, so there was a lawsuit and Outback sued Chili's just because Chili's did it better.
Yeah.
Here's another mystery that I need solved too, and this is important because I do not know what the heck happened.
Intellectual property.
Okay, intellectual property. Okay,
intellectual property.
That's whack, by the way. Calories. Can't even take you serious, John. Why did Gatorade get rid of this flavor? You might not even remember this, but it was a 90s flavor.
Mm-hmm.
Of all the flavors that Gatorade has right now, they have some awesome flavors. My God, you walk down the Gatorade line at HEB, it's like, man, I want one of these, one of these, one of these, one of these. Why did they get rid of lemon ice?
I remember
the clear lemon. Why did they get rid of lemon ice? And they even had it in like big bottles and like the small. It's like a lighter lemon lime. It kind of has like the Gatorade Fierce like type of joint. Why'd they get rid of lemon ice?
No, I agree. I remember.
What's their problem?
That one was really good.
And they brought it back for a limited time like 7 years ago.
By the way, I've never been a big Gatorade drinker, but lately I've been all about those zeros. Those zeros.
Gatorade Zeros are the best.
They're good.
No, Gatorade Zero. Gatorade Zero is like the best thing going.
It is
easily.
Yeah.
Powerade Zero is a nice mix, but it just tastes a little bit syrupy. But I don't know why they got rid of lemon ice. It was so good.
Yeah.
Coming up, an update that puts a clear vision on Sunday. We got some good news with the Texans. Plus, there's a lot of stuff going on around the league. We'll get you up to date next.
CJ Stroud has arrived. 470 yards, 5 TDs, and the game-winning drive to beat the Buccaneers. That's what we call a breakout performance. We got ourselves a quarterback, Texans fans.
Insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute. I'm not here to pile on Zach Wilson. I'm just not. He's just not very good. That's not news. That's not controversial. That's not some hot piping take. I don't take any pleasure in pointing out that he's not very good, just as I don't take any pleasure in watching him play football. So the big question is, why do the Jets continue to run him out there? I'm Jim Rome.
My dad has a cold, but also has high blood pressure. That's why I got him Vicks NyQuil High Blood Pressure for fast, powerful nighttime relief. Unlike some ordinary cold medicines, it's specially formulated for people like my dad. NyQuil High Blood Pressure is sugar-free, alcohol-free, and decongestant-free.
Vicks NyQuil High Blood Pressure. The nighttime sniffling, sneezing, coughing, aching, fever, sore throat, cold and flu for people with high blood pressure.
Like my dad.
Medicine. Use as directed.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. 120,000 miles of night drives, daily commutes, and who knows how many.
Are we there yet?
Through countless fixes, elbow grease, and a new radiator, you kept your ride alive. With eBay Motors, you have over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusion.
What's up, y'all? Clint Stoerner here for Lewis Flory over at Ability Tree Experts. If you got big, beautiful, valuable trees on your property, I need you to listen up one time, man. This Texas weather has been absolutely wild lately. Right now, we're dealing with the aftermath of the heat and drought that we just experienced. And Lewis Flory, he's traveling all over the city of Houston, and he's seeing valuable trees all over the place that are dry, defoliating, scorched, distressed. The list goes on and on. You might ask, what does that mean? Well, if your trees are turning brown and losing leaves, right now you need to call Ability Tree experts. Think about what your trees have been through over the past few years, man. I'm talking a couple of nasty freezes, record heat, and now a drought. Let's make it simple. Your big, valuable trees have been through hell. It's time to address any and all damage that may have occurred. It's time to take action to make sure your trees have the best chance to survive. Lewis Flory, Ability Tree Experts. They have the best product on the market. They have 45-plus years in the tree care business right here in and around Houston. Give them a call today, 281-441-4179. That's 281-441-4179, or check them out online at abilitytrees.com. Lewis Flory, Ability Tree Experts, Houston's leading tree care professional.
Hey, John Lopez here, and I got a question for you. If you could see the future and you knew a stock that you had was going to drop significantly in the near future, you'd pull your money out, right? Of course. Well, you don't need a crystal ball to know that your vehicle is going to depreciate significantly, and you don't have to be a rocket scientist to know that inflation has hit the economy. My friends at D&M Auto Leasing want you to know that there is a better way, and there never has been a better time to save money for your family and yourself with a lease. Take a bite out of inflation and make that decision to upgrade your new vehicle with the latest, safest technology and lower your payment. That sounds good too, doesn't it? Just check out the 14,000 near-perfect reviews or ask any of the valued clients like myself. We leased our last vehicle through D&M and could not be happier. D&M wants to earn your business and start a relationship that's going to last a lifetime, and that starts with no down payment and no payments until 2024. Call 713-290-1000. That's 713-290-1000. No down payment, no payments until 2024 at dmautoleasing.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology developed by AmericanEagle.com has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
If you wanted to build a better tomorrow for Texas, how would you do it? At Texas Mutual Insurance Company, we think you'd start by taking care of working families, making sure they're safe, healthy, and well-nourished. You'd provide access to childcare and job training to ensure those families have the opportunity to grow, thrive, and contribute in meaningful ways. And you'd lift up the next generation, supporting quality educational programs that prepare young Texans for the road ahead. In 2023, Texas Mutual contributed more than $8 million to organizations that help working families lead better, more fulfilling lives. As the leading workers' comp provider in Texas, we're committed to breaking the cycle of poverty and delivering real, lasting, generational change. It's the right thing to do for our neighbors, our communities, and the thousands of Texas businesses we're proud to serve. See how we're helping build a stronger, brighter future for Texas at texasmutual.com/families.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Let's go around the NFL to keep you in the loop. This is Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, Derek Stingley back at practice. Charlie Heck back at practice. 21 days to activate those guys. I'll be honest, the way Charlie Heck was walking at training camp, I thought he might retire.
He looked like an old guy.
Man, he looked like Bill Walton.
Yeah.
With some extra weight on him. He was walking around like this. He always had like the short shorts on. He looked like my grandpa going outside to get his newspaper back in the day.
His brother, the weight coach, is intimidating.
Oh, that's a scary motherfucker. Looks like a WWE wrestler.
He's a big son of a gun.
For sure. But Derek Stingley, you can use him, especially down the stretch. Who knows if I don't know that you put Derek Stingley on the practice field and then all of a sudden activate him. You might want to maybe take it a little bit slow with him.
It's very rare that they activate him and they don't come to the big squad and get to the 53 right away.
Well, Tavier Thomas was inactive for 1 week.
Yeah. But generally speaking, once you're activated,
we can't generally speak with Derek Stingley.
Well, that's true. Yeah, there is.
And I say take it slow. It's been 8 weeks.
Yeah. Do you think it might be a factor? Like they need the help? that he came
at
back?
corner?
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, maybe he's like, man, I want to play Jamar Chase. I used to practice against him. I don't know.
Well, yeah.
I don't know. But he kind of teased it. So we'll see what happens there. Derek Stingley, though, could be on the practice field. I don't know. I think Charlie Heck would be more of a depth guy. Don't know. We will see. We'll keep an eye on that. But that's the big news. Jimmy Ward, by the way, not at practice. Corey Littleton signed to the active roster. That's the linebacker. So we'll keep an eye on that. We'll keep you updated. CJ Stroud Love Fest. Chris Sims and Mike Florio. They want to give Nick Caserio his flowers. Here's what they had to say, and then I want to kind of give some flowers to someone that we really haven't mentioned as much as we should, and someone that I think Nick Caserio could be executing deja vu with. Here was Chris Sims and Mike Florio giving some flowers.
I give Nick Caserio a ton of credit because somebody was trying to put the Jedi mind trick on him. Somebody was trying to get Stroud to drop.
Yeah.
With all that crap about processing, whatever that test is, C2, CS3, SUX, whatever it is.
Kiss my ass test.
Yeah, and they were trying their damnedest.
Yeah.
And it's the ultimate Machiavellian approach to the draft. We love this guy so much that we want him, and we're going to spread all this crap about him in the hopes that we can draft him. And it didn't work. Caserio held firm, D'Amico Ryans held firm, and they got something now. They got something special in C.J. Stroud, and it's great. And he's past the point where there's enough film for the defenses to game plan against
It's not like
it's not some fluke.
Now.
Yeah,
right, exactly.
Whatever they're trying to stop, they can't stop.
All right, so in-season extensions. Okay, we've done enough talking about the big moves this offseason. It was a great offseason. Last year, there was a guy who hadn't really found himself in the NFL, whether it was injuries, whether it was just development, whatever. Blake Cashman, who joined the show last week, was kind of showing signs of someone who could be a rotational guy. And Nick Caserio gave him an in-season extension. I want to give Texans Cap credit for bringing this up. Khalil Davis has been really good, and he's come out of nowhere. Like, Khalil Davis looks like a guy who has found himself here, kind of a rotational guy. We can talk about, like, extensions with Jonathan Grenard. We can talk about, like, extensions with, some of these guys that are going to make a little bit more money. I don't think you have to hurry to make those happen because there's going to be a pool of good players. And quite frankly, churning the roster each year and finding, guys on one-year deals each year, I think it's important instead of just falling in love with your players. But Khalil Davis is a guy like Cashman last year that I think that you might those are the types of guys that I think you would need to extend or at least think about extending.
I'm not extending anybody this year. And the reason is.
But what if Khalil Davis is just really cheap? Like, I get Cashman for a minimum.
Okay,
like borderline minimum.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, he's not going to go on the market and be crazy. But a guy like Khalil Davis, you got Fairbairn, you got Cam Johnston, you got Steven Nelson, you got Jonathan Grenard. Like, you got a few names, Noah Brown, like guys you're going to have to think about. But Khalil Davis is a guy who just show a commitment and appreciation to him and bring him back next year.
Something like that, yes. But my bigger point is two things are really important here. Number one, you want these guys to keep playing like they're playing for a contract. I mean, you want them to just keep, proving it to you. You might want to tell them, hey, we're going to sign you.
Yeah.
We want you back. But I wouldn't extend anybody just yet.
But Khalil's a guy who's like,
that's why I said maybe
hard.
someone like
he's trying
him.
to stay in the league.
But the second reason I feel, and it's a more important one, is you're playing in a different league now. Now you're a destination point. Now the Texans are no longer, I'll sign with the Texans. I could use another year, another contract.
Yeah, it's not the same with like Coley.
Now you've got guys out there.
I concur on that.
Yeah, now you got guys out there that man, they got a good thing going over there. They got a real good thing going over there in Houston. I might need to, you know what I mean? I might need to start considering them.
I feel that.
Why sign, some of these guys to longer-term contracts when you might have a better player out there? It is, as we always say, a business,
Yeah, the Khalil thing, though, is something, and I just really want to give him some flowers because I think he's been really good. Texans signed Graylin Arnold, so expect him to be on the field. D'Amico loves him. Matt Amendola and Brady Breeze, they're on the practice squad. And then Hassan Ridgway, we're not going to see him again this year, so we'll probably see a little bit more Khalil Davis. Joe Burrow. Is Joe Burrow the dream comp for C.J. Stroud? That's kind of been one of the names that's thrown out there now. Started out as kind of like a Jared Goff type of vibe. Now, Joe Burrow. Is Joe Burrow like the dream for C.J. Stroud? Is that where you look at and say, man, if he's him, that's great?
I'm trying to think if there's a better one out there, and I can't think of one. Very, sort of cool, just smart, accuracy. Did you know, I didn't even listen till like about a month ago, that C.J. Stroud actually has a nickname that his mother gave him? Did you know that? You know what the nickname is?
No.
I'm being 100% serious. Okay. Cool Breeze. His mother has called him Cool Breeze since he was like in middle school or something.
I'll respect her decision. I'm not going to.
I don't know if I like that nickname.
That means it's a good one if you don't like it, because you've been throwing out some crappy ones lately.
I've been throwing out some
your nickname game has been struggling,
the
sir.
Savant, the Weapon for Cameron Johnson. Those are next level nicknames. What is Joe Burrow's nickname? Joe Cool.
Joe Cool, yeah.
This is C.J. Stroud, Cool Breeze.
Okay. Well, if his mom calls him that, props to her. I'll let her have that. Do you like scary movies?
Nope.
No?
Never have.
Yeah, not a fan either, really.
Never have.
Especially these grunge ones. They kind of terrify me.
My daughter-in-law, she kind of worries me.
What do you mean?
like
she likes Saw and stuff?
She loves scary movies.
Like Saw?
Like all of them.
Like Saw?
Like Saw. Like all of them. Like for Halloween, we got her this giant scary skeleton. We always do the funny faces and stuff.
Skeletons are kind of hokey.
No,
this one was. If she likes Saw, you might need to do something. You might need to step in.
This is my middle son BG's wife.
You might need to step in.
She loves that's like the
Saw.
Scary, all of them. Yes.
I always wonder how the hell you think of something so disgusting.
I know.
Like, I'm always wondering, like, is the director of this movie going to hell? Like when I watched one Saw and I was like, man, I ain't never doing that again.
I haven't been to a theater. Boy, this was probably like the late 70s. I haven't been to a theater to watch a scary movie since Halloween.
With
the first one.
The Michael Myers.
The one
Jamie Lee was
with
working
Jamie Lee Curtis.
She was working it.
That's the last scary movie in a theater I've seen.
Here's Joe Burrow, Texans opponent on Sunday. This is him talking about scary movies.
I still don't like scary movies. I don't like haunted houses or anything like that, but I couldn't watch Harry Potter, Lord of the Rings, House. I was like strictly a SpongeBob, Disney Channel, Nickelodeon kind of guy.
Man, he couldn't watch Harry Potter or Lord of the Rings.
What's wrong with Harry Potter?
I don't know how Harry Potter's a scary movie. That's kind of weird.
What's wrong with Harry Potter?
Yeah, I don't get that. He dang sure, if he would have grown up a little earlier, wouldn't have been able to watch WWF Monday Night Raw and all that. God. Parents probably would have broke the TV. He wasn't allowed to watch that. Goodness gracious, Joe Burrow. My Lord. Could I interest you in a stat?
You can.
Going around the NFL here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610 live from Texas Star Grill Shop. So first 7 games of a career, Andre Johnson had 495 yards.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty good. DeAndre Hopkins had 416. Pretty good. Tank Dell has 454. So he's right there smack dab in the middle. Now, the one thing that I think should just be a note here, Andre Johnson and Nuke Hopkins were first-round picks. Tank Dell's a third-round pick.
That's a big note. So Andre Johnson, DeAndre Hopkins, and Tank Dell.
Yeah. That's the start.
How big of a coup is that?
It's wild. Will Levis has been named the starter by Mike Vrabel. Ryan Tannehill continues to work back from an ankle injury. Don't know if this is going to be permanent or not, but Will Levis will start for the Titans, who got an interesting one this week. The Tennessee Titans and Will Levis. They are going to Tampa Bay to take on the Bucs, the same Bucs team the Texans just defeated in heartbreaking fashion.
Yeah, we still don't know what Will Levis is, but it sure felt permanent the way people were reporting this, right? Like, okay, we're turning to Will Levis.
Yeah.
It felt like this is a transition here.
Yeah, you want to see what you got for next year.
Yeah.
And really, is there much of a drop-off from him and Tannehill? Who knows?
Yeah.
Other NFL news, Carson Wentz has a home. The Rams are signing Carson Wentz. Now, I don't know if this means that they saw Rippon play and said, man, this guy sucks, which is possible, scored 3 points on the Green Bay Packers. I don't know if this means that Matthew Stafford is extremely banged up, which appears to be a possibility, but Carson Wentz is going to try to revive his career in the same place Baker Mayfield did last year with the Rams.
It doesn't stink to beat Carson Wentz and have that one good stretch that he had because he is banking off of it big time.
I almost don't know why he wants to play at this point.
Money, man.
Yeah, well, okay. The Cardinals have officially activated Kyler Murray from PUP, so Kyler Murray is going to perhaps be on the field Sunday and perhaps be on the field right down the street the Sunday after that when the Arizona Cardinals take on the Houston Texans.
Yeah. Look, I don't even know what they want to be. I said this earlier about the Titans. Like, are they really, rebuilding or not? And you've made a good point. They're not going to ever really rebuild with Mike Vrabel. Do you want Kyler Murray on the field if you're the Cardinals? I don't. Flat out. Don't.
Well, I mean, they're not going to have those 2 high first-round picks that they thought they were going to have when they got the Texans draft pick next year.
Yeah, but man.
I would still think they'd want to at least be in this Caleb Williams, Drake May mix. I don't know. Like, can you still tank with Kyler Murray? What if Kyler Murray gets back to what they hoped he would be? What if
that's not a good team, though?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I think it's weird. And I think Kyler Murray, he's not, I don't know. He's always been kind of a little bit whiny when he loses.
No, he's flaky.
Well, he doesn't like to lose.
Yeah,
he didn't lose a single game in high school, didn't lose too many in college.
Well, there's a lot of guys that don't like to lose, but they're just not as flaky as him. And he's pulled in so many directions. He seems to be very
maybe he gained an appreciation after being away from the game.
It's a new man, Landry. It's a new man. That
I didn't know how much I love football until it was taken away from me.
That's right. I'm just here for my teammates. That's one thing he hadn't been a lot of, and that's there for his teammates.
Deion Sanders. There have been people who have been talking about Deion Sanders perhaps going to the NFL.
No.
Deion doesn't buy that. This was him with Dan Patrick.
Is the NFL a goal eventually in your life?
Coaching?
Yeah.
No, not whatsoever. I don't think I'm built for the NFL. I appreciate the game so much, and I respect the game so much of what the game has consistently done for me for a multitude of years that when I see a guy getting paid millions and millions of dollars and he has no respect for the game, does not want to excel and exceed expectations in the game, I'm going to have a true problem. So I'm the kind of coach that would go out there with 53 and come back after halftime with about 32. Because I can't do it. Like I'm too brutally honest, and I want to win that much, and I need everybody that respects the game. And oftentimes, money clouds that judgment. That is happening in college football. Money clouds that love and that passion for the game.
What if it's a package deal with you and Shador?
Don't forget Charlo. I don't know. I haven't thought. Man, I'm trying to win a game. I'm not thinking down the street that far. I haven't thought like that.
All right. How good is Shador Sanders? Like, I think he's a good quarterback. Like,
I think he's pretty good.
How good?
Yeah.
I mean, like, how good is he?
Is he a first-round pick
this year? Like, if he came out? He's not coming out. No, I don't think so.
He has another year. So does Shiloh, right?
Yeah, I don't think so.
He started out like it. That's for dang sure.
Well, I mean, they beat TCU, and everybody acted like they did something special. I mean, TCU has lost 5 games.
I agree with that. And they've come back down to earth big time, but he just looks the part. I'm more interested in Deion Sanders. That guy just seems to get it in life. I mean, he just seems to understand.
He's an OG college coach,
and I was going to say, and part of that is he doesn't want. He just said it right there in a way. He doesn't want that mess. Like, he can just kind of rule the roost. By the way, Colorado just today announced that they're building some $15 million new scoreboard and facility at the state. Why do you think that is?
Yeah,
that's because of Deion, man.
Yeah, I just don't see why people are trying to put him in the NFL, because that's not what makes Deion great, man. Like, that's not that. Like, him being a mentor, and I mean, he just brought in 80 new guys. Like, you're not doing that in the NFL. It's not the same thing. It's not the same mindset. So I don't even understand like what this is from. I know Florio does it, and Florio's a great aggregator. He's a great newsbreaker. He's entertaining. He does as good a job covering the league as anyone. I always got to say that. He's doing it because it drives traffic. Like, and he'll admittedly say that that's what he does. I heard McClain say it, and I'm like, why? They beat TCU, and now all of a sudden Deion Sanders is supposed to go coach in the NFL. What is that about?
Plus,
what is that?
Plus, I've never really understood in the last 6 or 8 years because I understood it before because the NFL always paid better. And
it doesn't now.
It doesn't. In fact, you can make more money as a college coach for 10 years, 12 years than you can in the NFL.
You can leave whenever the hell you want.
Than you can in the NFL because how many NFL coaches last more than 5 years?
I don't know the
Very
numbers, but
few.
Probably not a ton.
Whereas if you're Deion, you're always going to have a job in college.
Yeah, I just it's a weird conversation that doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I threw this out earlier today. Do you think that D'Amico Ryans talked to the 49ers this week?
100%. And then I'd be disappointed if he didn't. I think he needs to call them. He needs to tell them everything that worked, everything that didn't work, what he saw from the opponent in terms of like tendencies and maybe injuries. I think he needs to get Bobby Slowick on the phone and say, here, talk to them. Tell them what's happening. Absolutely, positively, 100%. You need it, first of all, because that's the team you're chasing in the division. And secondly, those are your guys in San Francisco. Absolutely.
Yes.
Everything that they want, he needs to give them.
San Francisco takes on the Jags this week. So if I'm San Francisco, I'm calling D'Amico, hey, y'all whooped up on the Jags. What'd you see?
Yeah.
What was it like, all that? I think you make a call. I think that happens quite often, honestly.
I totally agree.
I mean, and it's a two-way beneficial thing. It's not like they're in the same division and you're trying to get information that maybe doesn't benefit. So I would 100% anticipate that if there was something that they did see, I am 100% going to make that phone call. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. We're live out here at Texas Star Grill Shop. John Lopez signing autographs of OG sauce.
Hey, man, don't hate. Don't you want? I'll sign one for you if you want. Let me sign one for.
I'm
for
good.
Landry
I'm
here.
good. Don't give me. Don't try to play up like I get OG sauce like I used to before you started bottling it. Buddy. Used to get it once a month. I don't think I even know what it looks like or smells like anymore.
Yeah, you do.
Other thing is this, Figgy.
What's up?
You should see some of the messages he's writing in this ball. He doesn't even have one. He doesn't even have
They're
like
good.
one. No, but he doesn't even have like one go-to. He
I've
has
got
like
like
multiple.
three.
He has multiple messages that he writes.
Yeah.
Keep
and
your
I've
head
seen
up,
two
kid.
of them. No, here's one. One of them was enjoy. That's real thoughtful.
One of them is let's eat.
Yeah, one of them was let's eat.
Yeah.
What's the third?
Eat like an OG. What's wrong with those?
I like the last
Eat like
one.
an OG.
The last one's good.
Yeah, eat
the
like
last
an
one's
OG.
the last
good.
one.
Eat like an OG.
That should actually be the slogan for the barbecue sauce.
Enjoy. Let's eat. I mean, come on.
It's
John.
a small label.
I mean, what are we?
It's a small label.
Let's eat.
You think I should go with eat like an OG, Figgy?
Yes.
All right, I'll go with that one more.
Get you some OG sauce. Eat like an OG.
Eat like an OG. Eat like an OG. There you go. Let's get you out to U of H. This is a big one next week. So they got Cincinnati this week. They're coming off the win against Baylor. The house was packed when Texas was in town. A lot of people anticipated it would be more orange than red. There was a lot of red. And it seems like a Big 12 atmosphere is developing. Let's keep that going next week. Got Cincy this week. Next week you got Oklahoma State coming to town. Oklahoma State has Big 12 championship aspirations. Cougars, not so fast, my friend. Dana Holgerson has history with Mike Gundy. It's going to be packed. Let's go with caller number 8, 713-572-4610. Caller number 8. We go into the game to enjoy some Big 12 football. Oklahoma State versus the Cougs. Caller number 8. Good luck. Coming up next, the internet is going nuts. And there is a grudge match down the street that has John Lopez kind of rolling his eyes a little bit. Talk about that next.
Let we go. Join the drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Live from O'Neill's Sports Bar in Baytown on a Takis Fiber Internet Football Friday. This Friday from 2 to 6, we'll be getting you ready for the battle with the Bengals. Stop by, hang out with the guys, and enter for your chance to win the ultimate tailgate prize pack. It's a Takis Fiber Internet Football Friday. Presented by La Michoacana Meat Market.
The holidays are just around the corner, y'all. Shopping, family time, gift giving, festive parties, and unfortunately, people who choose to drink and then drive. It's not a fun topic. It's ugly, but it's serious. In our communities today, it's still a major problem. One person's poor decision to drink and drive can change someone else's life forever. It's not fair, and if a drunk driver should hit you, be sure and protect yourself. Call Mokaram Law at 281-222-2222 to fight for your rights. Mokaram Law has over 20 years' experience navigating the legal process to get you the justice and compensation that you deserve. Call Mokaram Law for a free, no-obligation consultation at 281-222-2222. You pay nothing unless they win your case. Call Mokaram Law at 281-222-2222. That's 281-222-2222. That's Mokaram Law.
Mokaram Law, principal office in Houston, Texas.
If you haven't experienced the locally owned and locally operated family traditions at West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land, today's the day to do so. With over 500 vehicles on the lot available for immediate delivery, the selection has never been better on new and clean certified pre-owned Lincolns. We'll even deliver your new Lincoln to your home. Come browse our 500 vehicles and see what all the fuss is about and choose the perfect Lincoln to fit your budget. From West Point Lincoln on the Katy Freeway at Kirkwood and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway at Kirkwood.
Are you tired of slow, unreliable internet? It's time to make a change and experience the future of connectivity with Takis Fiber Internet. At Takis, we've invested in building the most reliable network around, one that's 100% fiber optic to your home. What does that mean for you? It means you can say goodbye to buffering, lag, and downtime. Rain or shine, day or night, count on Takis for unwavering connection. Learn more about Takis Fiber Internet today and experience the future of connectivity. Visit our website at takis.com/radio to get started. That's TACHUS.com/radio.
It's Ron Hughley, and hey, Texan Nation, this NFL season, Crown Royal is giving back to the generous hosts that make Game Day royal. To the fans that open their doors and celebrate Game Day around coffee tables of queso and kitchen islands of dip. So raise a glass for the host of every watch party and kick off with Crown, because Crown Royal believes if you live generously, life will treat you royal. Visit crownroyal.com to find out how Crown is living generously all season long. Please drink responsibly.
Hey, it's Sean Pendergast, my friends at the Men's T Clinic. You guys know my story. I've been going to the Men's T Clinic for over 3.5 years now for my testosterone replacement therapy, and it's been one of the best decisions that I've ever made. But they want you to know that they've got a whole menu of treatments for male wellness. It doesn't matter if it's issues in the bedroom, issues with losing weight, with gaining muscle mass. They've got something for everybody at the Men's T Clinic. Make the appointment today. Make that consultation visit. Get your quality of life back. 5 locations around town. Find the one near you at mensteclinic.com.
Parents, are you tired of helping put your kids' shoes on? They're squirming, watching cartoons, anything but helping. Luckily, it's Skechers to the rescue. Introducing new hands-free Skechers slip-ins. Footwear you can just get your kids to step into and their shoes are on. You don't need to bend over. You don't need to sit on the floor and try to wrangle them on. And they're available in all types of Skechers styles with and without laces, and most are machine washable. Find Skechers slip-ins for kids or mom and dad at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish shoes are sold.
Happy 62nd birthday, Granddad.
Thanks, sweetheart.
I got you this.
A mug. What does it say? Beware. If you are 60 or older, you may be at increased risk of serious consequences from RSV, respiratory syncytial virus, compared to adults younger than 60.
Not all dangers come with warning labels. Talk to your pharmacist or doctor about getting vaccinated against RSV today. RSV vaccines, including Pfizer's, are available. Learn more at bewareofrsv.com. Brought to you by Pfizer.
With your choice of select sandwich, nugs, fries, and a drink, Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag is your go-to. Your nugget wingman. Your hot and crispy fry co-pilot.
Just like us. We're like the Bag Boys.
What?
Bag Boys, Bag Boys. What you gonna do? What you gonna do when we bring your food?
For a deal you can count on, bet on Biggie and choose wisely. Choose Wendy's.
Bag Boys, Bag Boys.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Includes choice of JBC or crispy chicken sandwich with 4-piece nugs, junior fry, and small soft drink. Third-party delivery pricing may be higher.
This Thanksgiving at Total Wine & More, find Pinot Noirs and Cabernets that you adore. Our helpful guides are so friendly and nice. So many bottles to try at the lowest price. So gather with friends as you sit down to eat. Grateful for all who made Thanksgiving complete.
With the lowest prices for over 30 years, you'll always find what you love and love what you find. Only at Total Wine & More.
Drink responsibly, B21.
Looking for a quick recap of everything you missed in the NFL this week? The best football show with Brian Baldinger is just what you need. Baldy breaks down the most exciting moments and biggest performances around the league, all in the time it takes you to drive to the office. Just follow the best football show in the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast. In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker is presented by La Michoacana Meat Market. Live from Texas Star Grill Shop at 59 and Shepherd, it's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
I got the internet going nuts.
All right, internet going nuts here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Derek Stingley, if you're just tuning in, back on the practice field, as is Charlie Heck. No Jimmy Ward. They have 21 days, they being the Texans, to activate Derek Stingley. So some good news for the Texans. Grudge match tonight. Dylan Brooks versus LeBron James. If you don't remember what happened the last time this matchup took place, Dylan Brooks then with the Memphis Grizzlies, now with the Rockets. The Grizzlies took a 1-0 lead on the Lakers. Here was what Dylan Brooks had to say after the Grizzlies took that 1-0 lead.
There are some people, the Lakers are making that run, they get it to 14. You and LeBron have that exchange. There are people out there that say maybe you shouldn't do that with one of the better players in the game. What were you thinking?
I don't care, he's old.
Well, the Lakers won the next 4, and Dylan Brooks got completely torched. He never talked to the media again, kind of throwing a little bit of a hissy fit. Here was Dylan Brooks yesterday, down the street, talking about his plan for LeBron James today.
Ready to lock him up. Been shooting the ball well, he's been playing well, so I'm just there to make him tired, make him get into that, fourth quarter early.
That's ready to lock him up.
Yeah,
that's the plan.
I said this earlier. I have a very complicated relationship, not literally, but
really?
Media.
Thought maybe y'all were dating.
Media relationship with Dylan Brooks. That's just dumb. It's silly. It's almost like, have you learned anything kind of deal? And so I kind of roll my eyes. But on the other hand, maybe this
Bring that heat, man.
Maybe this is just how
Take the attention off these young kids that are more focused on painting nails than playing ball.
Well, who are you talking about? Maybe this is how he motivates himself, kind of gets himself going. And he has been very good for the Rockets so far. It's early, but very good for the Rockets.
Shout out to Udoka, man.
Very complicated.
I know they didn't have De'Aaron Fox, but shout out to Udoka. If the Rockets win today, they'll do what the Astros just did 4 times this year, which is win 4 games straight. So shout out to Udoka. Shout out to Dylan Brooks. Shout out to the crowd that's going to be out there. There's going to be a lot of Laker fans out there, including C.J. Stroud, who will be taking the first shot.
Speaking of which,
I got the internet going nuts.
C.J. Stroud and the Rockets, a lot of run on them right now. I think, and this is absolutely going to be a shot at the Rockets, and I don't mean it because I'm not taking shots at the Rockets. I just think it's a fact. This is probably the best marketing move the Rockets have done in 3 years. C.J. Stroud is the hottest quarterback in the NFL.
Well, he is
right
a Laker
now.
fan, though.
Doesn't matter.
Die hard.
Well, it doesn't matter. He's going to take the
From
first
California,
shot.
diehard Laker fan. He's going to be wearing a Laker jersey.
He's going to be wearing a Rockets jersey for the shot and then probably put on his Lakers hat or something. But this is, hey, good for the Rockets, man. You're not the Texans in terms of, the buzz you create. So they're benefiting and they're capitalizing.
Can I throw a confession inside of this internet going nuts in regards to C.J. Stroud taking the first shot?
Of course.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I think 2 of my most concerning moments in the last probably 2 years were, number 1, when John McClain threw out a first pitch at an Astros game, and number 2, when he shot a free throw.
Yeah.
Man, that I thought maybe he would break a leg or an arm or something like that.
Take a tumble.
Yeah.
More so the pitch, right? I thought he'd fall off the mound.
I don't know,
or something.
man. Like, the pitch, at least he can just throw it, and it's short. Like, him shooting a basketball.
Yeah, but you're, like, stepping and striding, and you lose your balance.
But shooting a basketball?
I mean, you're just kind of standing there. You could have done a granny shot. Probably should have. Probably should have.
I got the internet going nuts.
So, I think Astros fans have heard this before. The cheating scandal with the Michigan Wolverines. Michigan number 3 in the college football playoff rankings. If they win out, they're going to be in. It's not the committee's job to worry about what Michigan did or didn't do. It's their job to put the 4 best teams, the 4 most deserving teams, in the CFP. This is what Paul Feinbaum had to say about Michigan, Jim Harbaugh, and what should be done.
Everything that happens from here on with the University of Michigan is going to be tainted. And I think that's the real issue here for college football. Can you imagine if Michigan wins the national championship and Jim Harbaugh is given that trophy? I think the rest of the sports world is going to turn its nose in disgust. And that's a real issue here, because you can't obviously wait on the NCAA. We'll be waiting the rest of our lives for them to rule on this.
How old is he? Is Paul Feinbaum over the age of 6?
Yes.
Yeah. Like, I growing up, I remember when Lawrence Phillips beat the crap out of his girlfriend, and he was running for 200-plus yards when Nebraska won the championship. Okay? I remember when Cam Newton was obviously getting $100,000, and he went and won the national championship. Like, college football is a dirty sport, okay? If they're stealing signs, it's not going to tarnish anything because college football is dirty as hell. It's a dirty sport. Paul Feinbaum works in the SEC. He should know that better than anyone. So don't sit here and act like someone's going to watch Michigan if they somehow win all these games and go, you know what, I'm really offended that this happened in college football. You're like 85 years old, Feinbaum. You've been around since they wore leather helmets. You know better than this.
Completely disagree with you. And the reason is
what is with you boomers? What is with you boomers these days?
No, here, because I get your point. But that's kind of wink, wink. Everybody's doing it. Everybody's going.
Not everybody was giving Cam Newton $100K.
Well, I understand that, but
not everybody was beating up their girlfriend like Lawrence
in
Phillips.
a general sense. That's the whole wink, wink, and nothing. Hey, innocent till proven guilty. All that stuff. This is organized from the university itself. It's premeditated. It's cheating. It's the definition of cheating. I'm not saying one way or the other how I feel about it, because maybe there are other teams that are doing this, but they're doing it. They've done it. Some things that they've already discovered are almost indisputable. He did buy all those tickets. He did go all those games. They do have video of him on the sidelines. So that's why I think Feinbaum is right on this one. Like, this is not like, so-and-so didn't go to class all 4 years. Nobody cares about that.
So what's the real cost, though? Like he's acting like the entire sports were going to frown upon it, as opposed to what? Like, are they going to stop watching college football? Is it going to be
I think what he said is accurate. It's going to be tarnished, tainted.
Sure, yeah. And I think the Astros World Series, it's not.
It's going to be very much
we've
like
said
that.
it like it's tarnished. Like, people look at it that way. Now, for us, we lived it. Hurricane Harvey, all that, like, it's great. But, of course it's going to be tarnished. But he's talking like they need to step in and stop it. That's not a good precedent to set.
I don't agree with that.
That's not a good precedent to set. No, tarnished, I don't disagree.
Yeah.
But I don't think that less people are going to watch.
No.
Like, they can frown upon it. I actually don't know
that
is that bad for college football?
More might
No,
watch.
if you think I'm saying it's not tarnished, of course it is.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Like, you can't even look at Jim Harbaugh the same. Because the other thing about it is, like, with the Astros, some people will say, well, how much better did it make them? I don't know how you measure that, because it's hard to hit a baseball no matter what. Like, a lot of times guys know what pitch is coming, like they guess right, and they still pop it up or something. So I've seen some people say, well, they banged on the trash can, he didn't get a hit here, that's not effective. I don't think that's a good way to measure it.
Yeah, that's not the point.
But obviously, like, I think it benefited the Astros because they did it. Like, there's a reason they did it. There's no way to measure it.
They would have stopped if it didn't work.
What is Michigan gaining from, like, knowing Michigan? Like, but it's Michigan State. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Like, what do you? Just show up. You're Michigan. Like, you're recruiting at a high level. Just show up.
They're paranoid, man. They're paranoid.
But the Ohio State thing, that's interesting.
That is very interesting.
And you heard CJ say, well, we knew something was going on.
All right. I got one here I've been holding back all show long.
I got the internet going.
I have a hunch you're gonna hop on board with what I'm about to say. The new Call of Duty,
okay,
is being released tomorrow.
Okay.
Thursday.
Okay.
Game week.
Man,
Dalton Schultz. He's not going to sleep. I'm not so sure. Dalton
is the ultimate nobody's talking about guy.
Dalton Schultz, if you don't know.
Nobody's talking about Guy.
Like, has an entire wing of his house.
He's
dedicated.
a rage gamer.
He's
a rage gamer.
Rage gamer. Like, absolutely doesn't stop.
What's the under on Dalton Schultz yards Sunday?
5. He plays like all night long. He's played in national tournaments.
The other thing is, I think Wifey is in Dallas, so they're kind of going back and forth. So, like, it's not, and I think they just had a baby, if I'm not mistaken.
What's the over/under on his yards?
Dalton Schultz, I think, kind of has the house to himself too.
Take the under. Take the under. The brand new Call of Duty being released tomorrow. He's going to play for 70 hours. He's going to play for 70 hours straight.
It really ticks me off that these kids can just download it now, too.
Yeah.
Remember when you used to have to go wait in line at GameStop at midnight?
Yeah.
And then they'd let you in one at a time, and they'd hand you the game, and you just feel so cool. You'd be talking in the line about who you want to play with, like what players, like, oh, man, how fast, what do you think his speed's going to be? And this was before you even knew the ratings. Man, GameStop.
Dalton Schultz,
nice.
He's going to look like Jack Nicholson when he shows up at the stadium. He's going to bags under the eyes, his hair all messed up. He's all pasty,
Dalton Schultz is going to come in there looking like Joe Paterno after he was forced to retire.
What you been doing? Oh, nothing. Just at home. Just been at home. Playing a couple of games.
This might be one of the best nobody's talking abouts of all time. I'm keeping an eye on that.
I got the internet going nuts.
All right, so the sexiest man alive.
Dude.
People does the sexiest man alive, right? It's people, right?
I'm convinced, and part of me is kind of glad, I don't know what a sexy guy looks like.
Well, good for you, John. I don't think that's okay. If you do know what a sexy guy looks like, I'm not going to judge you.
Because there's no way in hell. Well, you say it.
Jason Kelce, not Travis Kelce.
No way in hell I would have thought he was sexy.
Jason Kelce is on the sexiest man alive list. Here was him on WIP being asked about that, and I think he might actually agree with you.
Are you actually one of the sexiest men alive? Because People magazine says you are you?
I'm not even the sexiest man in my family, let alone sexiest man alive. I mean, what are we talking about here? It's fun. I mean, the publicity around the family and everything has gone to a completely different level. But yeah, that was funny to see for sure.
When did you first find out People magazine was going to feature you? That must be a thrill and a kick and a little bit ridiculous. When did you find out that they were going to do that?
There were rumblings, and my marketing agent, Emily, who kind of handles everybody calling me, she reached out, I don't know, maybe a couple weeks ago to let me know this was going to happen. I was like, hey, it's not bad. So,
pretty nice. Do you walk around the house and tell your wife?
Exactly.
I'm starting to think that the Kelce brothers are like undercover government agents. Like Travis Kelce has like 9 commercial endorsements now, and he had them before Taylor Swift. He's dating Taylor Swift. Jason Kelce, this is the straw that broke the camel's back. Jason Kelce's
Jason Kelce?
No, come on. Like, what are we doing here?
Look at the other candidates, and I'm like, okay, I can kind of see that. Lenny Kravitz.
Okay.
I don't know who Pedro Pascal is.
No idea.
Usher.
Okay.
Jamie Foxx.
Although he gives out a lot of herpes. I feel like you should lose points for that.
I guess that's kind of sexy.
Jamie Foxx.
Jamie Foxx.
Yeah, he almost died. I think that probably adds to the sexiness factor.
Timothy Chalamet is the other one. I don't know who that is.
No idea who that is.
And then Jason Kelce?
Yeah. You remember when Sports Illustrated swimsuit issue just decided that they were going to put like Roseanne on the front? And it was like, hey, we want to be equal.
We're celebrating.
Here you go, Lizzo on the front of the Sports Illustrated swimsuit issue. Like maybe this is just like the male version of that.
We're so bad, but I'm like, celebrating what?
Like, what are we doing? It's okay. Like we know, it's okay to embrace Heidi Klum and Tyra Banks on the Sports Illustrated swimsuit issue. We can be okay.
Wholeheartedly endorse that.
We don't have to get Fat Amy over here like on the front. It's all right. Like Jason Kelce, their marketing team, man. Goodness gracious, those Kelce brothers. They're set up very nice.
They are set up.
I wonder what Travis is going to do. He's probably going to try to act, isn't he?
Oh, for sure. Travis?
Yeah, Jason's probably going to be like, he'll probably be a commentator, right?
I think that's the right call on him too.
I mean, they're both really good players.
He might coach.
He could, but they're both really good players. They're both like arguably like.
I think they're arguably Hall of Famers. I know Kelce. Jason is.
Jason is, and Travis is in too. Yeah, so it's. Yeah, good for them. But, I mean, sexiest man alive, come on. What are we doing here? This is out of control. Texans get some good news. Texans got some other things that we need to keep a close eye on. And this is a wild week for the Texans in many, many ways. We'll talk about that. We'll talk to the guys from The Drive, fresh off their interview with D'Amico Ryans as well next.
All right, guys, D&M Auto Leasing right now. Let's get you that vehicle, and I think you'll be thanking me later. I don't want the thanks, but I think you will because you're going to pay less. When you go with D&M Auto Leasing, you pay up to 50% less on your payment than you would if you purchased a new vehicle. But it's better than that. It really is because you're getting the vehicle you want. Let's say, I'm looking at the parking lot right now. There's a nice new truck over there, nice Ford truck over there. Might have all the amenities, kind of red. Let's say that's the truck you want. You can get it. You can get the vehicle you want. You go to a new car lot, you're not so sure you're going to get the vehicle you want with all the amenities you want, whatever else is there. And oh, by the way, how about this for right now? No down payment, no payments until 2024. That's what D&M Auto Leasing can do. It's what all the fine folks over there have been doing. We got our last vehicle through D&M. You got to get your next one, and you'll just pay less. 713-290-1000, 713-290-1000, or dmautoleasing.com.
It's Texans game week. CJ Stroud and company are headed to Cincinnati to battle the Bengals. Texans countdown gets going at 9. Kickoffs at noon with Mark Vandermeer, Andre Ware, and John Harris on the call. Then Texans postgame as soon as the clock hits zeros.
Yeah! Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute. I'm not here to pile on Zach Wilson. I'm just not. He's just not very good. That's not news. That's not controversial. That's not some hot piping take. I don't take any pleasure in pointing out that he's not very good, just as I don't take any pleasure in watching him play football. So the big question is, why do the Jets continue to run him out there? I'm Jim Rome.
My dad has a cold, but also has high blood pressure. That's why I got him Vicks NyQuil High Blood Pressure for fast, powerful nighttime relief. Unlike some ordinary cold medicines, it's specially formulated for people like my dad. NyQuil High Blood Pressure is sugar-free, alcohol-free, and decongestant-free.
Vicks NyQuil High Blood Pressure. The nighttime sniffling, sneezing, coughing, aching, fever, sore throat, cold and flu for people with high blood pressure.
Like my dad.
Medicine. Use as directed.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. 120,000 miles of night drives, daily commutes, and who knows how many.
Are we there yet?
Through countless fixes, elbow grease, and a new radiator, you kept your ride alive. With eBay Motors, you have over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusion.
I'm Michael Jenkins, helping you beat the books with BetQL. Last season, Florida Atlantic made a historic run to the Final Four. This season, the Owls start off ranked 10th in college basketball. And the Owls return all 5 starters from the Final Four teams, so expectations are high. The BetQL model is expecting FAU to get off to a good start. Their 5-star play of the day is to take the Owls and lay the points against the Ramblers. I'm Michael Jenkins. Bet smarter and beat the books with BetQL, and download the BetMGM app today.
At Grainger, we're for the ones who specialize in saving the day and for the ones who've mastered the art of keeping business moving. We offer industrial-grade supplies for every industry with same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders, all backed by real people ready to help. So you can get the right answers and products right when you need them. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You're losing your hair, and you need a simple solution that works. You want the best. Modern technology with top-rated physicians, something that's guaranteed to work. Guys, you need Advanced Hair. They've completely redefined hair restoration, from the experience itself to their unmatched results. Receding hairline, bald spot, thinning hair, address them all with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment in a calm, relaxed environment with the most experienced professionals. Advanced Hair has performed tens of thousands of these breakthrough treatments. And get this, your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day. No one can offer anything like the advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair, and I highly recommend their team. It starts with your free consultation. Call 832-688-HAIR, 832-688-HAIR. If you qualify, you'll also get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Refine your hairline with the team that's redefined hair restoration. 832-688-HAIR, or check them out online at advancedhair.com.
This is no secret to anybody. The weather in Houston was brutal this summer, and your trees felt it. Lewis, Flory, and Ability Trees are seeing this all over Houston, the aftermath of the heat and the drought. Your trees are suffering, they're dry, they're defoliating, scorched, and in distress, and that makes them vulnerable to borers, beetles, and other infestations. Your trees are valuable assets, so if they're turning brown and losing leaves, call Ability Trees today. This is reminiscent of the drought of 2011. You remember how trees suffered then, but it seems to be worse in some respects now because of the pummeling they've taken as of late. This is the time to address your ailing trees. Let Lewis Flory expertly diagnose the problem and feed your ailing trees. It's like giving an IV to your trees, and Lewis has the best products on the market. Check them out online at abilitytrees.com or give them a call at 281-441-4179. Nobody does it better than Lewis Flory and Ability Trees. AbilityTrees.com, Houston's leading tree care professionals.
I'm getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20.
So am I, because I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
If you're 19 or older with chronic conditions like asthma, diabetes, COPD, or heart disease, or are 65 or older, you are at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine. It can help protect you against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. Even if you've already been vaccinated with other pneumonia vaccines, Prevnar 20 may help provide added protection. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. Side effects include pain and swelling at the injection site, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
Live from Texas Star Grill Shop at 59 and Shepherd, it's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Derek Stingley back on the practice field. That's the good news. Here's guys who weren't practicing. And again, Wednesday you take with a grain of salt, but damn, this is a lot. It's a long list of guys.
It's a pretty big list.
Steven Nelson, not ideal. Brevin Jordan, who cares? Will Anderson, not ideal. Laramie Tunsil, doesn't practice Wednesdays. Blake Cashman, not ideal. Andrew Beck, probably not ideal.
Yeah.
Nico Collins, not ideal. Robert Woods, not surprising. And Denzel Perriman, who was resting last week. Tomorrow's really the one that makes you start to really pay attention. You ideally want to see most guys limited. And then Friday's where it comes out. But so you get some good news, and then you get some, oh, wow, that's a lot.
Pretty surprising, some of those names, right? They weren't expecting.
Yeah, and who knows what they're dealing with, or But yeah, that's a lot of guys.
It could be also just at that point of the season, you don't have to be Laramie Tunsil to get a Wednesday off. No, and I don't mean that in a disparaging way. I mean, like, he's a veteran, he's been around forever. He deserves some days off. I think just like regular players that are 2 and 3 and 4 year veterans can deserve and get a day off. It's a grind.
I am ready to. I'm ready to see this Jamar Chase thing. How we're looking there.
Yeah, what's the latest on that?
I haven't seen it yet from Cincinnati, so we'll see. We need him out.
We do need him out.
Yeah, I need him out.
Yeah.
Not like you need that bad. At this point, that's the hope.
Mm-hmm.
Need Jamar Chase out.
But
hell, I mean, he just rest up for next week.
Derek Stingley comes back.
You got Baltimore next
Steven
week.
Nelson's out now.
I don't think Stingley plays this week. You think he does?
I do.
You want to bet again?
I don't know if I'm willing to bet on that.
We already bet on C.J. Stroud free throw. I'm in gambling mood. You want to bet 5?
I'm going to bet on the Raiders tomorrow.
Okay.
They're just giving you money.
They play Sunday, so you got.
Sunday. Yeah. They're just giving you money on that one.
Okay, we'll see.
But
mark that.
I don't know if I'm going to be ready to bet on Stingley.
So you think Stingley plays or not?
I do, and the reason is once
bet
they
5.
I'll bet 5. Okay, I'll bet you 5.
Right.
I'll bet you Stingley plays on Sunday. And the reason is once they call him out, get him back on the 21-day list or whatever it is.
They're just trying to get him acclimated.
But it's not. I mean, once they do it, by and large, like more times than not, they play that first week.
5-5 is what you want. So if you lose Sunday, you'll be all right. I want to see tomorrow's practice report though.
Yeah,
because that's a big list.
There. Yeah.
I mean, they did activate Littleton, so you look at Cashman and Perriman out. Like maybe they're anticipating those two guys.
Yeah, but on the list of players that you sure don't want him out. Blake Cashman's high on that list.
Cashman's on the list.
Yeah.
Will Anderson's on the list. Nico is on the list.
Yeah, Nico out too. There's some.
I didn't even know Nico was hurt.
That's what I'm saying. Where did this come from? So maybe it's just like
maybe they all want to go get Call of Duty.
That's what it is. They're like, we got to go, man. I need a Veterans Day off. You've only been in the league 3 years, Nico. Well,
they're having like a Call of Duty party.
Yeah,
these kids.
Dalton Schultz is going to be a.
Do these kids even play Call of Duty in the same room anymore? It's all like.
I'm
online,
sure
right?
occasionally, but it's pretty much all online. You would know that before I would.
No, I wouldn't. I'd never played Call of Duty. I didn't even play 007 back in the day, or Halo, or any of that. I don't like that crap. Give me the Madden. Give me the NBA Live. Give me the NBA 2K, NCAA football. We're good. But I don't need to play these shooter games.
I'm worried about Dalton Schultz being a vegetable on Sunday.
Yeah, I mean, Call of Duty's coming out. He's damn sure playing it. I mean, say what you want about it. He's dang sure playing it. And if you're that much of a gamer, you ain't playing for an hour.
No, he's like
it ain't. I got to get up at practice at 9 a.m.
No, it's 50, 60 hours.
Oh damn! It's 7:30?
Well, how did that happen?
Oh wow!
Why am I so hungry? Like, oh, I haven't eaten since lunch yesterday.
I remember when I went and got Madden back in the day, and man, this was I think it was like 18, 19. I was so stoned when I played it at first. My stepdad had like a whole lunch sack of weed.
Yeah.
And I would steal the weed because what's he going to do? Tell on himself? So you just get like the whole handful. You have some people over. You're rolling up. I think it was my boy John, and Cook. We went and played Madden. And it was the Michael Vick Madden. So this is the best one of the best Maddens ever.
Yeah.
We played it that night. I wanted to take it back because I was just like, this sucks. We woke up the next morning with clear heads, and it was a classic.
Why are my guys going backwards?
We played all day. But I remember how disappointed we were. Like we thought Madden sucked, and it was like one of the best Maddens
No,
ever.
it was just us. It was just us.
Kids don't have to do that anymore, though. They just download the game.
And they're playing online.
Yeah. It's like you don't even have to watch the show anymore. Like you don't have to be like, I got to be there by 7, or I got to get this tape and cross my fingers that the tape doesn't screw up.
Yeah.
When you do it, like you just press the DVR, you go watch it whenever you want.
Cartridges.
Yeah. Country Music Awards tonight, by the way. I was excited about that till I heard Peyton Manning was hosting.
I didn't even know that.
I've had enough Peyton Manning.
That's how country I am.
I've had enough Peyton Manning. I'm not country either. I just like award shows. Like I'll still record the BET Awards and I'll record the Country Awards, but do we really have to do Peyton Manning?
He's good.
You might as well put the Kelsey brothers up there if you just want to water it down.
Come on now.
Like, come on.
Why can't you admit that the Manning brothers are really good?
They're over. There's too much of them. It's like Kevin Hart. I know that Kevin Hart's one of the great comedy guys of my lifetime, but it's too much. It's like The Rock. Hey, you're a good actor. Too much.
Yeah. Oversaturation.
You should hear Figgy on Jim's and Juice the way they talk about The Rock. Now, it's not Figgy as much as it is.
Yeah, I was about to say it's not me.
Rocket hates
What
The
does he
Rock.
say?
Just hates him. Thinks he's corny. He's fake. He's too much. He hates Shaq now.
Why?
Too much.
Those two are the most captivating.
You got to admit, though, The Rock is kind of like it's a little bit weird seeing how The Rock in WWF was and The Rock right now.
Yes, but I haven't gotten to the point with Shaq though. And Shaq, I haven't gotten too much Shaq. I have gotten too much Rock, and at times I've gotten too much Kevin Hart.
See, I don't agree with that.
And I already am too much Peyton Manning.
I think The Rock he's transformed himself like 5 times. He went from a really good player at the University of Miami. A lot of people don't remember that.
But it seems like he just kind of goes where the wind blows.
Well, good.
But it's like, hey, give me a break, man. I need a break from you.
I didn't know Ryan didn't like him.
Oh, he hates The Rock. Absolutely hates The Rock. Let's talk to Clint Stoerner, Ron Hughley, presented by D&M Auto Leasing. Fresh off their interview with D'Amico Ryans. Fellas, how y'all doing?
We're good, baby. We're
so
good.
I'm curious now that because I kind of theorized on this. Now that I know that okay, well maybe we should just toss it to him then, Figgy.
Technical difficulties. I got it though. What's going on, J-Lo? What's going on, Lock Dog?
Okay, Clint. So now that we know that Derek Stingley is active, now that we know that the offensive line is who knows what that's going to be. Listening to your interview with D'Amico yesterday, I kind of feel like you did drop some hints with you guys.
Would you have? Which ones? Where at?
Well, with Derek Stingley, like he said, "Oh yeah, we expect him to be ready," and then he said, we'll make sure that he's coming along real great, real good, and all that other stuff. I kind of feel like he was dropping some hints that Stingley would be activated.
I feel like if he'd have been on with McAfee or one of them boys, he'd have said, "Yeah, he's practicing tomorrow."
Oh yeah, like at training camp.
Yeah.
Well, I can't tell you, but let me go to the NFL network.
Yeah. Let me go here to these fellas.
Well, that's true.
So I don't know. We appreciated it absolutely, man. I'm just glad he's back, man. I think Sunday was just a little peek into the issues that you're going to have this Sunday with a quarterback that'll hold it and drive it down the field with some weapons outside. You got about 4 or 5 more offenses. Whether they're great or not is not the point. But I'm talking about a quarterback, the combination of some decent to really good weapons and a quarterback that'll hold it and drive it down the field. They need Derek Stingley to defend that moving forward, and this week he is needed in a big way now.
Well, yeah, and I don't even know if he goes this week.
That's what I was going to say.
I just bet 5.
Gosh, dang it,
I would
Lock
bet
Dog.
against it.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering if he was actually going to play.
Tavier Thomas got activated and they rested him. I would look at Arizona. I'm not sure, though. I mean, you never know. But I do know we just saw that injury report and guys that weren't at practice. I mean, that's enough people to have a 1-year-old's birthday at the Lopez house. that's a big list of people right there.
We're definitely going to talk about that.
I got 70 people coming from my
I was fixing to say, if Figgy was still back there, I feel like he could probably drop a race card.
Yeah,
I don't know. Sure. I'm not real sure because I can't see Locke's eyes right now, but I feel like 100%. That was potential.
You want a race card? I'll give you a race card. I heard this yesterday. 70 people are coming to my granddaughter's first birthday in 4 cars.
Oh, no, efficient, baby. Damn Lopez is efficient.
Hey, you only have one first granddaughter.
Come on, man.
One first grandbaby. I just picked up 3 briskets. 3 briskets here in Texas Star.
I tell you what, we didn't have 70, but we had at least 50. The only person at the party that didn't know what the hell was going on was the one we were celebrating.
Exactly.
Yeah, but Clint, y'all have had the open door policy for a while where y'all have had to tell some people, hey, you just can't pull up. So I feel like you could y'all could just open the door and you could probably have at least 20 back in there.
Fair. Big crew, no doubt.
All right. Shout out to the people at Texas Star Grill out here. Shout out to all the people that came through and said what's up. Appreciate Figgy for doing all the tough work as well as Aaron. You're listening to KILT AM, KILT HD2. The Drive is live.
That's right. The Drive is live. Hey, I stepped out there to Texas Star Grill Shop. And great spot. 5 locations. That was one of them over at 59 and Shepherd. You can go check the one out. They just opened off I-45 in Woodlands. But I stopped by there, and I'm telling you, it's a spot where you can get in trouble. I got back there, Tyler, and I just started walking around the store, and next thing you know, I had about $127 worth of items in my hand.
How much you put back?
Listen, man, there's no need to even go.
I mean, come on, man.
I'm just saying, I know you didn't
spend $127 when you left there.
Shout out to my man Corey, who put me on this knife. He's like, boy, that knife, and it's on sale too. So that got me immediately. It's a nice one, boy. Nice, sharp, 8-inch blade, boy. I'm telling you, he was slicing a brisket with that bad boy.
Here's the deal, Ron. I mean, I give you a hard time. 1 bottle of Mad Dog 2020 after on a Mad Dog Monday after you birthed the beauty of Mad Dog.
You still got that one out weeks ago still sitting there.
Look, I mean, I get it. I mean, 3 bottles.
Did you get some? Did you taste some of yours? No, you didn't.
Why would I sit by myself and sip on a Mad Dog?
Because Mad Dog Monday.
But I'm not. That's not something you do by yourself. That's something you do with your bros to celebrate.
I mean, I feel like that should always be a 3-bottle celebration. But that's okay. That's not where I was going with it. Where I was going
prices are getting high, I hear.
I know they're. I mean,
no, it just ain't wasted, baby.
Hey, but here's where I'm going though, Ron. You'll like this. I feel like real sharp knives. I feel like Texas Star Grill, I feel like that's a place where you should probably feel pretty good and justified going in there and spending a little bread.
And let them roll,
it's what the hell you do.
Yeah.
And you enjoy it. It's how you spend your weekends. It's what you do for your family.
You love rubbing your meat.
You and patting his meat, and you talk about it. And
Smoking the meat.
Yeah, I mean, that's it, man. I'm telling you, you should feel really good. Whatever amount of money, I mean, the $22 that you did end up spending down there, I mean, you should feel really, really good about it.
Up yours. I walked around. I said, all right, I need some covers left. I run out of covers from my Traeger down that catches the grease and all the meat.
Yeah.
And I was like, got around there and grabbed them covers. And then I ran into some of them rubs, and I'm like, oh, dang, I got to have these. I got to have this one. I had this.
Oh, I love it when you run into a good rub.
And then I saw him using that knife to slice that brisket. I was like, Corey, man, where you get? I said, that is a nice knife. He said, yeah, and it's on sale. I mean, next thing you know, man, I got a whole lot. Now
they're down there cooking right now. I saw them mixing some meat, but they're down there getting after it, ain't they?
Yeah, he had some brisket, some sausage, some pulled pork,
some sausage.
Yeah.
If
I
you're
want
out,
to give that sausage a whirl.
If you're out here on 59 right now, right outside our studio, right here on 59
in Shepherd,
I mean, you ain't living right if you don't hit that exit
right.
and stop there at Texas Star.
Beautiful looking things, and if Red's listening, I didn't have anything. Wink, wink, and then it was very, very tasty. So it was a good time down there. The boys were having a good time.
Work hard, play hard, Red.
That's right, man. Well,
you think Red lives by that?
No. Well, he may sometimes, but he doesn't like for me to.
Not his clients.
Because I walk in Friday, Texas Stoerner Grill Shop. Huh? I believe you said, and I wrote it down. I believe you said brisket, sausage, and pulled pork. You gonna tell me you gonna tell me this stuff he does? You gonna tell me you didn't have nothing to drink with that?
Maybe a soda.
Maybe so. All right, here. There's some news with the Texans injury front news. Let's start, fellas, with the good news. Obviously, you can be a part of this thing. 713-572-4610. Text in however you want to get down. But I think the big news is we talked to the head coach yesterday. You can find that on the Odyssey app. We talked to him at 3 o'clock yesterday, and we talked about Derek Stingley Jr. And he said he's moving along well, and said he did expect for him to play at some point this season. And then the news today is, Clint, that Texans cornerback Derek Stingley Jr. is back practicing 7 weeks after he suffered a hamstring injury in September before the Jags game, and he is back on the field, Clint. And I think this is clearly a big deal, especially with all the injuries they have in their secondary. They're going to have to do some things with, mix some things around with. And, listen, I think Steven Nelson has been this team's best corner the last couple of years, but there's no getting around that Derek Stingley has the most talent and the most potential in this group. And you want that guy on the field as much as you possibly can. So this is the big news right now, that he is back on the field, and now we'll see how soon he gets actually on the playing field on Sunday.
Boy, I got my fingers crossed, man. I hope like hell he's on the field this weekend. This is one of those games where I think they're going to need Derek Stingley. I looked at the schedule, Ron and Tyler, and to me, it's again not necessarily how good an offense, how productive an offense has been or will be, or what the expectations are for them, but there's a handful of opponents that the Texans are going to have to face the rest of the way that they've got a combination of some pretty good to some really good receivers and a quarterback that'll hold it and push it down the field. The Bucs were obviously one of those. We talked about that at length last week. Is that game, you could see the Bucs rolling out there and D'Amico and them shutting them out, and I could also see the Bucs rolling out there and hanging half 100. I mean, that ultimately that's the mentality of the Bucs, what they're potentially capable of. And what did they score, 37?
37, yeah.
Right? So you look at the rest of this schedule. The Bengals, the Jags, that's the tier one. And then you look at Broncos, got a quarterback and some weapons. The Titans have a quarterback now, and Will Levis that will stand in there and try to sling it down the field with DeAndre Hopkins. Hell, he did it the first time he played in the NFL. He did it. The Jets, say what you want about Zach Wilson and Nathaniel Hackett, but he's going to hold the football, and they got a couple dudes they can sling it down the field with. And with that mindset of that quarterback and It's not they're unbeatable, but if you're going to defend that aggressive pass game the way that you're capable of, Derek Stingley being healthy is going to help you in a big way. And it starts this week with the Bengals.
Yeah, I can't put Zach Wilson in that, but I hear you. With teams they have, like the Jags is another one in there. But, yeah, they definitely need him on the field. You just feel much more comfortable. And listen, Shaq has been really, really good. Shaq Griffin has played pretty well in his absence. But, boy, you love to have the option of those three guys, the options of doing whatever it is. Like we saw the game plan with Tavier Thomas playing that nickel spot. They had different ways and ideas of how they wanted to use that, right? It was like they wanted to go man when they could have those three corners and Steven Nelson and Shaq Griffin along with Derek Stingley Jr., and they've had to probably scrap what they wanted to do ahead of time. And now you get your most talented cornerback. Hopefully that is soon. It's just, Clint, these hamstrings, and we know how much of an issue it's been for him personally. I just, you don't want to rush it. You hope that he comes back and it's not something else again, because hell, we're watching. I mean, I'm surprised he beat Juice Scruggs back. I mean, Juice had a hamstring and he hasn't played all season long. This happened week 2, so it'll be interesting to see when he actually does come back. But you're right, Clint. They got some teams and some opponents coming up in which they could use their best allotment of points.
Look, I look at the rest of the schedule, and you got the Cardinals, the Browns, and the Colts. I think are three teams that just from what they want to do, like their approach to offensive football.
Kyler's back.
I think that's fine. I mean, they don't really concern me much at all. They'll be able to drive the football. I don't think Cleveland wants to run it first and foremost. I know what Deshaun's capable of, but they just he's not the Deshaun we know, and that's not, I don't think, what they want to do. The Colts, it's not what they want to do. Whether Minshew's playing or Anthony Richardson's playing, it doesn't matter. They're not going to light this thing up. Everybody else on this roster has a quarterback that'll hold it and receivers that can go get it, and you better have pieces to smother them or at least put a hat on a hat and hope you can hang on and keep the scoring down. Hang on between the 20s and keep them out of the end zone in the red zone. So Derek Stingley Jr. coming back is big the rest of the way, man. And here's the other thing. I don't know how, like, a hamstring to me, and this is what I'm telling myself in terms of whether he's going to play this week or not. Like, if you're going to risk putting a hamstring back on the practice field, then he's ready to play.
Well, we'll see what kind of practice he did.
Yeah, it'll be Scott. Skeezy will be able to tell us that.
Scott from that to hear from that, and we'll see when the injury report comes out how he's listed. Is he on that third practice field? Which we've seen some players by themselves. Now, I'm with you. If he's out, in any way doing team, or out in any way where he is, running, stopping, back, kind of cutting it loose like you would do, then you're right. If he's able to practice, you would think he's getting close to being able to go. So Derek Stingley Jr., as we heard from the coach, said he would play at some point this year. He's back on the practice field. We will keep you updated. That's one to watch the rest of the week to see.
Was this week 10?
It's week 9.
We had a bye week.
Yep, they're 4-4.
8 games in a bye week. That's 9 weeks. So this is week 10.
This is week 10 of the season?
It's got to be, right?
Yeah.
Unless my math is failing me, which is very possible.
Yeah. So we'll see what happens there with Derek Stingley Jr. But that's one part of the story with the injury report. The other part is the amount of guys that didn't practice today, and then, some injury concerns and things that we're hearing thus far. This is just the list of guys that did not practice today.
Where art thou?
We know Derek Stingley practiced, by the way. Hassan Reddick, he practiced.
Ridgeway.
I'm sorry, Sheldon, not Sheldon Rankins. Hassan.
You're going to tell me they traded that thing, or they made a trade or something.
Hassan Ridgeway. He's out for the year. Sheldon Rankins, he practiced today. Charlie Heck, I forgot Charlie's on the team. I'm
Big Heck.
He returned too and was on the practice field. But guys that didn't, no Jimmy Ward, not a real surprise after what happened to him. He didn't return in the game on Sunday. But no Blake Cashman, no Laramie Tunzel, a rest day for him. No Fairbairn, not a surprise there. But Matt Amendola, who they signed also wasn't on the practice field. No Dameon Pierce, again, who missed last week's game. No Steven Nelson. No real injury designation for him at this point. Robert Woods, who's dealing with the foot, didn't practice. No Nico Collins. No Will Anderson. And with the Will Anderson situation, reports he limped off the field in the second half against the Bucs. It's a soft tissue injury. His status for Sunday's game against the Bengals is up in the air, according to Aaron Wilson. So that's one to be concerned with Will Anderson. No Jake Hansen, and no Denzel Perryman. Andrew Beck also didn't practice, and with him, Andrew Beck is regarded as questionable for Sunday's game as he suffered an ankle injury. So, as you said, I don't know how many guys are rest days in there. I'd be interested to see if Nico Collins is having an issue where he couldn't practice. Him and Steven Nelson are the ones. The other ones you can kind of see, but that's a lot of guys out, Clint, in – I don't know if this is the biggest game of your season, but it is. It's probably the best team you're going to play on the schedule left with the Bengals to have all of those guys. And those just ain't guys. Those are starters. There's a lot of starters that are out there. And, listen, you can't control the injury thing. Will Anderson, obviously, you're not going to just throw him out there and play the injury stuff. But, boy, that one you don't love to see, to have that many guys out in a big week and a big game for you to have that many starters unable to go.
Yeah, the part that's this is the best offense you're going to face all year long, and that many defensive guys scares the hell out of me, to be honest with you. What do you think of Steven Nelson? I think Steven Nelson probably got him old rest day. What do you think? You think he went, hey, Nicky Vest, let me get. I played pretty well this year. I'm your best corner, man. With that new contract, let me get a rest day on Wednesday. What do you say?
Someone texted in, Ron Clint, looks like rest day to me on the practice field. I need to know who is out there tomorrow if they're going to tell the story. Yeah, tomorrow we'll find out. I'm just going to say, and I agree with you. Now, some of these are real injuries. Like Will Anderson is a real injury. Andrew Beck seems like a real injury. We know Robert Woods. Denzel Perryman had been struggling with some things. Jimmy Ward, obviously, is a real injury. But there probably are some rest days in there. And much to what you were saying last week, Clint, this Bengals game, if Steven Nelson wanted a rest day, man, I don't love that. Like I'm not saying they don't know what they're doing. They clearly do, and I'm not saying this is going to stop them from winning or losing. Everybody's got their opinion. My opinion is, like, this is a week where it feels like, hey, man, let's really focus and really nail down, and everybody who can go, let's go and practice this week, and especially in the secondary where we're already going to have some different guys in there. Let's get in here against the best receiving core that we're going to face all year, arguably. Let's get in here and have everybody out there. I don't love to me, if Denzel Perryman can go,
I need you to go.
If Steven Nelson can go,
I need you to go.
If Nico Collins can go, I need you to go.
I need 3 days this week.
Right. I personally don't love it. Now, for some of you, it may not be a big deal or anything, or they get rest. That's fine. To me, next week when they play the Cardinals, I'm not going to really be tripping about a rest day or anything. All right, hey, man, do what you do. This week, the Jags week, like, if you can go, man, we need you. It ain't like it's like a football game. Like these practices, like they're in there hitting and stuff.
I don't look at the one on the.
I don't love it.
I don't wish anything bad on Andrew Beck. I hope Andrew Beck is okay. I'm an Andrew Beck fan. I was on the Andrew Beck bandwagon well before anybody knew who Andrew Beck was.
What are you about to do?
You know I've been asking, and I know the film backs it up. I need to see a whole lot of 11 personnel, bum. 21 personnel with Andrew Beck on the field. Look, I understand in the short yardage situations, goal line situations, maybe when you backed up and you want to be a little bit more conservative, which is a word that I would rather the Texans not even associate with at this point in time, but I understand the game dictates sometimes you have to. Andrew Beck, I'd be okay with the limited Andrew Beck.
I need Andrew on the field.
Well, he can be on the field.
I need him all on the field.
Well, nah.
You just wanted to change the personnel they're using.
Ron, all joking aside, like, we're just in a spot, and we can talk about this some other time. I don't want to get too far off in the weeds on it, but, like, we're just in a spot where if C.J. Stroud is on the field and there's 12 personnel or there's 21 personnel right now, you've got at least one tight end and a fullback on the field that are not weapons to help you. in terms of like if they're bringing heat and they're playing man to man, I mean you're really limiting your options on the football field. And look, I'm an old school pro style guy, but the strength of this team right here is giving CJ Stroud opportunity and options. And I just feel like when you what's my man 81? What's his name? The new tight end?
I have no idea. Who is 81?
He's a new tight end they brought in.
Yeah, I don't got it.
He played a lot last week. A lot of 12 personnel. Yeah. But him and Becca, like if there's certain plays designed for him, cool. But like just generally speaking, living in those using those personnels heavily, I'd be okay if they steer clear of it.
Yeah. No, I get you. But you know those guys going to be on the field.
Sure,
and they're going to be playing. Yeah. And I'm just like, I just like to see y'all to go. I like to see y'all to go. And if we for me, I'm not going to love if we get the official injury report if it says rest next to Steven Nelson's name. Or rest next to Nico Collins' name, or rest next to those guys' name, and it's fine, right? It's not the end of the world. This would have been one where I'm like, hey, let's jump in here, guys. Let's jump in here and go.
Respect, Eric Sobert.
Eric Sobert. You could have given me.
I don't know if I'm saying that right, but
you could have given me 25 guesses. I'd have never got that.
Yeah. That's him.
Sorry
man.
about that, ES.
I make sure I just put it out there. I pulled it up.
Shout out to you, Eric. Man, you played. I'm not gonna lie and say you played great because I didn't really see you. But congratulations, man. Hopefully you get some more time this week and we'll see you out there. But yeah, that is the latest there when it comes to the injury report here for the Texans. All right, coming up, the college football playoff polls came out. Top 10 is out, and I want to see your thoughts on the poll because Georgia is still sitting out of that one spot, even though they got a top 12 win last week. I want to see your thoughts on the polls and how many of these teams in this top 10 are for real. Like, how many of these teams in this top 10 do you really think have a chance to actually get into a Final Four? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, Twin Peaks, it's a great time of the year, baby, for sports viewing.
sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. Big news of the day, Derek Stingley is back. I just saw video evidence of him back on the practice field, and Clint, it does look like –
Me too, Chief.
It does look like he's moving around and at least pushing it, moving around, looking like what I watched, I would not rule out him playing Sunday. Now, I could see them holding it back, but I would not rule out him playing Sunday for what we just watched. Real quick, somebody also texted in, and Clint, maybe you can help them, and I'd like to help people. Can you enlighten me on how practice is conducted? Because aren't these practices glorified walkthroughs?
No. These Wednesday and Thursday is not a glorified walkthrough. There is. I would be highly disappointed if I were at these practices and didn't hear some pads popping. I'd be highly disappointed. Now, I think there are some teams that maybe have had a certain level of success and are geared a certain way offensively in particular, that may be more about going through the motions and more mental reps. I'm talking about the Kansas City Chiefs, maybe even the Cincinnati Bengals, maybe even though I'd be shocked, a team like Philadelphia, and I'm just spitballing here, but there's some teams that I think have probably earned the right, have guys that have been around long enough to know the system and all that good stuff, and they're playing good enough football to where they can maybe pull the reins back a little bit, but I don't think the Texans are there. And with a defensive-minded head coach that's struggling to establish the run offensively, we've heard him talk about they want to be physical, particularly on the offensive line of scrimmage and defensive line of scrimmage, but he said it across the board. It'd be really hard for me to take DeMeco Ryans serious if I went to a practice and watched a practice right now and it was a glorified walkthrough.
Yeah, Mondays and Friday are closer to that.
Yeah, Monday's typically just they'll just get weights and running in, treatment, watch the game film from Sunday. Tuesday usually completely off, and the players can do whatever they want to, even though I would imagine there is a big percentage of this roster that shows up and watches film, and CJ probably runs some kind of meeting. Petrie or Perryman or one of those guys probably run a defensive meeting of some sort, maybe to get a little head start on the opponent. And then Wednesday, Thursday are the longer, heavier practices. Friday is a perfect practice. You get, you probably get about 20 offensive plays, go through each situation, a handful of plays with each situation, third down, shots, red zone, goal line, short yardage. Special teams is heavy on Friday. And then Saturday, you'll have a little walkthrough, whether that's abbreviated in a hotel or it's actually, at your facility at practice. Boom, everybody get them suits on, whatever it is you travel in, shoot to the airport, get on a jet to Cincinnati. They may do the walkthrough after they land. Maybe some teams probably can do it after they land. Maybe make a little trip to the stadium if they want to see that. And then Sunday you play ball.
Yeah. So Wednesdays and Thursdays are not glorified walkthroughs.
No,
those are the big days. Those are the big days. Hey, J.J. Watt, who goes on Pat McAfee, and it really does end Tyler every week. As he said, he's giving us gold every week. I believe it's how Tyler.
Texan GOAT.
Yeah, there you go. He goes on, and he spoke about where this organization is, and more importantly, where this organization is headed. Here is J.J. Watt talking about the Houston Texans.
I think between those two guys and the rest of the roster they're building in the next, 2 or 3 years, if they do these off seasons right, a lot of free agents are going to want to come to Houston because of what they're building. They truly are about to open up a Super Bowl window here, and it's an exciting time.
I didn't even think about Houston being a destination. Texas, Texas,
Sure, yeah.
and also Houston, Land of Vegas.
Yeah.
Sweet. You know what I mean? People do enjoy old H-Town.
There you go. The GOAT, as Tyler said, J.J. Watt. That the Texans are opening their Super Bowl window. 713-572-4610. Hey, how you feel about that from JJ? You agree with JJ on that the Texans are opening their Super Bowl window. 713-572-4610. You agree with them, or you think JJ is a little aggressive right
now?
No,
you're telling me there's a chance. I agree with him. I agree with him. You got the head coach and the quarterback in place. The context that matters there for me is he said in the next 2 or 3 years. Yeah, I mean, I firmly believe, hell, I think it could even be sooner than that they're a very convincing playoff team, and they are a destination for high-level free agents. I think, to be honest with you, Pat, Texas is more about more than just taxes, obviously, but it's a great place to be, whether you're a pro athlete or in the corporate world. Doesn't matter. It's a great place to be, and I think people like to be here. And you look at what D'Amico is standing for and putting on film. I think people are even more convinced after what they've watched him quickly turn this organization, and then C.J. Stroud being the head of the snake, man. That is. It's very convincing. So I think it's going to be a destination as soon as possible, and I think there is a Super Bowl window that's going to be open the next 2 to 3 years. Yeah, I agree.
I don't know what's going to happen the rest of this season with the Texans, but they damn sure need to be operating in it's time. It's time. After the season ends, like Cal, Hannah, Nick, D'Amico, all the decision makers, they need to be aggressive in the offseason of going ahead and adding parts and trying to get to a Super Bowl in the next 2 to 3 years. Like the plan and idea to me should be very similar to what the Philadelphia Eagles did. If you remember the first year they got Jalen, and Jalen became the full-time starter in year one with Nick Sirianni. They won about 9 games, got the 7th seed in the playoffs. But after that year, what did they go do? They went and traded for A.J. Brown. They went and made moves and brought in Slay and brought in all these guys to make themselves more of a contender. And then you saw the next year, of course, they take the jump and they get to the Super Bowl. Not guaranteeing that's what it will be, but when you figure out what you got with CJ and you got the quarterback, then you go and become really aggressive to do things, because that's the time. Because it's clear right now what we're seeing. It would be really shocking to think that C.J. Stroud at some point is not going to get another contract with the Texans. Be really surprising the way he has started his career to think that when his time comes up that he doesn't get a big deal. And at that point, you're trying to win a title and get to a Super Bowl before you got to pay him. And that's when you have the most fun. So to me, hell yes, JJ is right. This offseason, they should be ultra aggressive in getting whatever it is that they need, whether that is another weapon, that is somebody on the defensive end, like a money player. This is the next step, is for them to be extremely aggressive. Hell yeah, the thing is open, especially after this season.
They got the money.
Yes.
And they've got the appeal. I think for anybody in the game of football, you look at what's going on in Houston, you can tell it's trending in the right direction, and you can tell that D'Amico and CJ are unique, special individuals in their respective fields, quarterbacking and head coaching. And it's we've said it before, it's rare that the stars align for an organization the way that they've aligned head coach, quarterback, ownership, the ability to build the money that's going to be available, as you said, a rookie quarterback on a rookie contract. I mean, the stars are all aligning for people to look at Houston and go, do I believe I can go there and win a Super Bowl in the next 2, 3, 4 years? Absolutely.
Absolutely. Have to. Yeah, Super Bowl window definitely is open. See some people calling in, 713-572-4610. Some people on the text line. Do you agree with JJ? And we'll take a look at these college football rankings, because it's going to be interesting, especially when you get past the top 4. We'll discuss all of that coming up next.
purchases of $5,000 or more, plus unlimited 2% cash back on all other purchases, which helps us make more smart ideas into a brilliant reality.
The Inc. Business Premier Card. Learn more at chase.com/business premier. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Account subject to credit approval. Restrictions and limitations apply. Cards are issued by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank. Any member FDIC.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in. As we said here, people rolling in. Someone told us to put the pipes down on the Texans.
Was Watt smoking crack?
I don't think that's his
I wouldn't think so
choice.
either.
No, I think he's more of a
maybe casual Mary Jane.
No, I'd say creatine. That'd be his drug of choice. I think
Testosterone.
Yeah. Nothing illegal though. But no, I don't think it's a put the pipe down. I think it is. We saw it. That's what happened with the Seahawks when they had Russ and they figured out what he was going to be year one, and they went out and signed all the guys that they had to sign to give big money to surround him with that team. Mahomes, they pulled that off too. They won one before they had to sign him, and they were able to go get guys like Sammy Watkins in the offseason and go get guys like Tyrann Mathieu and go get guys when they didn't have to pay him big money. And that's what you do when you figure out who you got. That is the very fortunate thing that the Texans have is in 8 games they found out this quickly that this is a dude in every manner right now that you feel comfortable with. And now you can go out and, like people text in, hey, T. Higgins, shoot, if you got a shot, go get him. You know, if there's a defensive tackle that's out there that could be high on the list, go get him. There's a pass rusher that could be high on the list. Go get him. There's a tight end that could be high on the list that's a big-time playmaker. Go get him. Like, if you can find you an A.J. Brown, like if it's T. Higgins or whoever it is, you go get him, and this is the time to do it. So I'm with that. Hell yeah. I don't think it's a put the pipe down type of situation. All right, the college football rankings came out. Top 4 stays the same. Ohio State won, even though they were trailing at Rutgers at the half, but they come back and win that game. They stay at 1. Georgia, after winning against Missouri, who was at 12 last week, they go to 2 and remain at 2. Michigan is at 3 after they throttled Purdue. They finally have a big game this weekend at Penn State. And then Florida State, they stay at 4. So they stay the same with Washington, Oregon at 5 and 6, Texas and Alabama 7 and 8. Ole Miss, after their win against A&M, they move up a spot to 9, and Penn State's at 10. So how do you feel about that top 4 this week?
I would have Washington and Michigan out, but I'm okay with where it's at right now. It doesn't surprise me one bit that Ohio State is somehow bumped ahead of Georgia somehow, some way.
2 straight weeks.
2 straight weeks, man. That for football folks to put their mind to this thing and somehow get the nerve to put Ohio State above Georgia shocks the hell out of me. I
thought with the win against Missouri and the struggle. Now Ohio State, they do good, and this counts in college football when you're able to stretch the lead out late because they're down 9-7 at the half. That thing is tight. They're down 9-7 at the half with Rutgers driving and a 90-something yard interception return for a touchdown is what opened that up. But the game ended up looking like a blowout, so they remained there. I thought Georgia would go to number 1. Georgia does play Ole Miss this weekend. I think if they beat a top 10 team, they will move to number 1. But I'm looking at this, Clinton. I'm looking at the top 10. And I'm curious from you, how many, and the people, 713-572-4610, you could jump in on this. How many of these teams in the top 10 do you really feel is real when it comes to a real shot at winning a national championship? Or fake? How many of these teams you think are real or fake? Let's start at 10. Penn State. You think they are real when it comes to having the ability to win?
No chance. Zero chance.
I just feel like there are better teams.
Yeah.
Like I don't know how they're in the top 10. When I've watched it, we'll see. And if they beat Michigan, maybe that changes. Ole Miss.
Zero chance. Now I'll say
I
this.
watched that quarterback, man. He's a little bit better than the way you make him out to be. Oh, Dart, at least Saturday. Dart had some moments.
I mean, he's going to put. Look, he puts up big numbers, and he's scrappier than hell.
I wish he'd stop with that face paint.
I'm just telling you, there's the face paint.
That face paint. I wish he'd stop with.
Yeah, I'm just shocked that Ole Miss doesn't have like a game changer. As much as they win and as much as they stay in the top 15, the conference they play in. I mean, for whatever reason, Ole Miss has been able to recruit like well above what you would think Ole Miss would be able to recruit with Lane Kiffin. I'm just surprised that they don't have like a dude that's got he's a good quarterback. Look, I mean, who am I? Hell, I mean, I was average to below average at everything. There's nothing like X factor about the guy. And that's on my only knock on him in particular is there's no X factor about him, and I would just expect Lane Kiffin to have more. I've seen him play up close and personal. Wasn't impressed.
What about Bama?
I don't think they have a chance.
Really?
I don't think they have a chance right now.
I think really they're real.
Yeah, I don't.
I think Bama and Georgia's a game.
Yeah,
if they get into where it's trending right now, and they win the West, and Georgia wins the East, and they meet in the SEC championship game.
Yeah, my biggest problem is
really. I'm surprised by that.
The teams when we're talking about top tier teams, and you just brought up Georgia. Like Georgia is not going to allow the quarterback to beat him with his feet.
Milgrove.
Like it's just not. Now it's to me it's more what they're doing. What he's doing with his feet is more convincing than what Jaden Daniels does with his feet, because Jaden Daniels does a lot with his feet outside of the scheme. Like he's just scrambling, which it's awfully impressive, but you can't call it. Like you just got to hope he has the ability to do it when it's called. Milroe is doing it within the system, and I just don't think he's going to be able to do it within the system against the better defenses. And when we're talking about Alabama, when we say the better defenses, we're talking about top 10, caliber defenses. I just don't think he's going to be able to do it.
I watched Missouri hang with Georgia, and I know they don't have. And they got a few guys, but they don't have the talent that Georgia does. Alabama does. They've got the dudes to hang with them. So they're coming to me. They seem like a completely different team than the next team we'll talk about that they lost to earlier. They seem like a real different team than the team that played Texas.
Well, they're just going to they're different. No, there's no question about it. They're different than that team. But you are, in order to beat Georgia, you're not just going to out-athlete them.
Yeah.
And I'm not convinced that Milroe can sit in the pocket and make, even if it's fewer big-time throws than most quarterbacks because of his athletic ability, I'm not convinced that he can sit in there and is ready to pick a defense apart, so to speak, in critical moments of the game. And maybe he's athletic enough and they're good enough up front to where it doesn't matter. But I'm not ready to go there with Bama yet.
Tyler, is Texas real?
No.
Clint, what about Texas?
I agree with Tyler. I agree with Tyler on this one. I think they got the dudes. I really do think they got the dudes.
But they get their quarterback. Are they?
No,
you still feel the same way?
I don't think they're going to compete with them big boys up top. I mean, when you talk about Oregon, Washington, Florida State, Michigan, Ohio State, and Georgia, they don't only have the dudes. I mean, they've got. I mean, they put it out there on a week-to-week basis. Texas, 1 week their defense is as good as theirs in the country, and the next week they get ran through by somebody that shouldn't be running through them. And so I just don't. I like Texas a lot. Hell, I may even by the end of the year end up picking them to get into the college football playoffs. But I mean, you watch them against U of H.
Yeah.
I mean, you watch the way they lost to OU.
Yeah.
Longhorn Nation, we're back.
I didn't watch the K-State game, but 33-30 got out, jumped out to a big lead, let them come back again. I just can't. When we're talking college football playoff national championship, I ain't there yet with them.
Yeah, well, people on the text line saying Texas real. Oregon, they real or fake?
I think they're real.
I think Oregon might be the best team in the country. I think they might be one of the at least top 2 teams. I honest to God think that Dan Lanning lost them a game against
the Washington game.
Yes, I think he was. I mean, his aggressiveness was Brandon Staley.
I forgot about that. Yeah,
I mean, he literally left something like every bit of 10 points on the board in a one possession game. I just refusal to just kick obvious field goals and to just go for it on 4th down and putting his defense in a tough position. But they just throttle teams. Washington, you feel this real? I'm getting a little concerned about Washington.
I feel like they're real enough to get in, but not win it all.
Yeah,
because they are. I mean, that the way in which they're winning games, which is just, you talk about gun slinging. I don't know that they're going to be able to do that against your better defenses. Although they did it against Oregon. I mean, it's hard to say they didn't. But I can't buy the style of which Washington plays with offensively. That just high risk, high reward offense. I think that's going to bite you in a college football playoff scenario.
Yeah, I think Ohio State's fake.
I agree.
I don't believe in Ohio State at all. All right, coming up, we'll look at some awards given out to the Houston Texans. We'll let you know the latest on that, and there's some good and some bad news injury-wise. We'll keep you updated on all of that coming up next right here on The Drive.
CJ Stroud. It's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day. It's the Big 3 at 3. Number 1.
Woo! 1 hour down already, boy. Time flies when you're feeling frisky.
You feeling frisky over here, huh?
When you're having fun. Excuse me.
That's why it feels like my life's flying by.
Really?
Yeah, because I feel frisky every day.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, man, don't feel that off. Your life's not.
Ron's nipples were hard a while ago.
They always are, guys.
So I can't ever see them. I could see them. They were staring at me a while ago. They were looking at me a while ago.
That's a secret.
Up, baby.
Oh, hey, he's over here bouncing his pecs now. He's been working out with Red. He's over here bouncing them joints.
Hey, baby. You know, can dance a little bit. There you go for the people on YouTube and Twitch.
All right, Dwayne.
Yeah,
yes.
Yeah. You know, hey, man. You know, just a little something I have there. No, yeah, man. Hour down, man. It's a good time out here. It's a good time out here, and good time for the Texans as the awards keep a coming. Clint and Tyler, as C.J. Stroud was named Offensive Player of the Week in the AFC after his game. I don't think that was a surprise after you do something that only 5 guys in the NFL have ever done. The hell with the rookie portion of it. 475 touchdown passes and no interceptions with a passer rating of 147.8. Perfect. So he is the AFC Player of the Week, and I'd imagine this ain't the last time we'll see C.J. Stroud run up on that.
I'd be surprised if it's the last time we see it this year. I expect the Texans to do.
You think he's going to do? Oh, you talking about he's going to do it again this year?
Well, look, I expect the Texans to continue to trend in the right direction, and I expect C.J. Stroud to continue to do big things. The schedule is going to allow him to do some big things. Plenty of opportunities. I love the offense, what the offensive play caller's doing. The weapons around him have stepped up tremendously in terms of throwing the football. It would help if they could run it a bit, but yeah, I don't think. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that I think C.J. Stroud is going to continue to set records, but play well, play at a high level, play at a level where folks again are talking about top 10 quarterback in the league, and play at a level where he could potentially win AFC Offensive Player of the Week again over the next 9 weeks, 10 weeks, however many weeks we got left. Yeah, I think it's very possible.
I love that as I was on my way to Texas Star Grill Shop, and as soon as I got in there, I heard on In the Loop Lopez losing his mind that Dore Ogunbowale did not win AFC Special Teams Player of the Week. If you're watching YouTube or Twitch, Clint is drinking some strong coffee drink, and that's why he's making that face, folks.
There is no telling how much I paid for this thing, and it is, that's
rough?
A tough drink.
If you didn't
man.
have that cough going over there, I'd like to taste it. I'd like to see how rough it is.
I haven't had much of a coffee anymore. Do I?
I'm good. You just made a face.
It hurt. Took a big swig, and it hurt, man.
Oh, good God, yeah. Now, I'm good on that, dear. I'm good on that. But, no, Dore did not win as he was hell-bent on believing that the running back who kicked a 29-yard field goal should have won AFC Special Teams Player of the Week. But, no, only CJ took home.
He don't really feel that. He's just up there at Texas Star Grill all excited and giddy, and it got the best of him.
Got a little brisket.
He don't really feel that.
I think he meant it. The look in his eyes, I think he meant it. But here's the other news here from the injury front from the Texans, Clint, and that is as we talked to the head coach, D'Amico, yesterday, we talked to him about Derek Stingley, and he said that he's progressing well, and they expect to see him and playing at some point this year. And he did say that part with rather confidence. And next thing you know, Clint, today we hear Sean Pajani had it, many other people had it, that Derek Stingley was back at practice 7 weeks after the hamstring injury that took him out prior to the Jags game. That is big news right now for this team, a team that has struggled with injuries, a team that has struggled with injuries, particularly in the secondary, to have him potentially back. And I think even better news is the footage we're seeing from practice that this looks like they're comfortable with him actually kind of squatting down, backpedaling, running. He looks like he's practicing with everybody else, and the limitations aren't that big.
I saw a little shuffle, open the hips and run, and it was a get out. Now it may not have been a sprint, but it was a get out. It was enough for me to feel like if you're doing that right there on Wednesday, then you can play on Sunday. I feel really good about him playing on Sunday.
Do you?
And I think it is needed desperately that he plays on Sunday, given the offense that the Texans are going to face, and given what we watched last week is this defense struggle and give up 37 points to a lesser quarterback and a lesser wide receiver group than what they're going to see on the road this week in Cincinnati. So, they need Derek Stingley back this week. Maybe more so than any week outside of, I guess, your division games may be bigger. But they need him back this week, and so this is big-time news for us to see him on the practice field.
Listen, Hurdy was practicing today, Clint. I didn't think he would play this week, but kind of seeing the footage, I feel a little bit more confident that, hey, you actually might see him on the field in Cincinnati. I was more thinking Arizona, but we'll see. We'll get the official injury report today, and we'll see how he's designated at practice.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm no doctor, but in my mind,
no, I get what you're saying from what they feel comfortable him moving.
Well, yeah, like if it's a knee or a back or a concussion or even a shoulder or an arm, and where you can't fall on it, then maybe I can understand going out there and doing a couple of individual drills and seeing what you can and can't do. But when it's a hamstring, I mean, you can test that thing on the side with the trainers in individual drills, in the weight room with some strength coaches. Like, you can test that all you need to test it. Once you feel comfortable enough to throw them back out there on the field, it's not like I've just never heard somebody that had a hurt hamstring go, hey, you can practice today and you can do everything that everybody else does, but don't you open this thing up and run full speed.
Yeah.
Like that just doesn't – unless we hear that he just did individual drills where he could basically keep the governor on and not ramp it up.
Yeah, that's the part, yeah.
That would be the only way that I would think practice would make sense than not to play.
And we'll get more of that from Brandon Scott. He'll join us at 4:40 with his Texans report. He's out there. We'll get his thoughts on what he saw, if it looked like he opened it up. Because that's the other part is, with a hamstring is you want to make sure it's right, because the worst thing is if he tweaks it again. You know what I'm saying?
The worst thing is if he tweaks it again in practice, right?
Yes. Right. Or just something like, has he opened up and felt real good about just, cutting it completely loose? Because as we're seeing there, these hamstrings can be a real problem, as we see with Juice Scruggs, who's the center, who has still not made it back to the practice field yet.
Juice got one on 9-week hamstrings.
We're rolling longer than that. Damn it! I mean, he got it. It went down in the preseason, and one of the preseason games he has not played yet. But the other part to this was Charlie Heck. He returned. Remember, Charlie Heck's been on IR since before the season started. And Sheldon Rankins, with that knee, he practiced, which is big with the loss of Hassan Ridgeway. But the other part was the other folks that did not practice in practice today. There were a lot of starters and a lot of important pieces. No Jimmy Ward, no Blake Cashman, no Laramie Tunsil with a rest day. Neither one of the kickers practiced today. Damian Pierce, Steven Nelson didn't practice. Robert Woods and Nico Collins. No Will Anderson, no Jake Hansen, no Denzel Perryman, and no Andrew Beck. With Will Anderson and Andrew Beck, first Will Anderson reports he limped off the field in the second half against the Bucs. It's a soft tissue injury, and his status for Sunday's game against the Bengals is up in the air, so that's one to watch. And then Andrew Beck is regarded as questionable for Sunday's road game in Cincinnati with an ankle situation. That's from Aaron Wilson, who reports that. But that is interesting to see on a day like this, an important game, that many guys out and that many guys injured. So I know you've wanted that injured list to kind of go down after the bye week. It looks like it's going to be maybe 2 pages today, boy.
Yeah, it looks like it just keeps getting added to it. There was a little stretch there of a couple of weeks that it seemed to shrink a bit, but now it's just back to getting longer and longer. Here's the thing: is as I see all this, the biggest concern for me is on the defensive side of the football. You're fixing to face the biggest challenge that you faced all year long, and probably that you will face all year long in the Cincinnati Bengals offense with Joe Burrow and the three-headed monster that they are at the wide receiver position. They got dudes across the board. They got matchup problems. They can literally line up across the field and go, okay, where's the duck? And I don't even need to move my main receiver to it. I can just go to the duck, and I can attack with whoever he's covering at this point in time. So there's no hiding for this defense. So you're going to depend on all your cover guys, hopefully with Derek Stingley healthy, and you're going to depend on the best pass rush that you can get. The ability to pressure, the ability to mix this thing up defensively is an absolute must this week against the Cincinnati Bengals. So my biggest concern is how many of the guys you mentioned, whether it's a rest day or an injury, how many of those guys are on the defensive side of the ball?
Will Anderson, Steve Nelson, those are ones that really jump out as well. So we'll keep you updated when that official injury report comes out, and we'll see and get more information coming from the Texans then.
Big 3 at 3, number 2.
Lakers are in town. You guys get tickets? That's what I thought.
Yeah, I can't come off of it, man. I can't come off them kind of tickets for no basketball game, man.
I appreciate that.
I can't come off those kind of prices for nothing.
They had $69 tickets.
Nice.
Yeah, well, I don't want to watch ants run around on a basketball court either.
It's a good. I'm sure it's a good seat. It's not that big.
Yeah.
I was kind of shocked by them prices too, Clint.
I was blown away.
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, looked at basketball prices and
it's been a while. Yeah, I did not expect them to be up there.
That Lakers ticket, that LeBron ticket too, maybe got hiked up.
It's the first city night too. I don't know if that does anything.
Yeah, they're changing the court up, and CJ is shooting the.
Yep.
He's shooting a free throw before the game.
Yeah, you got to keep on. What's next?
Is he gonna have a Rockets jersey on?
Yep.
Yeah, it's got number 7 on it. I saw him printing it on social media.
I didn't know if he might pull out the old Lakers one. We know that he is a.
I bet we see LeBron give him his jersey after the game.
Huge Lakers fan. Yep. Which CJ is.
You think LeBron gives him his jersey after the game?
It wouldn't surprise me. LeBron shouted him out on Twitter after this last Sunday. He tweeted about Stroud, and he knows he's a big Lakers guy. So
I'm certain they got a handshake already.
You think so?
I feel like you're probably right.
I don't know if they've met, but I feel like LeBron has sent him instructions. LeBron may have come up with one himself and then
I can't believe you ain't going, man.
Sent him instructions. I got a
diagram with the hand motions they do.
Hey, I mean, he's over here getting a chubby thinking about a handshake, man. I can't believe you ain't going.
I'm beyond getting one. Listen, man, I got to feed the wife and kids, man. I got to feed the family, man. I got work tonight. I'm hot. I'm hot about it.
Hey, you can't even take it serious, can you, Tyler?
Yeah, I mean, you saved that money earlier this week on the Mad Dogs.
Great point.
Yeah.
You can at least feed Nicholas with that savings you had.
No, not him. The way he eats.
Dollar menu, bro.
No, not that. Ain't no dollar menu. Who's got a dollar menu now?
That's true.
Seriously, who's got one?
All the dollar menus are multiple dollars.
Taco Bell, I'd be ashamed with themselves with some of the things they got rolling on that menu.
Well, I mean, Tyler gets post 2 a.m. prices, so you have to stay up.
I had Taco Bell last night.
That miniature, they gave you a miniature ass tortilla with some potatoes and some cheese in it. Here, that's $1. Roll up. Get out of here with that
potato roll up,
cinnamon twist.
Roll up. Them ain't $1, I don't think. All right, but no, it's a big one. Big one tonight for the Rockets. I think this is one, especially with the injuries that the Lakers potentially have. We'll see if AD goes tonight. He's a game-time decision. But this is a very winnable game for the Rockets. And the Rockets are playing really well. And the Lakers, they played terribly on the road. They're 0-4 on the road. This is a very, very winnable game. And I think as we've seen and what the Rockets have done, this is a step of games that they should at least, at the very least, even if the Lakers have AD tonight, should be competitive. I think that's what they're showing. They just blew out the Kings 2 in a row, and they've been competitive in every game really, except for that first one against the Magic. I expect them to be competitive at the very least tonight against the Lakers.
You got me. I'll tune in.
It's recorded. It's recorded at the house.
Oh, because you got to work. Yeah. I'm gonna tune in, not record it. I'm gonna have it on. I'm gonna have it on the big screen, man.
I did. I tried to get that. I tried to get what I need to do moved up earlier today. No dice.
Son of a guns, man.
Yeah, I couldn't. Guy had to do a radio show or something.
Yes, somebody else had to work, huh?
Yeah, but no, it'll be a big one tonight. Dylan Brooks already talking. We'll see that matchup. I bet you Dylan Brooks has no less than 5 fouls tonight. I think he may come close to fouling out of this game. Dylan Brooks.
Do you think LeBron legitimately dislikes him?
I don't think so. He had some really nice things to say about it.
Yeah, LeBron took the high road earlier today.
this is Dylan. I mean, this is Dylan who has done all of the silliness.
It's not often LeBron takes the high road, though.
Oh, sure he does.
No.
Yeah, he does. He'll tell you about how good he is. He'll take the high road about other players.
Kind of a doucher thing to do.
Dylan, I'm not even gonna get involved with it because I know what you're trying to do to me, right? And I'm gonna take the high road.
That was a good read.
And not talk about your football team.
Son of a.
Big 3 at 3. Number 3.
God, Haynes King is killing it for Georgia Tech. All right, Scott Boras.
Do they have a better record?
Huh?
Does Georgia Tech have a better record?
Scott Boras.
I think so. I think Haynes King. Check out Haynes King's numbers versus Mac Johnson. Let's take a look at it. Scott Boras said that the Astros have expressed a desire to extend Jose Altuve and Alex Bregman, but they have not been in discussions to make it happen yet. Your thoughts, are these two guys that you would like to see extended and like long-term over the next 3 to 5 years, Altuve and Bregman? Are those guys that you would?
Yeah, absolutely. For me,
Altuve's a shoe-in is easy.
Both of them for me are guys that both of them for me are guys that I'd love to see remain an Astro.
If they had somebody like a Pena, like a Kyle Tucker to replace Springer or the way they did with Correa at third base, that'd be something I'd look at because, I mean, it does feel like Bregman has kind of come down. It's been a minute since we've seen him play at that. He's been good, don't get me wrong, but it's been a minute since we've seen him play at that 2019 level where he was insane. And so that like the way they've operated with Springer and Correa, that'd be one I would look at, but I don't think they have anybody. Like, I'm not ready to say, hey, Mauricio Dubon, go play third base. You be the guy the rest of the way. No. Altuve, to me, is in, like, Derek Jeter mode. If I'm Jim Crane, he would be an Astro for the rest of his life. Like,
for damn sure.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, even if he has some steps back, like, and I understand some people will be like, issues. Even if he dropped, I mean, if he's 37, 38, whatever, like, he's got potential records coming with the 3,000 hits potentially and other things. That to me, that needs to be done in an Astros jersey. And he'd just be one I'd bite the bullet for and just say, I mean, you're going to be here the rest of the way. Anybody else, I don't know about that. So we'll see what happens there, but it is at least something that the Astros are interested in doing. All right. Can we finally put something to bed with the Houston Texans? Finally, Clint, I know you're going to love this. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right. Well, I tell you what else a lot of folks out there are loving is that full head of beautiful hair they got. If they do have it, congratulations, man. Look, studies show.
.610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive from the text line 713-572-4610. I mean, these are back-to-back texts. Lakers tickets could have been the get-back for your wife's Beyonce tickets, Ron. Ron, your wife went to Beyonce and paid like $2,000 a seat. Y'all don't know how much she paid.
These are good points.
I don't know how much she paid a seat, but you can't go see Bron. It's not. It ain't about not buying the tickets. She want to go. No, I got some work. I got work to do. I got a little podcast action I got to do tonight. I can't get out of it. I'm mad. It's usually Thursdays, but it got moved up.
I'm gonna tell you, if I was doing a podcast with you, there ain't many excuses I'd accept. But knowing you the way I know you, if you said, "Hey, man,
going to go see the King,"
and you right in my backyard, man, right on the corner from work, 10 minutes from work, I can be there. I'd find a way for it.
Cheryl, are they coming back here? Cheryl, are the Lakers coming back here? I need to look at that.
I can't believe them guys you work with ain't just didn't bend over backwards to make sure you're able to get to that game, man.
I certainly can.
It's the producer he prefers, so he's probably going to make it up to him.
I have heard him talk a lot about that old boy.
Yeah.
Day one.
Look, the only way you can look at that, Tyler, is there's no way for you to overcome that one.
Never.
So don't lose any sleep.
That's not true.
Yeah, you can't. He's never going to be able to one up day one. That's just that cannot be on his list.
I mean, he could.
Can't be on it. Tyler can make his own list.
He could expire.
He can expire?
Well, we all expire.
He could expire.
I am retired and damn near expired.
He can expire. Nah, man, you got a shot, man. Just keep working at it.
Next time you want to do a podcast, I'm sure you'll just ask your old producer. He seems to be your preference, you know?
Yeah, and his company. All right, his company that pays me. All right, can we put this to bed, people out there? Like, listen, man, some people want to die on heels. And listen, I don't. Let Cousin Ron help you. I don't die on heels. All right? I'll be honest with you. I don't really give a rip about being right. I mean, do I prefer? Sure, it'd be nice. I don't give a rip about being right. If there's new evidence, I take it. Can we put to bed that Dameon Pierce is the problem with the run game? Can we put to bed that, Dameon Pierce isn't the right fit for this run scheme is the reason why? Like, I've heard some of you do it. Larry, you've been one who've called in repeatedly and done it. Many of you text in. It's not him. It's not. It's the run scheme. Like, let Devin Singletary roll in there. And then Devin rolled in with his 2 yards of carry. Getting hit in the backfield. Maybe making the first guy miss 1 out of the 7 times he got hit. Can we at least acknowledge that Dameon Pierce is out of this game? They didn't run the ball worth nothing. Very similar to what they have done all season. And can we at least acknowledge and put that to bed that it is a Dameon Pierce problem? I just like we can do that now, right? We watched it. He didn't play. And listen, I know Vita Vea is good, but it wasn't Vita just making every one of those plays. And by the way, Vita was coming through. You would think someone would get a finger on him multiple times, just missed. Can we do that now? Right? Are you ready to do that, Clint?
Oh, I've been ready. I've been ready. Look, I'm wrong a lot. but this one I knew damn good and well I wasn't wrong on. Now, somebody, at some point, there's going to be a running back this year. Again, break a 40-yarder, and his average is going to be up over 4 yards, or he may go for 100, and it may be Dameon Pierce. It may be, it doesn't matter. It may be any of the three guys. Hell, it may be Dare Ogunbowale. After him kicking that damn field goal, maybe you want to give him a shot.
Maybe give him a shot.
Hell, he's living right.
Maybe he can run through people, like physically.
Literally run through. As soon as they get the handoff.
Maybe he's an X-Men.
Yeah, I mean, so, look, at some point, somebody's going to produce on one run here or there. But the run game, the whole point is you got to consistently be able to chip away. You got to consistently create opportunities for these guys, whether it's a hole big enough you can drive a Mack truck through, or if it's everybody's blocked up except for one player, and that you got to make that one player miss. They're not creating opportunities for these guys, and so it's not about one player. It's never been about one player.
No.
I mean, truth be told, all these guys have done a tremendous job of protecting the football.
Yeah, and I'm not going to sit here and say that Dameon Pierce is Christian McCaffrey when it comes to running in that zone scheme and cut back all the time. But let's not act like it ain't somebody waiting for him in these holes to cut back.
Yeah, when Dameon cuts back, there's 2 or 3 dudes just cleaning it like a second wave of defenders.
Right, like it wasn't that it wasn't to me. Also, I didn't watch that, and listen. Shout out to him. He got a little action where I thought, boy, if they'd have gave him Mike Boone a couple of more carries, that would have changed it. I mean, my man, Devin rushed the ball 13 times for 26 yards. A smooth 2 yards
right on the
carry.
Button, huh? Yeah, it's just not. They're just not good at all up front, and when it comes to the run game. I've said this before. I mean, I feel like I'm beating a dead horse, but it's still true. So from week to week, it bears repeating. I mean, you've got guys that can't execute the basic of basic run blocking principles. Like you just cannot. Like Titus Howard. What is Titus Howard making after this year? They extended him, right? This is year 5 for him.
He got I think somewhere close to 40 guaranteed.
I mean, he is making a boatload of money, and now he's playing guard. But I don't care if you're playing guard, center, tackle. I don't care. Pulling and kicking out a defensive end that is not named T.J. Watt, that is not named Myles Garrett, that is not a smaller, shiftier tight end, just a guy that just comes upfield and all you got to do is kick him out.
Annual average 18.6 a year.
I mean, head down and completely whiffing on him. The week before that, didn't get your eyes up quick enough to even get a hand on Brian Burns 2 different times. I mean, it's just – and look, I'm talking about Titus Howard because those are the ones that those are the blatant obvious ones that I've seen highlights of. But it's happening across the board. Absolutely. It don't matter who you put in there, folks. It doesn't. It's going to be a struggle until they get that right up front.
Yeah, I just I didn't want Dameon Pierce to miss a game or anything.
Right.
But when you saw this, I know people couldn't have been saying like, oh, I guess the same thing's happening, and now Damien's not playing. Same thing's happening. Like for me, I never once thought, boy, Motor's about to break out for 120 today. It's just not. Like, I hope we can finally put that to bed, that it is a Dameon Pierce problem. All right, coming up, it is Wednesday. We'll let you hear from the quarterback, C.J. Stroud. He talks to the media on Wednesday. We'll have that for you and carry that for you right here on Sports Radio 610. The quarterback, you'll hear from him coming up next.
All right, Clint Stoerner here, and I got to tell you about Coshada Casino Resort. Who wouldn't enjoy a
can send more holiday joy from the comfort of home. The United States Postal Service, delivering for America. Ship from home at USPS.com/holidayjoy.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive, as we like to do each Wednesday, Clint. CJ Stroud, he talks to the media. We like to bring it to the people because he seems to always not only just win the press conference because of how successful he has been at the start of his career, but he gives insight and gives us good things to hear. You can really hear his knowledge of the game and everything he's putting into it during the week. So it's always good to hear from CJ on Wednesdays.
Two dudes on in the whole organization over there that I think are must listen every week. No matter what's happening, you got to stop and listen to them. And that's C.J. Stroud and Bobby Slowick. Obviously, they're producing, so you want to listen to them. But as you said, both of them very transparent, not afraid to go into depth on plays and players and concepts and what's going on and how they're trying, their own failures. It is entertaining, no doubt about it. And C.J. Stroud is obviously at the top of that list with Bobby right there at number 2 for me.
Here's a quarterback. Here is C.J. Stroud, who is speaking to the media as he does each and every Wednesday.
Time the ball is snapped, you get it to Singletary, did you get the pitch, and what was Bobby's reaction when you came off the field?
It was a pin pull play, and he made a cut, and I just kind of open and was telling him. I didn't tell him to I was telling him, come on. Either pitch it to me or I'm going to block for you. And the corner was either going to take me or him. So he took him and he just threw it. So it was just a football play. That's me and football players. So it was a cool play.
Bobby say anything about it?
He just said be careful and make sure you take care of the ball. If I didn't catch it, then there'd probably be a problem. But I catch the ball probably every other play. So I'm trying to do my best just to get my hands on it and get as many yards as I can and get out of bounds. So he wasn't upset or anything, but just told us to be careful.
How much pressure was that shot today with the Rockets? What pressure is kind of on you with the teammates?
From them, it's a lot. For myself, I'm not putting no pressure. My basketball days are long over, but I'm excited to go and do it, but I'm not really thinking about it too much. I'm just go support and have fun. Not really.
Support who? Lakers, Rockets?
Both. I was told I can't wear any Lakers gear, so. But I'll rock with the Rockets players, so,
CJ, when you think about the matchup, you and Joe both play against.
Damn, Aaron, no fun, man. No, I'm just kidding. I'm playing, bro. I'm just messing with you.
All football, I guess. When you think about the matchup, so you and Joe don't play against each other, lead your team's offenses. What do you think about Joe as a quarterback and kind of you guys going head-to-head for the first time?
Yes, Joe's somebody I respect a lot. I was a big fan of his, especially when he was at LSU. And then, of course, he was at Ohio State, so we got that kind of similarity. And we met each other over the summer, and we got to talk about some things that we kind of had some similarities with, being Buckeyes and stuff like that. And he had a lot of great advice for me, and that I'm still using to this day. So somebody I look up to, and really happy that he's getting it rolling, and he's having a great season so far. Definitely think that he's an MVP of this league. He's a top 5 player every year. Has shown that ever since his second year. Really had a really good rookie year as well, but sadly got hurt. But a lot of things to learn from that guy. He's a hell of a leader and a really good person, and somebody that only isn't looking out for himself, but I mean he's shot me a text over the year and congratulated me on some success and things like that, and gave me some advice and things like that. So shout out to Joe, man. I'm excited to line up against him and compete against those guys, and I have a lot of respect for him.
CJ, if I could take you off the field one more time. Have you ever gotten a chance to speak with LeBron, and when you look at him and what he has done throughout his career and with his mindset and his willingness to always strive for greatness, do you see that in yourself as well?
Yeah, I mean, LeBron is somebody I've been looking up to. I mean, he's been doing it for so long. ever since I've been a kid. I don't want to like make him feel old, but like, man, he's been doing it a long time. And that's just testament to not only who he is, but the people he's surrounded around himself. And for me, I look up to him not only on the court and his work ethic there, but off the court, the businessman he is, the leader he is. He takes a stand for things publicly, and somebody that I think not only as a black athlete I can look up to him, but just as an athlete in general. He stands for so many things, so it's nothing for respect for him. And I haven't got to meet him yet. I mean, I know he is an Ohio State fan, and I know he's been supporting me with that, and I appreciate him for that. And it doesn't go unnoticed, and I really like it's a blessing. It's a dream come true, because I mean, I know like other athletes can admit to this. Is like, of course, you want to have respect from your opponents and like guys, but you really want respect from guys in other sports. Like basketball players want to be football players, and football players want to be basketball players, and we all want to play baseball. Like, so we all got respect for each other. So it's cool to get some love from the basketball guys and the guys in the NBA. So it's a blessing.
Great answer. You're listening to C.J. Stroud, quarterback of the Houston Texans.
I ain't gonna lie. Like, I really think. I think he would be pretty good, but I don't know if he'd be like super dominant like he would be. Like, them hits stack up, but people are physical with him, and he always gets up and really tough. So I would like to see him. Like, I know a couple years ago he was thinking about playing for the Browns or something crazy, or the Cowboys. I thought that would be cool, but I think going from football to basketball would be a lot easier than basketball going to football. But I mean, I've had some heated debates with some guys over the summer, some NBA cats, and they feel otherwise. So.
Talked about him speaking up and standing on issues. You did that yourself on Sunday. I'm curious what kind of response you got from just the public or media, anybody from what you had to say about criminal justice, and also, I guess more specifically, what is it that just kind of give you a chance to maybe thought about it a little bit.
Yeah, I've gotten a lot of feedback from it. A lot of people are saying that they're proud of me of just kind of being so vulnerable with something that's personally in my life. And for me, honestly, I just wanted to shine light not only on my dad's situation, but on the situation of just really publicly of what's going on in our criminal justice system. And I've even learned more through working with Reform. And their nonprofit and things like that. Like, I've gotten to have a couple dinners and meetings with those guys. Like, I got to talk to Michael Rubin, who's a really good friend of mine, and a leader in our culture as well, and in the world. And he was really proud of me for even saying something, because and I told him, like, man, it's easy to kind of be vocal about stuff when you have other guys doing the same thing, you know. So it's not just me out here trying to push the envelope. And for me, I know I always wanted to shine light on that, but my dad actually asked me not to. He always wanted just me to focus on ball. And for me, I mean, I honestly did it just to shine light on it, and not just for his situation, but for the whole thing. And I think, like I said on Sunday, like, yeah, don't get me wrong, like, you make a mistake and it's criminal, whatever the case may be. Yeah, you should do whatever you have to do to pay it back to whatever that means. You know what I mean? Like, whatever crime you commit, like, you have to reap the consequences for that. But at the same time, like, these are still people, you know. And we do this for people. We send money out to other countries and stuff like that, and Lord knows what they're doing over there with the money. You know, I'm not super political and everything, but I respect all walks of life. I love for everybody, and that's what the Lord asks us to do. So for me, I just try to do my best and shine light on things that not only personally affect me, but affect people, and I can see with my own eyes. I can feel that, you know. So,
CJ, earlier this season, after you guys beat the Steelers, you said that you wanted Texan fans. They deserve to feel special. You wanted to walk around with the pride, wearing Texan gear. After getting that win, like you guys did in that fashion last Sunday, how much do you think a win like that means to the fan base, and how do you perceive that?
Yeah, I think it's huge. I think for so long, I mean, they've been like just fiending for a good Texan season or a good Texan team, just something to be excited for other than the Astros, So, and the Rockets playing good. So for us, I think like for D'Amico especially, like he played for the Texans. He's been in Houston for a long time, and that was one of his main goals, is just to make people want to be around again. And I think we're doing that. So it's an honor, man, to have people kind of tune back in and seeing every week. I feel like we get more people in the crowd. Honestly, when we played the Colts, it's my first time in a long time not playing in front of a full stadium. I just wanted to be back to that, because even Case tells me when he first got here, the games used to be cracking, just everybody used to come out, from fans to celebrities to, and I feel like we have a good buzz now, and now it's time to take it to the next level. On the field, it starts, and then off the field, just with the support from fans. So we appreciate it, man. Even y'all getting there early for warm-ups, it brings the team energy. It might not seem like it, but it makes us want to play harder, So it's definitely something that I feel like we got to keep rolling, but it has to be earned. It's not just given, So we got to go on the field and make plays and make people want to come.
CJ, I'm sure you've heard from a million people since your big game on Sunday. I was wondering, are there any messages that stood out or anyone that surprised you that reached out to you since then?
I'm not really on social media during the season. I went on just to tell people thank you, and I really didn't look at anything new. So I don't really know. I just told family and friends thank you. I appreciate watching the game and just stuff like that. But maybe after the year I'll see. I'm not sure. But I don't know. I feel like maybe it goes both ways. I get a lot of love and then I get the other side. So I don't try to ride the wave. I just try to stay even keel and not even look at certain things. But for those who have reached out, I appreciate it. I know Warren Moon did. Somebody told me that, and I really appreciate that. I watched him growing up my whole life. So just his highlights and things like that. And it's a blessing to have a legend tune in and give you your flowers for a pretty cool day. But just I know he would probably tell me, man, I'm on to the next, and I want to go do it again. So it's going to be hard. This Bengals team is really solid, so got to bring my A game, but it's been cool.
CJ, got time for two more, guys.
CJ, D'Amico mentioned your ability to stay Dalton, the route you talked about against the Falcons, and then you talked about Noah just that route. Where did you feel like that came from? Where does that, have you always been instinctive that way in your ability? And can you just talk about it?
Yeah, I don't know. I can go all the way back to being really, really young. And you guys, my youth coach is around, and you guys have seen a couple of my coaches come to the games. He'll probably be here soon, but man, he'll tell y'all since I've been young, I've always had a little nuance and idea. Just trying to be the coach on the field, and I don't try to step on anybody's toes. I know Bobby does a great job with that, but he actually it seems like he appreciates it when I have some feedback, helps him out, and I always kind of can feel the sense of the game. And I don't ever try to do too much with it, but I know I've been playing football for a pretty long time, and even though I'm a rookie and I'm still young in this league, I can kind of feel the game out a little bit, and try to get a little twist to something or do something to make a play. But at the same time, I remember I think I was talking to a veteran quarterback in the off season, and he was like, "Man, don't get bored with the boring stuff." And that stuck out to me. So just I loved making cool plays on the sideline, I love taking the check down and just moving it and going 1st and 10 to 2nd and 6. That's huge for Bobby and play calling and stuff like that. So I try to play both ways, but at the same time, man, I love playing on my instincts as well. And it's been a blessing to have that God-given gift to kind of fill the game out.
You're going to be playing in front of a lot of Ohio State fans Sunday. Is going back to Ohio special for you?
Yeah, man, I'm excited. No, it'll be a couple Ohio State fans there maybe, but I know they'll probably be booing me that day. So it is what it is, and I'm excited to go back to Ohio and play. Wish it was a little colder, but nah, I'm happy it's not cold. But nah, yeah, for sure, I'm excited. All right, man, y'all be blessed.
That's C.J. Stroud, Houston Texans quarterback. Hell, you get the head coach yesterday right here on Sports Radio 610, D'Amico Ryans, and
C.J. also.
Here you get the quarterback, C.J. Stroud. We'll react to that. There was one thing that stuck out there for me that late in that press conference right there. There's one thing at least that stuck out. Ron, I'm sure there are a few things that stuck out to you. We'll react to C.J. Stroud next. And J.J. Watt said what? He had some pretty glaring things to say about the Houston Texans, promising things to say about the Houston Texans. We'll have that audio for you, and we'll cuss and discuss next. But before we do that, I got to tell you about these cold Coors Light. I tell you, every time I see John McClain out, he's got a cold Coors Light in his hand. I was out with Ron last Friday doing our show, and I'll be damned if I didn't look over there and he didn't have one of them wolf killers in his hand, turning that thing up. He's a long neck bottle guy, by the way. He likes him long neck bottles. But here's the deal: when you drink cold Coors Light, it doesn't matter whether you drink bottles, cans, or aluminum pints. There's little mountains on the side of every can, bottle, or aluminum pint, and when those mountains are bright blue.
Live with Stoerner and Hughley. Clint Stoerner's Football at 4.
All right, real quick, little housekeeping. Thursday, that's tomorrow. I think we're at Buffalo Wild Wings in Katy. That's right, Ron? Buffalo Wild Wings out on the west side. If you're out in that direction, we'll get you the precise location here in a bit. But on the west side at Buffalo Wild Wings, and then we go hard east, ladies and gentlemen. We go hard east to O'Neill's on the Water in Baytown, Texas. East side, stand up one time and represent. I like for when Ron Hughley comes to my city for the people to represent and see what
we're in Baytown, baby.
What we got cooking over there. O'Neill's on the Water, baby. It'll be a good time. So both sides, west side and east side, Thursday, Friday, come check us out. Also, the Texans got they got some tickets available, y'all. They come home after the Cincinnati Bengals game. They come home for I think 3 straight games. Ain't that right, Ron?
I believe so.
They come home for 3 straight games, and I'm gonna be honest. As a Texans fan, I heard a lot of clamoring this week. Everywhere I went, man, did you hear how loud it was? Man, did you hear how loud it was? I hadn't heard NRG that loud in several years, since back the Buffalo game or whatever it may be. Right now is the time, man. Let's fill that place up for them 3 consecutive games. The Texans got a chance to make a run. I don't
know what else they got to do to get you to come on through.
That's it. Get on the north side of 500. Get on the north side of 500 and make a run here towards the end of the season. And everybody in that building over there, hell, CJ just did it. They've all told us how important and how helpful it is if Texans Nation is representing. So get your tickets, get to the game, get there early, get loud, because you're making a difference, y'all. CJ Stroud just spoke to the media. We brought it to you right here on Sports Radio 610. There was one thing specifically that's football related. CJ, I by the way, I really like the way CJ goes into different, more difficult things off the field. He's not afraid to discuss them. He's not afraid to be vulnerable with some of them. I mean, when I say vulnerable, I mean just not necessarily knowing precisely exactly what, all the details are, but he's okay with putting it out there. He did that several times. Go back to the 341 segment on the Odyssey app. Hit that rewind feature. You can hear the whole thing. But on the field stuff that C.J. Stroud spoke about, something really, really stuck out to me. And, of course, with my man T. Mill behind the glass over here, during a break, as if he doesn't have enough going on, he pulls this little nugget for me out of what C.J. Stroud just said. Here's C.J. Stroud, and he's talking about his instincts on the field, which I think are probably the number one most impressive thing about C.J. Stroud. Here he is on his instincts.
Since I've been young, I've always had a little nuance and idea, just trying to be the coach on the field. And I don't try to step on anybody's toes. I know Bobby does a great job with that, but he actually it seems like he appreciates it when I have some feedback, helps him out, and I always kind of can feel the sense of the game. And I don't ever try to do too much with it, but I know I've been playing football for a pretty long time, and even though I'm a rookie and I'm still young in this league, I can kind of feel the game out a little bit and try to get a little twist to something or do something to make a play.
I love the fact that the instincts are there. I think it's the one thing you can't coach. I believe it's the most powerful thing that CJ has going for him right now. Among some really, really powerful things, I think the instincts are the top of the list. But the one part of that clip that Tyler cut right there that really, once again, just turns me on is when he says, I don't want to step on anybody's toes with it. He said, Bobby Slowick is really good at, and I'm assuming he's talking about game planning and play calling and all that kind of jive. He said, but actually, Bobby's cool with it. It is so refreshing, and it's so critical, and it's so integral to his success, so important to his success, that Bobby Slowick is open to things like that. That's open to allowing this kid to play with his instincts. That's open to having a dialogue on the sideline of hey, we'll draw this thing up in the dirt. And then Bobby Slowick feels confident enough, trusts CJ enough to go, hey, man, here's what we've seen the entire ball game. The game's on the line. There's 10 seconds left. We're going to get in a bunch formation to the right. We're going to use a little double post action. And Noah Brown, I need you to step on the toes of the safety and pull him across. Tank Dell, I need you to head nod outside to buy a little bit of time and a little bit of space. Cross face this corner. Dalton Schultz, I need you to hold the underneath defender. And CJ, you just throw a back line about goalpost high and let Tank Dell go get it. Drawn up. And that's the kind of instinct, communication, that's the kind of teamwork that you have on the sideline with the Houston Texans. And once again, it's highlighted. It's refreshing to watch that, and it's very, very powerful on game day, Ron.
It's why I asked D'Amico yesterday, y'all still treat him like a rookie.
Mm-hmm.
And he cut out of it and said, oh, he's still a rookie. But no, I don't think they do. Like, I wonder how many of the other rookie quarterbacks feel comfortable and have the confidence from the coaching staff to be allowed to have that kind of feedback given.
I bet you they're not. Right. I bet you they're not even remotely close to being at a point where they can make suggestions, much less drawing up game-winning touchdowns. Right? Like if you remember correctly, the Atlanta game where they took the lead was a C.J. Stroud idea that Bobby greenlit. Right? That Bobby said, "Cool, go run it," and it worked. And now all of a sudden you got Bobby and CJ kind of putting their head together on something that they've seen throughout the ball game to go out and win the thing in the final seconds. I mean, that is just and to your point, the other quarterbacks in the league, hell, I bet you Kenny Pickett ain't doing that. You know what I mean? I bet you some of the second and third year quarterbacks aren't doing that. I mean, that's let's be honest, bro. That's Pat Mahomes type stuff. I mean, that's Pat, Travis Kelce, Andy Reid type stuff. Hey, let's go over here and draw something up in the dirt and then go do it on an NFL Sunday and win a game by scoring 39 points. I mean, that's Jalen Hurts and what them boys are doing offensively. This is some of the best offensive minds and quarterback combos in the game are doing what C.J. Stroud 2 months into his career and Bobby Slowick 2 months into his play calling career, what they're doing within 2 months. Some of the best in the game are doing it. So it's just, again, my squad, the Texans, it's refreshing to know that that's what we got on our sideline, and that's what we can look forward to every damn Sunday when we buy a ticket or when we go to a game and see our squad play. It's absolutely beautiful. C.J. Stroud, once again, God bless you, my man. Blue 80, easy, white 90. God bless you too, C.J. Stroud. That's what I was looking for right there. J.J. Watt said what? J.J. Watt went on the Pat McAfee show today. And J.J. Watt, as Tyler said it, I mean, he's just dropping dimes week in, week out on the McAfee show. McAfee's got this thing figured out, right? I mean, pay some of the biggest names in sports, the hottest names in sports. Just pay them whatever they want to make a one weekly appearance for about 15, 20 minutes, and then watch the rest of the world pull your audio, plug your show, and run with it. It's absolutely beautiful. But here we are with J.J. Watt on the Pat McAfee show earlier. Speaking of JJ, what do you think about, or what did you think about CJ's game-winning touchdown?
Oh, man, it is so much fun to watch. And the most exciting thing for me is to watch how he's got this city rallying again, how he's got this fan base excited and invigorated, because it is a great fan base. And I love to see that they have something to cheer for and something to be excited. He throws this game-winning touchdown with no time left, like drove the team down the field. And then immediately after he throws that touchdown, you know, some teams are going to go down, dogpile their guy, get so excited. He's cool. He's calm. He's collected. He's like, yeah, this is what we do. This is what we do. And then you look at D'Amico on the sideline, and D'Amico's like, yeah, this is what we do. Like, it's not crazy. It's not going nuts. It's like, yeah, we expect to win these games.
I didn't think about it, Ron, to be completely honest with you. I was so blown away with CJ's overall performance and Bobby Slowick's performance and Tank Dell's performance. And from a pass game perspective, really the entire offense's performance in the second half, that I never even thought to watch and soak up CJ's response to what happened. I did see, I remember the response. If you said, hey, what do you remember from Sunday response-wise? I remember D'Amico smiling when Dare Ogunbowale kicked a field goal.
Yeah.
I didn't even think about the composure that was shown and the almost like, hey, I've been there before. I plan on doing this multiple times. This isn't a big deal. Response, composure from C.J. Stroud. I don't remember even watching that, but JJ's right. That's big time.
Yeah, I'll just leave it at that.
You don't like that. You'd rather him beat his chest and run around and
I wouldn't have thought any differently if he'd have sprinted down there the way Tom Brady would have done it and grabbed Tank Dell. Like I get what he's saying, but like had he lost his mind too, I would have been I wouldn't have felt any different if he'd have gone down there and celebrated with him. He had his way of celebrating. He was chill. But if he'd have gone down there and run like Tom has, I would have been. It wouldn't have been that big a deal to me either. It didn't change me or make me think like, hey man, he's.
Yeah, I think there's.
He's feeling it.
I think there's something there of like when a guy does something like that of staying even keel, because that same guy is the same guy that stays even keel when it's super negative. Trust me, this is coming from a guy that like I was an absolute. I mean, just. I was high and low, and worry about it and think about it, good, bad, or indifferent. Now on the field, I've always kept my composure, good, bad, or indifferent. But like mentally, I was up and down all over the place, and so I don't know. I like the it's that I don't dislike the other stuff. Yeah, I just like the cool, calm, collected. Hey, let's get to the sideline, and we've done this before. Let's move. I do. I like it. I'm with JJ. I do like it. Here's JJ. Here's the gold nugget right here from JJ in terms of what he's seen from the Texans, C.J. Stroud, DeMeco Ryans, his thoughts on the Texans organization as a whole right now.
I think between those two guys and the rest of the roster they're building in the next, 2 or 3 years, if they do these off seasons right, a lot of free agents are going to want to come to Houston because of what they're building. They truly are about to open up a Super Bowl window here, and it's an exciting time.
I didn't even think about Houston being a destination. Texas, Texas, and also Houston, land of Vegas.
Yeah. Sweet.
You know what I mean? People do enjoy old H-Top.
Hey, Pat. It's a damn destination whether you're playing football or not, damn it. I mean, what are you talking about? Guy from Indy talking about, I never thought about Texas as a destination. The hell's wrong with you, Pat McAfee? Well, are you kidding me? I'm one of your biggest fans, and you done pissed me off. The hell are you talking about? I never thought about it. I never thought about it. Are you kidding me?
What a dingo.
Who in the hell doesn't ever think about that? Are you crazy? I mean, Ron couldn't wait to get here. There ain't no doubt about it, man.
Couldn't wait. I loved it.
But Ron,
one of the best things I've ever done.
But Ron, the point, the 2 points here. The Houston Texans organization being a football destination for highly sought after free agents and a Super Bowl window in the next 2 or 3 years potentially opening up. Your thoughts?
Absolutely. Like JJ is dead on that. Now I may not agree with the calm, cool, collected celebration or celebrate your ass off, but he is right on the money with this one, Clint. The Texans, Nick Caserio, and obviously it's green lit by the owners and the McNair family, and DeMeco, who has a lot of. They need to be ultra aggressive. The great thing about what C.J. Stroud has shown you is that you already know that you got almost pure confidence that you're going to be signing C.J. Stroud to another contract. Like the odds that C.J. Stroud just falls apart and completely does something different is very, very, very slim. So you know that already. You know you got your dude. That means you go and attack and build, and you go after any kind of weapon you can go get because this thing is open. And now it's this is the best opportunity the next 2 or 3 years to be able to put the best roster possible around C.J. Stroud because he's making rookie money. And that's what the attack should be. The Eagles did it with others. They got another year before his big money kicks in, right? The Bills tried to do this. We saw the Chargers try to do this. That's what. They've got to attack it right now. So, hell yeah, they should be operating right now. The Super Bowl window in this offseason is fit.
And I, for one, Ron, agree wholeheartedly with you. I don't think it is a stretch when you got a head coach that is this impressive, who happens to be a great defensive mind. That's going nowhere. The quarterback that's this impressive in year one, you got him for 4 more years after this on the cheap. That's going absolutely nowhere. And the rest of the pieces, I believe, can fall in place. Bobby Slowick, how long do you keep him? I think he stays here. As much as he loves DeMeco Ryans, I think he stays here until he takes a head job. Who knows when that'll be? So yeah, I think for the foreseeable future, this is definitely a destination, a football destination for free agents. And given what we've seen from the biggest the biggest players in this organization, there's no reason to think that over the next 2 or 3 years we don't see a Super Bowl window opening up.
No, I'm with that on that, and that should be the game plan, to attack, and get real difference makers, because this is the time you'll be able to spend to do that. All right, big game for the Rockets tonight against the Lakers. What's the expectation? And, guys, our trusty producer is getting close. He's getting close, and he's going to need your help. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Oh, King Ding-a-ling in there.
Let we go. Join the drive with Stoerner and Hughley, live from O'Neill's Sports Bar in Baytown. NFL this week? The best football show with Brian Baldinger is just what you need. Baldy breaks down the most exciting moments and biggest performances around the league, all in the time it takes you to drive to the office. Just follow the best football show in the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Hey, welcome back into The Drive. Come hang out with The Drive tomorrow. We'll be in Katy, and it'll be a fun time tomorrow as we hang out a little Thirsty Thursday. Katy Drive. Come hang out with us. Park Road Drive in Katy. That's the Buffalo Wild Wings we'll be at tomorrow, a little Thirsty Thursday. So come hang out with us as we hang out with the good people at Buffalo Wild Wings. Shout out to our friends at Bud Light who helped put that together. Come out for some good wings, some good drinks, and some good times as we'll hang out tomorrow. So hang out with us in Katy, Park Road Drive location. As the drive will be there live and in color starting at 2 o'clock. So come hang out with us. Clint and the people, let's do this right now, man. Tyler's getting close, folks.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Tyler,
I don't either.
I'm very interested.
Tyler is getting close, folks, and we need your help right now. Tyler's 28 followers away from getting to 10,000. He's 28 followers away from Twitter, X, whatever the hell Elon's calling it. He's 28 followers away. Let's get there. I need him to get to 10,000, over 10,000 by 5 o'clock.
We've done these telethons before.
It's 427, damn it. Follow him right now.
We've done these telethons before.
Yes,
they work.
The Twitter-thons
I'll take it.
Before. We've done it. All right. He's just 26 away. All right.
Let's go.
I'm not moving on until it gets past it. 7 out there listening right now.
We will not.
All right, we're doing these telethons. He's giving everything he's got. Do you know what it means when you cross the 10,000 mark of followers right now on X?
Deal.
Okay, this is Tyler Milner, married, has dogs. Executive.
How do you know exactly where he's at? Like,
executive producers, executive producer of this great program, The Drive. And I say program in the way that that Dabo Sweeney says.
Oh, I get
the Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. He bets on sports. Gig 'em forever. Don't hold that against him. We need it right now. We need it right now. Open up your hearts and open up your minds and go to @T-Mill Real Deal. We got to get him to 10.
How do you know how close he is?
I'm looking at it. I'm looking at it right now. I'm looking at it.
10,000's a big deal, man.
Is it different on a laptop than it is on your phone?
I don't know. We're getting there.
All I can see is 9.9.
I'm at 9986. All right? We just saw it. 9986. Come on.
So you're 14 from it.
Come on now.
9988.
Right now. @T-Mill Real Deal. All right?
9990.
Come on. 9990. Let's go. 10 away. All right? He's worked real hard. Once again. 9996. Once again. 4 away. Let's do this.
Dude,
all right? This is wild. He is an executive producer once again. He's married, lovely wife. He has tried to help Houston and has stayed away from all sporting events after he is clearly a part of the Milner. We've done it.
There it is.
10K. We've done it.
Yeah.
In a minute and a half. That is beautiful.
97.
That was as quick as Tyler is, folks.
Wait till you see what happens
in the bedroom. How about that?
Wait till you see what happens when they start sending you stuff after 10,000.
Come on, man. They send you. There we go. We did it. I love it when the Drive family participates. Damn it, Tyler. There you go.
We put our mind to something.
Text in. Got you, T-Mill. Some jackass said I just unfollowed Tyler. Well, sir, to you or ma'am, your mama. Now, let's go. Here we go, baby.
That would be awful.
What?
If it
started declining,
that'd be bull crap. No, I don't even put that in the atmospheres.
Well, who's the texter just did?
The texter's a
I'm thinking,
jackass, man.
I'm thinking
an evil person. What is wrong with you?
That's beautiful, man.
That's beautiful, man.
So many more perks now.
Well done.
Tyler
Well
said
done,
it.
T.
Tyler said in my ear about 30 minutes ago, I'm really close to 10,000 followers. I said, well let's make this happen here.
I love it, man. We put our minds to stuff on this show, and it comes into existence.
Minute and a half.
Appreciate
Huge,
it.
man. I was so inspired by watching that double feature of John Candy last night where I sat at my house and watched Uncle Buck followed up by The Great Outdoors. It inspired me to help you do this. 10K, that's beautiful.
Wait a minute.
Love it.
Wait a minute. Good job, Tyler.
Thank you.
What did you do last night?
Got stuck.
on a Tuesday night.
I got stuck,
Is that,
man.
I mean, enlighten me, educate me. Is that two
there was some
movies?
reason no NBA last night.
So you watched two movies?
Yeah, I watched a little. I was checking in a little bit on Baylor and who the hell did they play? Auburn in basketball, and then I got hunkered. I got over there. It was on AME, A&M. I just flipping through the channel and I saw Uncle Buck. I said, "Oh, let me saddle up right here." And then it said a double feature: John Candy, Uncle Buck, followed by The Great Outdoors.
And you watched both of them?
I watched both of them. I did.
On a Tuesday night?
On a Tuesday
Uncle
evening,
Buck
baby.
is a great.
Uncle Buck, man. That was what got Macaulay Culkin Home Alone.
Yep.
His role there. That was fantastic. Listen, they made the change on that oldest teenager. She's still a wench to me. I never did come into her when she tried to ruin Buck's relationship with old girl.
Yeah.
She came over and that idiot was in there dancing up hers. I would have never forgiven her. Never.
You would have held that grudge.
Oh, I'd have held it. I'm a grudge holder.
For years.
I did that last night. I did. I enjoyed it.
I'd like to chime in, boys, but I ain't got nothing for you.
Go check out Uncle Buck, man.
I've seen The Great Outdoors. I don't think I've seen Uncle Buck. I've seen The Great Outdoors.
That's a solid
Uncle
one, too.
Buck is hilarious.
Oh, man. That's a solid. Great Outdoors. That's Dan Aykroyd. That's a solid one.
You know, I've never been a big Dan Aykroyd guy.
Really?
I don't. He doesn't turn me off or anything. Like I'm not like, oh no, hell no, I ain't watch. But I mean, I've never like had a great appreciation for anything.
For
Dan,
not a big Dan guy.
Not a big Dan guy.
Yeah, he's one of the best side characters out there. His time, like
side piece.
Yeah, he's not never going to be
career
Bill,
side piece.
Yeah, man, he's never going to be Bill Murray's top guy. He's Bill Murray's sidekick. He's John Belushi's sidekick.
Yeah,
Blues Brothers. Ghostbusters. That's it. He's a sidekick guy.
I mean,
he's a sidekick in this one.
A-list side piece.
Oh, boy, the top 10, I think. Who else is another number two? Who else is a solid number two? That just a person that just never quite the main character, but sits there as the number
a good question.
That's a real good one. 713-572-4610. Who is a solid number two? Because Dan Aykroyd's right up there.
Oh man, that's a good question.
I wish I could help again, boys, but I don't. My movie knowledge.
Anthony Anderson used to be a strong number two
till
he got Blackish, and he was a good side in Barbershop, good side in.
Which one is he?
That game. Anthony Anderson was real big. Then he lost a lot of weight. Then he became Andre Johnson in Blackish. He used to be a really good number two.
Steve Buscemi.
Oh yeah, wow man. Then he did Boardwalk Empire.
Yeah.
Does that take him out to running? I don't know, but
that's the guy that was in with Nicolas Cage in the airplane movie.
Yeah,
David Spade, another one.
David Spade, yes.
David Spade, a good one. Yes, Dan Aykroyd trading places, another number two role. He might be the number one.
He might be.
I mean, we're rolling. Arsenio Hall, great one.
That is a good one.
Strong. I mean, he is a strong number two.
Stanley Tucci. I feel like he's in everything, but he's never like the
Joe
guy.
Pesci coming in.
That's
pretty
good.
good.
That's good.
Pretty good. Yeah. Casino, number two. Irishman. Yeah. Woody Harrelson, another one. That's a good.
That's pretty good.
What about the black dude on Rocky?
Oh,
Carl Weathers.
Chubbs. You took Chubbs' hand.
I mean, Rocky alone's got to put him in the conversation, right?
Yeah, he's a
Happy Gilmore.
Yeah. But he wasn't even a two in Happy Gilmore. John C. Reilly, strong.
Yes.
Shake and Bake. You ever? Him and Will Ferrell. Shake and Bake.
Walk Hard.
Walk Hard. Yes, in that too.
That might be the only thing he's.
I don't even vaguely have either one of those two.
Step Brothers?
Yeah, I got that one.
Step
Okay,
Brothers.
he's the one, not Will Ferrell.
Will
Gotcha.
Side, and he was also in what's Shake and Bake? What's that?
Talladega Nights.
Yeah,
Oh, well,
Ricky
hell,
Bobby.
I mean, those I got, but I thought Shake and Bake was the name of a movie. I'm thinking I ain't got that one.
His career is interesting.
I think they should be a movie named Shake and Bake somehow.
Someone said Chris Tucker. No, I think Chris Tucker was even with Jackie Chan. That was
a partnership.
That was a partner.
I mean, Jackie didn't even fully have all the English words.
David Alan Grier, great one. Oh, perfect. He's maybe I'm the only one who got excited about David Alan Grier.
Which one's David?
David Alan Grier. He was in Boomerang. He was in in Living Color. Solid. Yeah, he's a solid number 2. Solid.
What's the dude? What is the
James Harden's a solid number 2.
Golly, I got a black dude's face in my mind right now that is in the conversation.
Think about it.
Golly, man.
Think about it through the break. All right, we'll get in our guy, Brandon Scott. I bet Brandon Scott, who's probably listening right now, has got a solid number 2. We're trying to find number 2s. Dan Aykroyd, I think, is the leader in the clubhouse. Roseanne, as someone texted in.
She fell off a
cliff. Rosie O'Donnell, a solid number 2. Sleepless in Seattle. She was number 2 in A League of Their Own. Wow, I know too many movies. All right. Coming up, Brandon Scott will get his thoughts on what he saw and heard today as he brings us his Texans report. But before we get that, guys, you've heard me talk about it, and I will.
Medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Well, this one will get the text line rolling hardcore. Samuel L. Jackson, someone said, is the best supporting actor of all time. His number 2 trumps all.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I feel like Sam is hard because Sam, he could be a 2. Sam got no problem being a 3, a 5, a 6.
He just wants to scream and be in the movie.
He just in it. He just in it.
Hey,
but
Samuel L. Jackson's one of my favorites.
But his number 2,
I love him.
His number 2 in A Time to Kill was strong behind Matthew McConaughey.
That's one of my top
that's
movies.
One of yours. Yeah. So that one's good. All right, we'll be here all day. Brandon Scott in the building. Texans report. We'll get his thoughts because this is. Listen, we come in here with you every single Wednesday, and I know Clint is at the space of the hopes that this injury report gets smaller. The font that they had to use on the injury report from the Texans. I mean, I've got to put on 2 pair of glasses to read this thing. It is long. It is small ass font to go with it. Let's go with, I think, the positive thing. What did you see out of Derek Stingley? Because Derek Stingley obviously has not practiced in 7 weeks. He is back on the field, and as it shows here in the injury report, he was limited with the hamstring that's held him out. What did it look like for you? Was he moving without any kind of issues? Did they let him cut it loose? What did you see from him in his limited role in practice today?
Yeah, I would classify it as normal. I thought Derek Stingley looked pretty normal out there. Now, I will say, and y'all know that trick that they like to do. Y'all have been out to plenty of practices and training camps now. They like to put guys on that far end, on that farthest field that you can barely see. But he's over there and he's moving, and I feel like he's moving just fine. Now he's limited. I am really curious just in terms of like what the plan is with Derek Stingley, of how quickly they want to rush him out there. Like, what is the urgency to get Derek Stingley back out there on the field, especially when you consider what the injury report looked like for the other team, right? Like, you go on the other side and you look at the Bengals injury report, and the thing that stands out, and we knew about Jamar Chase and the back issue that came up this past week, but then T. Higgins also pops up on the injury report.
Yeah.
So I'm curious, both not only where is Derek Stingley in terms of the recovery, but what is the urgency to get him back out there, considering what they might be facing against the Bengals?
I know you believe there's urgency.
There's urgency, man. They got to get him back on the field, man. I mean, it's if not now, when? I mean, the hamstring thing. And again, I'm no doctor. I'm just spitballing here. The hamstring thing to me is, if he's not ready to go from a hamstring perspective, you can't put him on a practice field. That's not like, well, hey man, go out there and see how your knee reacts to this, a weight bearing joint or something that has a bunch of swelling. And I know I'm assuming hamstrings react similarly, but like a weight bearing, a hip, a knee, an ankle, something like that. Those to me are hey, let's go try it out type injuries.
Yeah.
Where when it's a hamstring, like if you put him out there, you got to feel really, really, really comfortable about his ability to open this thing up. Just to put him out there at practice.
Yeah.
So it's a little different to me. And to know that now, I know it says limited, but to see him working some drills where he's opening his hips and sprinting, what appears to be sprinting, that makes me feel good about playing this.
The practice report, or I should say the injury report, lists him as limited. From the naked eye, or to the naked eye, he did not look limited to me. He just looked fine. He looked normal. I'm not saying he's out there killing it and doing things that are otherworldly and Derek Stingley's back and all of that, but he just looked like another guy out there. So I feel like that at the very least has to be encouraging. And, man, to your point, Clint, I mean, dude's been gone 6 weeks.
Yeah.
You know? Like, I mean, how –
his last game was the Colts game, I believe.
Yeah, so how bad of a hamstring injury could we possibly be talking about at this point? So you would figure that at this point he would be ready to go, that they would just be cautious with how they ramp him back up in practice.
B. Scott, they just need their cover defenders, man.
Yeah.
Whether you look in the division at Jacksonville, and now even look, I mean, say what you want about the Tennessee Titans, but now with Will Levis, I mean, he's going to try to stretch the field, and they've got DeAndre Hopkins. I mean, you need your better cover guys to make sure that they don't get the matchup they want by just breaking the damn huddle, right? I mean, you need them. Obviously, you need them this week big time versus hell. I mean, you can argue. Maybe it's not even an argument. This is the best receiver group in the league.
Or
with
I would
the
say
exception
certainly
of Miami with Tyreek Hill and Waddle, maybe a little more. But hell, you put Boyd in there as a number 3. Yeah. I mean, good God.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's certainly the top end of it.
This crew is special now.
But I think the urgency is even higher, not even just because of that. I mean, that speaks for itself, Clint. The Bengals are who they are. They are. But then, and the thing that I wasn't expecting to happen was to get to practice and not see Steven Nelson.
Yeah.
And then to get the injury report and him to pop up on there with a back and a neck. Yeah. You know, so I don't know what's going on exactly there, but this is, I would say, the perfect time to get Derek Stingley Jr. back. Going up against the Bengals, Joe Burrow, this bevy of weapons like we're talking about that they got with the Bengals, and then whatever's going on with Steven Nelson on top of it.
Yeah, my thinking was, until listening to how you just spoke about him and seeing a little bit of video of it, my thought was like, hey, you know, you want to be careful. The last thing you want to do is to tweak that again and have him potentially out for some more time to make sure he's ready. But to the point you're making, he does sound like he's ready. I know we heard from D'Amico and CJ as well today. What really jumped out to you being in the building from the head coach?
Yeah, so really what jumped out to me, so, you know, D'Amico is on this, and he's been on this whenever they've won. He's talked about, and y'all have heard this, whenever he talks about how they handle success.
Yeah.
It feels like, and y'all were playing some of this J.J. Watt earlier, some of the audio earlier about how they handled the ending of that game. Trying to, even though they haven't actually been here before, I mean, rookie head coach, rookie quarterback, rookie offensive coordinator, Tank Dell's, like, you got rookies everywhere, right? They haven't been here before. But there is some level of, hey, we don't want to read our press clippings too much or get, you know, too far our heads, too far up our tails a little bit based off of how things are going. So, like, they're enjoying this, but I got the sense just from a vibe standpoint from D'Amico and even CJ, who honestly seemed a lot lighter this week than he did last week, coming off a win versus coming off of a loss. But it was very business-like. And, I mean, that's pretty consistent with them. You know, whether they lose or whether they win, you don't get the sense that they're trying to be like, you know, hooray, let's get it. Like, the conversation I want to have coming off a win like this, and I find myself here every time they win a game, but the further we get in the season is, hey, man, how realistic is these playoffs possibilities and y'all's actual goals and aspirations? How much do y'all, like, internalize that? They don't want to talk about that. You know,
playoffs?
Yeah, I mean, that's the type of stuff for us to pontificate on. But I immediately go there, and they're just like, yeah, no, we just going to do what we got to do day to day, week to week, that sort of thing.
Pontificate.
I did throw pontificate in there, didn't I?
I like to bring that.
I slid that. I'm dressed nice. I'm using big words.
I'm going to Google that.
Hey, I'm feeling good about myself.
I got an idea, but I'm going to Google it.
Yeah, man.
You learn something every day, man.
Feeling good about myself.
Yeah, we heard from CJ. The people heard from CJ too.
How about this? I'll give y'all this. And y'all probably talked about this. The backyard play with Devin Singletary and CJ.
Yeah.
I mean, that's been, if you want to know what was the talk of media circles and, like, what was everybody, like, really excited about today at the press conference?
Clearly improv, right?
Oh, man.
They've admitted to that.
We couldn't stop talking about that. Yeah. You know, it was clearly improv. And then also trying to get CJ to let us know, like, did he yell at Devin to pitch him the ball? Was he really going out there to try to lay a block? You know, like what? And all of it sounds like a bad idea. It worked out. But it's like, what's going on around here?
But B. Scott, like there's something to be said about when you reach a point, and I'm not saying the Texans should or shouldn't be there because it's still early. I mean, we're 2 months into this thing. But when you reach a point where you can do – really, that was careless. I mean, really taking a run play, pitching to the – it was careless. Now, your own judgment in the moment, you knew it was – there wasn't anybody out there. Even if he bobbled it, he'd been okay. But it's really a careless moment in time where they did that. And – to think that this offense and these players are in that spot, I applaud. Like, it's a good thing. It's like the Chiefs the other day in that game in Germany where they get a pick and they turn around. Isn't that who did that? Yeah. He instead of just letting Tyreek tackle him. He pitches it and boom, I take it to the house.
Travis
right?
Kelce's always trying to do it.
Right, right. But I don't know. I think there's just to me it speaks volumes to kind of how comfortable and confident these guys are to do some things that maybe they're border on the edge of careless, but they go do it.
Now, yeah, it can be, but it's also the intellect, the football intellect of CJ, even one being comfortable with it. Because I'm telling you, Will Levis right now is just handing the ball off, and all right, let's get to the next one.
Right.
CJ is handing it off and then looking and say, hey, if I run out here, this is another option off of it. Like, he's thinking through it even more. Like, that's the part that's impressive to me, that he's thinking through. Yeah. Because his role is what, to hand the thing off and just to chill.
Yeah. Well, there's just something about being so relaxed where you like my mindset would be if I turned around there, it's like, oh, when he gets hit, let me put my face mask in his back and try to give him an extra couple yards or something, help him, not, hey, pitch it to me so I can just the calmness and the cool, calm, collected mindset of CJ, I think is indicative there as well.
Yeah, to me that just reflected for both of them, Devin and CJ, kind of reflected like this boyish, childish love for the game.
Sure.
Like they talk about the backyard football and some of the stuff they used to do, before it got so serious. And it kind of felt like that. Like, hey, man, let's just have some fun. Now, the implications are a little bit more serious here, but you got the sense, going back to your point about how comfortable that they are, that's where that's kind of where it stems from.
Yeah.
All right, that's Brandon Scott. Every single Wednesday, he brings his Texans report, and it's a big day. We always hear from the head coach and the quarterback, and a big practice day.
Hey, you think there's any way we can incorporate maybe Skeezy Scoop into that Texans report? The Skeezy Scoop.
I like it.
I mean, I think it's got legs potentially. What do you think? You all right with that, Skeezy?
Hey, can we sell it? Is the sales team listening?
Hey, I don't know if we can literally sell it. I'm pretty sure we can't sell the Texans report though. Skeezy Scoop every Wednesday at 4:40.
Payless might sponsor it.
Hey, their money spins, Chief. Hey, a Payless check spins, baby.
I would do a Payless read right now.
You excluded yourself from that yesterday.
No, but I can come back and tell him my childhood.
You can bring it back.
My childhood. Coming up, 5 o'clock fire. The Lakers are in town. You didn't hear from Dylan Brooks. Wait till you hear what he had to say about his matchup with LeBron. And what are your expectations for the Rockets as they face one of the Western Conference contenders? We'll discuss that and continue to give you the full update on the injury report. There are multiple starters, multiple important players on this team that may not be available for Sunday's game. We'll discuss all of that coming up next on The Drive.
H-Town, your boy Clint Stoerner here. Give me your ears for a minute, man. I got to tell you about Mokaram Law Firm, one of the nation's premier personal injury law firms, and they are right here in our beautiful city of Houston. So it's pretty simple. If you've been injured in an accident, auto accident, big truck accident, slip and fall, accident at work, Mokaram Law is who you
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire, brought to you by Regions Bank.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty and the DILF and Psycho T have the latest for you. And the latest is a big night here for the Rockets, as they wear the old H-Town jerseys. Got the new court with the astronaut in the middle of that puppy. They're going to take on the L.A. Lakers. The Lakers, LeBron, possibly AD. They come into town. One of the West contenders. The team was in the Western Conference Finals last year and thought to be a threat here in the West this year. The Rockets actually have a better record than them. The Rockets 3-3. The Lakers are 3-4. What's your expectation tonight? I think a big story has been the Dillon Brooks, LeBron James. It's the first time they met up since Dillon Brooks, I think, really got himself kind of put out of Memphis after he went off and started talking during that series, and then LeBron commenced to go ahead and shutting his ass up. But this was Dillon Brooks, the newest Rocket, who was playing really, really well, by the way, at this point. Really efficient, shooting the ball pretty well. This is Dillon Brooks talking about his matchup with LeBron.
Ready to lock him up. He's been shooting the ball well. He's been playing well. So I'm just there to make him tired, make him get into that, fourth quarter early. Full courting him when he wants to bring it up. Anytime he's posting up on the block, I'm bumping him on the jog back. He's guarding me. I want to attack him. Just getting him into multiple actions. Give him great contests. Know that he likes to play off the catch. Not believing in his three yet, and make everything challenging.
Physical.
I mean, my man just gave us the
entire game plan.
Look, I like it. I mean, he just gave us the game plan.
He knows what he's going to do against him. LeBron's played.
That's hell to hell
him on the post, bump him on the way up the floor.
That's what the hell I need that in my life. That's what I'm talking about.
Dillon's going to have 5 fouls.
Full scouting report.
That's okay.
He might foul out, especially since the Lakers, after their last game, they went to the league and said that they felt like LeBron wasn't getting calls. I think fairness. Wasn't getting calls, and this is the first game back.
I mean, we're not even. I think how many games have they played?
7.
7 games. They've already gone to the league whining about not getting calls.
I mean, yeah, man, a little physical with it.
Good God,
LeBron's good at that, dude.
I mean, listen, man, it was the Lakers.
I mean, what are we doing?
Listen, man, LeBron and Shaq have been two of the most unfairly officiated players in the history of the game. So
I mean, what are we doing?
That seems a bit hyperbolic.
Trying to get it right. No, it's not. It's the truth. They are those two.
Love the court. Love the court, by the way. Love the court, by the way.
CJ shooting and he's going to be wearing the Rockets jersey. As CJ informed us today that he has been told not to wear any Lakers gear. He's going to shoot the free throw before the game. But with that, what's your expectation tonight in this game? This is one, like as I said, this is one of the teams that is a contender in the West. What's your expectation from the Rockets?
I don't have expectations for the Rockets, Ron, at this point in time. I'm going to turn the game on, expect to be entertained. Hopefully what I will see is a Rockets team that is competitive, a Rockets team that, as I've said before, there is some kind of structure. It appears that they have a coach, and that coach is being listened to, and players have responsibilities and roles and expectations, and hopefully that gives them a chance to win a ball game in the fourth quarter versus arguably the greatest player of all time. I would. That's my expectations. I don't really, from a detailed standpoint. I don't go beyond that. Now, before I didn't, but after hearing that from Dillon Brooks, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm going to turn it on tonight for one reason: to watch Dillon Brooks try to execute that game plan.
The Rockets are playing better basketball than the Lakers at this right now. Where they've been playing the last several games, they're playing better basketball than the Lakers. The Lakers haven't won on the road yet. They're 0-4. And we'll see what their injury situation is tonight. AD, who had to be pulled in the middle of the third quarter in their last game against the Heat, has some sort of hip spasms. He's questionable. Of course he is.
Hot butter.
He's questionable, as of course he is. And then They've got some other injuries with a starter and a guys in the rotations not in it. If AD doesn't play tonight, the way that Shakun has been playing, he's going to be the best big man by far on the floor. The way that Jalen Green has been playing, Fred. If AD doesn't play, I have the expectation, maybe it's a little high, I expect the Rockets to win tonight. I will be disappointed if AD doesn't play, along with Jarrett Vanderbilt being out, along with other guys being out. I expect them to win if there is no AD at this point. The way the Lakers are playing, because now it's really a lot on LeBron, and I just think they should be able to handle this team right now the way they're playing with no AD. AD changes things, and if AD's there, I think at the very least they should be competing in this game.
I'm Team Brooks.
You go. And I am not, but I do want to see a good game and hope the Rockets at least compete. That's
Tyler, you Team Brooks or Team LeBron?
Oh, I'm Rocket Red, man.
Yeah, you love Brooks.
What do you think about that court? What do you think about that court?
I really like the scheme this year for the city stuff that they're doing.
I don't know if I like the jersey. I don't know if I like the
H-Town.
I love the astronaut.
I like the idea, the thought of H-Town. I don't know that I like the font that they put it in, but I'm like I saw a picture of the court from kind of a back away, not just the up close part, but back away. They did a tremendous size, the placement, everything is tremendous on the basketball court. It's going to look great on TV.
That Duncan astronaut looks cool.
It's slick.
I like that.
Add it to your tet, man.
That's not a bad idea. I got some space.
I'm telling you, just put it across your chest.
Make the basketball your nipple.
Real big. Start it at the belly button and then come up.
I've been wondering when I was going to start working on the torso.
I'm waiting for
Maybe that's it.
I'm waiting for you. You get 10,000 followers, you got to start. You got to start.
A hell of a way to celebrate. You're onto something.
By the way, Tyler was able to get to 10,000 followers in a minute and a half. We thank you so much, the Drive family. You're special. You're a special group.
Drive always comes through.
A special group.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, we just talked to Brandon Scott, and he gave us Skeezy's scoop on the injury report.
I know it's hard for you, but I can tell you like it. I tell you want to lean into it.
I really don't think I do. He gave us some conversation on this injury report. And Clint, this injury report, I got to move in on this font. This injury report is
it's like a CVS
small
receipt.
I mean, it's ridiculous.
I've got the largest iPad screen you can have, and I've got it zoomed in, and it fills up the whole. I mean, I still got to squint to see it.
Listen, these are the guys that were out, and I think these are important, just that did not practice at all today. Will Anderson Jr., and this is a knee issue, and it was reported by Aaron Wilson that his availability is up in the air for Sunday's game. Andrew Beck has as you always see, the ankle, elbow, and shoulder issue, as it did not practice. He is questionable, has been reported. Blake Cashman with the knee. Fairbairn with the quad. We've heard he's going to miss about 3 weeks. Jake Hansen, hamstring and hand. Again, foot. Another one that jumps out that catches you off guard a bit. Steven Nelson didn't practice with the back and neck injury. Ankle injury to Damian Pierce.
Not big.
Yeah, not Beck. I got Beck on me. Back and neck. My neck, my back.
Oh.
Yeah.
That was a good jam back in the day, wasn't it?
Yeah. Shout out to Kaya.
Gets a little vulgar for some folks, but
very comfortable with it myself. Laramie Tunzel with the knee. He did not practice. Said it was a rest.
I mean, he can't even hide it.
I'm not going to hide it. I'm very comfortable with it. Jim Ward, hamstring, did not practice. Bob Woods, foot, did not practice. Nico Collins, I saw that he did not practice reports, but the Texans have him listed as limited with a calf issue. Jonathan Grenard pops up with a shoulder. Henry To'oTo'o with a concussion was limited in practice.
Can't believe this is still going on.
George Fant, limited with the knee. Titus Howard banging out that knee again. Majay Sanders, 41, didn't get a lot of time. He's on it. As we talked about Derek Stingley Jr., we'll talk more about him. He's on it, limited. But those are all of the guys on the injury report. And several starters who just didn't practice. The ones that jump out to me, Clint, a lot, especially when you look at this game, is Will Anderson and Steven Nelson. Those are two guys that, with your rotation, especially in the secondary and with the team you're going up against, those are ones to really watch the rest of the week because those are two guys they kind of need in this game coming up against the Bengals.
15 starters for your Houston Texans. Ain't but 22 of them, y'all. 15 starters either did not practice or were limited at practice today.
Yeah, it's not good.
15 of 22. Right? And defensively, hell, you got more than half the group. Half the group is did not practice or was limited in your starters. I'm concerned about the defensive side. But you said, Will Anderson and Stephen. Those are the headliners, no doubt. Those are the headliners. But Blake Cashman has been as good as anybody on this defense this year. He didn't practice. Nope. You look down and Jimmy Ward.
I would doubt he plays, right?
Jonathan Grenard leads the team in sacks. Henry To'oTo'o starting middle linebacker. I mean, you just got going down the list. Derek Stingley Jr. It'd be nice to have him back. Christian Harris, there's you another linebacker, but he didn't practice.
At least with the limited guys, Clint, you feel like okay, they're limited. They'll probably play.
Yeah, no,
the guys that are out, like if Steven Nelson and Will Anderson, to the point you made, Blake Cashman, Jimmy Ward, those guys don't practice again tomorrow. Now you got some problems.
Come on,
you certainly don't want to see this the week of the toughest opponent you have on your schedule.
Hopefully these are more rest days than not. I know what's been said. None of them are rest days, but
Laramie Tunsil's rest day.
Boy, I hope Laramie Tunsil and Steven Nelson at the very least rest days. Yeah, we'll see.
I hope so. But other good news within this, one, Sheldon Rankins was a full participant today. That's good to see, to get him back. And you would think if he's full today, he'll play, and especially with Hassan Ridgeway going out for the year. And then I think good news for the Texans' chances. Their top two targets are on the injury report. Bengals wide receiver Jamar Chase didn't practice at all due to his back injury, and then T. Higgins as well was limited. So he is dealing with an injury as well. So those would be big ones to really watch for if those two guys, at the very least, aren't at full strength, especially Jamar Chase.
Yeah,
he's an absolute problem.
Yeah, those are two dudes. I mean, D'Amico Ryans always talks about arriving violently. Those guys are going to get touches if they do play. If you arrive violently, maybe you can make them feel it, given the fact that they're limping into the game. That is big news. We need to keep an eye on that. Jamar Chase not practicing. We'll see what happens tomorrow and with him and T. Higgins.
Yeah, being limited.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, the second college football playoff rankings dropped. The top rankings here, Ohio State maintains being the number one team in the country, followed by Georgia after their big win against number 12 Missouri last week. Michigan played a nobody again. They remain at 3. Florida State's there at 4. Washington, Oregon, Texas at 7. Alabama, Ole Miss, Penn State. They round out the top 10. If you all are scoring at home, the Kansas Jayhawks are 16 in the next poll. How about
deservedly so?
God, emotionally right here, the backup quarterback. What a job Lance is doing. But within this, Clint, do you think the committee got the top 4 right?
No.
Oh, you
I do not. No, I do not. I would have Washington in and Michigan out. I need Michigan to earn their way in. They have played absolutely nobody.
They go on the road to Happy Valley at Penn State, who's the number 10 team.
They're going to get challenged. They're finally going to get challenged this week. What are we in, week 11 for college football, week 10 for college football, something like that? They're finally going to get challenged. I looked at it. Ron, I think they're up to, if you average their wins this year, they've won every game by an average of 28 points. I don't think anybody's played them to within 24 points all year long.
When you watch them, they look good. I don't know why I watched the condensed game against the Purdue Boilermakers. I watched 53 minutes of it the other day for some reason. And JJ looks good. They look good, but they're not playing.
Well, but here's the deal. All of these teams, when they play teams that aren't ranked, should look good. With the Texas, for whatever reason, doesn't appear to heed to that. But I mean, at the end of the day, all of these teams should look good against non-ranked teams, right?
Yes.
I don't know how Ohio State is ranked above Georgia.
I think it's just got to be their strength of schedule, who they've beaten.
Right, and I looked at that as well. I mean, it's very, very, very comparable to Georgia, and Georgia's two-time champs here.
Georgia beats Ole Miss another top 10 team, they should jump them.
Oh yeah, no. I mean, look, if Michigan continues to win, they're going to jump and belong in there, no doubt about it. I just don't know if you look at Georgia's wins versus Ohio State wins right now. Which this is one thing that bothers me about college football playoff rankings is like Ohio State's still getting credit for beating Notre Dame, which you should get credit for beating Notre Dame, but you don't get the credit that when you beat them, they were top 10 ranked or whatever the hell it was. Yep. Like we got to take into account that now Notre Dame is a 3-loss football team, and they're number 20 in the country still somehow, but they're a 3-loss football team. And so to keep just giving them credit for beating Notre Dame as if Notre Dame was still a top 10, I mean, that's – I don't know. I hate that they do that. So.
Yeah. Yeah. But it'll get. Listen, I'll say this: I don't trust Ohio State. I don't think. I
agree.
I will be shocked if they won a national championship.
I don't trust Ohio State. I don't trust Washington. I don't trust Texas. Those or Alabama. Those are my four of the big boys that I don't. I'm gonna tell you who I really really like, and I've been on these boys from the jump. That team ranked number 4, them Seminoles, them Noles, baby.
Yeah, they have some weird games. We'll see. They're good.
They have some guys, man.
They got some weird games. That pick game was a little too tight for me for as long as it was. All right, let's get into this. The big story is Derek Stingley is back on the field, and how bad do they need him immediately? We'll discuss that coming up next. But before we get there, Texans Nation's football fans in this beautiful city, this NFL season Crown Royal, as you know, is giving back to the generous hosts that make game day royal. To the fans that say, hey, come on in. Hey, I got barbecue. I got all kinds of dips like cake.
subscribe, and follow. Then join the Houston sports conversation in a brand new way.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Man, that Texas OU rivalry is real, isn't it?
What happened?
I'm just looking here on IG, and there's supposed to CD Lamb and Jalen Hurts after the game. They take a photo together and they go horns down in the photo. The hell is that when we come together in the league? We're gonna take this photo.
Yeah, that's a wild. Like the whole horns down thing. I mean, I've done it a time or two. I've done it a time or two when because I've been asked to do it. It doesn't bother me, but the whole it's super random. Like for two dudes that are at the top of their game to be like
we're gonna take a picture together after this game.
Let's hit it.
Let's hit. Like I wonder if they even had to say it to each other. Like, we're just gonna do it. Hell, man, Jalen was there for a year.
Got to be careful now. Those sensitive ass T-sips will get all worked up.
It's just weird. That will caught me off guard. I mean, that rivalry is serious right there, baby. Let's go in here. I don't know if there was maybe there's a Texas person behind him or something. Maybe I'm not sure. They just hit that sucker down.
It was probably an OU person taking the picture.
You think so?
And asked for the horns down. So I'm surely somebody asked for it.
Somebody on the field got him to do it.
See, I mean, CD's a Texas kid too, isn't he? Like the state of Texas?
I bet he's OU'd up, though.
Oh, no. I mean, as well he should be. I'm just.
God bless Texas.
Damn, Jerome. Yeah, that was just interesting as I came across that. All right. The big story, and I think the big story right now as we sit here on a Wednesday. Remember, hey, come hang out with us as we'll be at Buffalo Wild Wings tomorrow on a Thursday. We'll be out in Katy, and you can come on out and enjoy your time with us. A little Thirsty Thursday. Park Road Drive location in Katy. Park Road Drive location in Katy. So come hang out. Good food, good drinks. Buffalo Wild Wings, good friends with Bud Light as well. They will take care of you. It'll be a good time. You can hang out with the Drive tomorrow on a little Thirsty Thursday. But as we sit here on Wednesday, Clint, Derek Stingley Jr. is back at practice. By the way, Charlie Heck was too. But Derek Stingley Jr. Big Heck in the building. I forgot he's on the team. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm serious.
Your swing tackle's back.
I completely forgot. I totally did. He got in the guard in him. But Texans cornerback Derek Stingley Jr., he is back on the field. And I think it is completely in play if he plays, based off what our guy Brandon Scott, who was out at practice today, as he said, they have him listed at limited, but it didn't appear he was practicing at a limited level when he watched him with his own eyes. And then what we've seen videos of and how he's moving. How important would you say it is that the Texans are able to have him available coming up on Sunday? And not just Sunday, this stretch of games coming up.
Look, I think it's huge that he gets back. As if we need justification or as if we need a reason why. Look back at the Buccaneers game. Now, I'm not going to sit here and act like Baker Mayfield hung the moon. We've all watched Baker. We get it. Baker can go out there and throw 3-4 picks and take a bunch of sacks, or he can go up there and hang 40, 50 points on you, and nobody's going to be surprised. I mean, he's just a gunslinger, and he's got some wide receivers. And what happened? Unfortunately, the Texans caught him on a day when he was hot, he was playing good football, and he's got weapons that can go make plays for him. They scored 37 points. Right? That right there should serve as a reminder of how bad this defense needs Derek Stingley back. When this team has Derek Stingley, when they've got Shaq Griffin, and when they've got Steven Nelson, you've got three really good cover defenders a couple of them above good, and hell, one of them in Derek Stingley, who you hope is great. But you've got two corners and a nickel defender if you need better cover guys on the field, which you're going to need this week against the Bengals. You could throw those three guys out there. Without Derek Stingley, you've got your two outside corners in Shaq Griffin and Steven Nelson, and then you got a hodgepodge inside, right? Your Tavier Thomas is going to play a lot of zone for you. He's going to play the run well. He is going to be a problem in man coverage. They are going to target him in man coverage. And they're not going to have to do a whole lot to target him. They just they line up three receivers in Jamar Chase,
Tyler Boyd in the slot, and T. Higgins on the outside.
There you go. They just break the huddle and line up, and you're going to get number 4 on somebody if he's out there. Or you're going to get Hallman on somebody if he's out there. You're going to get a depth player on a really good wide receiver, and it's going to be a problem. So last week, what happened? You saw it up close and personal. This week, you're getting the best passing offense that you're going to face all year long. You're getting them this Sunday. Moving forward, you're going to see other teams that have a combination of one or more really good pass catchers and a quarterback that'll hold the football and wants to stretch the field. You're going to see that 4 or 5 more times. Hell, you can even couch the Titans in there with Will Levis and his gunslinger mentality and DeAndre Hopkins outside. And they're going to need Derek Stingley moving forward. No more than this week, but they're going to need him moving forward in terms of being able to put your best pass defense out there on multiple occasions the rest of the season.
Yeah, they've done really, really well, and you got to give it up to D'Amico and Matt Burke. They've been able to, I'd say, fairly hide some situations with their secondary with some of these teams. Now, they've also played some teams that maybe they don't have as much to deal with, but you saw last week how Chris Godwin and Mike Evans were able to get away from a little bit. You saw a little bit with the Saints as well. I think it's even more important because the things that you tried to do, how much time does Jimmy Ward miss? Because now Jimmy Ward effectively became one of your nickel corners when you wanted to run coverage. Well, that is not available to you if he's out for any extended time with his hamstring, which he wasn't able to return in the game to. Like Tyler Boyd this week really concerns me. Like him in the slot really concerns me, especially if you don't have the option of being able to slide Steven Nelson in the slot like they did in week 1 to be able to have Derek Stingley and Griffin on the outside. And now that option of Jimmy Ward potentially is gone as well. And now it is either playing zone, which Joe Burrow and those receivers can eat you up in zone, or having to play Tavier Thomas in coverage against a guy like Tyler Boyd. And it ain't just Tyler Boyd. They will move Jamar Chase in the slot as well to move him around too. So that it becomes very important this week. The Jacksonville game coming up as well. It becomes very important with their safety issues that they also get him back. So I don't want to rush it because him, his injury history. He literally was out for the season with this particular injury. So you don't want to rush him back, but it does appear they feel comfortable with all the movement they're allowing him to have. And if he can go, they really need him. All right, coming up, can we officially put this thing to bed? Everybody who has felt Dameon Pierce has been the problem with the run game, are you ready to admit, all right, I was wrong? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, Clint Stoerner here.
won'twait.com.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive, and I do want to get into this Damian Pierce thing. I just want to send a shout out, man. I feel bad for Zach Wilson, quarterback of the New York Jets. This is ridiculous. I mean, I really feel bad for Zach Wilson. Listen, they're 4-4. They're in the playoff hunt just like the Texans. They're 4-4. Apparently, they lost. It just feels a lot different than the Texans, 4-4. His coach, who does his weekly radio hit on the Michael Kay Show, ESPN in New York, when asked why the Jets keep starting Zach Wilson, his response was, "You got me. I'm gonna plead the fifth on this one." Come on, man. Just bench him, right? You got to bench him after that one. You gotta bench him. Listen, man. I advocated that the Texans move off of Davis Mills, and there were times where Davis Mills was so bad, hey man, let's go somewhere else. But that ain't cool if you gonna keep playing him, and it doesn't seem like they're about ready to go to Trevor Seaman. That's better. They got to bench this kid. This is. I don't know how this helps Zach Wilson and the Jets. With the head coach coming out in public talking about, I'm gonna plead the fifth on why I keep playing him.
Yeah, it's just a mess, man. It's dysfunction at its finest. Because the biggest problem with it is that now anybody in the locker room that's frustrated. Which there's plenty of reason in New York why to be frustrated at all with the offense, with Zach, with the last 2 or 3 years. Now, those individuals they can justify speaking out. They can justify feeling some kind of way because the head coach just did it.
I'm gonna plead the fifth.
Yeah, I mean, it's just. And really, the truth be told is this is a guy that you backed. Hey, man, we ain't going to go sign anybody else. This is Zach's job, man. We ain't going to sign anybody else. And this is a guy that you asked to throw the football 49 times behind a suspect offensive line. Y'all can't run the football. Y'all can't run the football at all.
We couldn't run the ball.
And you look at last week.
You stopped trying.
Yeah. I mean, it's just.
We sucked.
He should have a lot of plead the fifth. Now, listen, I'm not trying to back Zach's play. But he's got a lot of plead the fifth, because I want to ask you, what made you say I'm gonna hire Nathaniel Hackett after his season in Denver? Hell, if you wanted Aaron to be the offensive coordinator, just hire Aaron. You gonna plead the fifth on that one? You said 49 times. That's the game plan he came up with. That's the game plan the offensive coordinator came up with against the Chargers.
FIFU.
And it's not just 49 times because the game got away from them. They were slinging it in the first quarter when it was tight. I mean, to me, you have to bench him. He cannot be the starter on when do they play? Monday night? They play Sunday Night Football. Wow, this will make that a little bit more interesting.
Nothing but prime time.
They play Sunday Night Football against the Raiders. He can't play.
It's that simple.
Are you going to do that?
Yeah, I mean, what are you going to do? Turn to Tim Boyle? Who I think Tim Boyle is a good backup. I mean, he was Aaron Rodgers' backup in Green Bay. I enjoyed watching him work. He's a good player, talented dude. He's not going to bring more to the table behind this offensive line with no run game than Zach Wilson.
I'm just saying, but for you to come out and say this, I don't know how this helps your team if he's going to keep starting. How does this help you?
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. It makes no sense.
Plead the fifth.
I mean, to think one of 32, like this is, and this isn't a holdover head coach. This is a head coach that I mean, your expectations are Super Bowl. To think that head coach says stuff like that, I mean, it's a joke.
Yeah, it is. It is. That's rough, man. Zach, we'll see. And now they're gonna want him to come out there and be a professional. If I'm Zach, boy, I'm letting it all hang out.
At least he's got a hot mom. She'll comfort him.
I don't think that really does anything for Zach right now. Like,
that's a good point.
I don't think he sits there and says,
maybe she can comfort his teammates.
Yeah, at least my mom's a 9.
Yeah, I can wait to get my mom's at 9. She's gonna comfort the hell out of me.
That kid on that Adam Sandler movie. You freak.
Yeah, my mom's a 9. Yeah, here we go. Let me get in her bosom. No, I don't think that's the action. Texans All Access behind us tonight. Nick Caserio, who is on every Wednesday with Texans All Access. He'll join. We'll hear what he has to say as a weekly guest on Wednesdays on Texans All Access. I said this in the tease, and I saw somebody on the text line jump in on this. Can we officially do that? Or you think people here in Houston are officially ready to put to bed that Dameon Pierce is the problem with the run game? Because that was the narrative, Clint, that started to pick up of this zone system. He doesn't get the scheme. He's not the right back for the scheme. It's him. We need to give the ball to Devin Singletary and Mike Boone more because he doesn't get it. We just watched them be as pathetic as they have been. Actually, probably one of their worst run efforts in the game. And they ran it 13 times with him, once with Mike Boone, and 2 more times with Tank Dell. And Devin Singletary averaged 2 yards a carry. 13 rushes, 26 yards. 2 yards a carry. Like, can we be comfortable to come through and say, all right, man, all right, I thought it might be in Dameon Pierce, but Devin Singletary actually was worse than some of the efforts that Dameon Pierce has given. I just hope we can at least get to that point.
Yeah, hell, I never was. I mean, I never strayed from it. Ron, my eyes didn't fool me on this one. Now, I mean, I know exactly what I've watched for 8 straight games now is an offensive line that on several fronts just are subpar. When it comes to the run game, when we're talking about whether individually guys just the basic fundamentals of whether it's zone blocking or some kind of man blocking, it's bad the majority of the time. When you get the guys that are double teaming, they don't double team, they don't get movement. You get guys that we're going to change schemes and we're going to do some pin and pull stuff and we're going to pull and kick a defensive end. Titus Howard, I can vividly remember 3 times in the last 2 weeks where he's pulled and completely missed on who he's blocking. And I'll be honest with you, I hadn't watched all of last week's game yet, so there may be more than that. It's almost a lack of interest in being a good run blocking football offensive line, and or a lack of interest in improving. And here's the deal. I think Shaq Mason and even George Fant to a certain extent, given that he's more of a backup on this team, should be a swing tackle on this team. Those 2 guys, in my opinion, have not disappointed. I think they're fighting their ass off. When I watch film, I see those 2 guys fighting their ass off. When you look at the center position, look, man, you're down to your 4th guy. I mean, it is what it is, man. Get what you can out of those guys. If I'm being completely honest, it's them 2 on the left. Laramie Tunsil and Titus Howard.
Is it your expectations or just that they're just been bad?
No, it's not expectations. I'm gonna tell you, there is no way on God's green earth that Laramie Tunsil and Titus Howard watch their film of them in the run game and they're like, yeah, I'm cool with it. I'm good with it. There's no way that this offensive line coach and anybody associated with the Texans offense watches those 2 guys in particular in the run game. And I'll be honest with you, the tight ends have been equally as bad too. They've been bad. But there's no way that those guys are who they are. They have the names that they have. They're paid what they're paid. and then what they've put on film in the run game, there's no way that those guys aren't borderline embarrassed about it. And the offensive line coach is borderline embarrassed about it. I mean, it's that ugly at times, man. And again, you know, if this excuse me if I give the 4-string center a little bit of leeway if he's not dominant in the run game.
Yeah,
I'm just talking
Against
in general.
Vita
All
Vea.
these guys, Patterson, Dieter. I mean, hell, who else you want? You know, that's a whole different animal. But it's just bad on so many fronts, man. Like I said, individually executing blocks, combo blocks, pin and pulling, blocking guys in space, communicating, getting movement, being physical. Like none of that stuff is happening.
That's why, to me, after the Atlanta game, I completely disagree with D'Amico when he was talking about, hey, when we're blocking it good up front. We just got to have our running backs make somebody miss, and that was the first tell when that it was Dameon Pierce, because no other running back touched the ball that game.
Right.
That it was Dameon Pierce. You talking about the run game, and I'm like, nah, man, like these dudes up front just whiff on guys, just completely miss on guys. And I don't know whether it's the scheme, whatever it is. I just know, like, Dameon Pierce was out. We watched it. You got a shiftier runner in, a guy that many people felt like he fit the system. As again, I'm not saying that he is the best, like he's Terrell Davis in the zone run scheme, who was maybe the best we've seen in it with the Broncos back in the day. I'm not saying he's that, but I'm telling you, Terrell Davis would have to negotiate some unblocked guys in cutback lanes. Terrell Davis would have to negotiate some unblocked guys right there on the touch, and have to deal with things that, that these backs have dealt with. Singletary kind of pretty much had the same issues that Dameon Pierce did in the game and when he played. So for me, can Dameon Pierce get better? Can Dameon Pierce become more patient, as you talked about with him? Sure. But, I mean, hell, sometimes Dameon can't be patient. Hell, it's right there in front of him. And to me, it is clearly much more of an up-front thing than it is the running backs. And in Singletary and Pierce and any of them, it is clearly that right there. They struggle up front. And I just think it was really unfair to just say, oh, this guy doesn't fit the system and all this and that. No, man. Like, they're to hell with the system. Ain't no system with somebody standing right there. And the next guy, when you try to cut back, is there too. So it's just I hope that we can come to the understanding that this wasn't a Dameon Pierce thing after we watched.
Yeah, look, I agree. I agree wholeheartedly. Can Dameon be better? Can Devin Singletary be better? Absolutely. But the reason that this team right now is averaging 0.2 yards per game more than the Lovie Smith Texans is because they're not very good up front. It ain't got nothing to do with who's toting the rock. I mean, it just doesn't.
It is just
we can talk about improving and being more explosive and all that kind of stuff and more patient and just being a better overall backfield, sure.
Michael Dieter included, it is just hard to understand that from what the personnel is. Like, it's just because it ain't just, oh, this thing is being hit because the guys weren't playing earlier in the year. No, it's getting worse now.
Run. 3 yards better right now in the run game than the 2021 David Culley Texans.
Yeah, they were really bad. I just don't understand it. The personnel they got up front and the dude we saw last year toting the rock and Dameon Pierce is wild. All right, shout out to our guy Brandon Scott as he comes in each and every Wednesday with the Texans Report. CJ Stroud, who spoke to the media right here that we carried as well. We shout out to him. Shout out to you, Clint. Great job, Tyler. 10,000 followers, baby, plus. Congratulations as well. Texans All Access, the GM Nick Casario coming up behind us. As always, Houston, I'm Ron Hughley. We love you, baby.
So I heard you say that when they